This workshop just won't do. If I rent it, I'll have to completely remodel it. The equipment is outdated. I walked around and saw rust everywhere. Is this a machinery factory or a garbage recycling station? What a total waste of my time. I told you not to be greedy for cheap rent. A place this cheap is bound to be trash. We should have gone straight to the newly built industrial park instead. At the gate of the machinery factory in the eastern outskirts of Huayang City, several people in suits climbed into their car with open disdain and drove away. Watching this, Wang Yu, who had just been forcing a smile for them, could only let helplessness wash over his face. Looks like this factory is going to shut down. The real economy was hard to sustain. When he had confidently inherited this machinery factory from his grandfather only 2 short years ago, he had never imagined he would already be struggling to make ends meet. He had hoped that renting out one workshop would ease the financial pressure, but the facilities were so old that no one wanted them, even as a warehouse. Just then Wang Yu's phone rang. He glanced at the number, and his expression grew even more resigned. Mr. Wang, the loan extension you applied for will expire next month. If you delay the payment, the case will be transferred to a professional collection company. It was an automated voice. Wang Yu opened his mouth, but could not utter a single word. He quietly hung up. He could not rent out the workshop, and next month he still had to repay the loan. Because he had previously applied for a 6-month extension, he now had to settle 6 months of payments in one lump sum at the end of this month. I only applied for an extension because the funds were tight, and now I have to repay all the deferred payments in one go. What was the point of the extension? If the money hadn't been so urgently needed back then, he would have gone to a proper bank. He would never have turned to a loan company. Boss! A crisp voice rang out. Wang Yu turned around to see a female worker in a pink one-piece work uniform striding out of the workshop, her face full of anger. What's wrong, Xiaoran? The girl's name was Lin Xiaoran. Despite her delicate-sounding name and rather pretty features, she was in temperament a straightforward, tough-as-nails woman. She had once served in the military, and rumor had it she had even been a special forces soldier. One of those guys who just came to look at the workshop. That dog in human clothing actually asked me how much I charge for one night. Gritting her teeth, Lin Xiaoran spoke through a mask of fury. She had a pair of naturally alluring eyes. Even now, when she was burning with rage, others might still misread the expression as a coy blend of resistance and invitation. Most likely that man had taken her for a vulgar factory girl. That's too much. I'm going to tell the agent right now, we're not renting to them. Protecting his employees was his duty as a boss, yet all Wang Yu could do was try to comfort this iron-willed woman with a few words. Come on, boss, it's not like I didn't hear what they said myself. Besides, I've already taken my revenge. The corners of Lin Xiaoran's lips curled up. He insisted on shaking hands with me just now. By now his hand is probably fractured. Recalling how one of the men had left clutching his hand, Wang Yu couldn't help giving her a thumbs up. Well done, ridding the people of a scourge. After speaking, he noticed that Lin Xiaoran still hadn't left, so he asked, anything else? Boss. Lin Xiaoran exhaled, then took out 2 letters. These are resignation letters from 2 of the veteran masters in the factory. They're leaving with their apprentices, so they felt too embarrassed to tell you in person. Wang Yu nodded silently and accepted the letters. Forcing a smile, he said, everyone has their own path. With their skills, they'll never have to worry about finding work anywhere. You should get off early too. Thanks for staying late today to help receive potential tenants. It's fine. There's nothing for me to do at home anyway. As she spoke, Lin Xiaoran pulled a contract from her pocket. Boss, next month the Huayang City Science and Technology Museum is going to host an air show. The person in charge is an old friend of my dad's. When they had dinner a few days ago, they happened to talk about you. He said that back in your school days you were a remarkable prodigy, highly admired by many professors. He heard that you opened a machinery factory and that your business includes modification of aviation components, so he wants you to help refurbish a fighter jet that will be put on display. Refurbish a fighter jet. Hearing this, Wang Yu was stunned. How could his small factory possibly be qualified to refurbish a fighter jet? But soon he relaxed. The aircraft shown at air shows were all stripped-down shells. Calling it refurbishing a fighter jet was really just removing rust from a metal frame and repainting it, almost devoid of technical difficulty. Jobs like this were usually handled by factories in official cooperation with the authorities and done in batches. A specially commissioned refurbishment of just one aircraft was practically unheard of. This was clearly Lin Xiaoran helping him. Wang Yu did not stand on ceremony. The loan due next month would depend on this very order. Exhaling, he looked at Lin Xiaoran with genuine gratitude. Thank you. I don't even know how to begin to repay you. At his words, the tough Lin Xiaoran instantly flushed red. She hurriedly turned her back so he wouldn't see her face. What are you thanking me for? When the factory's business picks up, just treat me to a meal. Speaking, she walked off in quick steps, almost as if she were fleeing. Watching her retreating figure, Wang Yu lowered his head and couldn't help but smile. Does this count as living off a woman's support? Lin Xiaoran had gone home, but Wang Yu still could not leave. The fighter jet to be refurbished would likely arrive tomorrow. With only himself left in the factory, he had to prepare in advance to ensure timely delivery. Angle grinder for rust removal, welding equipment, electric saw for cutting. Wang Yu hauled out everything he would need for the next day, one item after another. Then he discovered that the cutting machine was actually broken. It was working just fine yesterday. How is it broken today? This is going to delay everything. A new cutting machine would be expensive, and the thought made his heart bleed. Just then a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Future technology system activated. Beginner's gift pack has been issued 100 technology points. The host is advised to use them prudently and strive to earn more technology points. Wang Yu was stunned. A system? Yet while other people's beginner packs were always filled with top-tier treasures, his came with nothing but points. What were these technology points even good for? As he pondered, the voice in his mind sounded again. Initiating scan. 1 old model cutting machine detected. Status core components damaged. Upgrade available. Proceed with upgrade. Wang Yu licked his lips. Upgrade. Generating upgrade plan. The cutting machine upgrade plan requires 40 technology points. Required materials cost 150 technology points. Proceed with exchange. So that was how technology points were used. Wang Yu didn't hesitate in the slightest and confirmed the exchange immediately. Moments later, an upgrade plan took shape in his mind, and a package materialized out of thin air beside the cutting machine. When he opened it, he found it filled with high-precision components, all already manufactured. So this is what it feels like to have a cheat. Excitement surged through Wang Yu's whole body. From today on, Wang Yu will let the world know that I am the greatest mechanical master of them all. While upgrading the cutting machine, Wang Yu also took some time to study the future technology system. One could say this cheat-like system existed solely for the sake of showing off. As long as he possessed enough tech points, the system could upgrade virtually anything. Even if all you had in your hands was an old tofu delivery E86, it could instantly be upgraded into a sports car that outclassed a luxury Benz, letting Natsuki sit in the passenger seat laughing even more wildly than her uncle. Tech points in turn were generated by converting the shock and astonishment brought about by technological upgrades. Show off, upgrade, then show off again, then upgrade again, forming a delightful and self-sustaining loop. Good thing it's called the future technology system. It's actually quite rigorous, Wang Yu muttered in amazement. After sighing in admiration, he began testing the newly upgraded cutting chainsaw. A sharp buzzing sounded as he flipped the switch. Apart from the first loud burst of noise, the chainsaw was almost silent afterward. Only the faint tremor in his hands told him it was running. Wang Yu licked his lips in excitement, just about to test the power of the new chainsaw, when he accidentally brushed it against a nearby chair. With a swish, the solid wood chair was instantly sliced cleanly in two. Is it really this powerful? Wang Yu's eyes widened. A normal chainsaw could cut a chair as well, of course, but never with such speed, so this alone was nothing worth boasting about. He carried the chainsaw over to a steel rack in the corner. The blade merely brushed against it. Before he even exerted any force, 2 steel bars had already been cut off without the slightest trace of filings, the cut surface smooth as a mirror. Incredible, Wang Yu breathed. He even began to feel that the chainsaw in his hands could cut through any hard material. With that thought, his gaze shifted toward the factory's main gate. That door was a fire door Wang Yu had picked up from the neighboring underground parking lot during renovations. It was forged entirely of steel, a palm's breadth thick. If it toppled over, it could probably crush a bull to death. I doubt even that door can withstand this chainsaw now, Wang Yu murmured. After a brief hesitation, he walked over with the tool in hand. A faint scraping sound rang out as the blade touched the steel. The steel door, a full palm thick, had a neat corner sliced right off. The power of the system upgraded chainsaw was truly terrifying. The next day arrived. Wang Yu rose at dawn. Today was the day the refurbished fighter jet would be delivered, and he could not help feeling a surge of excitement. Although the chainsaw he upgraded yesterday was formidable, it could not earn him any tech points. After all, he could hardly run around with a chainsaw and play the role of some superhero. Thus, this fighter jet would become his very first source of tech point income. At 9:30 in the morning, the aircraft was finally delivered. What surprised Wang Yu, however, was that the greatest contributor to this order, the one who allowed him to live off Lin Shaoran, did not come. Only after Wang Yu pressed the transport crew repeatedly did one of them explain this order only came through because Shaoran compromised with her family. She's gone back to the army now. The two of you probably won't be seeing each other again. Hearing this, Wang Yu felt an inexplicable emptiness settle in his chest. Although their relationship was merely that of good friends, and though she was a girl, the two of them were already just a step away from calling each other brothers. Whenever he was with her, no matter what setbacks they faced, he could always laugh from the bottom of his heart. If a single order were to make her vanish from his life, Wang Yu would never accept it. Staring at the J-10 fighter jet inside the factory, he silently made up his mind. Never see you again. Wang Yu drew in a deep breath, the corners of his lips lifting slightly. Then I'll use this fighter jet to bring you back into my life. That said, this fighter jet was truly a wreck. The core systems had naturally been removed, but how had both wings ended up broken? One of the landing gear wheels was missing, the cockpit canopy had a gaping hole, and a large portion of the exhaust nozzle at the tail had rotted away. When it was unloaded from the truck, it even shed a shower of rust onto the ground. This must be one of the very first antique batches from the late 90s, Wang Yu muttered, drawing a deep breath to steady his mood. With a mere thought, he activated the system in his mind, and a cold electromagnetic voice echoed in his ears. Beginning scan. J-10 fighter jet detected. Condition severely damaged. Generating upgrade plan. Generating materials. After roughly 30 seconds, the voice continued. Plan generated. Including material costs, a total of 800 tech points are required. Proceed with upgrade. Wang Yu nodded. Upgrade. Of the tech points granted by his newbie gift pack, only 10 remained now, yet he felt no fear. Once this fighter jet was fully upgraded, it would surely astonish everyone. There's only 1 month left before the air show. Time is a bit tight. Looks like I'll be working overtime, Wang Yu murmured. He then threw himself into the work with his whole being, and the J-10 fighter jet, which had looked like nothing but scrap iron, slowly began to change its appearance. A week passed. Wang Yu had finally repaired most of the jet's exterior. Just then he suddenly discovered a serious problem. The materials provided by the system were actually not enough. Is it messing with me? Wang Yu growled through gritted teeth. Fortunately, the system responded insufficient tech points to redeem all required materials. Then what am I supposed to do? Wang Yu's eyes flew wide open. Do you really expect me to take the chainsaw out and pretend to be some chainsaw-wielding slasher? Helplessly, the system remained silent. Irritated, Wang Yu lit a cigarette. He had barely slept the entire week, surviving only on coffee and tobacco. Taking a chainsaw out to cause trouble is out of the question, he muttered. Setting aside whether his own appearance with a chainsaw would be more terrifying than the chainsaw itself, the efficiency of earning tech points that way would be far too low. Right now, time was money. Once he calmed down, Wang Yu began researching the missing materials and discovered that although they were rare, they could still be found in the present era. After a brief hesitation, he took out his phone and dialed Lin Xiaoran. What else can I do? I can't get these materials on my own, so I can only rely on you again, he said when the call connected. On the other end, Lin Xiaoran's tone was full of surprise and delight. True to her nature, she enthusiastically shared with Wang Yu the results of her recent combat training sessions. When she heard he was short on materials, she thumped her chest in assurance and promised to have them sent over immediately. Judging by her tone, she clearly did not realize just how rare those materials were. After hanging up, however, Wang Yu was not thinking about whether she could actually deliver the materials. Instead, he thought to himself, with how hard she pounded just now, they must have bounced a few times. Sharon, the one you just called, the one you keep calling a genius, that was Wang Yu, wasn't it? As she ended the call, a deep, resonant voice suddenly sounded from behind Lin Xiaoran. She jumped, hastily pocketed her phone, then turned around. Grandpa, you scared me. I almost threw my phone like a grenade. The old man could only give a helpless smile. You're not a child anymore. Can't you behave a bit more like a young lady? He exhaled slowly. I heard that Wang Yu's factory is down to just him alone. Do you think he can finish refurbishing the fighter jet before next month's air show? At his words, Lin Xiaoran lifted her chin, slightly smiling with the confidence of a top student asked about her grades. Don't worry, Grandpa. He will definitely finish it, and he'll do an even better job than anyone else. This air show invited over a dozen experts from the Imperial Capital Engineering Academy to provide guidance, along with numerous media representatives. Although most of the exhibits were old models that had been stripped down, a small portion showcased the latest advancements. The scale of the event was truly impressive. Wang Yu was also doing his utmost to keep up with the schedule. At first, he worked hard just to see Lin Xiaoran again, but after so many days of upgrades, he had developed feelings for the newly enhanced fighter jet. In a sense, this fighter jet had become a work of art in his eyes, and he wished to achieve perfection. This month, he lost nearly 20 pounds. His body, which had slightly gained weight from socializing while running a factory, had transformed into the perfect physique resembling a college heartthrob. At this moment, the J-10 fighter jet had become completely new aside from its outer shell. Let's grab a bite and continue. Late at night, Wang Yu ate fried rice while intently studying the upgrade plans on the table. Time flew by. Before he knew it, it was the day before the air show. Not only from Huayang City, but also many military enthusiasts and influencers from nearby cities and provinces were preparing to attend. The exhibition hall was already filled with many models, including the latest like Shenzhou and Change, as well as domestically produced civilian aircraft. There were also quite a few retired or currently active military aircraft. Many formally dressed young demonstrators were ready. This was not just a simple exhibition, but a promotional event to show the world that China was no longer the China that could be bullied. In Su Province, at a military airport, a plane landed, and aboard were over a dozen experts from the imperial capital. These experts had all participated in national defense research and were among the top in the field of fighter jets. The guards were on high alert, ensuring that not even a fly could enter. As the plane came to a stop, the first to exit were two elderly men with graying hair dressed in Zhongshan suits, chatting as they walked down the airplane steps. Though they appeared amiable, their presence exuded an immense aura. Seeing the two elders descend, Director Lin quickly stepped forward to greet them. Elder Shui, Elder Hu. These two were towering figures in the realm of Chinese fighter jets, and even on a global scale they were among the most elite experts. They had directly propelled China's fighter jet technology forward by a full 20 years. Even their disciples were top talents in various fields. Though some of the engineering experts who came today were already in their 40s or 50s, they would still address these two as master. A world-renowned military magazine once described them unmatched national heroes, and China possesses two in the field of fighter jets. Shaolin, I was just saying to Elder Shui that in the blink of an eye you are already over 50 and Shaoran is in her 20s now, right? Elder Hu held Director Lin's hand for a long time, saying the last time I was in Su province was 10 years ago, when Shaoran had just entered middle school. Elder Shui beside them also shook Director Lin's hand jokingly, saying, "You've worked hard. Putting together such a grand event makes my old face feel embarrassed. It's all necessary. You two are the pillars of the nation and security must be ensured." Director Lin said seriously. Everyone chatted as they walked. The two elders had also participated in the construction of this military airport. Elder Shui laughed and shared some amusing stories from that time with the experts behind him. At that moment, he suddenly thought of something, patting Director Lin on the shoulder. "Xiao Lin, this airshow must not repeat the mistakes of the previous 2 years. That scene was far too awkward." In the previous 2 years, Su province had also held air shows in other cities featuring a few real fighter jets, but the processes had not been communicated well. One expert had begun explaining when a wing unexpectedly fell off. The scene was incredibly embarrassing, and it even trended on social media, leading to many departments being reorganized. This year's airshow would be even larger than the previous two. If anything unexpected happened, it wouldn't just be a matter of reorganization, there would at least be disciplinary actions. Director Lin took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. This year's fighter jet refurbishing factories were all personally overseen by him. Even the factory recommended by Lin Shaoran had been inspected by him, and there would absolutely be no problems. In the factory, Wang Yu wiped the sweat from his brow. Looking at the brand new fighter jet in front of him, he couldn't help but smile. Perfect, absolutely perfect. This was truly a work of art. With its streamlined form, powerful engine, and robust thrust outlet, it bore no resemblance to the old J-10 that had once been covered in rust. The system is incredible. After expressing his admiration, Wang Yu called the person he was coordinating with to have them come over to collect the aircraft. "Lugo, I was just about to call you. Is that fighter jet ready?" As the call connected, a young man's voice came through. He was the person sent by Director Lin to coordinate. Having spent a few days in the factory, he knew how formidable this fighter jet was and was now extremely excited. "Everything is ready, don't worry," Wang Yu replied with a smile. "Of course I'm not worried. Oh, I've never seen a fighter jet refurbished so perfectly. I'll find a driver to come and pick it up now." This young man was unaware that while he was working on the shell, Wang Yu had already installed a completely new engine. He thought it was just an empty shell. Soon the driver arrived, and the young man settled the payment quickly. Seeing the notification of 80,000 arriving in his phone, Wang Yu nodded happily. "By the way, I've already placed the instruction materials for this fighter jet in the cockpit. If you have any questions, you can check the instructions first." The young man waved his hand, saying, "Stop joking, Boss Wang. All the attendees at this airshow are experts in the field of fighter jets. They've studied them for a lifetime. What need is there for a manual for AJ-10? As he spoke, he covered the fighter jet with a black cloth and placed it onto the transport truck. After leaving the factory, he remarked, "Boss Wang indeed thinks ahead for the sake of transportation. He even made the wings foldable. Normally, a fighter jet's wings cannot be foldable, as it would be extremely dangerous during high-altitude special flights. But this was merely a large model for exhibition, so it was designed for convenience." However, the young man didn't know that the design of Wang Yu's fighter jet included foldable wings, and that the rigidity of the wings had already been optimized for various special flights. On the other side, after completing his work, Wang Yu could finally go home and rest. He tidied up the factory, packed his belongings, and took a taxi home. "I made 80,000. Oh, let's go home and drink a couple of cups with my father." In Huayang City at the Jiuxiang Garden community, Wang Yu carried a bag of cooked food and 2 bottles of yellow-capped Fen liquor, cheerfully heading home. This month had been exhausting, but he had earned quite a bit. The remaining funds from the renovation were over 50,000, and the final bill came to 80,000, totaling over 100,000. For a small factory run by one person, such net income was already quite impressive. "Mom and Dad, I'm back. Let's drink a couple of glasses today." Seeing their son return, Wang Yu's parents were also very happy. Not long ago, they were worried about the factory having no business, but recently, they had been working overtime for a whole month. It looked tough, but at least there was business to be done. "You haven't come home for a month. You must be exhausted and have lost weight. Wang Yu's mother looked at her son with concern. What's wrong with a young person working hard? Wang Yu's father seemed stern, but while saying this, he brought out some dishes that were already prepared from the kitchen. Good health is the most important thing. The elderly couple habitually bantered back and forth. I've finished all the work at the factory today, so I can take a 2-day break now, Wang Yu said as he placed the liquor and food on the dining table. Then let's drink a few glasses and sleep well. Wang Yu's father opened a bottle of white liquor, pouring a full glass for himself and his son and a little for his wife. In a small family, every time the child came home it felt like a celebration. That's too little. With so many dishes I have to drink at least 1 glass today. Wang Yu's mother waved her hand, grandly resembling a heroic woman. Wang Yu's father helplessly shook his head and refilled her glass. The family was harmonious and cheerful. Soon the room was filled with laughter and joyous voices. The next morning Wang Yu was still sound asleep in bed. The intense work over the past month had left him sleeping less than 4 hours a day. He couldn't possibly invite others to take on the work of renovating fighter jets, so he could only do it alone. During that time, he even started losing hair and needed to take a break. After all, no matter how handsome he was once he went bald, he could only sing Little White Boat. Honey, I'm going to the market to buy a chicken to make some soup for our son to nourish him. He'll go with you. He'll prepare a couple of dishes for lunch too. Seeing their son so exhausted, Wang Yu's parents couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Meanwhile, the aviation exhibition in Huayang City was already in full swing. The event was large-scale and was being broadcast live online. Even those who couldn't attend could watch the exhibition through the live stream and interact with the commentators via comments. Of course, many people were also present at the venue. Numerous primary and secondary schools organized students to come and visit, along with many social media influencers and even some cosplayers dancing. At that moment, the exhibition hall was already crowded. However, the area around the big names was the most lively. After all, being next to the big names meant being near the most professional commentators. At every exhibit, one could hear many interesting anecdotes about its development. Elder Shui and Elder Hu chatted as they walked, making their way to the area with the actual fighter jets. Section Chief Lin, this is Sharon, right? When we arrived yesterday, we were just talking about you. You've grown into a young lady now. Elder Shui and Elder Hu approached with smiles. Lin Sharon hurried over to greet them. Grandpa Shui, Grandpa Hu. After a brief chat, Elder Shui looked at the fighter jet covered with a black dust cover and asked, "Why is this actual fighter jet still covered with a cloth?" Section Chief Lin smiled and replied, "It was only placed here before the exhibition started. Oh, we are waiting for a few people to arrive before unveiling it." Saying this, he made a gesture to his daughter. Lin Sharon nodded, approached the fighter jet, and uncovered the black cloth. Whoosh! A brand new fighter jet appeared before everyone. The body of the jet resembled a sharp sword with 3 massive engine nozzles at the tail, looking incredibly imposing. Even on the ground, one could imagine its majestic form slicing through the air while flying. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to this fighter jet. In the live stream, netizens had originally been joking and giving various nicknames to the exhibits. But when this fighter jet appeared, everyone became excited. While the design of this fighter jet is amazing, the folding wings and the streamlined shape like a dagger, this fighter jet has truly pierced my heart. It does look cool, but I attended a similar aviation exhibition a few years ago, and it was just a shell completely hollow inside. This must be an innovative model. With current technology, can we really achieve folding wings? That seems unlikely. Once the wings fold, their rigidity weakens. Forget about special maneuvers, even normal takeoff would be difficult. It's just a big model. What's there to be shocked about? Although most people did not believe this fighter jet was real, it did not affect their interest in it at all, as its design was simply too cool and imposing. The media quickly shifted their cameras, and the sound of shutters echoed continuously. Elder Shui and Elder Hu exchanged glances and nodded. Section Chief Lin, this fighter jet is well done. The base model is the J-10, right? It has been modified beautifully and has a bit of a sci-fi movie vibe, Elder Shui said with a smile. Section Chief Lin opened his mouth. He didn't know what was going on and stammered out a response. Then he looked at Lin Shaoran with confusion but didn't ask further. As long as there were no surprises, it didn't matter how the fighter jet was modified. After all, it didn't need to take off for real, it just had to look good. Hearing Elder Shui's words, Elder Hu also became interested in the fighter jet. Putting aside the design, just looking at the engine nozzles closely, they really do look impressive and powerful. As soon as he finished speaking, many professionals also noticed it. No doubt, this fighter jet increasingly resembled those developed in sci-fi movies, and the engine nozzles inside were even more striking. Seeing this scene, Section Chief Lin also became puzzled and turned to his daughter. "The fighter jet I entrusted to your friend for renovation is indeed a J-10, all right?" Lin Shaoran, still focused on the fighter jet, nodded in shock. "Yes, it's a J-10, and it's one of the first batches from the 1990s. It was hollowed out before being sent out. That said, she was an old Special Forces soldier and had trained on fighter jets, but this fighter jet didn't look like a shell at all. It seemed that as long as there was a pilot, it could truly take off. At this moment, many media personnel also rushed to the side of the big names. Elder Shui, is this our latest developed fighter jet? Has the model been finalized? Elder, who am a longtime military enthusiast, I've never seen this fighter jet before. It must have been developed recently. This fighter jet's design is too cool. The entire exhibition hall was crowded around the fighter jet. Many people at the front stood outside the isolation barrier, craning their necks to catch a glimpse. Moreover, several self-media enthusiasts eager to ride the wave of excitement extended their selfie sticks right in front of the fighter jet. We understand your enthusiasm, but please don't crowd in. Let's maintain civility during the exhibition. Elder Shui was the first to speak. Subsequently, security personnel came over to regain control of the scene, and once the situation stabilized, he continued. This is our newly developed fighter jet, still under research, and the data has not been released yet. As the elder spoke, everyone calmed down significantly. Elder Shui, what is the name of this new fighter jet? Asked a self-media enthusiast holding a selfie stick. It's still under research, currently only has an internal code, but the name will definitely be announced once production starts. Elder Shui, being the expert, effortlessly held the crowd's attention. His fluid official rhetoric and calm demeanor shifted everyone's focus from the fighter jet back to him. However, at this moment, Elder, who mysteriously began to approach the fighter jet step by step. He had devoted his entire life to research in this field, from the first generation to the latest model fighter jets, always working on the front lines. One could say he had dedicated his whole life to the fighter jet industry of Huaxia. Yet he had never seen a fighter jet with such innovative design. This shape. Elder, who murmured softly. With such a large intake, the rigidity of the fuselage must be strong, otherwise it will fall apart as soon as it accelerates. The material of this fuselage. It feels like it's not some deceptive toy. Elder, who grew more and more excited, gazing at the fighter jet, as if he were a beast seeing a little rabbit, his expression full of fervor and thirst. Elder, who. At that moment, an assistant approached with a file bag, saying, "Please take a look at this document." Elder, who took the file bag, which prominently displayed the 8 large characters, New Fighter Jet User Manual. Hiss. New Fighter Jet User Manual. Elder, who was completely stunned, feeling a tingling sensation mixed with a hint of urgency from his lower back. This was a reaction to the surge of adrenaline. Could it be that this fighter jet is not a model? He eagerly opened the file bag, and the documents inside were written in great detail. 1. Fighter Jet Safety Inspection Guidelines. 2. Internal Engine Diagram. 3. Operating System Details and Precautions. The table of contents listed item by item. Even if it were taken to research institutes, it could serve as an internal research manual. However, Elder, who still felt that this manual was a bit too fantastical. For example, the operating system of the fighter jet included terms like ultra-speed mode, air standby mode, and complete stealth mode. It seemed like a product from some sci-fi novel. After flipping through for a while, Elder, who put the manual back into the file bag and shook his head helplessly. This is merely a model filled with fantasies. The ideas inside are indeed bold. Years of expertise made him realize that with current human technology, it was simply impossible to create such a fighter jet. Meanwhile, the crowd gathered around began to grow increasingly excited. Can we open the cockpit door and take a look at the internal structure? A few years ago, the exhibition featured only an empty shell. Could this one also be an empty shell? Could it be that our country's fighter jets have produced some concept models? We won't look at the engine. Let's see if we can check the internal control space. Listening to the commotion around him, Chief Lin felt a headache coming on. The previous year's airshow had turned into a huge joke due to the exhibition of empty shell fighter jets. This year's exhibition was on a much larger scale with big figures present. There could be no accidents. However, this time Chief Lin was fully prepared. The J-10 fighter jet this time only had its core engine removed, the internal controls were still intact, and they would only show a little so nothing major would go wrong. Moreover, this fighter jet was revamped so impressively that it would definitely impress some military enthusiasts. He gave his daughter a look, signaling her to open the cockpit. Lin Xiaoran nodded and walked towards the fighter jet. She smiled wryly inside, thinking that Wang Yu had made this fighter jet look too impressive, and now she had to open the cockpit to showcase it. Exhibition models have a common flaw: they are meant for distant admiration, not for close inspection. After all, they are not real. Upon closer examination, flaws will always be revealed. At that moment, she felt somewhat like she was cleaning up after her boss. Wait, cleaning up after her boss? Lin Xiaoran couldn't help but think of Wang Yu's handsome face, and her cheeks flushed a little. I'm so dirty. However, the closer she got, the more she felt that this fighter jet was real. It was as if it could truly soar through the skies once powered on. Gradually, Lin Xiaoran also became excited. Wang Yu truly deserved to be called a genius in college. He managed to refurbish an old actor to look as fresh as a new star. He is so amazing. Under the gaze of everyone, Lin Xiaoran stepped onto the ladder and opened the cockpit of the fighter jet. My goodness, this control panel is so realistic. Lin Xiaoran gasped in shock. Instinctively, she sat in the cockpit staring at the familiar buttons on the control panel, feeling dazed, as if she had returned to a few years ago when she was training in the army. So amazing, really amazing. No wonder he is the man I admire, she murmured softly. Elder Shui and Elder Hu exchanged smiles. So far this airshow has been very successful, at least without the embarrassing incidents that happened 2 years ago. This is not a model, it can't really be started, can it? It's an outdoor exhibition, so starting it shouldn't be a problem, right? Start it. The crowd erupted in excited shouts. In the live stream, the comments were scrolling wildly and many onlookers flooded in, with the online viewer count skyrocketing from 10,000 to over 100,000. In truth, everyone knew that whatever was on display must be a model, but that didn't dampen their excitement. It was a heartfelt desire for their country to stand at the pinnacle of the world. Lin Xiaoran, sitting in the cockpit, was also very excited. She understood that this was merely an old J-10 refurbished by her boss. Yet she couldn't help but want to press the start button. Start. Let that man take me up into the sky. Soaring. Just press the start button. Elders Shui and Hu nodded with smiles, using this gesture to signify the conclusion of this airshow, which would surely become a tale worth telling. Lin Xiaoran nodded, her mind conjuring up Wang Yu's figure. For some reason, a wave of nervousness surged in her heart. Taking a deep breath, she pressed the start button of the fighter jet. In the next moment, Lin Xiaoran felt a jolt throughout her body. Because she sensed that. At the moment the start button was pressed, the fighter jet emitted a series of roaring sounds. Boom. A colossal roar accompanied by a tremor forced everyone present to instinctively cover their ears. What's happening? What's going on, Shaolin? What is this? Old Shui was completely stunned, the events from the airshow 2 years ago flashing before his eyes once more. Could another accident be unfolding? Had a bomb been planted in the exhibition center? Section Chief Lin was equally bewildered, the smile from the moment of the airshow's success still lingering on his face. To be honest, if Wang Yu knew that his own fighter jet had blown his father-in-law's mind, he would have slapped himself on the forehead. Why make such a big fuss? How embarrassing. But the situation was already out of control. All the surrounding visitors snapped out of it, pointing at the displayed fighter jet and shouting, "My God, it's not a model. The fighter jet has started. It's starting right here at the airshow. That's so freaking cool." Excitement gleamed in everyone's eyes. Meanwhile, Old Hu and the group of experts were utterly astounded. The fighter jet that seemed to have stepped out of a sci-fi movie was now trembling slightly, causing ripples in the very air around it. This was precisely the look of a fighter jet starting up. It felt as if it could soar into the sky at any moment. Impossible. Section Chief Lin's intellect finally returned, and he shouted towards his daughter in the cockpit, Xiaoran, shut that fighter down. Hurry. This is an airshow, we can't have an accident. Good heavens, there were tens of thousands of people in the exhibition center, and the live broadcast was rolling. If something went wrong, the responsibility would be enormous. Lin Xiaoran, sitting in the fighter jet, was still in a daze, staring at the various flashing buttons on the control panel and the data on the display screens. She was increasingly convinced that this fighter jet was real. He actually built a fighter jet. How is that possible? This was a fighter jet. She could believe Wang Yu had pieced together a car from scrap parts. After all, cars had been around for so long, thoroughly understood by humanity, and with his talent, assembling one wasn't a problem. But this was a fighter jet. The research behind it was a national secret anywhere in the world, and he just threw it together. As Lin Xiaoran's thoughts wandered, an icy voice echoed in the cockpit. Before takeoff, please complete safety checks and fasten your helmet. Lin Xiaoran paused, realizing it was an artificial voice, but then was dumbfounded again. This was an artificial intelligence fighter jet. Engine started. Pilot must safely wear helmet and all protective gear. A sentence appeared on the display, followed by a safety instruction video, just like on a commercial airliner. So detailed. Could this fighter jet actually fly? Lin Xiaoran's admiration for her boss grew. At the same time, a flicker of pride stirred within her. The man she had set her sights on was truly remarkable. The girl was lost in her pleasant thoughts inside the cockpit, while those outside were once again shocked. The engine had finished starting. And so, roar. The exhaust nozzle at the jet's rear emitted an even louder roar than before. Everyone covered their ears and instinctively backed away from the aircraft, creating a gap of about 5 or 6 meters. But even so, the powerful wind that swept across their faces felt like tiny blades. The pain brought clarity. Old Shui finally reacted. This isn't a model, it's a real fighter jet. Damn it. Who the hell brought a real fighter jet to the airshow? Are they just asking for an accident? But now was not the time for complaints. He knew that if an accident occurred, everyone present could be affected. Quickly, everyone evacuate the airshow perimeter. Shaolin, organize the security to lead the visitors out, maintain order, and prevent a stampede. Hearing this, Section Chief Lin snapped to attention. Quick, security, lead the visitors to evacuate. The airshow security personnel were professionals, and upon receiving the order, they immediately began organizing an orderly evacuation. Before long, a safe space had been cleared. Old Shui and Old Hu, however, remained in profound shock. They were top figures in the industry, having dedicated their lives to fighter jet development. They could identify a jet engine's model just by hearing it once. But the engine sound of this fighter jet was completely unfamiliar to them. Moreover, the most critical point, there was not a single trace of abnormal noise when this jet's engine was running. To put it plainly, before a formal test flight, fighter jets usually undergo ground tests, followed by simulated tests on specialized equipment. Because once it takes to the sky, even the slightest error could result in at best the destruction of the aircraft and loss of life, and at worst the devastation of a ground target, far more than a single life at stake. Therefore, ground testing of a fighter jet is crucial. But Old Shui and Old Hu, the titans of this field, had honed exceptionally keen ears. They could judge whether a jet's engine had problems just by listening. While regulations were rigid, they could tell even before testing whether the engine would pass. And now this model at the airshow, to their ears, was a fighter jet 100% qualified for testing and ready for takeoff. Impossible, Old Shui muttered to himself, but the situation left no room for further deliberation. He immediately turned to Section Chief Lin and said, evacuating the airshow grounds isn't enough. We need to move everyone at least a kilometer away. Section Chief Lin nodded and promptly issued the order to the security personnel. The visitors who had come today were extremely excited, thinking it was all a scripted live show. In reality, the bigwigs inside the airshow were already in a panic. Soon the visitors had been evacuated, and the security personnel had set up a cordon bearing 8 large characters too advanced to display. In truth, the officials hadn't wanted to be so blunt. This cordon had originally been made to attract young people, a playful meme for the airshow. But now, with no other choice amidst the sudden crisis, they had to use it. When the cordon went up, the visitors grew even more excited. My God, didn't they say it was a model? Why are we evacuating? Are you crazy? The jet's thrusters are about to spit fire. How could it still be a model? I'm going viral. I'm going viral. Post this video online and it'll be an internet celebrity. Quick, slap me. I need to know if this is real. Is this the power of the bureau chief? Calling a real jet a model, working in secret, keeping it quiet. Amazing. China is amazing. Though the airshow was held outdoors, there was no runway, making takeoff utterly impossible. Yet seated in the cockpit, Lin Xiaoran was already trembling with excitement. She belonged to a special forces unit excelling not only in individual combat, but also trained to pilot aircraft and even operate tanks. Many believe fighter jets surpass tanks in prowess, but when it comes to driving, tanks are far more challenging. They aren't designed for a single person to handle. Yet she could, just like in the movie Wolf Warrior, drifting a tank with finesse. Thus, piloting a fighter jet was no daunting task for Lin Xiaoran. The fighter jet was idling, and she felt a faint tremor through the seat. Lin Xiaoran took a deep breath, striving to calm herself. Then she scanned the control panel and pinpointed a button. Pressing it would connect the jet to the official regulatory channel. Truth be told, Lin Xiaoran yearned to make this fighter jet soar, but she understood it was impossible. An ordinary person couldn't craft a fully functional combat aircraft. This wasn't about capability, but resource constraints. Yet if it couldn't fly, at least making its tires budge a little would be something. The attendees were all aviation experts. If they could recognize the value of this fighter jet, Wang Yu's career would skyrocket. Even if it didn't lead to massive growth, at least securing a spot at the research institute was certain. Ridiculous as it seemed, building a fighter jet solo that actually moved, such talent would be eagerly snatched up by the institute. A young prodigy at the research institute. That title should surely impress my parents, right? Lin Xiaoran murmured to herself, then steeled her resolve and pressed the regulatory button. Meanwhile, inside a certain building, a beep sounded and a line of text appeared on a monitor operator's screen. Unauthorized fighter jet detected. Initiate surveillance lock. Another beep. Fighter jet ID 0514, coordinates A87, C214, F364, lock successful. Reading fighter jet data. The group of experts withdrew from the airshow area and entered an office. Even as he stepped through the office door, Section Chief Lin couldn't shake the image of his daughter's expression from earlier. That fervent admiration mirrored how she had looked as a child, gazing at his second-class merit medal. Dad, when I grow up, I'll marry a man like you, who earns medals. Damn it, that girl must have been bewitched by that Wang Yu. With that thought, Section Chief Lin suddenly jolted. Weight had withdrawn, but his daughter was still on that fighter jet. He turned to Shui Lao and asked, Shui Lao, that fighter jet won't actually fly, will it? Shui Lao chuckled reassuringly. Impossible, there's no runway at the airshow. Rest assured. Patting Lin's shoulder, he added, the engine's just running now. It's riskier outside the jet, but inside it's safe. Sharon won't come to harm. Once the engine stops, we can head back. Hearing this, Section Chief Lin let out a long sigh of relief. But just then a researcher who had opened his computer reported, the fighter jet's ID has appeared 0514. Data retrieval successful. The 3 rear thrusters are charging. However, the information center indicates that due to abnormal takeoff conditions, the jet has engaged runwayless takeoff mode. And Hu Lao's eyes widened in shock. Runwayless takeoff mode? They exchanged a glance. What kind of genius designed this? Runwayless takeoff mode. That was a topic their internal research team had been studying for years, still only theoretical. Quite arrogant, but bold thinking, a talented individual. Lao shook his head with a smile, then reassured Section Chief Lin again, "Don't worry, this jet won't fly." Really? Lin was still uneasy. Really? A nearby researcher explained, the regulatory channel only reads the jet's own settings, but those settings can be altered. Take this fighter jet for instance. The rear thrusters are charged to nearly 1,000 kilonewtons of thrust, clearly modified settings, let alone this so-called runwayless takeoff mode. It's just a model connected to the regulatory channel, a concept aircraft. Ridiculous. Thrust 8 or 9 times higher than the latest American fighters. As if anyone could truly develop such a fighter, China would have dominated the globe long ago. Only now did Section Chief Lin truly feel at ease. He offered cigarettes to Lao, and Hu Lao then lit one for himself and took a deep drag. Just then the researcher's screen displayed the jet's takeoff countdown. Runwayless takeoff mode activated. Aircraft morphology change complete. Power charging complete. Current thrust 180 tons. Takeoff countdown 2019-18. Lao and Hu Lao exchanged smiles. 180 tons of thrust. The world's most powerful fighter jet barely reached 30 tons of thrust, and you're claiming 180. Why not add 2 more zeros and blast straight to Mars? Wild fantasy. Lao had already dismissed the situation as a boastful prank. Whoever refurbished this jet likely wanted to showcase their skills. He acknowledged the person's talent inwardly and said, Section Chief Lin, later, give me this person's details. To refurbish an old J-10 like this, truly gifted. But no sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar erupted. Boom. It felt as if the entire office trembled. At the same moment, everyone stared in stunned disbelief. Section Chief Lin, Lao, and Hu Lao all dropped their cigarettes. Because they saw the fighter jet in the distance actually lifting off. Blue-green flames surged from the 3 thrusters as if to scorch the earth itself. The computer updated the jet's data: target altitude 2500 meters. Current altitude 2 meters. How is this possible? Lao's voice trembled. The fighter jet had truly taken flight. Was this a joke, a trick, or was he dreaming? Hu Lao clutched his sparse hair, utterly bewildered. Section Chief Lin reacted the most violently. He grabbed a researcher by the collar and demanded, "Didn't you say it couldn't fly?" The researcher, terrified, stammered with a look of innocence and grievance, "I don't know either." This is what everyone present is thinking. This is serious. Although both Elder Shui and Elder Hu were shocked as industry veterans, they quickly composed themselves. This is going to make things difficult for those in the publicity department. It took them so much effort just a few months ago to pass off the new missile test as fireworks. With this aircraft taking off without a runway, they must be at a loss for how to compose themselves. The publicity department the 2 elders referred to was actually the mockery of netizens known as the Bureau of War Ignorance. Because of their previous actions, they were often accused of deceiving foreigners and making them lower their guard against China. But in reality, that is indeed the case. China is an ancient country with a rich cultural heritage. One could say that the wisdom foreigners take a long time to ponder has long been summarized by our ancestors. The principle of the Bureau of War Ignorance can be summed up in a phrase from our ancestors: the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. So when the 2 elders saw this fighter jet taking off, their first thought was not how impressive the aircraft was, but rather their concern for the Bureau of War Ignorance. No joke. This fighter jet looked like it had walked out of a sci-fi movie, taking off in a fashion reminiscent of a rocket. To all the onlookers, it was as if a beloved figurine had suddenly come to life. They were so shocked that they couldn't find their bearings. The tourists who had been kept a kilometer away watched as the fighter jet ascended slowly, nearly popping their eyes out. They all took out their phones to record the moment. Security personnel tried to intervene, but there were too many people, and some always slipped through the cracks. Moreover, even those security personnel were startled by the sight of the jet taking off. My goodness, what kind of terrifying things are we exhibiting here? With this fighter jet out, wouldn't China dominate the globe? My life's best decision was to be here as a security guard. In the office, Elder Shui, Elder Hu, and Section Chief Lin discussed the situation for a while. Firstly, this aircraft had already entered takeoff mode and could not be stopped. If they attempted to force a halt, not only would the aircraft sustain damage, but the people inside would also be in danger. Secondly, Elder Shui, an elder who had verified by ear that the aircraft's engine was functioning properly. This meant it had reached the stage where it could be test flown. Therefore, Lin Xiaoran, who was piloting, would not encounter any safety issues, at least not the kind where the engine cuts out mid-flight and the aircraft plummets. Furthermore, Elder Shui had just reviewed the aircraft operating manual. It was equipped with a parachute, so even in the case of a malfunction, Lin Xiaoran could jump out and escape. These 3 points temporarily reassured Section Chief Lin. Once he confirmed that his daughter would be safe, his thoughts turned to the aircraft itself. This fighter jet must be very important to us, right? Section Chief Lin reignited a cigarette. Very important. Just the fact that it takes off without a runway is enough to revolutionize our entire aircraft manufacturing. No, it will overturn global aircraft manufacturing. Hearing Elder Shui, an elder who say this, Section Chief Lin nodded. In that case, let it test fly. Even if something unexpected happens, it would be worth it. This statement was difficult for him to make, to the point that by the time Section Chief Lin uttered the last word, his eyes were already red, yet he was resolute, his tone firm. There was no choice. We have developed through such difficulty. How many people have sacrificed themselves for the phrase reviving China? If sacrificing his daughter could propel China's aircraft to the pinnacle of the world, it would be worth it. Both Elder Shui, an elder who saw the determination in Section Chief Lin's eyes. The two took a deep breath and bowed to Section Chief Lin. At the same time, one rushed to urgently contact medical and fire services, while the other went to the computer to monitor the aircraft's data. Current altitude 200 meters. Accelerating upwards, thrust of the engines increasing. Elder, who was once again shocked by this information, and what little hair he had left, suffered again. What is happening? It's surprising enough that it takes off without a runway. Can it really accelerate and ascend? In less than a minute. The aircraft No. 0514 had already reached an altitude of 200 meters. It was now on par with an armed helicopter. To think it could still accelerate upwards. Moreover, looking at the information on the screen, it seemed that this was something the aircraft had been programmed to do long ago. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Entering acceleration mode. Virum. The fighter jet roared again. Everyone in the office felt a surge of urgency in their lower backs. This was caused by the adrenaline rush. Elder Shui, an elder who excitedly clenched their fists. What kind of genius could create such a fighter jet, which could only be described as terrifying? Section Chief Lin also widened his eyes. He muttered, "Daughter, what kind of person is that friend of yours? An alien." Starting acceleration mode. Lin Xiaoran in the cockpit heard the voice coming through her headset. Just like the sensation of a sports car accelerating, she felt a push from behind. It was as if someone was pulling her from behind, pushing her upwards. Pervert. Lin Xiaoran thought of her boss face, causing the tough girl to blush. But just as she finished speaking, she heard a loud bang. Bang. This was not a malfunction of the aircraft, but a sonic boom. The 3 engine exhausts at the rear of the jet spewed forth flames even more ferocious than before, slicing through the sky like a trident. Simultaneously, the altimeter on the screen was changing rapidly. 350 meters, 600 meters, 1,000 meters. How is this possible? The people in the office were dumbfounded. Some researchers even slapped themselves to confirm if this was real. Since entering acceleration mode, the fighter jet had ascended hundreds of meters in an instant. It was like blinking, and it was continuous. The detection channels showed no issues. The error could not exceed 2 meters. This meant that this fighter jet was taking off at supersonic speed. Elder Shui, an elder who turned pale. Supersonic flight was already common for fighter jets, and there were even supersonic jets out there. But that required not only the engine's capabilities, but also the aircraft's streamlined design. Air resistance is not a joke. Yet this fighter jet achieved vertical takeoff at supersonic speed. They couldn't fathom how its structural rigidity could withstand it. Supersonic. No hypersonic. The fighter jet has no abnormal data, which means Elder Shui, an elder who instinctively exchanged glances. This aircraft's structural rigidity is incredibly terrifying. Who on earth? Who created this aircraft? Elder Shui, an elder who were extremely excited at this moment. They had some insider information. This fighter jet did not come from a military tycoon, but rather from an obscure small factory. It is said that this small factory even had no employees left, only a single boss remaining. If it weren't for the friendship with Lin Xiaoran, they wouldn't have secured the contract for the refurbished fighter jet and might have already closed down. In other words, it was this boss alone who manufactured this fighter jet. Understanding this point, the 2 elders simultaneously uttered 4 words: military district competition. This is a world of competition. Us students compete for exam rankings, wage slaves compete for salaries, and these tycoons compete for the military district competition. This is not just a matter of honor, but also funding for research. If this fighter jet participates in the military district competition, there would be no comparison in all of Huaxiaono. Even the whole world would be unmatched. Then next year's research funding would surely increase dramatically. Find, locate this genius, let him dedicate his life to the fighter jet industry, and secure more research funding for Elder Shui and Elder Hus Research Institute. Of course, this is not the time to think about these matters, because target altitude reached 2500 meters. If observed via satellite directly above the airshow, a fighter jet was hovering at an altitude of 2500 meters, looking as strange as a UFO from Star Wars. In the office, all the researchers excitedly shouted, "My goodness! This fighter jet can actually hover in the air. This is terrifying. If this is definitely not a helicopter, is there no propeller? That previous sound was too shocking. Am I really not dreaming?" It was not a dream. If it weren't for the leaders of these researchers, Elder Shui and Elder, who would have joined in the shouting. It was just too shocking. However, they also understood that this matter could not be allowed to spread. After all, this fighter jet had not yet gone into mass production. If those foreign bastards found out, who knows what disgusting things they would do. Thus, Elder Shui immediately picked up the communication device. "Lin Sharon, can you hear me?" Soon Lin Zioran's voice came through the device. "I can hear you, Elder Shui. Go ahead. I will send you the coordinates of the Central Military District. You need to land at the airport there." Understood. Receiving the order, Lin Shaoran did her best to suppress her emotions and became calm. She gripped the control stick tightly while checking the control panel. After a while, she let out a long breath. The control panel was very user-friendly, or rather very Chinese. All the buttons were labeled in Huaxia characters, and only a few buttons were unlabeled. As long as she did not touch them, flying to the Central Military District would not be a problem. But at that moment, the artificial voice in her headset prompted again. "Please select the flight mode. Mode 1, Mode 2, Speed Mode." Hearing this, Lin Shaoran was taken aback. In the past, when she flew fighter jets in the army, there was no such thing as gears. After a moment's thought, she decided to play it safe and chose the lowest gear mode. Flight Mode 1. Accelerating in 3 seconds, expected to reach 500 kilometers per hour in 30 seconds. What? Lin Zioran's eyes widened. "Boss, are you kidding me? 500 kilometers per hour in first gear. Then speed mode, couldn't be a space jump, right?" Before she could finish her complaints, Lin Shaoran felt a strong push against her back, and with a whoosh, if it weren't for the seatbelt, she would have slammed into the control panel. "Wang Yu, you're too fast." "Dad." "Elder Shui." "Elder who? This fighter jet is really amazing. The speedometer shows a target speed of 500 kilometers per hour." Hearing Lin Zioran's boastful tone, the three of them couldn't help but smile wryly. "Elder Shui and Elder who said, we know it's your friend who developed it." Section Chief Lin exclaimed, "This bastard hasn't already charmed my daughter away, has he?" At this time, all the researchers were already on their way to the Central Military District. The Central Military District is over 1,000 kilometers away from Huayang City, but the research team had already made arrangements to clear all obstacles on the way, saving a lot of time. Sitting in the passenger seat, Elder, who was using a computer, and they all knew that what Lin Shaoran said was true. Elder Shui rubbed his temples and asked, "What is the maximum speed our fighter jet can reach now?" Elder who replied, "If we factor in the data from overclocked operation, it should be 2 Mach. What about this fighter jet? 6 Mach, 3000 kilometers per hour. And the flight speed is still rapidly increasing, estimated to reach 500 kilometers per hour in less than 10 seconds. Hiss! A gasp echoed in the car. All the researchers were stunned, as if they had seen a ghost pass by outside. They had followed Elder Shui and Elder who since their student days studying fighter jets. They could not only recite various data, but they also knew it all by heart. But they had never seen such terrifying flight speeds. Is this really a fighter jet? More like a rocket. At this moment, Section Chief Lin, sitting in the corner, looked puzzled and cautiously asked, "Is this speed very fast?" Elder Shui chuckled self-deprecatingly. "The fastest speed of our latest developed, still in testing stage fighter jet is 6 Mach. This fighter jet not only easily reached that speed, but is still accelerating. Better than the latest developed fighter jets." Section Chief Lin was left bewildered by Elder Shui's words. So in other words, Lin Zioran's friend is a genius who has surpassed Huaxia's fighter jet tycoons. I wonder when Shaoran and he will get married. Hearing this, Elder Shui and Elder who looked at Section Chief Lin with disdain. "Just earlier weren't you calling him a little bastard? Now you're rushing for a wedding." At that moment, a researcher suddenly reported, "Elder Shui, Elder who? The No. 0514 fighter jet has now reached 500 kilometers per hour. The displayed speed is 5 Mach. But according to the data, there is still a significant margin for speed improvement." Upon hearing this, Elder Shui nearly jumped up in excitement. Like a child who had just seen a new toy, he waved his arms and shouted, 5 times the speed of sound. It actually reached 5 times the speed of sound, and the speed can still be improved. The Central Military District struck gold. if this fighter jet participates in the military district competition, if next year's research funding doesn't double, I will change my surname to Elder Hu. Elder Hu was also extremely excited. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes reddening. If this fighter jet could be mass-produced, then the skies of the world would be firmly grasped in Waxia's hands. They sped all the way. The driver had nearly stomped the accelerator through the floor. By the time they arrived at Huayang City Airport, Lin Xiaoran had already reported in. Dad? Master Shui, Master Hu. I'm currently circling above the Central Military Region's airport, awaiting the signal ready to land at any moment. Section Chief Lin was bewildered. How had his daughter arrived in just over 10 minutes? Master Shui patted his shoulder and said 5,000 kilometers per hour, so naturally, it only takes a few minutes. Section Chief Lin was speechless. He felt utterly ignorant. But at that moment, Huayang City Airport suddenly went into lockdown and all passengers were evacuated by security personnel. Simultaneously, air raid sirens blared across Huayang City. The residents were stunned. As if a pause button had been pressed, everyone halted their activities. Pedestrians stopped in their tracks, staring blankly around, oblivious to what was happening. Wasn't there any notice about an air raid drill? What's going on? The next moment, an announcement came over the loudspeaker. Attention, all citizens. Attention, all citizens. This is not a drill. Please take cover in the underground parking lots immediately. I repeat, this is not a drill. A thunderous roar followed. The pedestrians who had been frozen a second ago now sprinted frantically. Everyone was terrified, their minds fixated on one thing, getting to the underground parking as fast as possible. No kidding. This was an air raid siren, for crying out loud. Although the country had not seen war in decades, the authorities had always been prepared. After all, standing atop the world was a madly capitalistic nation. As long as there was enough profit, they would stop at nothing. They could even label laundry detergent as weapons of mass destruction without batting an eye. Thus, every construction company's plan had a mandatory requirement: underground parking lots. In peacetime, they served as parking spaces. In emergencies, they became shelters for residents. When it came to protecting lives, Huaxiao was the best in the world. Damn, are we under attack? Someone yelled, heightening the panic among Huayang citizens. But soon the police sprang into action, swiftly restoring order to the evacuation to prevent any mishaps. The group of researchers and Section Chief Lin stood frozen at the airport entrance. What was this, a surprise drill? Which lunatic planned this, unafraid of Waxia's long-arm retaliation? Suddenly a phone vibrated in Master Shui's pocket, a special military line. He quickly answered. What's happened? Why are the air raid sirens sounding? The voice on the other end reported rapidly, Sir. An unidentified flying object has been detected traveling straight from Huayang City and now circling the Central Military Region. Its speed is extremely high, reaching Mach 5. It has opened a surveillance channel. This is a provocation, a provocation. We don't know what it is yet, but it is highly likely a newly developed missile with a positioning system probably malfunctioning and unable to find its target. Requesting permission to intercept and destroy it. Hearing this, Master Shui's eyes nearly bulged out. He realized that the air raid siren and the Central Military Region's alert were likely due to that 0514 fighter jet. To verify, Master Shui immediately said to Master Hu beside him, tell Lin Xiaoran to reduce speed and widen her circling radius. Shortly after, the phone reported again, Sir. The unidentified object has slowed down and its circling radius is expanding. It might be recalibrating its target. Requesting to shoot it down. A moment later, another report came, Sir. The satellite has captured the object. It's a fighter jet. Its model is not one manufactured by our country. This is likely a provocation by foreign forces. Master Shui, we have locked onto it and can shoot it down at any moment. This aircraft is audacious, flying brazenly over our military region. Requesting orders to shoot it down. Master Shui, I am willing to bear full responsibility. Master Shui, give the order. This is a provocation. The communications officer on the line was seething with rage. How dare they be so arrogant, flying right into our military region? If we don't teach them a lesson, will they land on our base next? Section Chief Lin, standing nearby, heard the conversation and shouted, you can't shoot it down. My daughter is on that plane. Master Shui also yelled, do not shoot it down. That is our fighter jet. It's one of our test aircraft, and it's crewed by our own people. Hearing this, everyone in the Central Military Region command post was stunned. What? That audaciously provocative fighter jet was actually ours. The communications officer was dumbfounded. That jet was really going to land at their airport. A young soldier suddenly reported, communication channel established. The next second, Lin Xiaoran's voice came through the speakers, reporting, this is Fighter Jet 0514. Pilot Lin Xiaoran. The commander of the Central Military Region was an old superior of hers, instantly recognizing her voice. He let out a breath and chuckled helplessly. While instructing his men to coordinate the landing with Lin Xiaoran, he took the phone from the communications officer and said, Master Shui, next time please notify us before a test flight. The entire line from Huayang City to the central military region has triggered air defense measures. This has caused so much disruption, and the higher-ups will definitely take notice. This won't be easy to resolve. Master Shui tapped his own head. He had been so engrossed in the fighter jet's data earlier that he hadn't considered this aspect. Fortunately, the misunderstanding was quickly cleared up without any mishap. It could be treated as an unannounced drill. He wasn't worried about being blamed by the higher-ups. After all, the value of this fighter jet far outweighed the trouble caused by the air raid siren. Chuckling into the phone, he said, Don't worry, it's fine. This fighter jet is extraordinary. With that, he hung up, and the Central Military Region commander could not argue with that. Master Shui, when did you manage to create something so remarkable? This is a monster flying at Mach 5. Approximately 3 hours later, the special aircraft of the researchers landed on the runway of the Central Military District Airport. Elder Shui and Elder, who disregarding their age, rushed towards the No. 0514 fighter jet as soon as they disembarked. Wow, I didn't notice it earlier, but it's indeed impressive. This aircraft's outer shell is unlike any other fighter jet, extremely tough. In the past, researchers were either in the laboratory or on their way to the laboratory. But today they gathered at the airport, meticulously observing this new type of fighter jet. It truly looks like it was pulled straight out of a sci-fi movie. So cool. Why hasn't the inspection equipment arrived yet? I want to know what material this outer shell is made of. I want to study the internal structure right now. I want to see the engine. I feel like my next paper is already in the bag. They were like fanatics who had just encountered a beautiful girl eager to rush forward. Elder Shui and Elder who felt the same way. One was commanding an assistant to test the material of the outer shell, while the other was examining the internal structure, both looking like they were drooling. Lin Xiaoran stood to the side watching. She had just disembarked from the fighter jet for a while, but her legs were still weak. Dad. Lin Xiaoran smiled at her father. What do you think of this fighter jet? Isn't it impressive? She could smile, but Section Chief Lin could not. First, Section Chief Lin could not believe that this fighter jet was manufactured by a friend of his daughter who was on the verge of bankruptcy. Moreover, it was brazenly displayed at the airshow. If something went wrong, not everyone could bear the responsibility. Then there was only one possibility left. His daughter might have joined that special department. And today's situation was a debut for that special department. Presenting a fighter jet standing at the pinnacle of the world, it must be said that the strength of this department was extraordinary. Old Lin, who usually enjoyed reading web novels, suddenly thought of 4 words, Huaxia Dragon Group. Could it be that my girl has really become a member of the Dragon Group? At that moment, he gave Lin Xiaoran a meaningful glance. Dad, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? Lin Xiaoran looked a bit puzzled. Meanwhile, Section Chief Lin felt he had uncovered the truth. He chuckled in relief. My daughter has really made it. Lin Xiaoran, what? When you left the army, I opposed it. I should have considered it more. I apologize to you. Lin Xiaoran, huh? Who says women are inferior to men? The next time I hear that, old Lin will be the first to strike back. Lin Xiaoran opened her mouth. Dad, I don't understand a word of what you're saying. Section Chief Lin chuckled. Stop pretending. I understand it's a confidentiality agreement. But I want you to know whatever you do, Dad supports you. Lin Xiaoran. Seeing his daughter's bewildered expression, Section Chief Lin nodded in satisfaction. Being a member of the Dragon Group means having such excellent acting skills. Although Lin Xiaoran looked confused to outsiders, it seemed that the father and daughter were actually having a witty exchange like 2 Taoists discussing the Tao. However, Elder Shui could no longer listen. He had some understanding of the mysterious department. They were solitary heroes hidden among the crowd, not the kind that would easily expose themselves. The reason for boldly exposing the new fighter jet was likely due to directives from above, as their technology had already reached the pinnacle of the world. Of course, this was only one aspect. More importantly, the mysterious special department chose a method of exposure. Their purpose for doing this was to establish authority. They wanted to use this fighter jet to consolidate domestic military aircraft research institutes and become the leader in domestic fighter jets. Elder Shui had no objection to them taking the lead. After all, their research could outperform the world. But the other party was being too arrogant. Choosing to play a trick at an airshow they participated in wasn't that just slapping themselves in the face. This is intolerable. Elder Shui gritted his teeth and walked towards Lin Xiaoran and her father. He had to extract some information from Lin Xiaoran. Xiaoran. Elder Shui smiled and nodded at Lin Xiaoran. Your training scores in the army must have been excellent. You pilot very steadily. Lin Xiaoran chuckled casually. Of course. Elder Shui, you don't know, I had a total of 365 training sessions, which means I trained for a year on the fighter jet. Elder Shui nodded in acknowledgement and casually asked, how long did you train on this fighter jet? Is it also a year? Section Chief Lin was dumbfounded. What was going on? Was the big shot from the Aircraft Research Institute trying to extract information from his daughter? The two sides hadn't even met yet, and they were starting to spar. The rapid development of Huaxiao research was precisely due to this spirit of challenging the heavens and the earth. If there are patent barriers abroad, then I will research something new. If there are people stronger than me domestically, then I will become even stronger. It is this spirit that allows Huaxia to carve out its own territory amidst various foreign blockades. However, Lin Xiaoran scratched her head in confusion at Elder Shue's probing. Elder Shue, what are you talking about? I haven't even trained on this fighter jet. This is the first time I've seen it. If it hadn't really been activated, I would have thought it was just a model art piece. Upon hearing this, Elder Shue frowned. Hey, you young lady. But before he could finish, Elder Hu called out from a distance. Old Shue, what are you doing? Come over here. There was no helping it. The allure of the fighter jet was far greater than that of the Huaxia Dragon Group. Elder Shue had no time to say anything further to Lin Xiaoran, and quickly turned back to the fighter jet. What's wrong? What's wrong? New type of alloy. This is a new type of alloy. Elder Hu was so excited that he jumped up. No wonder we couldn't identify the metal. This is the latest composite material. Elder Shue widened his eyes in shock. How is its hardness? A researcher excitedly replied. We've tested it. The hardness is extremely high, and the computer model has been created. Theoretically. Theoretically what? Elder Shue anxiously asked. Theoretically. The researcher took a deep breath and said with a slightly trembling voice, the outer shell of this aircraft can defend against a mushroom bomb. Hiss. Elder Shue couldn't help but gasp. Section Chief Lin and Lin Xiaoran also froze. Defend against a mushroom bomb. That's a bit too boastful, isn't it? However, that was the truth. Because the researchers had already presented the data model in front of everyone. The nation's sharp weapon. The phrase echoed in the minds of everyone present. The data model is not some toy model. It is a theoretical construct that integrates various algorithms and simulations of data, inferring a reality that is highly probable. The data model of the No. 0514 fighter jet reveals only one thing: this fighter jet is extraordinarily impressive. Even if a nuclear bomb were to explode beside it, it could remain intact and still take off and land normally. My goodness. If we disregard international factors, this new alloy technology alone is enough to win a Nobel Prize. The team that researched this fighter jet is undoubtedly a genius team, absolutely amazing. Everyone felt a sense of dizzying awe. Although China's military technology was already quite advanced, there was still some distance from the pinnacle of the world. But with this fighter jet, China could stand atop the summit and chant, "It is cold at great heights." Shui Laodao took a deep breath, his gaze exceptionally resolute. He approached Lin Xiaoran and said seriously, "Comrade Lin Xiaoran, I am now ordering you under a special identity. Which team developed this fighter jet?" He actually wanted to know if this fighter jet had the capability for mass production. If it could be mass-produced, then the Chinese dragon would soar once again in the skies. Lin Xiaoran was completely stunned. Figures like Shui Laodao and Hu Laodao had a special identity. When this identity is brought forward, all confidentiality regulations become invalid, and they must disclose everything. Lin Xiaoran did not expect that the question of who created the fighter jet would prompt Shui Laodao to use his special identity to inquire. Shui Laodao. This fighter jet was actually developed by the owner of a factory where I previously worked. His name is Wang Yu. If Lin Xiaoran had been a man, Section Chief Lin would have kicked him in the rear long ago. How could this kid be so oblivious? The fact that he brought out his special identity indicated that this issue could no longer be concealed, and it could very well delay the country's next plans. Shui Laodao was also quite angry. Lin Xiaoran, I am not joking with you. Quickly tell me which team developed this. How can I contact them? Lin Xiaoran was frozen in confusion, but upon hearing that Shui Laodao wanted to contact the research team, she immediately smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, as she took out her phone and dialed her boss number. Hello. Shortly after, a lazy voice came through. It was already afternoon, and if someone could sleep at this hour, they must be an insomniac workaholic. Shui Laodao nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that this research team was quite good. However, in the next moment, he was dumbfounded. Hello. Who is this? Is this a loan company? Are you guys being too audacious? I clearly made my payments on time, and now you want me to pay off the entire loan. If I don't change, you'll seal my factory and vandalize my doorstep. Do you realize this is illegal? Do you believe I will call the police right now? Shui Laodao. Section Chief Lin Xiaoran. The two older men were already stunned, but Lin Xiaoran urgently said, Boss, what loan company? This is illegal. I will help you contact the police right now. At this moment, the man on the other end finally reacted and chuckled. Ah, it's our Xiaoran. How's the air show going? Are you coming back to work? Ugh, how can it be just your family? Section Chief Lin was furious, while Lin Xiaoran used anger to mask her embarrassment. Shui Laodao cleared his throat. Lin Xiaoran understood and quickly asked, Boss, is this No. 0514 fighter jet Wang Yu refurbished? Wang Yu proudly replied, How is it? Isn't it impressive? Lin Xiaoran nodded vigorously. It's indeed impressive. I arrived in just over 10 minutes despite the journey being over 1,000 kilometers. Haha. Wang Yu couldn't help but laugh. Though our factory is not doing well, I guarantee the quality of every order. The call ended. The truth was finally revealed. This No. 0514 fighter jet was developed by this young man named Wang Yu. Though it was somewhat hard to believe the facts stood before them, and everyone could only accept that a nearly bankrupt factory owner who was being harassed by an illegal loan company had developed a world-class fighter jet. This fighter jet was still parked on the runway. Old who? Shui Laodao shouted frantically. Hu Laodao was also nearly going mad. Old Shui, I want this kid. No matter his qualifications, I will make him my graduate student. No, I will recognize him as my teacher. Exactly. Shui Laodao immediately turned to Section Chief Lin. Shaolin, invite this young man, named Wang Yu, to the Central Military District right now. Section Chief Lin immediately understood the importance of the situation. If Lin Xiaoran's boss was indeed that impressive, then China's fighter jet industry would leap directly to the pinnacle. Subsequently, Section Chief Lin took out his phone and dialed his office. Li Wenshu. Notify everyone in the military district's special forces to stand by. There is an important task. Yes. Meanwhile, numerous videos of the No. 0514 fighter jet taking off without a runway had already appeared on various short video platforms and social networks. The speed of information spread online was astonishing. Like a torrential rain, every corner was soaked. Multiple trending topics appeared on Weibo. China's latest fighter jet runwayless flight shocks the world. My goodness, who invented this? It's so cool. I have a video of the fighter jet. Do you want to see it? Can the domestic fighter jet reach the pinnacle of the world? Not only on Weibo, but all search engines, news websites, wherever trending topics exist, news about the No. 0514 fighter jet could be seen. Even on Little Blue Bird and YouTube, many videos appeared. Numerous foreign netizens were paying attention. Some were shocked, some were dismissive, while others claimed that this fighter jet was actually invented by their country. But just as everyone was discussing it, in an instant, all news regarding the No. 0514 fighter jet disappeared. Moreover, uniform comments appeared on Little Blue Bird and YouTube. At the same time, the propaganda department released a video titled, "Do not believe rumors, do not spread rumors." The middle-aged man known to many netizens appeared before everyone once again. This is, the Department of Strategic Information Manipulation has taken action. Greetings to all netizens and viewers. Currently, there are many videos and images circulating online about our country's new fighter jets. Here, on behalf of my colleagues at the propaganda department, I must inform you that this is actually false. A scam video created by malicious individuals. Many of you may have already received fraudulent text messages. Please do not believe them. It is often said that internet celebrities love to ride the wave of trending topics, but little do they know the most adept at this are certain swindlers. For instance, when an ancient tomb from the Qin dynasty is unearthed, they claim to be Qin Shi Huang, asking others to send them 200 yuan, promising to repay with the treasures of the Great Qin Empire. When a Tang dynasty tomb is discovered, they pose as Tang Sanzang, requesting 300 yuan in exchange for the true scriptures from the Western Paradise, or perhaps the golden cudgel of Sun Wukong. Do not think no one falls for it. China's population is vast, and there are bound to be genuine fools. They send mass texts casting a wide net. Once they deceive you, once they'll record it and launch a relentless assault. By then it won't be just 200 or 300 yuan. Thus, when various new fighter jet videos and images appear online, the most excited are not the proud citizens of their motherland, but the swindlers. Hurrah! Another chance to ride the trend. This time, the Strategic Deception Bureau's primary mission isn't to dampen the hype, but to prevent ordinary people from being swindled by criminals. In this world, China is the only nation that genuinely protects its people. However, when the silly netizens saw this video, the comment section instantly turned peculiar. Oh dear, the Strategic Deception Bureau is at it again. These fighter jet videos and images are fake. Oh, I saw someone photoshopping them. Director, am I doing well? These are fake fighter jets, all deception. 5 yuan per comment. Delete the parenthetical note. Huh. Is the Strategic Deception Bureau lying through their teeth? I was right at the airshow with videos on my phone. How can they be fake? Upstairs. Keep it quiet, don't shoot. I have a friend who wants to see the video on your phone. I'm that friend. Oh, just send it to me directly. Everyone, don't be like this. The Strategic Deception Bureau works hard. We should cherish and protect them. Never underestimate the antics of silly netizens. Just then, Wang Yu, who had just woken up for lunch, suddenly heard a system notification in his ear. Obtained 200 technology points. Obtained 300 technology points. Obtained 50 technology points. Huayang City. All police officers in the jurisdiction of Juzianjuan had been mobilized. They received a major mission to surround the Juzianjuan residential complex. Move faster, higher-ups said this mission is critical. Center on Jizianjuan set up a cordon 3 kilometers out, delay school dismissals, reroute vehicles. Everything takes a back seat to this mission. Hurry. Evacuate the civilians. This time we're cooperating with special forces. We can't match them, but we mustn't cause them trouble. All police personnel wore grim expressions. They didn't know the specifics of the mission, only that it came from the top and involved a joint operation with the Central Military Region. Wow. Is there some military exercise? No idea. This scale is a bit terrifying, isn't it? Captain, don't ask what you shouldn't. The 2 young officers knew their captain was also in the dark, but this was undoubtedly a major event. At Wang Yu's home, Wang Yu's mother was hanging laundry on the balcony when she hurriedly pulled his father over. Old Wang, look what's happening. They've set up a cordon. Wang Yu's father was less tense, dismissing it nonchalantly. It's a drill, isn't it? Didn't we have an air defense drill before? But he paused, revealing a mysterious smile. Having retired from the system, he knew a bit of the inside story. I think it's a pretext to catch criminals. Oh, Wang Yu's mother was taken aback, then quickly caught on. Having lived for decades, she had heard of such things a few times. Though China's national strength has risen to the forefront of the world, the media landscape, both domestic and international, remains stringent. It's unavoidable. Those interested can look up cultural invasion via the Boxer indemnity. The Western old foxes have been scheming since 1906 back in the Qing dynasty. China's media professionals are among the world's best today, but there's still a long road ahead. Thus, in major incidents, they are often labeled as drills to avoid alarming the enemy and giving the media a foothold for criticism. Criminals nowadays are too audacious, good to catch them. Wang Yu's mother shook the wet clothes and hung them on the rack with a pole. About 2.5 hours later, black Hongqi sedans surrounded the Jizianjuan complex with 5 armored vehicles parked on the roadside and 3 or 4 armed helicopters in the sky. Special forces soldiers masked and armed with automatic rifles stood before the vehicles. Director Lin, just descending from a helicopter, straightened his clothes and took a deep breath. 2 lockdowns in one day in Huayang City would surely make the news again. But for the sake of this young man, named Wang Yu, none of this mattered. To independently develop a fighter jet surpassing the world's best. Even if it meant locking down the entire city of Huayang, so what? Target confirmed. The 3-kilometer radius is fully secured. I rest assured about the target's safety. Director Lin nodded. All right, let's head over. Yes. The group, including 10 special forces soldiers, slowly made their way into the Jizianjuan complex. Wang Yu's mother, still hanging laundry, called out again. Old Wang, something's wrong. The police are coming into our complex. Is the criminal hiding in our neighborhood? That's terrifying. Hearing this, Wang Yu's father quickly pulled his wife inside. Don't stand outside. What if the criminal resists and you get hurt? But no sooner had he spoken than a knock came at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Yu's parents froze, their hands and feet icy cold, their voices trembling as they asked, Who? Who is it? Who the hell do you think? Your son owes money and won't pay up. Open up, or we'll kick the door down. The elderly couple exchanged glances. When the police are after a criminal and your own doorbell rings, anyone would overthink. Was it the police? Or a euphemism for community care? Had Wang Yu gotten into trouble? Wang Yu's father's face was pale. His mother's eyes were reddened. Is something wrong with Xiao Yu? He couldn't have done anything illegal. Wang Yu's mother spoke anxiously, continuously pounding her husband's chest, urging him to step forward and protect their son. However, after a moment's hesitation, Wang Yu's father gritted his teeth and uttered a sentence. If that brat really committed a crime, then arrest him. This was no trivial matter. The police had surrounded the neighborhood, and the masked men wielding automatic rifles were clearly not ordinary officers. If they were here for his son, then the crime must be one that endangered the nation. The Wang family was a red family. Wang Yu's grandfather had fought in wars, and so had his father. 2 generations had protected the country, and they would never allow anyone to harm her. He glanced at Wang Yu's room. That brat was off sleeping again. Wang Yu's father took a deep breath. If the police are coming for you now, and I knew in advance, I'd break your legs myself before sending you to the station. With that, he walked toward the door, each step feeling heavy. Yet just as he reached the entrance and prepared to open it, a loud crash was heard. Bang! The door was kicked open, revealing 6 or 7 burly men at the entrance, all with crew cuts and thick gold chains, looking nothing like respectable people. Wang Yu's mother was startled, and his father was knocked to the ground by the force of the door. But seeing that it wasn't the police at the door, the elderly couple breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, the son's a deadbeat, and the father's no good either. Why couldn't you just open the door nicely? Had to make me use force. The speaker was a burly man with a scar on his forehead. As he spoke, he stepped into the house and even bent down to pat Wang Yu's father's face twice. Who are you, and what do you want in my house? Wang Yu's mother, seeing their aggression, feared they might harm her husband and cried out anxiously, "Hey, your son owes money and won't pay, and you think you're in the right." The scarred man sneered. "I called him and he acted tough. You think you're tougher than me. Just pay up. Watch your mouth. Who do you think you are?" Wang Yu's mother was no coward. With a husband who had fought in wars, she was not one to be easily intimidated. But these street thugs considered themselves second only to heaven. Hearing this, they moved to strike Wang Yu's mother. Seeing them about to attack, Wang Yu's father sprang to his feet and rushed to protect his wife. With 6 or 7 burly men against him, he was easily shoved aside. "Stop." Just then Wang Yu finally woke up. He dashed out of his room and stood in front of his mother. "Oh, you're home. Pay up now, or he'll take one of your legs." The scarred man snarled fiercely. "I've been making my payments on time. Why are you still hounding me?" Wang Yu frowned, equally furious. "Who cares about that? You need to pay back the entire amount, principal and interest." "Why should I?" Wang Yu wasn't afraid to shout back at the scarred man. "Because I think you can't afford the rest." The scarred man spat disdainfully on the floor. "If you don't pay, that factory of yours is mine. Clear out and move out now." "This is a crime." Wang Yu's father couldn't help but shout. "Huh." The scarred man turned his head, a vicious grin spreading across his face as he walked toward Wang Yu's father. "What do you think you're doing?" Wang Yu tried to move, but was blocked by the other thugs. "What am I doing? I'm going to show this old man what happens when you run your mouth." With that, the scarred man raised his hand to strike. "Hit me instead." "No." Wang Yu and his mother screamed as the slap was about to land on Wang Yu's father's face. But at that moment, a loud bang rang out from the doorway. Bang! Wang Yu saw blood spurt from the scarred man's right hand. His hand was shot through. The next second, 10 masked special forces soldiers wielding automatic rifles burst into the room, their guns trained on each thug's head. The scarred man was the unluckiest. Not only was his hand shot through, but he was also pinned to the ground by a soldier writhing in pain, unable even to cry out. Wang Yu's mother was terrified, her mind blank. She could only instinctively run over and cling tightly to Wang Yu's father. Wang Yu exchanged a glance with his father, both clueless about what was happening, so they could only wait, breathing heavily. Before long, 2 middle-aged men entered. One wore a suit, the other a police uniform. Seeing the scene inside, the suited man frowned and asked what's going on here. The veteran police officer also frowned. "We set up a perimeter outside, but we didn't expect these people to already be in the Juzianjuan neighborhood. Our work fell short." The suited man exhaled. At least nothing serious happened. Then he approached Wang Yu's father and said apologetically, "Sorry for the fright. My surname is Lin and I'm the head of the defense section. I'm here today because I wanted to meet your son Wang Yu." He then turned to Wang Yu. "You're Wang Yu, right? You're indeed impressive. I've actually heard your name before. I'm Zioran's father. The fighter jet you refurbished is excellent. The purpose of my visit today is to discuss a potential collaboration." The events had unfolded so quickly that everyone present was still trying to process them. Although Wang Yu's parents were somewhat shaken, they quickly recovered. Glancing at their son, they felt a glimmer of surprise. Has our son made something of himself? All this commotion outside, was it to pick up our son? The subdued thugs were utterly stunned. This kid is that impressive. The scarred man, pinned to the ground and clutching his hand, was equally bewildered. So that drill outside wasn't a drill. Wang Yu opened his mouth to speak. His future father-in-law had come in person. However, he didn't immediately respond to Director Lin. Instead, he walked over to the scarred man and crouched down. "Let me see it." "See what?" The scarred man was taken aback. "I said let me see it." Wang Yu sneered. "The consequences of running your mouth." The scarred man swallowed hard, too afraid to speak. "Then I'll show you." With that, a fierce glint flashed in Wang Yu's eyes. He stood up and stomped hard on the scarred man's right hand. "Aya!" The scarred man screamed like a stuck pig, his face twisted in agony. Then Wang Yu smiled at Director Lin and said calmly, "Threatening and blackmailing a national researcher. That's a serious crime, isn't it?" When Wang Yu acquired the future technology system, he understood that he must join the National Research Institute. Because scientific research is not something a single individual can undertake. For instance, many web novels feature protagonists who suddenly gain a lithography machine to dominate the chip market. However, many people do not realize that merely having a lithography machine cannot produce chips. This is because producing chips also requires a critical component, ultra-pure water. Chips need to be washed, and at least 30 G of ultra-pure water is required for one chip. Moreover, lithography machines are divided into dry and wet etching. During the development of wet etching technology, TSMC had to forego all orders to build a purification plant, consuming a substantial amount of water. This ultra-pure water is not something an individual can supply. Therefore, if Wang Yu wanted to continue on the path of scientific research, possessing the future technology system alone was not enough. He needed to rely on the nation, using the strength of the whole country to restore China to the pinnacle of the world. Moreover, since his own section chief Lin personally came to invite him, it was impossible not to give face to his father-in-law. So Wang Yu exchanged greetings with his parents and left the Jiuxiang Garden community with Section Chief Lin and the others. Central Military District. All the researchers were gathered around the 0514 fighter jet studying it. Old Hu with a beaming face exclaimed excitedly, "Old Shui, come and take a look. Not only is the fuselage of this fighter made of a new alloy, but even the cockpit glass is made of special materials with extremely high hardness." Old Shui responded, "Oh, really?" Old Hu nodded. "The data model has already been created. Although it is slightly less hard than the fuselage, it can still withstand the explosion of a mushroom bomb." Hiss. Old Shui gasped. "The person who developed this must be a genius. I must keep him in our Central Military District's Research Institute." Old Hu rubbed his hands excitedly. "If this alloy and glass material can be routinely applied, not only our fighter jets, but also other military products will see significant enhancement. The more I think about it, the more excited I become." At that moment, Old Shui and Old Hu looked like children who had received a new toy, unable to contain their joy. It was hard not to be excited. China had walked the path of rejuvenation for decades and had only truly reached the world's forefront in recent years. The technological breakthroughs brought by this fighter jet could allow China to stand at the pinnacle of the world. This was the dream of all Chinese people. At this moment, a young researcher rushed over with a worried expression. "Old Shui, Old Hu, we have tried many methods, but we cannot connect to the engine of this fighter jet. We still cannot see its engine system." Upon hearing this, Old Shui and Old Hu were taken aback. "Impossible. You can't produce this fighter jet. Oh, it's one thing, but you can't even connect to its system. Are you kidding? These are all talents carefully selected from various teams. Who among them isn't capable of handling things independently at a tech company? How could they not even connect to the fighter jet's engine system? Is the system firewall of this fighter jet that powerful?" The researcher sighed in frustration. To understand the engine system of this fighter jet, they might have to wait for the actual developers to arrive. Old Shui and Old Hu also felt quite helpless. Instinctively, they moved closer to the jet's rear propulsion inlet. "Honestly, after studying the latest fighter jet data from America some time ago, I feel their engines can't compare to this one. Moreover, the most critical point is, it actually has three. Am I really not dreaming? Can China actually have such a formidable sky overlord?" Old Hu muttered to himself, and tears streamed down his face without him even noticing. He reminisced about the past when numerous scientists worked in anonymity in the vast desert using abacuses to create mushroom bombs. And now another private factory could develop a fighter jet that surpasses the world's top models. China has a future. China has a future. Several hours passed. The researchers had been studying the 0514 fighter jet for most of the day. But they could only confirm that the fuselage and cockpit glass were made of special materials. They had not figured anything else out. They were completely in the dark about the internal structure and engine. Just when they were distressed, the sound of a helicopter approached from afar. Lin Xiaoran, who was sitting nearby resting, suddenly bounced up excitedly. "Old Shui, Old Hu, my dad and the others are back." All the researchers looked over, filled with excitement. The mysterious veil of this fighter jet was finally about to be unveiled. The helicopter was not as stable as a conventional aircraft. Wang Yu wobbled in his seat, almost feeling nauseous. As soon as he opened the cabin door, he saw a group of researchers in work clothes rushing towards him. Leading the group were two elderly men who grabbed his clothes and started shaking him. "Wang Yu, you are Wang Yu, right?" Old Hu panted, overwhelmed with excitement. However, his response was, "Ugh." Everyone was shocked. This greeting was indeed special. Standing beside them, Old Shui watched his old comrade get sprayed all over and twitched at the corner of his eye. Old Hu's hair was never abundant to begin with. Old Hu didn't mind hastily wiping his face with a napkin and continued to ask Wang Yu, "Where's your research team? Why did you come alone?" "I feel a bit sorry. I should have offered a napkin to the elderly gentleman first," Wang Yu explained. "Sir, I don't have a research team. All my factory employees resigned." Upon hearing this, Old Hu, who was wiping his face, froze, as did Old Shui, who was helping him wipe his head, and all the researchers present looked as though they had seen a ghost. "How is that possible?" Old Hu shouted in shock. "This fighter jet was developed by your factory, but you can't claim all the credit for yourself. Do you think we're fools, eh? Without a research team, how did you develop your new alloy, your special glass, and your new engine? These things would require a 1,000-person research group, several years to develop. You say you did it alone. This is no joke." Old Shui looked at Wang Yu seriously. "This fighter jet is extremely important. You cannot hide anything about it." Hearing these words, Wang Yu felt a bit helpless. "Gentlemen, this fighter jet is indeed the work of just me." The scene was spiraling out of control. Elder Shui had envisioned a cordial exchange between the two groups of researchers, but now upon learning that this fighter jet was developed solely by Wang Yu, all the scientists had gone berserk. Elder, who was particularly frantic with a few strands of chives still dangling from his hair, making him look even more unhinged. However, Elder Shui, a man of vast experience who had remained composed even during his studies in America, managed to maintain his composure. After calming down slightly, he turned to Lin Xiaoran. Is it true that your friend doesn't have a research team? Lin Xiaoran nodded earnestly. Elder Shui, I used to work at the factory. The last master's resignation letter was handed over by me to the boss. The factory was in debt due to poor business, which is why I had to ask my father to give us the refurbishment order for the old fighter jets. But I never expected. She couldn't help but glance at Wang Yu with a smile. I never expected my boss to be so incredible. He exceeded the task within a month and built a real fighter jet. Upon hearing this, Elder Shui felt a pang in his heart. Was this fighter jet really developed by him alone? Wang Yu right. Elder Shui clutched his chest with one hand while fumbling for his quick-acting heart pills with the other. Let me confirm this with you again. This fighter jet, did you refurbish it from an old J-10 in just 1 month? Wang Yu nodded, addressing him as Elder Shui like Lin Xiaoran did. Yes, Elder Shui. A month was indeed a bit rushed. I barely slept. If I had more time, I could have refined it further. Elder, who still refused to believe it, waving his hand like a dramatic character from a play. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Having studied fighter jets for decades, he had never heard of anyone developing one alone. With that, Elder, who grabbed Wang Yu by the wrist and stormed toward the fighter jet, his face flushed with anger. Come on, you say you developed this fighter jet alone. Then tell me, what material did you use for the fuselage? Wang Yu smiled modestly. The fuselage is made from a new alloy I developed. I was short on materials, so I applied to Lin Xiaoran for approval. He pulled out an application form from his pocket. This lists all the materials for the alloy. I calculated the data. Its hardness is remarkable, indestructible even by bombs. Hearing this, Elder Hu and Elder Shui both twitched at the corners of their eyes. Bombs. Even a nuclear bomb couldn't destroy it. Model testing required data, and since Wang Yu lacked nuclear explosion data, he had to settle for bomb data. When Elder Hu saw the material application form, his eyes widened in shock. He realized that most of the metal materials listed had already been detected by their machines during the fuselage inspection. This can't be right. Some of these materials are mutually repulsive. How could they possibly be fused together? Wang Yu shook his head. The inability to fuse is due to the wrong method. He quickly grabbed a pen and paper and jotted down a formula. Master Hu, with this method they can be fused. When the formula appeared on the paper, every researcher present held their breath, silently calculating in their minds. Elder Shui and Elder Hu grew serious. After a moment of silence, Elder Shui suddenly leaped up in excitement, scattering his heart pills on the floor. This formula works. Quick, prepare the lab. I need to test this. This is a major breakthrough in industry. I must determine the exact hardness of this alloy. He slapped Wang Yu hard on the shoulder. You're a damn genius. Elder Hu was also thrilled, but he still refused to believe Wang Yu had developed the fighter jet alone. Even with this formula, you couldn't have easily smelted it successfully. You must have a research team of thousands. Stop hiding it and tell me the truth. Wang Yu shook his head again, looking rather helpless. Master Hu, why won't you believe me? I developed this fighter jet alone, and the smelting was simple. Just put the materials into the machine in the right proportions. Oh, I forgot to mention, I built the smelting machine first, then made the fuselage. As soon as he finished speaking, every researcher gasped. Elder Shui's legs gave way, and he slumped to the ground. Then he sprang up and rushed to Wang Yu in a single stride, his expression so fierce it startled Elder Hu. Wang Yu, is everything you said true? Wang Yu nodded, of course. It was a memory he'd rather forget. He had exhausted all his tech points upgrading the fighter jet, and no one else could handle the new alloy. So what could he do? He had to take a chainsaw and pretend to be a madman. He dismantled his own front door and spent days at the market like a street performer, sawing metal to earn tech points before he could build the smelting machine. If it weren't for the suburbs, he might have been arrested. Where is that smelting machine? Take me to see it. Elder Shui exclaimed excitedly. It's in the factory, but we'd better go early. I was scammed by an illegal loan company, and I don't know if they've taken my machine away. After all, he had dismantled his own gate. Hearing this, Elder Shui and Elder Hu immediately grew tense. They both turned to Director Lin and said in unison, let's go to Wang Yu's factory first and secure that smelting machine. It's a national treasure. It must not fall into the wrong hands. Yes, Director Lin replied solemnly. Meanwhile, in the hospital, the scar-faced man being treated for his right hand suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He looked up cautiously at the police officer beside him. Stay still. What are you looking at? The scar-faced man quickly shook his head, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Why do I feel like my crimes are about to get a lot worse? Late at night, in the suburbs of Huayang City, the special forces that had surrounded the Juzianjuan residential area earlier were now assembled around a factory with no gate. Elder Shui, Elder Hu, and Director Lin stepped off the helicopter and stared in silence at the dilapidated gateless factory. This was too absurd, wasn't it? A factory so shabby no one would even rent it. and from it came a fighter jet that surpassed the world's best. Wang Yu, you're not messing with us, are you? This factory was originally a state-owned enterprise specializing in basic military industry. After my grandfather retired, he was assigned here as the factory director. After the reform and opening up to keep up with the times, he took over the factory and shifted to simple mechanical manufacturing. It was originally meant to be passed down to my father, but he wasn't interested. After I graduated from university with a degree in mechanical engineering, he handed it over to me. Business was already sluggish back then, and as a fresh graduate, I had no money for renovations. It may look old, but the machinery inside is still in good shape. As Wang Yu spoke, he led Section Chief Lin and the others further inside, making no mention of why the main gate had been dismantled. Section Chief Lin, having witnessed the illegal loan collectors at Wang Yu's home earlier, naturally assumed it was the work of those thugs. The scar-faced man took the blame once again. Meanwhile, researchers like Old Shui and Old Hu grew increasingly skeptical. Could this place really have produced that astonishing fighter jet? Everyone entered the factory with their own thoughts. As soon as they saw the interior, Old Shui and Old Hu's eyes lit up. The outside looked dilapidated, but inside it was spotless. If not for the missing gate, it could have passed for a sterile workshop. Large machines were neatly arranged against the walls, looking highly professional. Not bad, not bad. This place is truly professional, surpassing many university labs. Old Shui nodded approvingly. Old Hu, however, was more intrigued by the machines. They even have automated robotic arms here, equipment that Huayang University of Science and Technology only acquired last year. And a digital central control console, also something they just got last year. Good heavens, you didn't strip Huayang University of Science and Technology's entire lab, did you? Standing nearby, Section Chief Lin looked equally stunned. He knew that those two machines had been requested by the president of Huayang University of Science and Technology himself. Lin Zioran's jaw dropped. Her boss had such connections. A humble room, but virtue makes it fragrant. Your factory is truly extraordinary inside. Now I finally understand how you built that fighter jet. You've pooled all the resources of Huayang University of Science and Technology, haven't you? Amazing. Absolutely amazing. This is a military innovation involving academia. I look forward to seeing your next breakthrough. Old Shui exclaimed, brimming with excitement. However, Wang Yu, who had remained silent, scratched his head sheepishly. Master Shui, take a closer look. I actually built these machines myself. If I had connections at Huayang University of Science and Technology, I wouldn't have been scammed by those illegal loan companies. At this, everyone except Section Chief Lin and Lin Xiaoran stared in shock. Old Shui immediately shouted, all researchers inspect the machines. Check for production codes. He refused to believe that Wang Yu had built these machines himself. I can believe that fighter jet was made here. But claiming you built these machines yourself, isn't that a bit too boastful? Old Hu also expressed disbelief, thinking the young man was overreaching. Wang Yu chuckled. Masters, you must believe there are always greater talents out there. Hey. You can inspect the machines, but don't dismantle them. What if something breaks? The factory quickly descended into chaos. Lin Xiaoran stifled a laugh. I know Wang Yu well enough. A bankrupt factory owner, good-looking, caring, and humorous, but otherwise utterly useless. Yes, utterly useless. And childish too, always lost in strange fantasies. Section Chief Lin stole a glance at his daughter. He sighed softly. The cabbage he had protected for over 20 years had finally been taken by a pig. About an hour later, all the researchers were stunned, their eyes wide, for they discovered something absurd about these machines. Take the robotic arm, for instance. Its heat sink was a basket of radishes. A basket of radishes, can you believe it? A note was thoughtfully attached. Each radish lasts at most 10 minutes. Never exceed the time, or idle cook. As for the digital control console, its core CPU chip was salvaged from a nearby computer. And this time the heat sink wasn't radishes. It was a basket of cabbages. Old Shui and Old Hu were nearly losing their minds, pointing at the two baskets of vegetables. Aren't you afraid it'll overheat and explode? Wang Yu grinned sheepishly. I was short on cash back then. I only had a few thousand yuan left after completing the order. I tested it. Radishes last 10 minutes, cabbages 12. Even after being swapped out, you can wash and eat them. It's so convenient. And they're more effective than regular heat sinks. Old Shui, Old Hu, the researchers. Now they believed. These contraptions were definitely built by Wang Yu himself. Otherwise, the manufacturers would have been cursed out by their customers. But as absurd as it was, Wang Yu was truly a genius. Give someone else 2 baskets of vegetables, and they'd save on groceries. Give him 2 baskets, and he'd build a fighter jet. After a brief pause, Old Shui asked again, by the way, where's the smelting machine for the new alloy? Wang Yu pointed. Over there. It was useless after smelting, so I tucked it in the corner. Following his direction, Old Shui saw a large machine covered in black dust cloth at the far end of the factory, surrounded by scrap metal from an old J-10. Old Shui and Old Hu exchanged glances, feeling their hearts ache again. This is ridiculous. A machine worthy of a Nobel Prize discarded like trash in a corner. Yet in this factory with so many absurdities, leaving the smelting machine in a corner seemed perfectly normal. Rustle. A few researchers pulled back the dust cloth, sending up a thin cloud of dust. A 2-meter-tall smelting machine was revealed. Unlike the cobbled-together equipment, its design looked straight out of a sci-fi movie, a piece of futuristic technology. Old Shui and Old Hu rushed over to examine it closely. No radishes or cabbages, no salvaged CPU. Everything was perfect, just like the fighter jet. Use the best steel for the blade. Wang Yu, you're a true genius. After checking the smelting machine thoroughly, it was time to test whether it could truly forge a new type of alloy. Originally, this was supposed to be completed in the laboratory, but since the researcher was right in front of him, the task could be done in a more convenient manner. Old Shui was somewhat excited. Wang Yu, go ahead and smelt it according to the formula. Wang Yu nodded, a sly smile creeping across his lips. Lin Shaoran understood that this was the unique expression of the boss when discussing a big order. Sure enough, Wang Yu spoke up, smelting is not a problem, but Old Shui, Old Hu, you two are big figures. My small factory has limited costs, so once the alloy is smelted, you both have to buy it, as the material cost is quite high. Otherwise, I would be at a loss. Old Shui waved his hand in encouragement. These are trivial matters. As long as you can smelt it, we will definitely buy it. Wang Yu grinned. That's good. The materials were all requested from Lin Shaoran, so the only cost was the electricity, pure profit. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Wang Yu approached the smelting machine, connected to the control panel, and tapped a few buttons. Vroom. A rumbling sound erupted, and the smelting machine began to operate. The temperature on the indicator panel was continuously rising. This machine uses quantum thermal energy to smelt metals, allowing even incompatible metals to fuse perfectly. You must be experts in this field. Feel free to share any suggestions, and I can upgrade this machine accordingly. The waiting time felt a bit long, and to avoid an awkward silence, Wang Yu casually chatted. However, upon hearing this, all the researchers instinctively clenched their fists. Is this what genius looks like? The things he says are utterly unbelievable. Quantum thermal energy only exists on paper in research institutions. After many years of research, they had never managed to create a real machine. They could discuss theories endlessly, and any young researcher could engage in conversation for days without repetition. But once it came time for implementation, various difficulties arose. Old Shui and Old Hu, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. Just like when they learned at Eagle Sauce's place back in the day, they had cast aside personal emotions and focused solely on learning more to elevate their own technology. However, that was someone else's invention, while this was developed by our own Chinese people. So they not only watched, but also periodically stepped in to operate. How do we add the materials? Old Shui asked. Just pour them into the material inlet in proportion. The machine will automatically categorize and smelt each one separately, Wang Yu replied. What if the wrong materials are accidentally added? Old Hu inquired. The control panel is already set up. If the wrong materials are added, it won't matter. The machine will adjust itself. Wang Yu explained. The two old men were like newly enrolled students, constantly absorbing new knowledge. This is how China has developed step by step. Back when support for the three fatty was given, China's metallurgy was at the level of Wang Mozi's scissors, and chemical engineering was like Wang Zai's stinky tofu. Even including these street vendors, only 5 of the country was industrialized. But after supporting the 3 fatty, trucks could be manufactured, planes could be built, and everything could be produced. This was due to the country's developmental plans and changes in the global landscape, but more importantly, it was because of the silent contributions of these researchers. They worked late into the night, sacrificing time with their families to immerse themselves in research. It was their contributions that allowed China to continue on the path of rejuvenation. While Wang Yu wanted to earn more, he truly admired this group of researchers. At the same time, he couldn't help but ponder the significance of his acquiring this future technology system. Becoming a national researcher is a stable job, but his ambition lies beyond that. He wants to make China better and stronger. During this smelting period, not only did the mindset of these researchers change, but Wang Yu's mindset also transformed. Damn, I've already obtained a system, shouldn't I accomplish a few grand tasks? Vroom vroom vroom. The smelting machine was constantly in operation, with metal materials continuously fed into the material inlet on the conveyor belt. Director Lin, Old Shui turned and said, make arrangements. We're staying here today, and we'll head back when the alloy is smelted. Director Lin was about to respond when he saw Wang Yu smiling and waving his hand. It won't take that long. This machine's temperature is very high. It can complete the smelting in under 10 minutes. It's still not spring, but several degrees below zero. If you two old masters catch a cold in the factory, I would be in big trouble. Upon hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but widen their mouths. Can the smelting speed really be this fast? In under 10 minutes. Old Shui quickly grasped the key point. Wang Yu, you're not exaggerating, are you? Can the alloy really be smelted this quickly? Wang Yu nodded. The precise smelting time is 9 minutes and 3 seconds. It's written on the machine. Old Shui and Old Hu exchanged skeptical glances. Are you kidding? This alloy can resist mushroom bomb explosions. Can it really be successfully smelted in 9 minutes and 3 seconds? Not a single researcher present believed Wang Yu's words. However, hadn't absurd things happened in this factory before? As a machinery expert, if I were to study medicine, I'd definitely want to see what kind of structure this person's brain has. It's just too impressive. Fortunately, this person is from our China. It's too exaggerated. I can't even imagine that an alloy capable of defending against mushroom bombs can be smelted in just a few minutes. Doesn't that drastically reduce the threat of mushroom bombs? Many researchers unconsciously began discussing. Just then a series of ding-ding sounds came from inside the smelting machine. The alloy has been successfully smelted, Wang Yu said as he walked to the side of the machine where there was an outlet. In a short while, he took out a tray with a fist-sized piece of alloy on it, radiating a warm aura. Old Shui and Old Hu were so excited that their bodies trembled slightly. Quick, prepare the equipment and start testing. Don't rush, the temperature should still be very high. Wang Yu smiled and shook his head. It's already cooled down, it's only about 30 to 40 degrees now, so it can be tested directly. Upon hearing this, Old Hu dashed forward, grabbing the tray and rushing towards the testing equipment. Old Shui then approached Wang Yu and smiled. You are a genius and your future development will certainly be high. However, I still want to invite you to join our Central Military District's research institution. I can guarantee you the utmost support. Wang Yu didn't hesitate at all. Old Shui, I've thought about joining you all since I was at home. But, Old Shui grew tense. But what? Wang Yu smiled. Don't worry, I will definitely join you, but I have one condition. I want to be the director and lead a military-industrial team myself. At the same time, I also want to recruit some newcomers from various universities. Yes. At this moment, Wang Yu was taking the first step toward the grand vision he had in his heart. Wang Yu's request was somewhat ambitious. In fact, having him as the director and providing him with a research team was not an issue. After all, he had the capability to develop the No. 0514 fighter jet, which gave him that leverage. However, recruiting newcomers from universities was a different matter. The newcomers Wang Yu referred to were not just recent graduates. He wanted to recruit current students and establish a separate discipline to guide graduate students. Being a leader is not the same as being a mentor. A mentor must possess qualifications. No matter how skilled you are, even if you are a Nobel Prize winner, without qualifications or professional publications, at most you would be given an honorary professorship. To mentor graduate students, dream on. Thus, Elder Shui did not immediately agree. Wang Yu understood the challenges involved, but the grand plan he was devising required these elements for support. 40 minutes later, the alloy testing was completed. Looking at the data laid out, Elder Hu, who led the research team, was stunned and directly held his head in disbelief. His hair was once again under challenge. How is this possible? This alloy actually melted successfully in under 10 minutes. I must be dreaming. This cannot be real. Wang Yu was startled by Elder Hu's almost frantic demeanor. Just moments ago, he had inquired about the identities of these two elderly gentlemen. If one of them went mad, he couldn't bear the responsibility. What a joke. One of the chief engineers of the fighter jet. An elder whose metals could probably cover his entire jacket was going mad in his own factory. His students could drown him with a single spit. Immediately, Wang Yu pulled Elder Shui aside and said, Elder Shui, quickly call an ambulance. I'm afraid Elder Hu might faint. Oh. Elder Shui waved his hand with a smile. Old Hu is just like that. He often acts like a child going crazy and frequently grabs his hair. Wang Yu. So it turns out Elder Hu's receding hairline wasn't due to hair loss, but because he was pulling his own hair. Of course, Elder Shui was also quite excited. He understood that this young man named Wang Yu was indeed a genius. Moreover, he was an unparalleled genius, unlike any he had encountered before. Perhaps he could be compared to Einstein, who had developed the theoretical foundation for mushroom bombs. With him, Huaxia could gain a crucial piece in the puzzle of its rejuvenation. Thinking of this, Elder Shui instinctively tightened his fist. He must ensure that this young man joins the Research Institute of the Central Military District. However, at this moment, dear researchers, Elder Shui, Elder Hu, now that the alloy has been successfully tested, can we discuss the acquisition? Wang Yu suddenly felt a bit embarrassed and cleared his throat. My factory still owes loans. After completing the renovation of the fighter jet order, we haven't had any business yet. This was all previously agreed upon. We wouldn't go back on our word, would we? Elder Shui paused for a moment, then quickly waved his hand. How could we go back on our word? We stand by our promises. Hearing this, a sly smile appeared on Wang Yu's lips as he quickly took out a calculator to calculate for Elder Shui. Not far away, Lin Xiaoran widened her eyes again. Is the boss going to negotiate business again? She had a vague feeling that the boss' intention this time was definitely not as simple as selling the alloy. The reason this machinery factory was on the verge of bankruptcy was not because Wang Yu couldn't negotiate business, but because the industry was too transparent with hardly any profitable orders. Wang Yu was quite skilled in marketing, as long as he could negotiate, his profit would not be small. Elder Shui, let me calculate for you. Although I applied for these raw materials, there are still costs for transportation plus the operating cost and loss of the refining machine. Since this is our first meeting, let's just be friends. I won't calculate too much. How about we price this alloy at 300 yuan per tael? What do you think? Wang Yu held the calculator, looking like a shrewd businessman. However, the price he quoted shocked Elder Shui. How much? Elder Shui looked as if he had been struck by lightning, his whole being resembling a frizzy cat with his hair standing on end. 300 yuan per tael. 1 tael equals 50 grams, which means this alloy is only 6 yuan per gram. Even the more expensive beef would cost more than this alloy, right? My ears must be having issues. Elder Shui swallowed hard. Is this a joke? This is an alloy that can defend against mushroom bombs. A national treasure. What are you trying to do, make the price of mushroom bombs cheaper than beef? You heard correctly, 300 yuan per tael, 6 yuan per gram. If you are not at ease, you can discuss it with Elder Hu and the others. Wang Yu said with a smile. Why, you wait a moment. Elder Shui felt dizzy and quickly approached Elder Hu, beckoning to Director Lin. Both were somewhat bewildered. Director Lin knew nothing about these research devices, or why was he consulting him about the acquisition? Elder Hu at this moment was focused on studying the refining machine and had no intention of paying attention to Elder Shui. The cost of this alloy was not high, but its practical value was extremely high. They still needed to discuss acquiring the refining machine and the patent. Buying the alloy for inspection was merely a formality to introduce Wang Yu. Just take his price, there's no need for further discussion. Elder Hu muttered impatiently, then, as if he thought of something, immediately asked, is he quoting too high? Seeing Elder Shui hesitate for a moment, Elder Hu increasingly felt that his assumption was correct. He sighed and advised, we both work in research, we understand that the price of this alloy cannot be low. But this is an alloy that can defend against mushroom bombs, a national treasure. Its value cannot simply be measured in monetary terms. Moreover, he even provided us with the refining formula. He claims he is acquiring the alloy, but in reality, he is acquiring his refining machine and research patent. Old Shui, don't be confused. Even if he is asking a high price, we still have to buy it. With this alloy, not only can fighter jets utilize it, but other military industries can also upgrade. However, Elder Shui sighed with a bitter smile. It's not that the price is too high, but rather too low. Elder Hu was somewhat surprised. How much? 300 yuan per tael, 6 yuan per gram. Hiss. Elder Hu gasped. Wang Yu was practically selling cabbage. At this moment, Director Lin, who had been silent, suddenly laughed. He waved his hand grandly and said, if the price is low, that's simple. We can just offer him 2,000 yuan per gram. Hearing this, Elder Shui and Elder Hu both looked at him disdainfully. You're insulting the research community. The cost of this metal material is not high, but this is an alloy that can defend against mushroom bombs. Even if the cost is 1 yuan, it is priceless. Director Lin. He was utterly confused. It seems the price can't be low or high. Then what should we do? I understand now. Perhaps Wang Yu never intended to profit. Setting the price of the alloy so low and even directly sharing the smelting formula and taking us to see the machines, he clearly has no intention of hiding anything from us. At this point, Old Hu suddenly looked at Old Shui. Old Shui, when you invited him to join us, he must have made some conditions, right? He did. Old Shui was still a bit dazed. Old Hu suddenly clapped his hands. That's it. He is showcasing his strength to us. By the way, what conditions did he propose? Old Shui quickly replied. He wants to bring his own research team, and furthermore, he wants to recruit graduate students from all mechanical engineering colleges. Hiss. Old Hu gasped in surprise. He's trying to establish his own sect. There's a possibility. When he mentioned it to me earlier, I didn't agree right away since the evaluation of mentor qualifications is quite troublesome. Old Shui also started to understand, but soon he found it strange. To put it simply, the mentor qualification is just about accumulating experience. Even if we don't agree to him now, he can establish it by himself in the future. I feel like he has other motives. Hearing this, Old Hu nodded in agreement. Then he turned to glance at Wang Yu, who was standing not far away, feeling somewhat annoyed. Aren't people in mechanical engineering supposed to be straightforward? Why is this little guy so cunning? Wouldn't it be better to just say it directly? Lin Xiaoran saw her father with Old Shui and Old Hu. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Just by quoting a price, they seemed quite troubled. Her boss is indeed impressive. At that moment, Old Hu's gaze turned back and happened to catch a glimpse of Lin Xiaoran. The little girl was looking at Wang Yu with sparkling eyes, exuding a sense of, my man is awesome. Oh, so that's where the root lies. Immediately, he sneered at Section Chief Lin. Section Chief Lin. What's going on? I didn't understand a word he said, and suddenly he's smiling at me. Oh, what does that mean? His gaze is so meaningful. Is he hinting at me? However, old Huss' next sentence left him dumbfounded. Little Lin, what era is it? Young people are free to fall in love, and besides, Wang Yu is not bad. Section Chief Lin. Old Shui beside him was also surprised. Weren't we discussing the acquisition of the alloy? How did we end up talking about free love? Old Hu did not respond, but continued to look disdainfully at Section Chief Lin. Look at how you've made the child feel. He can sell us the alloy that can withstand mushroom bombs for $6 a gram. He wants us to help him plead his case with Shaoran. Hearing this, old Shui immediately understood. So that's what Wang Yu meant. This little guy, why not just say it directly? Why beat around the bush? Old Hu helplessly chuckled twice. People in mechanical engineering are indeed straightforward, but surprisingly, when it comes to pursuing girls, they can be even more reserved than a concealed acrostic poem. Many of my students are like this. Saying this, he patted Section Chief Lin on the shoulder. Little Lin, I'm not saying this lightly. Wang Yu's conditions are really good. He's a genius never seen before in the research field, and I can tell your daughter likes him. This is mutual affection, so you shouldn't intervene. At 48 this year, Section Chief Lin stood there like a stooge. He felt wronged. Shaoran was of marriageable age and had someone she liked. Shouldn't he be happy about it? Why would he interfere with a match made in heaven? Old Shui, old Hu. I've never stopped them. Upon hearing this, old Shui smiled. With your reassurance, that's fine. He'll go talk to that kid. After saying this, old Shui turned and walked towards Wang Yu, his steps confident, like a victorious general. Did you discuss it, old Shui? Wang Yu asked. Old Shui nodded with a smile. No problem. We'll buy the alloy at the price you mentioned, and we also want to acquire your smelting machine. Of course, we'll offer you a reasonable price. At the same time, as he said this, old Shui's expression became serious. I represent the Central Military District's Research Institute to extend an invitation to you. The position offered is the Director of Military Manufacturing Department. Regarding your earlier proposal to recruit newcomers, I can agree, but it will take time to prepare. Wang Yu couldn't help but smile. Thank you, old Shui. Old Shui also smiled. All right, I know you're not concerned about this. Wang Yu, what am I concerned about? Old Shui patted Wang Yu on the shoulder. I've already mentioned your relationship with Shaoran to little Lin. He won't stop it. He'll support you today. When you take office as the Director of Military Manufacturing Department, he'll let Shaoran go report to you and be your assistant. Hearing this, Wang Yu's eyes widened in surprise, and he unconsciously glanced at Lin Shaoran. To be honest, when he quoted the price earlier, he indeed had the intention of showing off. But that was only about recruiting newcomers. After all, the grand plan in his heart requires a large batch of military talents who will follow his command, and nurturing them from students is the best approach. However, he really didn't expect to gain unexpected benefits. No need for a long-distance relationship. He could happily enjoy the soft life. Though he hadn't officially started a relationship with Lin Shaoran, he knew it was just a matter of time. Immediately, he happily shook old Shui's hand and whispered, Old Shui, you are my second father-in-law. Get lost, you little rascal. Old Shui jokingly scolded him, then asked seriously, tell me the truth, can your fighter jet be mass-produced? The smelting machine and the new alloy are just extras. Today's protagonist is the fighter jet. Wang Yu also put away his smile. Actually, I thought about this earlier. I can provide the design drawings for the fighter jet, and I can also design the production line, but we need to clarify, this isn't a one-time transaction. For every fighter jet produced, you need to give me 10 of the cost as my future research funding. After all, I will be leading a research team, and with so many new military talents joining in the future, I need to ensure my funding is secure. Old Shui nodded. That's not a problem. Wait, are you saying you only need research funding? Wang Yu said he wanted 10 of the cost for each fighter jet, but that was all research funding. He couldn't touch it personally. In other words, he has freely contributed all the research on the 0514 fighter jet. Old Shui felt dizzy all over. Meanwhile, Wang Yu chuckled lightly and casually said, Old Shui, I am a Huaxiao person. Not far away, due to concerns about his daughter, Section Chief Lin had been watching Wang Yu. At this moment, he suddenly felt this little piglet that was courting his cabbage was actually glowing. Wang Yu was plotting a grand scheme. How to lead China to stand triumphantly atop the world stage. This was no simple endeavor. Throughout history, nations have vied for the pinnacle. In days of yore, the bear and the eagle divided the world, their conflict raging fiercely, spurring breakthroughs in military technology. Yet military might alone does not tell the whole tale. The bear's demise was never on the battlefield. For the eagle, a veteran schemer, wove a web of cunning stratagems that left the boastful bear utterly bewildered. Thus, relying solely on Wang Yu's future technology system to upgrade the military industry would not suffice to elevate China to the world summit. Moreover, the global landscape had shifted since those times. After toppling the bear, the eagle orchestrated a series of maneuvers that not only repatriated capital, but also seized control of media channels. When the dollar stumbled, it destabilized Europe, thwarting the euro's rise. Donning the mantle of world police, it flaunted military strength while securing energy routes. Finally, amid the clash between Silicon Valley and Wall Street, it repurposed military tech for civilian use, firmly grasping the reins of global high-end technology. To break through these barriers was to carve a path through hellish difficulties, advancing inch by inch. At the factory, Wang Yu pondered how to leverage his advantage, not to vault China to instant supremacy, but at least to accelerate its progress. Fortunately, he discovered an opportunity within the systems exchange shop, Central Military Region. Elder Shui and Elder Hu each flew back in separate private jets, each clutching a silver briefcase linked by handcuffs. These cases held the blueprints for the 0514 fighter jet and its production line. Having spent most of their lives researching fighter jets, the two elders knew the treasure's worth and handled it with extreme caution, even preparing contingencies for flight mishaps. Thankfully, both returned safely to their offices. Huff, huff. Elder Shui clutched his chest. Finally, I can breathe. On the way, I barely dared to inhale. Elder Hu nodded in agreement. On the plane, he hadn't even dared to use the restroom. This was too vital for China's fighter jets. They could foresee that in the near future, China would become the new aerial overlord. Director Lin, we've returned to the central base. Elder Shui picked up the desk phone and began issuing orders. From now on, you're transferred to our Central Military Region, handling all matters concerning Wang Yu. First task, seal all of Wang Yu's identity information classified as top secret. Any access requires both Elder Huss and my joint signature. Second task, contact the Special Materials Division. During research, Wang Yu may apply for any special materials. Third task, be on standby 247. If he needs cooperation from other departments, go and coordinate immediately. Director Lin's voice was stern over the phone. Understood. Mission guaranteed. Elder Hu brewed himself some tea and sighed somewhat helplessly after Elder Shui hung up. I still think Wang Yu should pursue the path of a top-tier technician. He's a research talent. Placing him as a director to lead a team is such a waste. As a technician, he could inherit our legacy. A chief engineer can also mentor students. Research and leading research teams were two different things. One focused solely on study, the other on management. Elder Shui chuckled. That was Wang Yu's own request, but he tossed a file across. You think I hadn't considered that? The military manufacturing department is vast. I've put him in charge of the Special Manufacturing Division's research team. Just wait. In a few months, he'll come running to us, and then we can steer him toward the technician track, can't we? At the mention of Special Manufacturing Division, Elder Hu was stunned. Not because it was bad. In fact, it wielded immense authority. It housed projects on fighter jets, tanks, basic equipment, and even advanced exoskeletons staffed by rare research geniuses. But geniuses were hard to manage. 3 or 4 directors had come and gone, all transferring due to immense pressure, leaving the post vacant. Sending a bankrupt factory owner to manage geniuses who thought they were second only to the heavens. The outcome was predictable. In their minds, Elder Shui and Elder Hu already pictured a dejected Wang Yu seeking them out months later. Ha ha ha. Young people need their arrogance tempered. When he comes with us backing him, well, definitely elevate the 0514 fighter further. Elder Shui rubbed his hands, beaming with confidence. Elder Hu couldn't help but laugh. When that happens, won't he have to call us masters? Exactly. Elder Shui licked his lips, patted his chest. First master. Then pointed at Elder Hu. Second master. Why am I the second? I was among the first to research fighter jets. Elder Hu fumed. Bullshit. I was only a day later than you. Elder Shui slammed the table. The two elders on this matter regressed into children squabbling over a toy. Wang Yu arrived at the central base the next day, accompanied by his parents. He had attended university in Huayang City, then inherited his grandfather's factory after graduation. This was his first time away from home, so his parents naturally came to see. Fortunately, although the military base was off limits, the researchers' dormitories had no confidentiality restrictions. The conditions here are really good. Wang Yu's mother marveled at the high-end residential-like dormitory buildings. Of course, this is where scientists live. His father brimmed with pride. Back when he asked his son what he wanted to be when he grew up. Children today might have many answers, but for the post-90s generation, there was only one standard answer: scientist. Who would have thought? The Wang family truly produced a scientist. Wang Yu, however, was unconcerned about his lodging. Only one question occupied his mind. Where's my assistant? Where's Xiaoran? Where is Lin Xiaoran? Of course, Lin Xiaoran is shyly hiding away. She is a carefree girl, and throughout her life others have seen her as a tomboy and a tough girl. But after all, she is a girl, and in certain matters, she still feels quite shy. If she truly regarded Wang Yu as a brother, she would definitely be very enthusiastic when his parents arrived, even raising a couple of glasses with Wang Yu's father as a gesture of hospitality. But now it is different. She clearly feels that she has developed feelings for Wang Yu. When his parents arrived at the research dormitory of the Central District troops, Lin Xiaoran felt as if she was about to meet her in-laws. How could she face them like this? Thus, before Wang Yu's parents left, she hid in the physical training room, pretending to be an ostrich. But this caused trouble for the soldiers training, who were each called to the fighting ring and returned to their ranks with bruised faces. Who made Sister Ran unhappy? I don't know. It seems that her former boss at the factory didn't pay her salary and she couldn't beat him up. Is the other party that skilled? And just like that, Wang Yu, who hadn't been to work for a day, was labeled as a fighting expert. After resting in the dormitory for a few days and adapting to life here, Wang Yu finally prepared to take up his post. Director Lin had already arrived at the Central District troops, and under his supervision, all personnel procedures were being handled very smoothly. With a basic monthly salary plus various benefits, he could earn over 50,000 yuan. Although it wasn't a lot, living here was almost cost-free, which meant he could save his entire salary. It could be said that it was quite decent. Once he received his work permit, Wang Yu finally became a part of the Central District troops. Next, he would head to the Special Manufacturing Department to take up his post. Although Elder Shui, an elder who intended for Wang Yu to experience setbacks and pursue a career as a high-end technician, they couldn't let him be embarrassed on his first day. So the two elders accompanied Wang Yu. On the way, Elder Shui quietly reminded Wang Yu, "Let me tell you about the situation in the Special Manufacturing Department. I won't speak about the technology, they are the best among all manufacturing departments, but they are also very difficult to manage. Among them, Zhu Zhihui is about to retire, an old hand whom you certainly cannot command. Aochen Xian has skills, but lacks ambition, yet she won't make mistakes with the tasks assigned to her. The most troublesome one is Zhou Guangyao. He is practically the leader of the Special Manufacturing Department now, so he won't submit to you. Your job won't be easy." Wang Yu remained silent, quietly listening. He understood the meaning behind Elder Shui's words. They wanted him to retreat in the face of difficulty, but the grand plans he harbored in his heart required the support of a research team. "You don't need to worry. After all, I am the boss of a factory." Wang Yu smiled confidently. "Elder Shui, your factory is on the verge of bankruptcy." As they approached the office, it was uncertain where his confidence came from. Pushing open the door, only half of the people were inside. The Special Manufacturing Department had a total of 8 researchers, with 4 gone to other production lines, leaving only 4 sitting at their desks. The oldest was Zhu Zhihui, with graying hair, sipping goji berry tea while propped against his belly. Wang Xian sat at the innermost desk in her 40s, discussing a design drawing with a slightly younger woman. Zhou Guangyao was the least like a researcher. He wore a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, projecting the image of a professional manager. Upon seeing someone enter, Zhou Guangyao was the first to greet them. "Oh, Elder Shui, Elder Hu. What brings you both here today?" Wang Xian and the young woman paused their discussion to greet as well. But they all chose to ignore Wang Yu. As for Zhu Zhihui, he continued sipping tea as if he hadn't seen anything. Elder Shui and Elder Hu secretly chuckled. Having one thorny person in the team isn't a problem, but if the entire team consists of thorns, it becomes difficult. "This is Wang Yu, the newly appointed director of your Special Manufacturing Department. I hope everyone will cooperate with his work well." Elder Shui introduced him according to the usual procedure. "Nice to meet you all for the first time. Ooh, I look forward to your support." Wang Yu smiled and greeted everyone. Only then did the people in the office turn to look at him, though their gazes held some amusement and mockery. Elder Shui cleared his throat. After all, it was Wang Yu's first day, and they still needed to give him some support. Thus he spoke. "Wang Yu, why don't you chat with them for a bit? As new colleagues, it's good to get to know each other to facilitate work." "Sure." Wang Yu nodded and stepped forward. Just as he began to speak, he suddenly looked at Elder Shui and Elder Hu beside him. "You two masters can go ahead and get busy now." Huh. Everyone present was stunned. Is this person out of his mind? Can't he see that Elder Shui and Elder Hu are supporting him? To drive them away immediately, this is foolishness, right? However, Wang Yu seemed determined to send them off. He even directly pulled open the office door. "You two, please." With things having gone this far, it was inappropriate for Elder Shui and Elder Hu to stay. They left looking utterly bewildered. Only after the door closed did Elder Shui react, pointing at the door and muttering, "This kid really doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. Is he trying to report to me an embarrassment on his first day?" Elder Hu was also a bit angry. This young man is just too reckless. Although they were angry, neither of them left thinking they would go in to help at the last moment. There was nothing to be done, and these two had already decided that Wang Yu was their future apprentice, and they needed to protect him. However, Wang Yu inside didn't care about this at all. He just felt that with the 2 great ones gone, he could finally unleash himself. Returning to the front of the office, he glanced over the people present, a slight smirk appearing at the corners of his mouth, forming an arc that Lin Xiaoran was very familiar with. Since they are all thorns, let's exchange a few moves. Everyone seems quite busy, so I'll keep it brief. Wang Yu lost his previous smile and became serious. Today is my first day on the job, and I still don't understand our special manufacturing department. So, didn't anyone prepare a job description for me? Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. This is a common tactic of airborne troops to establish authority. I first clarify the job responsibilities, assign accountability, and whoever causes a problem is responsible. Everyone present was involved in research. No matter how thorny they were, they had never encountered this situation before and were left dumbfounded. Chen Xian wanted to retort, saying that the military district competition was approaching and she needed to finalize the design for the new fighter jet. But Wang Yu made a phone call to Director Lin and said to her, the military district competition won't be using your fighter jet. You know the No. 0514 fighter jet from a few days ago. I developed it. So your work is cancelled? Oh, just focus on writing the job description. Huh. Chen Xian's eyes widened and everyone froze for a moment. This new director is a bit difficult to deal with. To Elder Shui and Elder Hu among the personnel in the Special Manufacturing Division, Zhou Guangyao was the most difficult to manage, Zhu Zhihui the second most challenging, and Chen Xian the easiest. Yet in Wang Yu's eyes the order was precisely reversed. Though Chen Xian completed her tasks punctually, her utter lack of ambition posed a far greater challenge. If you fail to assign her work early, she finishes her duties by 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and promptly leaves for home, vanishing just when you're swamped and desperately need her. Thus, she was the first to be addressed. As for Zhu Zhihui, Wang Yu secured his cooperation with only 2 sentences spoken directly to his face. I may not hold the official authority to dismiss you, but I do possess the discretionary power to reassign you elsewhere. Should you wish to spend your final working years on the production line, then by all means, stay put. But if you'd rather spend them comfortably in an office, you'll cooperate fully with me in the Special Manufacturing Division. After all, the production line was staffed almost entirely by young workers with scarcely any breaks, whereas an office post offered comfort and stability. To ensure a peaceful retirement, Zhu Zhihui had no choice but to nod in agreement. Zhou Guangyao proved even simpler to handle. The moment Wang Yu saw him standing upright in a sharply tailored suit, bearing the air of a seasoned leader, he knew this man harbored ambitions to rise. Wang Yu drew him aside and asked, Brother Zhou, you're an ambitious man, aren't you? Zhou Guangyao blinked, momentarily taken aback. Wang Yu continued, you're renowned throughout the Central Military Region's Academy of Sciences as a prodigious talent. Yet tell me, why did leadership appoint me as director rather than you? Zhou Guangyao furrowed his brow. Director Wang, I'm afraid I don't quite follow your meaning. Wang Yu lowered his head and gave a quiet, knowing laugh. In 1 year, or at most 18 months, I'll shift my focus elsewhere. This special manufacturing division will need someone truly capable of shouldering its weight. If you're willing, Brother Zhou, then demonstrate your capability for leadership to see. If, however, you feel unprepared for such responsibility, you may join Elder Zhu in sipping tea at leisure, so long as you cause no disruption. How does that sound? This. Zhou Guangyao had never imagined in his wildest dreams that Wang Yu would pull him aside for this conversation. Could he possibly decline? Of course not. His resentment toward this sudden external appointment stemmed precisely from his own fierce desire to ascend. Yet Wang Yu had just revealed that leadership intended this role as his opportunity to shed impatience and pretension. Within a year, perhaps 18 months, the Special Manufacturing Division would be his to command. What else could Zhou Guangyao possibly say? He drew a deep breath. Director Wang, I pledge my full cooperation. But Wang Yu merely responded with a cold, sharp smile, not full cooperation. Mandatory cooperation. Zhou Guangyao fell silent, stunned. A tantalizing carrot dangled before him, then instantly followed by a stern, uncompromising blow. He stood rooted, ears ringing, mind utterly blank. By the time he regained his composure, Wang Yu had already returned to his office. And so, the Special Manufacturing Division, long deemed the most intractable unit, was effectively brought under control within half a day of Wang Yu's appointment. Elders Shui and Hu, however, had already moved on. Their attention now centered on the phone call Wang Yu had placed earlier that day within the Special Manufacturing Division. The military region competition. After seeing Fighter No. 0514 at the airshow, they had already resolved to enter it into the competition. Yet Wang Yu's string of astonishing revelations had temporarily eclipsed that intention. Now urgently rushing to conduct final tests on Fighter No. 0514, they were determined to outshine the Southern Military Region, their perennial rival, in the upcoming competition. That afternoon, Wang Yu visited the projects overseen by the Special Manufacturing Division and was surprised to find Lin Xiaoran, who had been absent for several days, finally reappearing. As ever, she was brash and unrestrained, immediately throwing her arms around his neck in the easy, familiar manner of close comrades. Wang Yu, I think I've fallen for you. But I've never dated before, I don't know how. How about we stay best friends? Yes. This was the conclusion Lin Xiaoran had reached after days of reflection. True to her nature, she knew she could never embody the delicate, clinging charm of other girls. Instead, she expressed affection in her own way, her way. And that way was best friends, companions who wrestle, drink, and even sleep side by side. Caught off guard by her sudden embrace, Wang Yu froze, momentarily speechless. Then it struck him this was a confession, a historic moment demanding a meaningful response. So he drew a deep breath. HSS. But instead of fresh air, his nostrils filled with a faint, warm fragrance, distinctly Lin Xiaoran's. Remarkably pleasant, in fact. HSS. He breathed deeply once more, then lifted his gaze to meet hers. Best friend. Lin Xiaoran let out a soft, bashful chuckle at the title. A moment later, Wang Yu spoke again. Brother. Everything's fine, but can we negotiate something? Lin Xiaoran replied, feigning offense. Are we really so formal now? With us, negotiation is unnecessary. What is it? Just name it. I'll handle it immediately. HSS. Wang Yu inhaled again, then sighed, exasperated. Brother. Could you please stop pressing what you have and I don't against me? Lin Xiaoran stared bewildered, then glanced down, blushed, and stuck out her tongue. You're right. I'd forgotten. They are rather inconvenient. She quickly changed the subject. Where are you headed? I'll drive you. I know the central military region well. Walking would take half a day. Wang Yu smiled and nodded. Sounds perfect. I'd like to visit the tank manufacturing division this afternoon. Got it. Let's go. She grabbed his hand and led him briskly toward the garage. They're conducting final tests on the new tank there right now. At next month's military region competition, it'll be the undisputed star of the show. Her excitement mounting, she added, rumors say this new tank ranks among the world's finest, even globally unmatched. We're fast becoming masters of the land. Wang Yu nodded thoughtfully. In recent years, China's defense industry had achieved extraordinary breakthroughs, nearly matching every advanced system in existence worldwide. In certain domains, it had even pulled decisively ahead of the rest of the world. Take, for instance, the latest machine gun. One nation boasted it had reduced machine gun weight to 20 kilograms. But when China unveiled its 17-kilogram model, that same nation sheepishly admitted, brother, we exaggerated. Ours weighs over 30 kilograms and requires 2 men to carry. That was the spirit of Chinese ingenuity. By the way, Xiaoran, can you drive a tank? Lin Xiaoran grinned confidently. Brother, please drop the word can. I'm a true all-rounder, the female counterpart to Wolf Warrior. Huh, perfect. Let's go test drive one right away. Wang Yu's excitement surged. Every man dreams of owning a fine car, but beside a tank, a car is mere vapor. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Full speed ahead. Seeing Wang Yu's exhilaration, Lin Xiaoran matched his energy, nearly stamping the accelerator pedal straight into the engine block. Their sedan shot forward like a bullet. In the tank manufacturing department, the moment Wang Yu and Lin Xiaoran stepped into the workshop, they were greeted by rows of angular war machines, veritable meat grinders of the battlefield. Both of their eyes sparkled with excitement. Sister Ran, a burly man, emerged from within, greeting Lin Xiaoran with a smile. Then turning to Wang Yu, he extended his hand warmly and said, you must be the newly appointed director of the special manufacturing department, right? I've seen the 0514 fighter jet you developed. It's truly impressive. Wang Yu shook his hand. Yes, my surname is Wang. And you are? This is Yu Chun. Don't let his role in tank manufacturing fool you. His combat skills are among the best in the central military region. Lin Xiaoran interjected. The burly man quickly waved his hand dismissively. Just call me Old Yu. I wouldn't dare boast about my skills in front of you too. He had heard from the new recruits in the physical training room a couple of days ago that Wang Yu was a master of martial arts, even capable of defeating Lin Xiaoran. Since he and Lin Xiaoran were evenly matched, he naturally refrained from bragging. Wang Yu simply assumed the man was being modest, as he himself was quite weak and hardly a master of combat. The three of them chatted as they walked further inside. Director Wang Yu here today to check on the tank project for the special manufacturing department, right? How about I give you a tour? The tank project under the special manufacturing department involved the detailed design of a new type of tank. Wang Yu nodded. Sure, I'd love to learn. Yu Chen smiled with confidence. Perfect timing. The new tank is undergoing its final tests. Later, Director Wang can hop in and feel it for yourself and maybe give us some suggestions. While Yu Chen could concede defeat in terms of combat skills, he was immensely proud of his tanks. It was a pride born from being a military technician and a deep trust in his own creation. All the designs of this new tank were world-class. He was confident it could even win a gold medal in the World Tank Competition. Then he'll gladly accept. Riding a tank has been a childhood dream of mine. Wang Yu said, excitedly nodding. With that, the three of them climbed into the new tank. This tank has a dual system. It maximizes convenience for the driver under normal conditions and in extreme situations it can rely on mechanical controls to ensure normal operation. As he spoke, Yu Chun pressed the final start button. A deafening roar erupted as the tank came to life like a beast unleashed from its cage, bellowing fiercely. This tank is equipped with our latest engine producing 2,000 horsepower. Its top speed is 120 kilometers per hour, and even on rough mountain terrain, it can maintain 70 kilometers per hour. If it were lighter, it could even drive on highways. The cannon caliber is 130 millimeters with world-leading firepower. In short, it's the undisputed king of the land. Without any headphones, Yu Chun had to shout to make himself heard over the roar, but even so his pride was palpable, as if he were introducing his own son. Lin Xiaoran was utterly thrilled. If she could take this tank into battle, it would be incredibly cool. Awesome. That's amazing, she couldn't help but shout. When they reached the training ground, Wang Yu also tried driving it for a while, thoroughly enjoying the experience. Just as Yu Chun had described, normal driving was very simple thanks to the system's assistance. And in extreme conditions where the system failed, the stable mechanical controls ensured combat effectiveness. This tank was undoubtedly world-class, perhaps even the best in the world. Yet when Wang Yu returned, an inexplicable sense of disappointment welled up inside him, lingering even late into the night. Suddenly Wang Yu sat bolt upright in bed. He grabbed the new tank's documents and pored over them repeatedly. Finally, he understood the source of his disappointment. Listening to Yu Chin's introduction, Wang Yu had expected something revolutionary. But after testing it, he found it was merely an improved version, a low-tier upgrade that hadn't broken any new ground. The new tank was indeed powerful. But no matter how powerful, it hadn't transcended the fundamental limitations of a tank. To put it another way, before the advent of smartphones, no matter how many features a mobile phone had, it was still just a portable telephone. But after the smartphone appeared, even an old model was no longer just a phone. The new tank lacked this kind of qualitative leap. After seeing the good stuff in the system, I can't appreciate the real-world stuff anymore. Wang Yu grumbled as he activated the system and scanned the new tank's data. Future technology system, starting up. Beginning scan. Unknown model tank detected. Generating upgrade plan. Generating upgrade materials. After about half a minute. Upgrade plan generated. Without materials, total cost is 480 tech points. Proceed with upgrade. Upgrade. Perhaps knowing that Wang Yu had the nation's backing this time, the system even spared him the materials, providing only the design. Wang Yu could only shrug helplessly. This system was really stingy. The next morning, Wang Yu woke up and went straight to the tank manufacturing department, using his authority to request a new tank as his research material. Yu Chun was stunned. Yesterday, Wang Yu was a tank novice, and today he wanted to do research. Were people from the special manufacturing department always this impulsive? Director Wang, aren't you a fighter jet specialist? Why are you suddenly studying tanks? I studied for over a decade before I built my first tank, and I've only managed to produce this one. It wasn't that Yu Chun looked down on Wang Yu, but specialization was key. No matter how gifted one person, couldn't master two entirely different fields. Tanks and fighter jets were worlds apart. Nevertheless, Wang Yu's research authority within the central military region was immense. Since he had openly made the request, Yu Chun had no choice but to lend the tank. Moreover, Yu Chun feared that refusing might land him in the physical training room with Wang Yu. Still, he believed Wang Yu wouldn't achieve any meaningful results. After the new tank was delivered to the special manufacturing department's workshop, Wang Yu took out his phone and dialed the special number given to him by Elder Shui. Hello, this is Wang Yu from the central military region. I'd like to request a batch of materials. The person on the other end was very professional, noting down every single material Wang Yu needed, even though the list was extensive. Finally, the person asked, do these materials require confidential delivery? Wang Yu replied, yes, keep it confidential. He hung up the phone. He couldn't help but marvel. Huaxiao was truly supportive of scientific research. He had just listed many rare materials, and they could all be provided. In the fighter jet production workshop, Shui Lao and Hu Lao have been closely monitoring the production progress of fighter jet No. 0514 for the past few days. Everyone is quite excited. This is the most advanced fighter jet in the world. To be honest, the military talents here don't think much of Wang Yu, who wasn't a genius during their student days, who didn't graduate from a prestigious school. After working for several years, they've never heard of a director in the airborne division at the Central Military District Research Institute. However, when they saw the data for fighter jet No. 0514, everyone was convinced. Is this really technology that humanity can develop? With vertical takeoff capability, without a runway, a hull that can withstand mushroom bombs, and an engine that can reach 5 Mach with just one gear. Are we sure this isn't an extraterrestrial product? Now, in the minds of these military talents, Wang Yu is almost a godlike figure. Running a factory on the brink of closure, threatened by illegal loan companies, yet he can develop a fighter jet that surpasses the world with just a shell of an old J-10. If this were in a martial arts novel, he would definitely be the sweeping monk. Moreover, the production line he designed has no flaws even upon meticulous inspection. Simply perfect. When Xue Lao and Hu Lao first stepped into this workshop, the two veterans who had studied fighter jets their entire lives were as excited as children. They could almost see it. China's fighter jets dominating the skies of the world. However, while Xue Lao and Hu Lao were supervising the production progress of the fighter jet, a burly man hurriedly approached. Xue Lao, Hu Lao. Yu Chun greeted breathlessly. Xiao Yu, why are you in such a rush? Take a breath first. At this rate, you'll probably throw up after running a couple of steps. Xue Lao chuckled helplessly. Are you in such a hurry? Because there's a problem in the tank department. The military district competition is coming up. We can't afford any mistakes. Hu Lao seemed a bit anxious. Yu Chun quickly caught his breath and said there's nothing wrong with the tank department. But Director Wang borrowed the new tank we were testing. What? Xue Lao and Hu Lao's eyes widened in shock as they hurriedly pulled Yu Chun outside. This is a major issue related to the military district competition. It was already noon. Yu Chun had been reluctant to lend the tank, but he didn't think anything serious would happen. However, during lunch, Wang Yu still hadn't returned the new tank. That rascal isn't going to dismantle the tank, is he? After all, when Wang Yu came in the morning, his eyes were different when he looked at the new tank, glowing like a beast seeing food. With that thought, he became increasingly fearful and rushed to find Xue Lao and Hu Lao without eating much lunch. The three immediately headed out and ran into Lin Xiaoran at the entrance, but they couldn't spare a moment to chat and hurried off to the special production department's workshop. However, just as they reached the entrance, they heard a sound of hammering from inside. Then came Wang Yu's cursing voice, Zhou Guangyao. Are you even capable? Hurry up and give me the electric saw in your hand. Zhou Guangyao was on the verge of tears. I can't. There's only one new tank. If it's dismantled, it's over. Wang Yu said, whatever happens, I'll take responsibility. I asked you to help, not to make things worse. Zhou Guangyao responded, I can't. The four of them at the door were stunned. From their dialogue, they only understood that Wang Yu seemed to want to dismantle something, but Zhou Guangyao was desperately trying to stop him. Lin Xiaoran was somewhat confused. Meanwhile, the expressions on the faces of the other three were filled with terror. First fighter jet No. 0514 had already entered the production phase, so research was no longer needed. Second, Wang Yu had just borrowed his new tank in the morning. The situation was clear. This rascal really intended to dismantle my tank. Yu Chun nearly fainted. He often forgot to drink his goji berry tea for kidney health, but he always ensured the protective oil for the new tank was applied punctually every day. One could say in Yu Chun's mind this new tank was more important than his own kidneys. The three no longer waited and quickly entered the workshop. Inside the workshop, there was a lot of dust floating in the sunlight, creating a hazy scene. In the midst of this, Wang Yu and Zhou Guangyao appeared to embody the hardships of the laboring people. However, Yu Chun could no longer feel the poetic nature of the scene. He felt as if he was about to explode with anger. Because, next to these two fools, the new tank had already been dismantled to just an empty shell, and even the gun chamber had been sawed off. I'll kill you. Yu Chun couldn't help but roar. Zhou Guangyao was the first to look up, nearly kneeling in fear. Old Yes skills could match Lin Xiaoran's, and if a fight broke out, he would be on the ground in under 3 seconds. Wang Yu, however, showed no fear. He nodded at Yu Chun, Xue Lao, and Hu Lao. Then he raised his hand and waved at Lin Xiaoran. Hey, brother. Xue Lao and Hu Lao were taken aback. Weren't they a couple? Why did he suddenly call him brother? Lin Xiaoran, in her naivety, excitedly responded to Wang Yu, brother. After saying that, she quickly stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Wang Yu's neck. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I just brought you lunch from the cafeteria. Everyone, the young people are really playing it wild. Yu Chun looked at Wang Yu, then at Lin Xiaoran beside him, and his fierce expression suddenly turned into one of grievance. Damn, I can't win. Wang Yu also noticed Yu Chun's expression, which resembled a wronged wife, and quickly explained, old Yu. I absolutely did not act recklessly. When I was in the tank yesterday, the idea of upgrading it came to my mind. At most in 20 days I can deliver this upgraded new tank to you. Rest assured, even if I fail to upgrade it, I will definitely restore it to its original state. Hearing his words, Yu Chun felt much more at ease, but his face still looked quite wronged. One must say this towering figure at 1.9 meters with such an expression gave off a rather eerie feeling. Xue Lao and Hu Lao were shocked and widened their eyes upon hearing this. Wang Yu, not only do you know about fighter jets, but you also have research on tanks. Wang Yu smiled humbly, just a little. After saying that, he patted Yu Chun on the shoulder. Old Yu, you can rest assured I can write you a guarantee. If you are not satisfied in 20 days, I will step down from my position as director. Yu Chun was taken aback. You are that confident? Wang Yu nodded. Without the ability to restore it, I would never dismantle the tank. Upon hearing this, Yu Chun pondered for a moment, took a deep breath. Fine. Then I will hand over my tank to you. Half a month later, the battle aircraft project for the military district competition officially commenced. Old Xue, old Hu. It's been a long time since we three have met. You two are still so petty, even now your aircraft are still covered with dust cloths. Is it really that mysterious? An elderly man stood on the observation platform shouting with full vigor. This was a special training ground at a certain Air Force base which usually remained closed and was specifically designated for the military district competition equipped with comprehensive testing facilities. The elder who just spoke was named Chao Guangrong, a researcher who dedicated his life to the study of fighter jets. However, unlike old Shui and old Hu, he was a latecomer to the field, having initially served in combat units. There was a scar on his face that stretched from the corner of his left eye across his cheek and down to the right side of his jaw, resembling a centipede. Just standing there, he exuded an aura of menace. This alone reveals how difficult the journey has been for China. Back then, they learned whatever the country needed. Many rough individuals transformed into professional scholars for the dream of reviving China. I just don't like your personalities. When we were developing fighter jets together, why cover them with cloth? It's not a wedding. Is there a need for a ceremony to unveil them? Chao Guangrong placed his hands on his hips, growing more agitated. I just don't believe you can create a female fighter jet like in cartoons. Let me tell you, even if it's a female, my new fighter jet will still be a beauty. 3 years ago, Chao Guangrong suffered a crushing defeat. After returning, he almost went through a period of hardship, vowing to reclaim his former glory in this year's military district competition. Hence, the entire research team of the Southern Military District had barely slept well for 3 years, waking up each day to study fighter jets. Hard work pays off. This new type of fighter jet has at least doubled its performance compared to the previous generation. Chao Guangrong was now brimming with confidence, almost ready to take to the skies himself. However, in front of the imposing Chao Guangrong, old Shui, and old Hu remained very calm. Hey Big Scar, Chao, do you really think you've won for sure? Our Central Military District's fighter jets were pulled out from sci-fi movies. Be careful not to get scared. Old Shui, known as the strongest warrior, could boast when he wasn't outdone, but now that he clearly had the upper hand, he became much more humble. Old Hu, on the other hand, had always been a nice person. He stepped forward and patted Chao Guangrong. All right, old Chao. Just don't get too heated. This time you really can't win. Upon hearing this, Chao Guangrong forcefully swatted old Hu's hand away. Old Hu, I see you've been hanging out with old Shui too long. Your mouth has gotten much bolder since 3 years ago. Although he didn't make any special expressions when speaking due to that scar, he looked quite ferocious. All right, stop bickering. Old Shui waved his hand with a smile, then turned serious. Which high-ranking official is coming for this competition? As soon as he finished speaking, a calm voice came from a corner of the observation platform. Just turn your head, and you'll know who it is. Then an elderly man with silver hair walked over slowly, leaning on a cane. Old Shui turned around and was startled. Oh, my old class leader Lu, you're here this time. The silver-haired elder chuckled lightly. What can I come? Old Shui quickly waved his hands, standing upright, like a well-behaved child. Old Hu and Chao Guangrong hurriedly greeted him. General Lu. General Lu nodded with a smile, his tone very gentle, yet his eyes were exceptionally firm. I say it's been 5 or 6 years since we last met, hasn't it? The three of them nodded. Although General Lu had no airs about him, it didn't prevent others from respecting him. He was a figure akin to a war god. When China dominated 17 sects in Korea, he was the war wolf of that time. Chao Guangrong was even the one who carried him out of the crater. To be honest, if it weren't for the arrangements from above, I wouldn't feel comfortable meeting you. Chao Guangrong grinned. If it weren't for me on the battlefield, your leg wouldn't have been injured. General Lu waved his hand. Stop talking nonsense. Saving you means we have one more talent in the fighter jet field. After saying this, he turned to old Shui and old Hu. I just heard the two of you sounding quite confident. Old Shui and old Hu exchanged glances and then smiled, saying, to be honest, we've spent our lives researching fighter jets, yet we haven't been able to make China the dominant force in the skies. But this time is different. Oh, General Lu's eyes lit up. Then I'm looking forward to it. Half an hour later, the fighter jets from the Central and Southern Military Districts were all positioned on the runway. The Southern Military District still retained the design of the previous generation fighter jet, but the thrusters had been upgraded, looking much more imposing than before. As for the Central Military District's fighter jet, it finally unveiled the black dust cloth. Whoosh! Besides a few big shots on the observation platform, there were also many researchers present. When they saw the Central Military District's fighter jet, everyone gasped in shock, and General Lu, who was sitting in the center, even stood up, leaning on his cane. With a fuselage as sharp as a blade, folded wings, and 3 massive thruster openings at the tail, it looked like something out of future technology. Hiss! Chao Guangrong instinctively gasped. It really was pulled out from a sci-fi movie. He then suddenly looked at old Shui and old Hu. Did you develop a folding wing? That's great. That's great. Our Southern Military District's fighter jet has made significant breakthroughs in the engine, shortening the takeoff distance considerably. If combined with your folding wings, its maneuverability will be even stronger. However, Old Hu chuckled softly and replied, Old Chow, our fighter jets also have a very short takeoff distance. If you don't believe it, how about we have a competition later? Hey, you old baldy. Chow Guangrong turned his face away in frustration, thinking he'd praised them a bit, but they really took him for a fat man. General Liu, being more pragmatic, turned to Old Shui. Since you're so confident, what do you think, which fighter jet is more powerful, ours or the latest from the United States? Recently, the United States had just unveiled their latest fighter jet, showing off well on international media. At that moment, Old Shui slowly raised his head to glance at the sky, a hint of a smile forming on his lips, much like a top student being asked about their exam results. We will definitely be stronger than them. This statement was delivered with great conviction. For some reason, General Liu gazed at Shui Lao before him and suddenly felt that this comrade who had dedicated his life to fighter jets was glowing at this moment. Only those who possess absolute confidence in their fighter jets could exude such an aura. So, had China's fighter jets truly surpassed American technology? General Liu took several deep breaths. He felt so exhilarated that his heart was somewhat uncomfortable. China's military-industrial technology had always advanced rapidly. What took other nations centuries of research and accumulation, China achieved in mere decades to reach the world's forefront. However, due to the blockade of high-end technology, once China reached the world's first-tier breakthroughs became exceedingly difficult, and standing at the pinnacle was an even greater challenge. If the central military region could truly surpass America's newest fighter jet, it would mean that China, relying on its own strength, had finally broken through the blocked technological barriers without any circumvention. What an exhilarating prospect that was. With such emotions, General Liu's hands hidden within his sleeves trembled slightly. This fighter jet's design is indeed striking, especially the folding wings, which are a visual delight. Its perfect aerodynamic lines will surely cut through the air like a sharp blade during flight. General Liu calmed down and began to analyze internally. Such a design necessitates a more powerful engine, otherwise the airframe's advantages cannot be realized. And as for the engine, thinking this, General Liu noticed the terrifying 3 propulsion nozzles at the tail of fighter jet 0514. He abruptly turned to Shui Lao and Hu Lao. You added another propulsion nozzle. Fighter jets typically had an even number of nozzles, and for agility, most had 2. But they had 3. Has this fighter jet truly passed ground and flight tests? Won't it crash mid-flight due to vibrations? Seeing General Liu's astonishment, Shui Lao and Hu Lao both laughed. Rest assured, General. Since we're using it for the military region competition, we've completed all tests. There won't be any issues. Soon you'll witness its true power. At this moment, all preparations were complete. 2 screens were erected on the observation platform. The left displayed the data of fighter jet 0514, while the right showed the Southern Military Region's new fighter. The military region fighter jet competition now begins. The announcement came from the command post's radio. Both fighter pilots were the elites of their respective regions, tasked with testing the jet's limits. The first event was the takeoff test, which measured the jet's taxiing distance and which could reach an altitude of 200 meters first. This was a fundamental test. Reaching the designated altitude earlier allowed for quicker mission execution, a critical factor in active service. The fighter's design is just a bonus. The engine is paramount. A flashy exterior won't suffice. Chow Guangrong grinned, the scar resembling a centipede on his face, seeming to come alive. Shui Lao shrugged nonchalantly. Who knows who's the flashy one? Hu Lao and General Liu couldn't help but smile, lowering their heads at their bickering. These two had been rivals since their early days of fighter jet research. Even with graying hair, they remained the same. Of course, such a relentless spirit was befitting of a soldier. As the command came through the radio, the Southern Military Region's new fighter immediately began taxiing on the runway. Thick smoke billowed from the rear propulsion nozzles. The jet accelerated swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, its landing gear left the ground. Meanwhile, fighter jet 0514 of the Central Military Region remained stationary. Everyone present was stunned. What was happening? Had the fighter malfunctioned at the start? Chow Guangrong couldn't help but stand up and laugh. Old Shui, your boast has fallen flat from the start. What's this about surpassing America's newest fighter? Are you comparing it on the ground? General Liu was also taken aback. Did something go wrong during transport? Do you need to recalibrate? But Shui Lao and Hu Lao remained composed, sitting steadily. General, it's fine. Shui Lao cast a playful glance at Chow Guangrong. The fighter hasn't malfunctioned. Our startup is slightly slower, but the takeoff speed is anything but slow. No sooner had he spoken. The left monitor displayed the data for fighter jet 0514. Engine charging. Left propulsion nozzle 700 knots. Right propulsion nozzle 700 knots. Center propulsion nozzle 900 knots. Propulsion direction adjusted. Upon seeing this data, Chao Guangrong's eyes widened. Old Shui, did you tamper with the data display? Was this a joke? Their new fighter, honed over 3 years, had already successfully taken off with just over 100 kilonewtons. Yet this fighter jet 0514A just sitting there had data several times greater. How was that possible? However, as his words faded, a thunderous roar echoed across the training ground. Boom! Like a beast's roar before breaking free, the engines of fighter jet 0514 roared to full power. It's taking off. No, this fighter didn't taxi. My God, what kind of takeoff method is this? It's lifting off like a rocket straight through the nozzles. Holy crap. What kind of technology is this? The Central Military Region's researchers are incredible. Am I dreaming? The researchers present were stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Chao Guangrong also stood with his mouth agape, unable to believe the sight. Suddenly, he recalled an online rumor suppressed by the Strategic Support Bureau some time ago. It was said that at the Huayang City Air Show, a fighter jet had taken off like a rocket. Chao Guangrong had dismissed it as false at the time. But now, so you've already showcased this fighter at Huayang. But that's impossible. With this takeoff method, air resistance is too great. Even if you can lift off, your speed certainly won't match mine. Hearing this, a smirk tugged at Shui Lao's lips. Chao Daskars, don't assume something is impossible just because you haven't seen it. With that, he picked up the radio and ordered the pilot of fighter jet 0514. Let the Southern Military Region hear the sound of a sonic boom. Roger, the pilot replied with equal fervor. Upon hearing this, Chao Guangrong nearly collapsed, his legs giving way. Sonic boom. Old Shui, are you out of your mind? The acceleration began. Like a lightning bolt striking upward, fighter jet No. 0514 pierced through the clouds in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, the aircraft's data updated on the screen. Accelerating. Takeoff speed has reached 140 meters per second. Takeoff speed has reached 200 meters per second. Takeoff speed has reached 260 meters per second. Data flashed across the screen one after another, leaving Chao Guangrong utterly stunned. His mind felt hazy. This fighter jet was truly something special. But just then a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. Bang! A crisp sound as if something had shattered. Yet everyone present wore expressions of sheer disbelief, for they all knew what this signified. A sonic boom had indeed occurred. Hiss! Chao Guangrong inhaled sharply, instinctively touching his cheek as the deafening noise sent a phantom pain through his scar. Turning his head, he glanced at the fighter jet's data on the screen. Fighter jet No. 0514. Current speed Mach 2. Current altitude 4,500 meters. Estimated arrival at the designated altitude of 20,000 meters in 28 seconds. Impossible. It reached Mach 2 at takeoff. How can your airframe withstand that? Am I dreaming? Chao Guangrong felt as though he was going mad, transported back to the days when he studied fighter jets in Eagle Country. A shock that shattered his worldview. In roughly 2 minutes, fighter jet No. 0514 reached an altitude of 20,000 meters. Moreover, it was hovering perfectly in place. Meanwhile, the Southern Military Region's new fighter jet had only climbed a few thousand meters, not even halfway to the target altitude. The disparity between the two aircraft was immediately apparent. The Southern Military Region was once again defeated in the military competition. A fighter jet that can take off vertically like this, just seeing it would make other regions green with envy. Damn, I'm so jealous. Chao the Scarred tapped his own head. The smug expressions of Elder Shui, an elder who gave him a headache. General Liu rose excitedly, leaning on his cane. It was exhilarating. Both the takeoff method and the takeoff speed of this fighter jet were absolutely thrilling. If deployed on an aircraft carrier while others were just launching a single jet, they could already have their entire fleet airborne and ready for combat. What terrifying maneuverability was this? In modern warfare among great powers, everyone possessed the capability to mutually annihilate. But with superior maneuverability, one could suppress the enemy before they could counterattack, forcing the war into the negotiation phase ahead of time. China's revival was within reach. Just then Elder Shui spoke up. Chao the Scarred, don't concede so early. This is only the first event. There's still the cruise competition ahead. Let me show you more. Chao Guangrong curled his lips. He recalled the military competition 3 years ago when that old fox Shui had said the same thing. Back then he was too naive and believed his lies. As a result, the Southern Military Region's fighter jet became nothing more than a backdrop. After the competition ended, he was so frustrated he nearly smashed their aircraft. Chao the Scarred wanted nothing more than to curse Elder Shui out and take his fighter jet home to lick his wounds. But he understood that comparison was the only way to clearly see the aircraft's performance. For the sake of China's revival, what was a little humiliation? Taking a deep breath, Chao Guangrong picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Directorate, once both fighter jets reach the designated altitude, proceed with the next event." After speaking, he glared fiercely at Elder Shui. Old Shui am doing this for China. Don't think I'm surrendering to you. Hearing this, Elder Shui, instead of his usual sarcasm, lowered his head with a smile and looked sincerely at Chao Guangrong. Thanks. Chao the Scarred. Chao Guangrong, get lost, your sentimentality is nauseating. Now we begin the next event, cruise. Hearing the directorate's voice from the walkie-talkie, Chao Guangrong immediately contacted his pilot. Push the engines to full throttle. If we lose, we won't lose so pathetically. Roger. The Southern Military Region's fighter jet accelerated instantly after the reply, with data continuously refreshing on the screen. Elder Shui, however, remained unhurried, picking up his walkie-talkie and saying, activate cruise mode. Roger. The pilot of fighter jet No. 0514 immediately responded, which flight mode should I select? As the words fell, 3 options appeared on the screen. Mode 1, Mode 2, Mode 3. Seeing Elder Shui's hesitation, Chao Guangrong snatched the walkie-talkie and barked, use Mode 3 directly. When else would we test the top speed in a military competition? He sneered, Mode 1, 2, 3. Are you driving a car with all this flashy nonsense? Upon hearing Chao Guangrong's order, the pilot of fighter jet No. 0514 grew excited. He understood what Mode 3 meant. He recalled the test at the Central Military Region where he felt his soul could barely keep up with his body. In this extreme speed mode, ordinary fighter jets couldn't even see their own afterburner flames. Taking a deep breath, the pilot murmured, activating Mode 3 flight. As his finger pressed the button, the engines of fighter jet No. 0514 roared once more. The beast was about to be unleashed. At that moment, the data for both fighter jets appeared on the screen. Southern Military Region fighter jet Mach 1. 8. Fighter jet No. 05140. 3 Mach. Hey, what's this? Mode 3 is turtle speed. Chao Guangrong sneered. But the next second the data refreshed, and everything changed. Southern Military Region fighter jet Mach 1. 8. Fighter jet No. 0514 Mach 3. Southern Military Region fighter jet Mach 1. 8. Fighter jet No. 0514 Mach 4. Mach 5. Mach 6. Adjusting airframe, preparing to enter Mode 3 extreme speed. The researchers present were dumbfounded. Was this fighter jet truly this fast? And judging by the display, it seemed capable of accelerating even further. Was this a fighter jet or a rocket? Airframe adjustment complete. All rear thrusters have reached 1,000 kilonewtons of thrust. The speed continued to climb. With each update in the data, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Cockpit depressurizing. Officially entering Mode 3 extreme speed. When those 2 lines appeared on the screen, everyone trembled with shock. Because the speed of fighter jet No. 0514 had now reached Mach 30, comparable to an intercontinental ballistic missile. When a fighter jet is in flight, if its speed is too high, the pressure inside the cockpit also increases. During pilot selection, there are always SCAR requirements, otherwise under intense maneuvers the cabin pressure could cause pain or bleeding in scars, or even cause them to reopen. Of course, when the pressure reaches a certain level, the pilot is also in great danger. Therefore, before Fighter 0514 entered its 3rd gear extreme speed mode, there was a prompt for cabin pressure relief. The team that developed this fighter jet is absolutely a group of geniuses. At this speed, the fighter shows no anomalies at all. The airframe strength must be incredibly high. It's terrifying. Not only can the new fighter jets of the Southern Military Region not fly this fast, but even if they could reach this speed, the airframe would deform from air resistance. Awesome. I can't even find the words to praise this Fighter 0514. Am I dreaming? No, what about the fighter's fuel? With such a powerful engine, the fuel consumption must be enormous. The fuel tank is huge. This fighter has 3 propulsion nozzles at the rear, and this design itself increases the fuel tank space. Range is not a problem. The screen shows that this Fighter 0514 can maintain extreme speed flight for 1 hour. All the researchers on the observation deck were engaged in heated discussion. Their expressions were all excited. The emergence of this Fighter 0514 had already made Huaxiao the new overlord of the skies in the world. Chao Deshatsi was sitting in his chair at that moment. It wasn't that he wasn't excited, but rather that excessive exhilaration had made his legs weak. 1 hour of extreme speed flight. That's too exaggerated. Doesn't this fighter have to obey the law of conservation of energy? Beside him, Old, who stroked his sparse hair and said proudly, we use hybrid energy, so of course the range is a bit longer. As soon as he finished speaking, the voice of the pilot of Fighter 0514 came through the intercom. Reporting. Fighter 0514 calling the observation deck. Old Shui replied. Receive, go ahead. The pilot said, Old Shui, I've now reached Waxia's territorial waters. If I fly any further, I'll be going out. What should I do now? Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. They finally understood one problem. That was, this fighter jet had surpassed their understanding. In the near future, the skies of the entire world would change their rules because of it. It had only been such a short time, and it was already about to fly out. This level of maneuverability was an excellent deterrent to all nations. Mach 30 times the speed of sound. It could reach any corner of the world in the blink of an eye. How exhilarating was that? No need for further testing, it's enough. General Liu said, softly, a smile finally appearing on his face. However, at that moment, a young assistant rushed over and handed General Liu a special phone. After connecting, the voice on the other end was very serious. General Liu, an emergency situation has arisen, and we need you to join a teleconference. The other 4 generals are already waiting for you. Hearing this, General Liu frowned slightly. For all 5 of Waxia's generals to gather for a meeting, it must be something extremely important, perhaps even the possibility of war. It shouldn't be. Although the current international situation was much more tense than before, Huaxia was far from the point where it needed to solve problems through war. General Liu immediately had his assistant prepare. As soon as he connected, one of the generals said urgently, "Old Liu, we have a situation. The Defense Department just detected. An unknown flying object has appeared in the southeastern waters of our Huaxia. Its speed is very fast, reaching Mach 30. There's a high probability it's an intercontinental missile, but its flight trajectory is very strange, and the Defense Department can't calculate its target." Hearing this, General Liu's eyes widened. An intercontinental missile? Huaxia is not the country it was 100 years ago to be bullied at will. Who would dare to act without thinking twice these days? General Liu slapped his thigh fiercely, a murderous look instantly filling his eyes. Which bastard has such guts? Damn it, once we intercept it, well, send a big package back to them. Another general replied, "It's still not clear right now. The opponent likely has advanced jamming devices because the detection equipment shows that this unknown flying object flew out from our area and then turned back. This is clearly premeditated. Old Liu, prepare early, but looks like war is about to start." Huh. General Liu's eyes widened upon hearing this. Something was wrong, very wrong. He suddenly thought, could this unknown flying object, which was very likely mistaken for an intercontinental missile, actually be that Fighter 0514? Old Shui, standing beside him, seemed to think of the same thing. He immediately picked up the intercom and said to the pilot, "Stop flying and hold your position." Roger that. Not long after, General Liu received the latest news. Reporting, that unknown flying object has actually stopped moving and is hovering in midair. The other 4 generals were instantly shocked. How can it hover? Is it a problem with the jamming device? The communications officer said, "No, it's not just the detection equipment showing this. Our satellites have already captured it. It really has stopped flying and is hovering in midair." At this moment, General Liu, who had been silent all along, cleared his throat twice. Rubbing his temples, he said, "Well, that unknown flying object hovering in the air is actually not an intercontinental missile, but a new fighter jet developed by our central military region." The other 4 generals. The next second, the satellite image came out, and it was indeed Fighter 0514. Silence. The teleconference, which should have been a heated discussion, was completely devoid of sound. Because this matter was just too absurd. No one could have imagined that something flying so fast was actually a fighter jet. Old Hu let out a bitter laugh beside him. They had experienced something like this in Huayang City too. Last time it triggered air defense sirens in several cities, and this time it had alarmed the 5 generals into an emergency teleconference. Hiss. Wasn't this causing a bit too much of a stir? Immediately, Old Hu used the intercom to contact the directing department. "How are you doing your job? Didn't you file a report before the military competition?" The 5 generals have called an emergency teleconference because of this. If the higher-ups come down on us, you'll be in serious trouble. The person on the other end was also very helpless. Be reasonable, will you? We did file a report. But who could have guessed that your central military region's fighter jet would be so fast flying at Mach 30? We filed a report for a fighter jet project, not a damn intercontinental missile project. Only the directing department ended up as the scapegoat. Off the southeastern coast of China, fighter jet No. 0514 had descended to an altitude of 5,000 meters. Surrounding it were over a dozen armed helicopters, their machine gun barrels all locked rigidly onto the cockpit. The atmosphere was taut with tension. The slightest provocation could spark a limited-scale confrontation. Yet at that very moment, the comms channel of every armed helicopter crackled with the voice of the operations liaison. "Abort mission. Abort mission. This is a new generation fighter participating in the military region grand competition, designation No. 0514. It's one of ours." Soldiers inside the helicopters stared in stunned disbelief. "What the hell? Is this our fighter? My God, if we hadn't received that alert, I'd have sworn aliens were invading Earth. 30 Mach. That's utterly terrifying. Rumor has it, unless the aircraft decelerates, even satellites struggle to capture its full silhouette. I'm closest. I can see the pilot lounging comfortably in the cockpit. He even waved at me. Sergeant, he's one of us. Don't open fire. Ha ha, absolutely brilliant. So this is the joint competition between the central and southern military regions. How far did it fly? Right up to the maritime boundary line. As they exchanged remarks, Fighter No. 0514 finally established communications. This is Fighter No. 0514 calling. One helicopter pilot replied, copy that. We confirm you're friendly. The fighter pilot added, appreciate your vigilance, brothers. Next time you're in the central military region, dinner's on me. Once the misunderstanding was clarified, Fighter No. 0514 turned back toward base. VVVV. A thunderous roar echoed, and then in an instant the fighter vanished from sight. Its velocity was simply incomprehensible. Meanwhile, at the Observation Command Center, the emergency teleconference had transformed into a heated bidding war among senior generals for Fighter No. 0514. Old Lu, just got word. This is a central military region prototype, right? Designation No. 0514. Who built it doesn't matter. I demand 20 units for the Eastern Military Region once mass production begins. 20's greedy. 15 will suffice for me. 10. Old Lu, I'll settle for the bare minimum. You give me a full fighter squadron. My sector handles routine aerial patrols. General Lu listened, his expression a mixture of exasperation and resignation. The grand competition hasn't even concluded. Can you gentlemen at least maintain some decorum? Over the line, another general slammed his palm onto the table. We're all ancient foxes. No need to recite strange tales from a Chinese studio. Are you planning to hoard it all, Old Lu? Old Lu, we three are the last survivors from our platoon. Chow the scarred me as squad leader and you as deputy company commander. Can I ask for a few fighters? Enough with the sentimentality. We're comrades, yes, but I've got patrol duties. Don't set a precedent for internal favoritism. Here's a proposal. Allocate first to Old Qian. He oversees airspace security. Then divide the remainder among us. I command maritime zones, yet even maritime defense demands air superiority. Let the Americans sail freely on the seas. We'll soar freely in the skies and make them sick with envy. Old Lu, we know how difficult it is for your two research-focused military regions to achieve mass production. We won't push too hard. Just promise us a few by year-end at the very least. Surely the Air Force and Navy each deserve at least one. What began as imperious demands, you will give me these, quickly devolved into bargaining, then outright pleading. They weren't acting for personal gain. They sought only to elevate China's standing on the world stage. General Lu understood their fervor and reluctantly responded, brothers, you know my character better than anyone. I'll spare no effort to accelerate mass production of this extraordinary aircraft. But you know as well as I do, building fighters isn't like assembling model kits. Real manufacturing takes time. He glanced towards Senior Scientist Xue, silently urging him to commit to a timeline. Senior Scientist Xue instinctively turned to Senior Scientist Hu. The reason Fighter No. 0514 remained unnamed was simple: mass production had not yet begun. The assembly line had only just been commissioned. The construction of even the second unit would require considerable time. Thus, Senior Scientist Xue dared not issue a formal pledge, replying only, General Lu, the Central Military Region will strive relentlessly and report every milestone to you without delay. General Lu nodded helplessly. He knew he'd rushed things. Hear that? Mass production remains distant. Please stop putting our senior researchers under such unbearable pressure. At those words, the other four generals slumped in quiet disappointment. Their urgency was understandable. The phrase "dominion of the skies" ignited something primal within them. They had endured far too long. To borrow an imperfect analogy, it was like a man holding his bladder managing fine, until he stepped into the restroom where suddenly, violently, he felt his bladder about to burst, desperate enough to wet himself on the spot. Such is the visceral human response to long-suppressed longing. After hanging up, General Lu exhaled deeply, a slow, steady release of pent-up breath. He turned to Senior Scientists Xue and Zhou. You two have achieved something extraordinary. At the next honor ceremony, I shall personally pin the medals upon you. Actually, this aircraft wasn't developed by us, not by our Central Military Region research team. Fighter No. 0514 was designed and built single-handedly by a young man named Wang Yu. Upon hearing this, Chow the Scarred shot upright from his chair, stunned into silence. Built alone? Are you serious? Elsewhere at the Military Region Grand Competition, Senior Scientist Xue and Hu recounted Wang Yu's story. Meanwhile, on the Central Military Region's tank training grounds, Wang Yu sat atop a tank wearing windproof goggles, reveling in the fierce gale rushing against his face. Beside him stood Lin Xiaoran, her entire being alight with exhilaration. She stood atop her seat, goggles still fastened, half her body leaning out over the tank's hull, shouting wildly while gripping Wang Yu's hand. and swinging it rhythmically like a rock frontman commanding the stage. Whoa, this is real speed, pure ecstasy. Absolutely incredible. At the driver's seat ahead, Yu Qin steered with white-knuckled intensity, terrified of the slightest misstep. For the tank they rode bore a velocity of 180 kilometers per hour, a relentless, earth-shaking roar. Like a wild beast long caged, now unleashed, it tore across the vast expanse of the central military region, howling with unrestrained feral energy. A few hours earlier, Yu Qin, still lying in bed, felt an ominous premonition stirring deep within him. The upcoming military regional competition had pushed their tank division to work around the clock, rigorously testing a newly developed main battle tank. Indeed, they had just completed yet another prototype tank. There was no choice. No one knew whether Wang Yu's word could be trusted. If the tank failed to be restored to full operational capacity, would the central military region even participate in the tank event of the grand competition? After working through the night, Yu Qin had barely collapsed onto his bed, but rest eluded him. He tossed and turned restless, suddenly struck by an odd dissonance in the distant roar of tanks outside. This sound did not belong to his beloved second son, their cherished prototype. Had something gone wrong with the tank? Bolting upright at the thought, he hastily threw on a coat and rushed out of the dormitory. Upon reaching the testing zone, he froze. The tank tearing across the training ground was unmistakably not his second son, but a colossal, utterly unfamiliar machine unlike any he had ever seen. Before he could utter a word, the strange tank surged toward him, and perched atop its turret, unmistakable in silhouette, were Wang Yu and Lin Xiaoran. Lao Yu, the upgrade is complete. Climb aboard and feel the difference. Yu Qin's head spun. He'd assumed restoring the tank alone would be a monumental feat. Yet Wang Yu hadn't merely repaired it. He had transcended it. Without hesitation, Yu Qin displaced the driver and slid into the cockpit, roaring the upgraded tank across the training field with raw, instinctive exhilaration. Tank operation was notoriously complex, yet this one defied convention. Its clutch and throttle responded with uncanny fluidity. Even minor errors were instantly corrected by intelligent onboard systems, delivering flawless precision. Unconsciously, Yu Qin accelerated, faster than faster still, until jolted back to awareness, he realized the speedometer read 180 kilometers per hour. Cold sweat broke out across his brow as he gently applied the brakes. Lao Yu, why the sudden stop? This tank hasn't reached its top speed yet. The research team needs maximum velocity data. Wang Yu rapped his knuckles against the tank's hull. Yu Qin scrambled out of the cockpit, pale and shaken. We're piloting a tank, not courting death. We're already nearing 200 kilometers per hour. There are no airbags here. If anything goes wrong, all three of us are finished. And let's be honest, I drive cars with strict discipline. This is my first time pushing anything this fast. Yu Qin was a man of unshakable principle. Wang Yu sighed, a wry smile tugging at his lips. This is a training ground, not a highway. And where tanks deploy, speed limits are irrelevant. Greater mobility means greater battlefield dominance. Lin Xiaoran, ever the bold comrade, delivered a playful but firm slap to Yu Qin's neck. Lao Yu, are you even a real man? If you can't handle it, I'll take the wheel. You just put on some makeup and watch from the sidelines. Yu Qin, fiery and proud, bristled under the dual barrage from this inseparable pair. His blood rising, his pride stung. He slammed his palm hard against the tank's hull. Fine. If we crash, don't say I didn't warn you when you're lying in the hospital. Wang Yu grinned. Relax. We've got fail-safes. Nothing will go wrong. Yu Qin nodded, curtly climbed back into the cockpit, and stomped the accelerator to the floor. Roar. The upgraded tank unleashed a guttural, earth-shaking howl and shot forward like a thunderbolt. Yet moments later, fear crept back into Yu Qin's chest. Because this tank had already hit 260 kilometers per hour. And astonishingly, that wasn't its limit. Keep going. Its true power remains untapped. Don't hold back. Wang Yu's voice crackled in Yu Qin's headset, calm, precise, methodical, utterly devoid of reckless bravado, bearing instead the quiet confidence of a master engineer. For reasons he couldn't name, Yu Qin felt his pulse steady at that voice. He drew a slow, deep breath and pressed the accelerator once more resolutely. Roar. The tank's titanic thunder seemed to tear at his very soul, threatening to rip it free from his body. Glancing at the dashboard, he saw the speedometer needle pinned at 350 kilometers per hour. Were it not for the tank's staggering 300-ton mass, it might well have taken flight. An absolute madman. Who builds a tank weighing over 100 tons? Logistics will be a nightmare. China's newest transport aircraft could carry only 60 to 70 tons. Only the Bear, legendary for its audacity and occasional questionable judgment, had ever fielded a 400-ton transport. Would future overseas operations require borrowing one from them? Yu Qin silently seethed. Little did he know, Wang Yu had already solved that problem. The tank's upgrade was merely the first step. Next on the list, upgrading the transport aircraft itself. Wang Yu had already selected the optimal model in his system, waiting only for the necessary technological points to finalize the order. Head straight for the artillery test range. The speed trials are done. Now it's time to unleash this tank's raw destructive power. A fierce electric excitement flickered across Wang Yu's face as he spoke. You mean to say, this J-10-based fighter jet designated 0514 was entirely rebuilt by a young man in his private workshop and completed in under 1 month? Chow Debaizi stood frozen. His expression shattered his composure, utterly undone. He looked quite literally like a deranged predator about to devour someone whole. Shui Lao offered a weary wry smile and nodded. You've asked that 3 times already. Is your next question his name? Chow Debaizi, how did you know? What is his name? Hu Lao sighed, deeply placing a reassuring hand on Chow Debaizi's shoulder. Your mind has officially crashed. Go sit quietly somewhere and reboot. Lu General shook his head, exasperated, yet empathetic. Anyone hearing such news would stagger, dazed beneath its sheer weight. He then asked, voice measured, what is this Wang Yu's current rank or position? Shui Lao replied with formal deference, he currently serves as director of the Special Manufacturing Division. His personal dossier has been elevated to top-tier classification, and his security protocols are the most stringent available. Lu General nodded approvingly. Well handled. Incidentally, does he have any personal requests? Shui Lao, yes. He wishes to recruit graduate students directly from universities with strong mechanical engineering programs, serving as their thesis advisor. Hu Lao added quietly, we both believe he intends to found his own school of engineering. Lu General paused, momentarily stunned. Wang Yu was barely in his early 20s. To harbor such vision, such ambition at so tender an age, that was extraordinary. A spark of genuine curiosity ignited in his eyes. I must meet him. Arrange it, immediately. Let us go now and see this prodigy you call a demon genius. Section Chief Lin was extremely excited after hanging up the phone. General Liu, one of the 5 great generals, was actually coming to the central military region, and he was coming specifically to meet his future son-in-law. Young people are reliable. Section Chief Lin rushed excitedly toward the Special Manufacturing Department. As he walked, he pondered whether he should find time to meet Wang Yu's parents. Since the 2 youngsters were already so close, shouldn't he solidify the arrangements? He pushed open the office door and scanned the room. Where is Director Wang? The office staff exchanged glances. Each had their own responsibilities, and none had seen Wang Yu for days. After a long pause, Zhou Guangyao finally spoke. This morning I saw Lin Xiaoran heading to the dormitory to find Director Wang. I suspect they are together. Section Chief Lin fell silent. He quietly closed the office door and stood outside, gradually turning to stone. It felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, chilling him from the tips of his hair to the depths of his heart. Only one thought echoed in his mind: my daughter has been corrupted. Young people are simply unreliable. Just then Wang Yu, who had stepped down from the tank, shuddered violently. For some unknown reason, he suddenly felt as though his father-in-law was standing behind him, staring with a resentful gaze. That can't be right. I just had a drink with old Lin a couple of days ago. After completing the upgrade of the new tank, Wang Yu had shared a drink with Section Chief Lin. If not for Lin Xiaoran, the two might have sworn brotherhood on the spot. So, Wang Yu decided it must be an illusion. He must have caught a chill from the wind. Director Wang, the target is ready, but do we really need a target 60 kilometers away? Yu Chun jogged over, a puzzled expression on his face. Tank main gun firing is divided into direct aiming and indirect aiming using electronic devices. Direct aiming ranges are relatively short, typically around 3,500 meters. Indirect aiming covers longer distances. The newest generation of active service tanks in Huaxia can reach a maximum range of 14 kilometers. The new tank that Yu Chun had spent 10 years developing could extend the indirect aiming range to 20 kilometers. This was already a world-leading breakthrough in tank technology. Yet Wang Yu had just requested a target 60 kilometers away, increasing the range several times over. This was a tank main gun test, not a test for a small tactical ballistic missile. Wang Yu smiled and spoke. On the modern battlefield with so many high-tech weapons, tanks will become nothing more than a backdrop if they lack long-range precision strike capability. And the tank I developed will absolutely not be a supporting role. He turned to look at Lin Xiaoran beside him. Brother, let's show old you what we've got. Lin Xiaoran removed her sunglasses, gently brushed her shoulder-length hair, and struck a cool pose. No problem, brother. Yu Chun was speechless. He always felt there was something odd about these two. They were in a romantic relationship, yet they insisted on calling each other brother. Would they address each other as big brother and third brother even at their wedding? Lin Xiaoran vaulted into the tank in one fluid motion. The communication link was established. Targeting. Target set. Destroy building B3, East 60 kilometers away. The AI voice came through the headphones. Lin Xiaoran smiled confidently and said to Yu Chun over the intercom, Old you, are you ready? High energy warning ahead. Yu Chun felt these two must be insane. He turned to Wang Yu. Director Wang, can you stop joking? Even if your tank's main gun truly has a range of 60 kilometers, the enormous recoil would flip the tank over. Lin Xiaoran could even be in danger. Wang Yu waved his hand with a smile. Old Yu, rest assured. I never do anything without being certain. The tank's main gun has been upgraded. The recoil issue is solved. Hearing this, Yu Chen finally realized. This tank's main gun seemed much thicker than before. What caliber is your main gun? A slight curve appeared at the corner of Wang Yu's mouth. He raised his hand and spread 5 fingers. 500 millimeters. What the heck? Yu Chen's eyes nearly bulged out. No wonder he had felt the main gun obstructing his view while driving the tank earlier, forcing him to lean sideways to see. The tank he had spent 10 years developing had a main gun caliber of only 150 millimeters. This tank had somehow more than tripled that. How much does one of these shells cost? No, wait. Can this even be called a cannon anymore? No wonder you could extend the range to 60 kilometers. This is practically a small ballistic missile. Just then Yu Chen saw through the monitor a massive shell a full meter long being automatically loaded into the gun breech. He gasped involuntarily. Destroyer of worlds, terminator of war. Director Wang, was I carrying this thing when I drove at 350 kilometers per hour? If anything had gone wrong, we wouldn't even have left bones behind. Even from its appearance, Yu Chen could tell that the power of this thing was no less than that of a small missile. Wang Yu patted his shoulder with a smile. Rest assured, I've calculated it many times. There's absolutely no chance of an accident. With that, he approached the tank while reminding Yu Chen, Old Yu, get into the tank quickly or the noise might damage your eardrums. Hearing this, Yu Chen quickly followed Wang Yu. As soon as they entered the tank, Lin Xiaoran shouted, Fire! The next second, a deafening boom erupted. The massive shell shot out along the adjusted gun barrel. Spinning so rapidly that an air vortex formed at its tail, it truly resembled a missile with a fiery exhaust plume. At that moment, Yu Chen finally understood why Wang Yu was so confident in the tank's safety. Because, when the shell was fired, he felt only a slight tremor. The recoil was completely neutralized. How did you do it? This is terrifying. Moreover, Yu Chen discovered that the tank's interior had soundproofing measures. A shell with a 60-kilometer range would inevitably produce a thunderous roar when fired, yet inside this tank his ears felt no discomfort at all. Incredible. To develop a tank like this, Wang Yu was nothing short of a prodigy. While he was still in shock, another thunderous sound rang out. The shell had hit its target. On the monitor, the target, a 5-story building designated B3, had vanished without a trace, not even a fragment remaining. At the same time, a massive mushroom cloud rose from the impact site. The mushroom cloud is not exclusive to mushroom bombs. As long as there are large amounts of explosives detonating on the ground, a mushroom cloud can be produced, such as in the case of a fireworks factory explosion or a volcanic eruption. This is basic knowledge for researchers, but Chief Lin, who has just been transferred to the Central Military District, is unaware of it. When he saw that enormous mushroom cloud, he was completely stunned. His mind quickly began to analyze. The direction of the rising mushroom cloud was towards the testing ground of the Central Military District, which is often used for artillery testing and is usually filled with the sounds of gunfire. However, such a massive mushroom cloud has never appeared before. Notify everyone to stop their work immediately and be ready to take cover in case of an emergency. Chief Lin quickly issued the notification. Then he dialed the Missile Research Department. Hello, are you testing a new type of missile today? The reply from the other end of the line was, no, we were supposed to test it, but Director Wang got ahead of us. Chief Lin was taken aback. Director Wang? Which Director Wang? The Missile Research Department replied, it's Director Wang Yu. Today he, along with Lin Xiaoran and the tank department head Yu Chen, are testing the power of the artillery using the upgraded new type tank. Hearing this, Chief Lin's eyes nearly popped out. Could this mushroom cloud have been caused by Wang Yu? Did he dare to load a mushroom bomb into the tank? That guy is too bold. Chief Lin felt as if his head was about to explode, and then he gazed at the mushroom cloud completely dumbfounded. This is definitely a mushroom bomb. If Wang Yu is nearby, won't he be exposed to radiation? Damn it, my daughter is also with him. Immediately, he took out a special phone and contacted the medical staff and the researchers responsible for detection. Everyone gather immediately. Level alert. Everyone follow my orders and set off immediately. An unknown explosion has occurred at the artillery testing ground, and Director Wang and Assistant Lin Xiaoran are on site. They may already be in danger. After hanging up the phone, Chief Lin prayed as he headed towards the assembly point. At the same time, he suddenly felt something was off. It seems there's a third person at the scene. Never mind, let's go first. Meanwhile, not just Chief Lin was frightened by the mushroom cloud, General Liu and others rushing to the Central Military District were equally alarmed. Due to the last-minute decision to come to the Central Military District, the flight path of the special plane was not allowed, so several big shots took the high-speed train instead. As soon as they exited the train station, they saw a massive mushroom cloud rising in the southeast. It was as if the apocalypse had arrived with half the sky shrouded in a gray haze. Chow Daba, completely stunned, exclaimed, "Is that a mushroom bomb? Such a large mushroom cloud. My God." He looked at Elder Shui in shock. Has the central military district gone mad? There are still civilians nearby. How can you test a mushroom bomb? Aren't you afraid of radiation contamination? Elder Shui was also very shocked. How could we possibly test a mushroom bomb? General Liu, with his hands slightly pressed down, said, "First, let's contact the central military district. If it's safe, we will immediately go see what's happening." Although he appeared the most composed, he felt the heaviest burden in his heart. The Central Military District is a region specifically for manufacturing military equipment. If an accident occurs, it wouldn't be a trivial matter. Elder Shui nodded and quickly took out his phone to make a call. After confirming that there was no radiation contamination, their group set off immediately towards the Central Military District. At the testing ground, Yu Chun was unaware that a group of big shots was rushing towards him. Or rather, even if he knew, given his current situation, he couldn't think about that much. Upon seeing that enormous mushroom cloud, his head felt as though it had been struck hard by a hammer, and he was on the verge of fainting. "Director Wang, are you out of your mind? You actually loaded a mushroom bomb into the tank. Don't you know that the Central Military District has a security perimeter of only 200 kilometers, and just outside the restricted area are villages with a county-level city only a few kilometers away? Testing a mushroom bomb here, are you trying to take countless civilians down with you? We three will end up on a military tribunal. No. We are at the center of the radiation. Before long, we three will be lying in graves, scorned by everyone." At this point, Yu Chen's eyes were already bloodshot. "Our family has been military personnel for 3 generations. My grandfather and father both fought in wars to defend our country, and only I have harmed the common people of our nation." Seeing Yu Chen's reaction, Wang Yu and Lin Xiaoran instinctively exchanged glances, both sensing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Then Wang Yu gently patted Yu Chen's shoulder. "Old Yu, calm down. This is not a mushroom bomb. I wouldn't dare to test a mushroom bomb directly in the Central Military District, no matter how bold I am." Yu Chen pushed Wang Yu's shoulder away. "What nonsense are you talking about? Such a large mushroom cloud, do you think I'm blind?" Lin Xiaoran sighed. "Old Yu, a mushroom cloud doesn't necessarily mean a mushroom bomb. Even I know such a simple thing, don't you?" As she spoke, she pointed to the internal screen of the tank. "Look, this tank has a radiation detector, and it shows no radiation." Only then did Yu Chen calm down and cautiously ask, "It really isn't a mushroom bomb?" Wang Yu nodded helplessly. "This is an artillery shell. I simply upgraded the detonation materials a bit, increasing its power somewhat. We manufacture weapons for war, but our aim is to protect the ordinary citizens of our nation." This was the first thing Elder Shui told me when I stepped into the Central Military District. I have not forgotten it, and never will. Don't worry. Upon hearing this, Yu Chen finally let out a long sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid that Wang Yu was a mad scientist akin to those in horror movies. After all the things he developed, like fighter jets capable of vertical sonic booms and tanks that can reach 350 kilometers per hour, all exuded a sense of madness. If he had developed a main gun for a mushroom bomb and tested its power in the Central Military District, it wouldn't be unreasonable at all. Moreover, given the immense power of this thing, not just artillery shells, anyone would think it's a mushroom bomb. Once he steadied his mind, Yu Chen took a deep breath and asked, "So what should we do now? Do we need to continue testing?" Wang Yu shook his head. The mushroom cloud that has risen is too large, enveloping the entire testing ground. He must see it for himself to calculate the specific damage range of the artillery shell. Otherwise, when the main gun fires in the future, if it affects the tank's body, wouldn't that lead to self-detonation? No rush, let's go check the target range first. When Wang Yu and his team finished collecting the data, the big shots arrived at the testing site. They stepped out of the car and approached the caution line, all frowning slightly. "The tests are complete. There is no radiation in the vicinity," Elder Shui said as he brought over the data photos. According to the drone footage, the crater is about 1 kilometer wide and approximately 30 meters deep. This massive mushroom cloud was produced due to the sheer size of the explosive material, Chow Debaizi remarked, rubbing his forehead. Could it be an issue with the detection equipment? With such tremendous power, how could it not be a mushroom bomb? Elder Shui explained. We used 5 or 6 machines to test multiple times and confirmed there is no radiation. General Liu surveyed the testing site, looking at the target structures destroyed by the shockwave. This place has been built for over 30 years, right? Has it never been repaired, or was it destroyed by that thing? Elder Shui sighed. We always renovate after each test. This site was constructed to mimic a small city, and it was just refurbished last week when I left. I never expected it to be blown to pieces like this, Chow Debaizi exclaimed. This thing is truly powerful, nearly as potent as a mushroom bomb, yet without any radiation contamination. He looked at Elder Shui and asked, Do you know who developed this? Elder Shui smiled slightly. According to the report from Section Chief Lin, just now this should have been developed by Wang Yu. It is the main cannon shell of a new type of tank. Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Especially Elder Hu, who was only responsible for academic research, as Elder Shui managed the matters of the Central Military District. He widened his eyes in disbelief and asked, "Isn't this kid specialized in fighter aircraft? He even wants to establish his own sect. I didn't expect him to have such profound research into artillery shells." General Liu was equally astonished. This young man is indeed a talent. Old Shui, you made the right decision, bringing him into the Central Military District. Just then a voice suddenly came through the intercom. Report. An unknown model of tank is approaching. It is a new type of tank from the Central Military District. The communicator suddenly became excited. My goodness. This tank is incredibly fast. It looks like a heavy tank, but its speed reaches 300 miles per hour, and the main cannon is enormous, several times the size of a regular tank. As soon as he finished speaking, the drone footage came through. The new tank was seen to be twice the size of conventional tanks, racing towards General Liu and the others like a beast pursuing its prey. Elder Shui and Elder Hu's eyes nearly popped out. They knew this tank had been modified from their original new type, but it looked nothing like its former self now. Moreover, its capabilities were terrifying, capable of moving at an astonishing speed of 300 miles per hour. The scene felt surreal, as if Wang Yu had once again brought something out of a science fiction movie, this time a tank. It was utterly terrifying. Report. The tank is starting to decelerate. It is now 10 kilometers away. 9 kilometers. 8 kilometers. As the communicator reported, the tank finally came into General Liu's view. Eventually, it stopped about 50 meters away from them. Clank. The tank hatch opened, and Wang Yu was the first to poke his head out, waving to the big shots. Elder Shui, Elder Hu, you're back. I just finished collecting the data. So how is this tank? Isn't the power of its main cannon impressive? Elder Hu rubbed his temples, chuckling wryly. Is it really that impressive? When I saw the mushroom cloud at the train station, I thought someone had attacked us. However, Chow Debaizi, not caring about the nuances, stepped forward and asked, "Are you sure this shell was fired from your tank's main cannon?" Wang Yu, not recognizing Chow Debaizi, felt he looked intimidating with a scar on his face resembling a centipede, and instinctively thought he was not someone to mess with. While discreetly signaling to Lin Xiaoran, he replied, "It was caused by our main cannon. I borrowed a tank from the head of our tank department for upgrades. We just completed it today and came here to test it out." Chow Debaizi had no objections to Wang Yu. In fact, he admired him. But he just had that fierce appearance and loud voice. So it seemed like he was deliberately making things difficult for Wang Yu. With such a powerful shell, didn't you report it during testing? As soon as he finished speaking, 2 loud bangs resounded. The tank hatch beside Wang Yu suddenly opened, and Lin Xiaoran and Yu Chun burst out, one rubbing his wrist and the other stretching his arms. Do we need to report for shell testing? Who the hell is this idiot? Yu Chun thought the other party was looking for trouble, so he acted like a gang leader. However, before he could finish, he noticed not only Elder Shui and Elder Hu were present, but also Elder Chow from the Southern Military District and General Liu, one of the 5 major generals. Suddenly his legs felt weak, nearly collapsing to the ground, and he hurriedly said, "Even without a report, testing can still be done." Lin Xiaoran quickly reacted, putting away her tough demeanor, sticking out her tongue, and swiftly hiding behind Wang Yu. Chow Debaizi was broad-minded and ignored Yu Chun, continuing to look at Wang Yu and ask, "What is the damage range of the tank's main cannon? If it's too close, the shockwave would affect the tank's body, right?" At this moment, Wang Yu also understood that the other party was a big shot and began to explain seriously. Based on the data just collected, the shockwave range of the shell is 30 kilometers, while the main cannon's firing range is 60 kilometers, so there's no need to worry about that. Hearing this, Chow Debaizi's eyes widened in shock. "You must be kidding me." Wang Yu smiled. "I never boast. If you don't believe me, I can fire another shot later." General Liu couldn't help but laugh, stroking his buzz cut and exclaiming, "The youth is formidable. The youth is formidable indeed. With such a talent in our Huaxiao, how can we not become the world's #1 nation?" He then looked at Wang Yu and asked with a smile, "That fighter aircraft, no. 0514 in the military district competition, was it developed by you?" Wang Yu nodded, a bit smug. "Elder Shui, Elder Hu, we won the fighter aircraft project in the military district competition, right? I have completed the data collection for this tank. I can design the production line within a week. I'll let it participate in the military district competition. The subsequent tank project will definitely be ours too." Hearing this, Elder Shui and Elder Hu couldn't help but get excited. Really? Winning the military district competition means more research funding. Chow Debaizi pouted and said enviously, "Why haven't I encountered such a genius?" If conversing with Chow, the scar was somewhat tense, then when Wang Yu spoke with General Liu, he felt genuine reverence. General Liu was one of the 5 great generals of Huaxiao. Ordinary people could only see him on the news. To be honest, the first time Wang Yu saw General Liu was in his elementary school textbook. The illustration in that lesson showed General Liu standing atop a high mountain surveying enemy terrain. That resolute gaze was truly unforgettable. Now that such a figure stood before him, even the usually composed Wang Yu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He quickly descended from the tank, strode to General Liu, and extended his hand. "Hello, General Liu. You've been my idol since elementary school." General Liu smiled and extended his hand as well. "To be remembered by a prodigy like you is something I should be proud of." General Liu's hand was somewhat rough, yet it conveyed a strong sense of security. Thinking back, it was these very hands that had defended Waxia's dignity on foreign soil. "You've done remarkably well, developing a fighter jet that surpasses the world's best, and now this formidable tank. Truly a genius." General Liu smiled approvingly. "If you need any help with your research, don't hesitate to ask. If it's not too unreasonable, I'll make sure it's done. This is the age of technology, and we need scientists like you. Behind you stands the motherland. We will do everything we can to support you." These words sounded somewhat official. If anyone else had said them, Wang Yu would have dismissed them as mere formalities. But coming from General Liu, they felt profoundly reassuring. Wang Yu understood that from now on in the central military region, he would face no obstacles in pursuing his research. "General Liu." Wang Yu took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. "I'm a dreamer. I've always dreamed of creating something that could truly revive Huaxia. So, if I need anything, I will definitely seek your help." General Liu laughed heartily and patted Wang Yu on the shoulder. "We are both dreamers, but we don't just dream. We find ways to make those dreams come true." At this moment, Yu Chen finally recovered from his weak knees. He hurriedly saluted General Liu and Chao the Scar, then approached Elder Shui and Elder Hu. "Elder Shui, Elder Hu, the head of the tank production department reports to you. The upgraded new tank can reach a top speed of 350 kilometers per hour with a main gun range of 60 kilometers and a damage radius of 30 to 35 kilometers. We have successfully collected all data, but if needed, we can conduct another test." This was actually a clever trick by Yu Chen. Disrespecting visiting leaders, even if they say nothing, would still lead to internal punishment once the door was closed. But steering the conversation toward topics that interested his own superiors could likely smooth things over. As expected, upon hearing that another test was possible, Elder Shui and Elder Hu's breathing quickened. A tank main gun with a range of 60 kilometers. How could it not excite anyone? "Then let's test it again," Elder Shui asked symbolically. Wang Yu smiled and glanced at Yu Chen. "No problem, it's a perfect chance to showcase it before the leaders. But, let me be clear, another test is fine, we have plenty of shells. However, if the southern military region's tank data doesn't match ours, can we skip the tank competition in the military district tournament?" Upon hearing this, Chao the Scar widened his eyes. "Hey, you young fellow, why are you so annoying?" The tank competition in the military district tournament consisted of 2 parts mobility and main gun power. Although tanks were divided into light and heavy types, and the tournament focused on demonstration, it so happened that the southern military region had also prepared a heavy tank. Having just witnessed the speed of this tank, Chao the Scar was self-aware enough to know that his own tank could never reach 350 kilometers per hour. They had already lost in speed. As for the main gun, how could they compete with a giant shell that had a range of 60 kilometers and a damage radius of 30 kilometers? With both mobility and main gun power maxed out in the central military region's tank, competing against something straight out of a sci-fi movie would be nothing but self-humiliation. Chao the Scar was an open-minded man. He waved his hand casually. "The southern military region concedes defeat in the tank event. There are still other events. I refuse to believe I can't win even once before the tournament ends at year's end. Hurry up, let us see with our own eyes what your main gun can do." Wang Yu nodded and turned to Lin Xiaoran behind him. "Pick another target. We've already fired once. Can you handle it alone this time?" Lin Xiaoran lifted her chin, a hint of pride on her face. "Bro, you underestimate me." She turned and walked toward the tank. Wang Yu instinctively rubbed his nose, feeling a bit shy, and murmured to himself, "From the first moment I saw you, I knew you were a woman not to be underestimated." Then he cleared his throat and dropped the lecherous demeanor that didn't suit his persona. Lin Xiaoran re-entered the tank, and soon her voice came through the intercom, reporting, "There are no buildings within 60 kilometers. I suggest a mound as the target." Wang Yu looked at the tablet, which displayed footage from a drone. The mound Lin Xiaoran mentioned was a designated missile testing area, the only spot in the entire test range that remained undamaged. "There's a target there, it's perfect." Elder Shui agreed, and then picked up the intercom. "Attention everyone, we are about to test the new tank's main gun again. Target is the mound 60 kilometers to the southeast. Everyone retreat in an orderly manner to a safe distance." After speaking, he looked at General Liu and Chao the Scar. "Let's get in the vehicles. The peripheral researchers have noise-canceling headphones. We need to wear them." A shell with a range of 60 kilometers could puncture eardrums without protection. After riding to the perimeter, Wang Yu picked up the intercom. Everything is ready. Target mound M74 is 60 kilometers to the southeast. Lin Xiaoran immediately replied, understood, target locked. Wang Yu scanned the area, confirmed that all the leaders were fine, took a deep breath, and said, fire. Fire. Lin Xiaoran echoed loudly. A thunderous boom rang out, and the expressions of everyone present instantly turned to excitement. The next moment, in the drone's footage, a giant shell spun out of the gun barrel. The vortex was like a missile's exhaust, vast and perfectly formed, causing even the high-altitude drone to shake several times. A few seconds later, another thunderous roar echoed through the air. Then a colossal mushroom cloud rose, shrouding the entire testing ground in its shadow. Whooshed! The wind and sand swept across everyone's faces, and all could distinctly feel the immense power of the shell. Director Lin smoothed his hair, his expression brimming with pride. In this tank test witnessed by several high-ranking officials, the heroine was his own daughter, and the hero was his future son-in-law. What a perfect union of children, a dragon and a phoenix bringing fortune. Director Lin leaned back, triumphantly, looking like a certain actor famous for playing monkeys. Then he glanced at Yu Chun from a distance with puzzlement. Where had this guy come from? He hadn't seen him during the assembly. Was he slacking off and sneaking in late? Achut! Yu Chun sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he watched the shell test again, still excited with visions of himself driving this tank across the battlefield. General Liu was also thrilled. He clenched his fists, trembling slightly. Incredible, absolutely incredible. This roar encapsulates decades of Wuxia's revival. As he spoke, his eyes reddened slightly. The other dignitaries shared the same sentiment. Even witnessing the shell's power firsthand, they felt as if they were dreaming. A hill 60 kilometers away had been obliterated with a single shot. To think the distance between the centers of two cities might not even be 60 kilometers. Excellent. Excellent. Our Huaxia has not only surpassed global standards in fighter jets, but also in tanks. Qiao Daba gritted his teeth, forcing a smile, his face trembling slightly, making his scar seem alive. This wasn't jealousy, but the exhilaration of finally releasing decades of pent-up frustration. Wuxia's journey had been so arduous. In the early days of the nation, even fighter jets had to be flown twice, and industry was like a roadside stall, accounting for only 5% of the population. Honestly, back then Huaxia was comparable to Africa. Now Huaxia had finally grown strong in every aspect, able to feed and clothe 20% of the global population with just 9% of the world's arable land and 6% of its freshwater resources. Militarily, it could finally compare with the world's top eagle. This was what excited him most. They, the researchers, were the backbone behind the legions of soldiers. If they were strong, the soldiers protecting the people would sacrifice fewer lives. Yes, even with all its advanced weapons, Huaxia always thought of protecting its own people. Because we are the only major power that has never invaded another nation. Report. Just then the communicator's voice crackled through the intercom. The target has been hit. Hill M74 has vanished with a crater about 30 meters deep and roughly a kilometer wide. The drone feed also came through. Everyone's gaze turned to the screen. Though the dust and smoke were still thick, all could clearly see the terrifying aftermath of the tank's main gun firing. Such a massive hill had been blasted away. Despite their mental preparation, everyone involuntarily gasped. Qiao Daba's eyes widened. My God, the power of this shell is immense. What did you put inside it? If not for the lack of radiation, I'd really think it was a nuke. Yu Chun beside him wiped his sweat and whispered to Wang Yu, hear that? I'm not the only one who thought it was a nuke, MIA. This thing is so powerful anyone would be terrified. Tanks were called land meat grinders, but if this tank appeared and fired once, even the enemy's ashes would be scattered. Elder Shui, an elder who were also shocked and couldn't help asking, Wang Yu, tell us quickly, what kind of shell is this? It's way too powerful. Wang Yu explained with a smile, this shell is an upgraded version I developed. I've already submitted the specific manufacturing method to the shell development department. And I've collected all the data today, so I can rush out the paper as soon as I'm back. Hearing this, Elder Shui was stunned, his scalp tingling. This kid always moved fast, finishing the 0514 fighter jet in a month and upgrading the new tank in 20 days. But he never expected Wang Yu to have the paper for this shell ready too. This is what you call talent. Elder Shui leaned back, triumphantly joining Director Lin in resembling that certain actor. Then Elder Hu also asked, Wang Yu, how many of these shells can this tank carry? His focus was academic, so his thoughts revolved around research. Wang Yu replied, it can carry 50 shells in total, but since the tank upgrade only took 20 days, I only produced 10, and they're all loaded. General Liu clapped his hands excitedly. Amazing. Being able to carry 50 of these shells, even just one tank, is a huge deterrent. However, only he was excited, the others exchanged uneasy glances. Director Lin, upon hearing this, was so startled, he looked like a cat with its fur standing on end. He instinctively shouted, "So, this tank was carrying 10 of these shells while speeding at 350 kilometers per hour in the central military region." Everyone felt a chill down their spines. Elder Hu immediately said, "With such powerful shells, not to mention being hit by the enemy in battle, even an accident during driving could cause significant damage, right? Wang Yu, these shells are too dangerous." Wang Yu waved his hand casually. Elder Hu, rest assured. The material of this tank, including the shell casing, is the same as the fuselage of the 0514 fighter jet. Unless actively fired, even if a nuke explodes nearby, these shells won't pose any danger. At this, Qiao Daba was the first to jump up. "What fuselage? What are you talking about? What's the connection between this tank, the shells, and that fighter jet?" Wang Yu replied, "I developed a new alloy that can withstand the power of a nuke. The fuselage of the 0514 fighter jet is made of this material. And the casings of this tank and shells are the same. If you leaders are still concerned, we can test it. Of course, testing with a nuke can't be done here." Qiao Daba felt his scalp tingle. Damn it, how did old Shui and old Hu get their hands on such a genius? Qiao Daba's now looked as if he had swallowed 2 enormous lemons in succession. His features were puckered sourly together. Old Shui and old Hu. What immense good fortune had they accumulated in their past lives to have encountered such a peerless genius. Qiao Daba could foresee that as long as Wang Yu remained in the central military region, they would likely win every major military competition from now on. It was even possible that all future research institutes would fall under the central military region's management. "TSK, maybe I should transfer over here in advance," he muttered softly to himself. His gaze unconsciously drifted toward the tank before him, and he suddenly noticed something amiss about it. It seemed there was only the main cannon. A tank had 2 means of attack: the main cannon for long-range strikes and machine guns for close-range fire suppression. Moreover, tanks typically carried 2 types of machine guns, one for fire suppression and the other for precision strikes against mid to long-range targets and enemy drones. But this tank had none of them. "Wang Yu, your tank design has a flaw. Is the main cannon its only means of attack?" Qiao Daba asked, a hint of doubt in his voice. Wang Yu explained with a smile, "When I upgraded this tank, I already considered the machine gun issue. To avoid accidental damage in combat, both machine guns are retractable." With that, he spoke into the intercom. Xiao Ran revealed the 2 machine guns. "Roger." The moment the words fell, a machine gun rose from each side of the tank. Yu Chen beside him stared dumbfounded. Were these even machine guns? Perhaps it was a matter of Wang Yu's personal taste, but he seemed to have a fondness for oversized things. Both machine guns had a caliber of 150 millimeters, appearing almost as large as the main cannons of other tanks. "Director Wang, don't mess around. The suppressive machine gun is fine since it only handles close-range fire. But the other one for precision strikes must coordinate with the gunner. Any change requires the gunner to readjust, or accuracy will drop." Yu Chen grew anxious, feeling that Wang Yu's upgrade to the machine guns was superfluous. China's machine guns were already among the world's best. There was no need to deliberately increase the caliber. The firepower was sufficient. Moreover, the cost of a single bullet might rival that of a cannon shell. But Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry, I'm not upgrading for the sake of upgrading. Everything is to make this tank stronger. As for cost, there's no need to fret. The bullets for the precision strike machine gun are upgraded from the tank's original cannon shells. With such a large stockpile of shells, the cost of producing one is negligible. And the suppressive machine gun still uses the original ammunition. If you don't believe me, we can test it." Hearing this, everyone present grew curious. "Enough talk, let's start the test." Qiao Daba said, a note of excitement in his voice. Wang Yu nodded and picked up the intercom. Xiao Ran, test precision strike first, then the suppressive fire capability. "Roger." Old Shui and the others immediately ordered several target dummies prepared, some on the ground, others mounted on drones. Soon Lin Xiao Ran's voice came through the intercom. "Report all targets locked. Ready to fire." "Fire," Wang Yu commanded. The next second, a series of thunderous roars rang out. Boom, boom, boom. All the targets were obliterated almost simultaneously. And because of the bullet size, there was no need to consider follow-up shots. The targets were blasted into fragments. Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction. "Now begin testing the machine gun's suppressive fire." "Roger." A whirring sound like a motorcyclist revving an engine filled the air. Then the 150mm barrels began to spin, unleashing a torrent of bullets. The rate of fire was so intense that in an instant a web of bullets formed in the sky, blotting out the sun, leaving no room for escape. Everyone present was stunned. If the precision strike had merely impressed them, the suppressive machine gun shattered their understanding entirely. This firepower could only be described as terrifying. They could even envision that if war ever broke out, as long as conditions allowed this tank to enter the fray, the battle would end in an instant. "Esteemed leaders," Wang Yu smiled, Are you satisfied with the machine gun's capabilities? They were utterly satisfied. This was a true meat grinder on the battlefield. General Liu could no longer contain himself. He pushed open the car door, leaned on his cane, and approached the tank Wang Yu had upgraded. He touched the still warm tracks and tapped the cold armor. His eyes were filled with emotion. The three senior figures behind him shared the same feeling. They were all veterans of war, understanding what a superior weapon meant to soldiers on the front lines. In truth, in earlier times, China had not placed much emphasis on weaponry. After all, even when lagging far behind the enemy, they had defeated 17 factions on foreign soil, turning the Eagle's 5-star general into a 5-star champion of retreat. But in the early 1990s, after watching a live broadcast of a war initiated by the Eagle, seeing the Eagle use high-tech weaponry to achieve overwhelming victory, China realized that when facing high-tech weapons, you might not even have the right to resist. This sense of powerlessness afflicted China's rabbits with a condition known as firepower deficiency phobia. They constantly felt their weapons lacked sufficient firepower, prompting years of exploration and research. Even now, with China's military industry having reached world-class standards, they still felt their firepower was somewhat lacking. But today, when General Liu saw this tank, he finally cured one of his long-standing worries. "I have waited for this moment for a long time." General Liu murmured with emotion. China is finally about to ascend to the pinnacle of the world. With that, he took a deep breath. From today onward, the research institutes of the central and southern military regions will merge to fully support Wang Yu's research. I'm sure you've seen it too. This young man is the final piece of the puzzle for our nation's revival. Old Shui, Old Hu, and Xiao Dabazi couldn't help but nod yes. But just then, Wang Yu, standing behind them, suddenly spoke. "Esteemed leaders, actually, this test isn't over yet. Why does it feel like you're getting emotional and about to leave?" Hearing this, everyone present was stunned once more. Xiao Dabazi couldn't help but ask, "Your tank has more than these three means of attack." "Of course there are other means of attack," Wang Yu said with a confident smile. "After this tank was upgraded, I named it the Magnetic Storm Tank." Magnetic Storm Tank. Everyone gasped once more. The term magnetic storm originated from a boast between Eagle Country and Bear Country over a decade ago. It was originally a ploy to trick Bear Country into wasting funds on national defense. Back then, the two sides often exaggerated to each other, so neither took it seriously. But Huaxia, afflicted with firepower deficiency phobia, actually believed it. Moreover, after more than 10 years of research, they had actually developed the thing. Of course, it was still in the testing phase, only tentatively utilizing some characteristics of magnetic storms in specific military weapons to accelerate shells and missiles. But from Wang Yu's tone, it seemed he could directly use magnetic storms to attack. Elder Shui and Elder Hu exchanged a shocked glance. Just how many more surprises could this young man bring them? Xiao Dabazi vigorously rubbed his temples. Damn it, I'm getting jealous again. General Liu also understood the monumental breakthrough that the term magnetic storm attack represented in the scientific field. His entire body was trembling slightly. After taking several deep breaths, he finally spoke. "Can this technology be tested today?" Wang Yu's lips curled upward. "Absolutely." He then began to explain. Magnetic storm technology is divided into three categories. The first uses electromagnetic interference to disable electronic devices. This is already a very mature technical method, and this tank is naturally equipped with it. The second utilizes the characteristics of magnetic storms to enhance the speed of conventional weapons. This is something Huaxia has already mastered. The tank also has this mode, but due to the massive energy consumption, it's merely an add-on, not the primary attack method. The third is what I call the magnetic storm attack. It purely uses the vibration from an electromagnetic explosion to emit an invisible shockwave. According to calculations, the attack range can reach 5 kilometers. All targets within a 5-kilometer diameter centered on the tank can be instantly destroyed. Silence. After hearing this, everyone present fell silent. They didn't know what to say. It seemed that no exclamation could fully express the shock in their hearts. However, after a while, Xiao Dabazi spoke up. No, your theory is flawed. The first two items have been successfully tested in recent years and are ready for official deployment on weapons. That's fine. But the third one, using magnetic storm vibrations for attack, is pure fantasy. Do you know how slight the vibrations of a magnetic storm are? To achieve the desired power, you'd need to mount a magnetic storm amplifier on the tank, which would probably be bigger than the tank itself. Moreover, during a magnetic storm attack, the tank at the center might be the first thing destroyed. Is this a suicide attack? Faced with Xiao Dabazi's barrage of questions, Wang Yu showed no sign of nervousness. Instead, he grew even more confident. After all, he was a man with a cheat. The future technology system was born to solve problems that current technology couldn't handle. The simplest way to shatter someone's perception was to use facts to kick their worldview apart. So Wang Yu didn't explain anything to Xiao Dabazi. He directly picked up the walkie-talkie, Xiaoran began testing the tank's magnetic storm function. Roger that, brother. Lin Xiaoran was also very excited. Though she was inside the tank, she could understand what was happening outside through the walkie-talkie. Shattering the leader's perceptions repeatedly was just too thrilling. Charging begins. Electromagnetic interference activated. As soon as Lin Xiaoran finished speaking, a series of crackling sounds came from the walkie-talkie. She knew it was the sound of drones falling. All electronic devices within a 5-kilometer radius had been disrupted and rendered useless. Report. Drones are out of control. Report. All communication equipment has failed. Report. Electronic instruments are all malfunctioning. One by one, the messengers had to resort to the most primitive method, running, to report the current situation. Wang Yu climbed onto the tank and said to Lin Xiaoran inside, "Increase the interference." Got it. Lin Xiaoran licked her lips excitedly and pressed a button on the control panel. Instantly, everyone felt a gentle breeze. At the same time, they saw what appeared to be electromagnetic sparks in the air. At that moment, the messengers ran back again to report. All car engines have stopped. Report. All watches have stopped. Report. Listening to the constant stream of reports, the leaders clenched their fists in excitement. Using electromagnetic interference to disrupt electronic devices wasn't surprising. But even mechanical equipment was being affected. This was a breakthrough in everyone's understanding. This kid is really something. Xiao Dabatsi couldn't help but whisper in admiration. Wang Yu chuckled. That's nothing yet. We still haven't tested the magnetic storm attack. With that, he first had Lin Xiaoran turn off the interference. After everyone had retreated to a safe distance, he picked up the walkie-talkie. Xiao ran close all tank hatches and retract the machine guns. Then we can test the self-defense supply. Roger. About 30 seconds later, the leaders watching from a hilltop through binoculars widened their eyes in shock. Because they saw that everything within a 5-kilometer diameter centered on the tank was destroyed in an instant. It was a scene beyond words. The target ruins, already reduced to rubble by the main cannon, were turned into fine dust after a visible air tremor swept through. An apocalypse. It was as if the entire land had lost all life. A breeze carried a thick, acrid smell that filled everyone's nostrils. What kind of weapon is this? General Lu leaned on his cane, trembling slightly. The magnetic storm attack had not only destroyed all the targets, but also shattered his worldview. Could such a terrifying method of attack truly exist in this world? Wang Yu smiled. The tank's armor can withstand magnetic storms, so the people inside won't be harmed. He then walked over to Yu Chun and gently patted him on the shoulder. So, are you satisfied with this tank? I didn't let your kidneys down, did I, eh? Yu Chun was in no mood for jokes. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and muttered instinctively, even if I ate every lamb kidney in the world, I probably couldn't become such a tough guy. Evening. Several hours had passed since the tank test. Yu Chun sat in the tank manufacturing department. Director Wang, go fetch Director Wang. Tonight's midnight snack for the tank department is grilled lamb kidneys. He rubbed his hands together, gazing at the magnetic storm tank before him, feeling as though he had acquired a steel-like kidney that needed proper nourishment. A research assistant replied, "Brother, you stop joking. Director Wang has no time for lamb kidneys. He's been called to a meeting by General Lu." Yu Chun was taken aback. So busy. Seems he's out of luck. They'll take his portion of kidneys. Those present could only smile helplessly. It was easy to foresee that Yu Chen's child would soon have a younger sibling. In the meeting room, Wang Yu picked up his hot tea and took a sip. A joint military exercise at the end of the year. General Lu nodded. To be precise, it's the World Joint Military Exercise. This exercise has been planned for 3 years, with nearly 20 countries participating. Of course, the leading nations are only 3: China, the bear, and the eagle. Wang Yu nodded. In global military affairs, the hierarchy was quite distinct. The eagle and China were at the pinnacle among the 5 permanent members. Though the bear was once formidable after the collapse of the old regime, it only returned to a normal trajectory under President Pu, relying on its legacy to hold the 3rd position. As for the Gallic rooster and the gentleman bull among the 5, they were once powerful, but under the eagle's persistent persuasion, they had lost their autonomous military development. Their secret weapons were in the hands of the eagle, so they had fallen to 4th and 5th, lagging far behind the bear. It might be hard to believe, but in recent years the equipment they brought to naval exercises could have been sent directly to a museum for archaeological exhibition. As for nations outside the 5, they could only indulge in self-delusion online, their real military strength seemingly a century behind. After all, even the printed white elephant, a comical figure known for riding motorcycles during parades, ranked 6th. This alone illustrated the state of other countries' military power. In times of war, if they didn't purchase weapons from other nations, one might believe they were engaging in medieval melee. So in such joint exercises, China's primary competitor was essentially only the eagle. Including the bear was merely a gesture of respect to the former great power. General Lu paused for a moment before continuing. In truth, China has two objectives in participating in this exercise. First, to flex our muscles before the world. The world has never been at peace. Only when you are truly strong can the people of your homeland live in safety. Second, in terms of the military industry business. For a long time, the eagle nearly monopolized the high-end market of the military industry. Now that China has risen, it's time to redistribute this pie. General Liu spoke softly, but his eyes were as resolute as a beast targeting its prey. Indeed, China was never a gentle white rabbit. Once clad in dragon armor and treading auspicious clouds, it made neighboring countries proud to be called vassals and Western nations to call themselves barbarians. Though it had been weakened for a long time now, it would return to the World Summit. The first step in China's rejuvenation is this joint exercise. China must defeat the eagle and secure first place in the exercise. With that, General Liu fixed his gaze on Wang Yu. So, I need you to promise me that the 0514 fighter jet and the magnetic storm tank we saw today must be mass-produced within 3 months. After speaking, General Liu sighed, helplessly, his tone softening considerably. I understand that mass-producing such high-end military products is impossible. My demand is modest 5 fighter jets and 2 tanks. That would give me the confidence to make the eagle retreat in defeat during the joint exercise. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew tense. Mass production of military products was not the same as ordinary manufacturing. The production period could span years or even decades. Elder Shui, Elder Hu, and Scarface Chow dared not breathe, loudly exchanging glances, all believing Wang Yu could not accept this military order. However, Wang Yu showed no sign of difficulty. Instead, a hint of disdain crossed his face. General Liu, you may not be fully aware. He cleared his throat twice. When I joined the Central Military Region Research Institute, my condition was that for every fighter jet produced, 10% of the cost would be allocated to me as research funding. I intend to operate the same way with this tank. So, if you only want this much, what about my research funding? Everyone's eyes widened at these words. General Liu stood up excitedly. Wang Yu, what do you mean by that? Can you produce more? Elder Shui immediately spoke up. I just calculated Wang Yu took 1 month to research the fighter jet and 20 days for the tank. Now that we're moving directly to production, time can be saved. Perhaps if we push hard, we can double the output. Within 3 months, 10 fighter jets and 4 tanks. At these words, everyone clenched their fists in excitement. Though the numbers were still small, 10 fighter jets could form a squadron, making their combat power quite considerable. But Wang Yu shook his head. No. Is it not possible? Elder Shui scratched his hair apologetically. I was too greedy. Having researched fighter jets all my life, I should know that such things can't be rushed. It's not impossible, Wang Yu said casually. The production line for the fighter jets is in its final stage. If we go full throttle, I can guarantee 1 fighter jet per day. Of course, these high-tech military products must undergo a series of tests after production. So within 3 months, I estimate that 60 fighter jets can be put into official use. Scarface Chow's eyes twitched, causing the scar on his face to writhe like a centipede. Kid, I admit you're a genius, but aren't you bragging a bit too much? 60 in 3 months. You might as well say 1 a day. 90 in 3 months. This is a fighter jet, not a model. Wang Yu smiled. Precisely because it's a fighter jet, I've reserved time for testing. Otherwise, yes, 1 a day would be feasible. A collective gasp filled the room. This production speed was too astonishing, yet coming from Wang Yu it compelled belief. I still don't believe it. Scarface Chow struggled to maintain his crumbling worldview. Wang Yu looked seriously at Scarface Chow. How about this? Lend me the military industrial talents from the Southern Military Region, and it'll deliver 90 in 3 months. But all expenses must be covered by your Southern Military Region. Deal. Scarface Chow waved his hand grandly. But if you fail, you'll have to join the Southern Military Region. Hearing this, Elder Shui and Elder Hu were startled. Just as they were about to dissuade, they saw the corner of Wang Yu's mouth curve into a familiar arc. This arc was known internally at the Central Military Region Research Institute as the smile of the merchant Wang. Sure enough, Wang Yu said softly with great confidence, then thank you for your generosity, Master Chow. Chow Debaizi is a person who works very efficiently. 2 days later, the military personnel from the Southern Military District arrived, and within a week they were all engaged in work. Chow Debaizi also moved in successfully to the Central Military District. Seeing his speed, Shui Lao and Hu Lao teased him a bit. Have you been planning to come over for a long time? When Wang Yu made a bet with you, you pretended not to believe it, but inside you must have been overjoyed, right? Chow Debaizi broad-minded laughed heartily. Anyway, General Liu has already stated that the research institutes of the Central and Southern Military Districts will merge, so I'm just making a move in one go. One should seize the opportunity early. That Wang Yu kid is a genius. The general might even have statues erected for him at the Research Institute. By then, not only will there be Shui Lao and Hu Lao beneath his name, but also mine, Chow Debaizi. Shui Lao and Hu Lao could only shake their heads helplessly. In fact, Chow Debaisi is not as shameless as he appears. He truly values talent and came to the Central Military District to help Wang Yu. The intricacies within the system are quite profound. Shui Lao and Hu Lao are considered old scholars and have authority in front of researchers, but they hold little prestige among military personnel. In contrast, Chow Debaisi enjoys a different status. Among the researchers, Chow Debaisi is a newcomer, but in front of military personnel, his swagger and his experience of crawling out from among the dead ensure that even the most senior technician must address him as Brother Chow. His arrival at the Central Military District invigorated those military personnel, raising their work efficiency significantly. Today marks the official completion of the fighter jet production line, and General Liu arrived early to inspect the work. At 8 in the morning, Wang Yu woke up early to start preparing. Shui Lao, Hu Lao, and General Liu were also extremely excited, as if they had regained 10 years of youth. Meanwhile, Chow Debaisi occasionally dry-heaved, his face devoid of color, appearing lethargic. "Old Chow, what's wrong with you?" Shui Lao asked unexpectedly. Chow Debaisi shot him a fierce glare. "Isn't that a stupid question? Don't you know why I'm like this?" After General Liu's visit yesterday, several big shots were excited and inevitably drank a bit too much during dinner. I don't know what happened, but it seemed like Shui Lao and Hu Lao held a grudge against Chow Debaisi as they kept dragging him to drink, and before dinner was over they had him drinking in the restroom. Old Chow had vomited all night and hadn't closed his eyes until now, and how could he not look bad? There was no other way. Originally, Shui Lao and Hu Lao were only debating who was Wang Yu's master. But with Chow Debaisi's arrival, they had to argue about who was the third master. Suddenly, with an additional competitor, anyone would feel a bit aggrieved. However, Shui Lao and Hu Lao understood that this light-hearted banter couldn't interfere with normal work, so they could only take their revenge on Chow Debaisi at the dinner table. After a round of drinking and a few jests, the rivalry between the first and third masters was set aside. The four quickly arrived at the entrance of the production line for Fighter Jet 0514, led by Wang Yu. The production line for Fighter Jet 0514 is extensive, comprising 40 factories. Factory 1 is responsible for overall assembly, Factory 2 for the inspection of the fuselage, and Factories 3, 4, 5. Each factory has a different responsibility, ensuring detailed differentiation while maintaining quality and enhancing speed. Moreover, even if military personnel unexpectedly miss work, the overall progress will not be hindered. This is why Wang Yu has the confidence to state that on average one fighter jet can be produced daily over 3 months, totaling 90 fighter jets. The more Liu inspected, the more excited he became. Even though his injured leg was swelling, he insisted on using a cane to slowly complete the tour of the entire production line. "Great, this is fantastic." Liu's eyes were slightly red. In earlier years, during the honeymoon period between Eagle Sauce and Huaxia, it was General Liu who led the team to learn from Eagle Sauce. At that time, looking at others' advanced production lines, he felt not only envy, but also deep fear. It was something unattainable, truly out of reach. With the industrial level of that time, wanting to have a production line comparable to that of Eagle Sauce was nothing but a distant dream. But today, we finally possess a production line that is even more professional and advanced than that of Eagle Sauce. This is a day that older generations of researchers could not have dreamed of. After taking several deep breaths, General Liu finally calmed his emotions, slowly approached Wang Yu, and said, "Wang Yu, I will hand over all military production matters to you. Don't be afraid, be bold, produce as much as you can. If there are any issues, I will resolve them for you immediately. By the end of the year's joint military exercise, I want the whole world to know that Huaxia has risen. The Eagle Sauce has been at the top for so long, it's time for a change. If they don't wish to step down, then we will pull them down." General Liu, who had fought in battles during his youth, still carried that fierceness in his bones, speaking with little hesitation, making it quite satisfying to hear. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu felt blood rush to his head. He stood straight and replied loudly, "I guarantee to complete the task. I will not let you Shui Lao, Hu Lao, or Old Chow down, or as long as I'm here, I will keep producing. Whatever the country needs, Wang Yu will produce. I will make the world understand that what they pride themselves on, what they consider advanced, is nothing in front of Huaxia." General Liu nodded approvingly. Turning to Shui Lao and the others, he smiled and said, "I like this kid's temperament. If we were in wartime, if he weren't in research, I would definitely make him my guard." Later that evening, General Liu took a transfer flight and left. The three big shots sat in the conference room. After a day of hard work, Chow Debaisi, you didn't sleep well last night. Why not take a good rest before holding meetings? Shui Lao said while sipping tea. Chow Debaisi rolled his eyes at him and then said seriously, "Although General Liu said to let us produce boldly, some issues still need to be considered. Huaxia has become prosperous. The ordinary people may not have much for each meal, but at least they have some meat dishes. However, we are not at the point of extravagance yet. Eagle Sauce can use global currency to sustain itself, but we cannot eat our money is accumulated little by little representing the foundation of Huaxia. Therefore, we must control costs in our military industry. At this point, Xiao Debizi glanced at Shui Lao and Hu Lao. What is the cost of this fighter jet 0514? You need to give me some details. To Xiao Dasgab's surprise, after he inquired about the production cost of the fighter jet, the conference room fell into silence. Glancing at Elder Shui and then Elder Hu, he touched the scar on his face in bewilderment. What's going on? The cost of this 0514 fighter jet seemed as taboo as the name of a villain from a Western fantasy novel, as if merely mentioning it was a crime. Xiao Dasgab grew anxious. I understand this is a world-class fighter jet, and the cost must be astronomically high. But no matter how high, you must tell me. You all know who I am. Asking for the cost isn't about seizing power the moment I arrive at the central military region. I'm afraid of unforeseen circumstances and want to share the responsibility for you. After speaking, he felt he had been too harsh. Exhaling, he softened his tone. How about this? I'll have all personnel in the southern military region halt their current work to fully support the mass production of the 0514 fighter jet. Combining the funds from both regions should at least help share the cost. What do you think? Xiao Dasgab was ready to burn his bridges. Because this fighter jet was the first step in China's true rejuvenation. Even if costs exceeded the budget, even if other military products were delayed, he had to complete the mission assigned by General Liu. Finally, under Xiao Dasgab's intense gaze, Elder Shui, an elder who couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Have you lost your minds? Xiao Dasgab was utterly perplexed. Elder Shui waved his hand, picked up a file on the desk, and handed it over. This is the cost estimate Wang Yu submitted earlier, very detailed. Take a look. Why didn't you just bring this out earlier? Xiao Dasgab took it irritably. However, when he opened the file and saw the documents inside, he nearly fainted. Old Shui, who are you messing with me? Xiao Dasgab clutched his chest, feeling for the first time how fragile his heart was. Because the cost of the 0514 fighter jet wasn't too high. It was too low. The previous generation's fighter jet, even when compressed to the limit, still cost over 100 million, a necessary expense for cutting-edge military technology. But the 0514 fighter jet only required 50 million. The cost was halved. How is this possible? The barriers to cutting-edge technology aren't unbreakable, but they require a great price. Civilian products consider profit, but military products don't. If money can solve it, it's not a problem. That's why the previous fighter jet was so expensive. Elder Shui calmly explained. But the 0514 fighter jet is different. The new alloy used in its body is Wang Yu's personal research, and the smelting cost is only the material cost. And the engine technology is also Wang Yu's achievement, so we bypassed a research patent that would have required massive funding. In short, the only additional cost for this fighter jet is the 10 research fund for Wang Yu, which is why we could compress the cost to the limit. Elder Hu nodded. Do you think Wang Yu is just a genius? He's a patriotic scientist willing to selflessly dedicate himself to the motherland. Those last words struck Xiao Dasgab's heart like a bullet, and tears of gratitude streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. Returning from the battlefield, when he learned the nation no longer needed war to safeguard its people's dignity, he devoted himself unreservedly to science. From a semi-literate man, he became a leader in China's fighter jet field. This couldn't be described merely by talent. The effort involved was extraordinary. Xiao Dasgab prided himself on giving his all to the motherland. Now learning that Wang Yu had selflessly contributed all his scientific research to the nation, he saw a reflection of his former self. Comrades, brothers in arms. Countless currents of steel merged into a mighty torrent before his eyes. With trembling hands, he pulled out his phone and dialed Wang Yu's number. When the familiar young voice came through, Xiao Dasgab said, quivering, "Thank you." "What?" Wang Yu, just back in his dorm, answered the call with a head full of question marks. "I said, thank you." Xiao Dasgab took a deep breath. "Thank you for your contribution to China's rejuvenation. On behalf of all researchers. No, all Chinese people, I thank you." Hiss. Wang Yu gasped on the phone. He didn't feel he had done anything so great as to warrant a personal thank you from a big shot. Hearing this, Wang Yu got goosebumps. But he quickly recovered and said with a smile, "Oh, by the way, Elder Xiao, I was in such a hurry earlier that I forgot to discuss the tanks with you." At these words, the three elders in the meeting room instinctively held their breath. Had he already planned for the tanks as well? Wang Yu cleared his throat. The fighter jet production is on track. Now we need to set up the tank production line. This magnetic storm tank is an upgrade from the new tank developed by Yuchun. The production line is already in place. We just need a few modifications. It'll be done in a month. With 2 months left until the World Joint Military Exercise, that's enough for mass production. Xiao Dasgab swallowed. How many can we produce? Wang Yu paused. Let's not rush that. Elder Shui and Elder Hu exchanged glances as if they could see the familiar curve of a smile forming on Wang Yu's lips. Sure enough, Wang Yu continued, I have a massive research project coming up and am short on funds. How about we do the same for the tanks? For every tank produced, give me 10 of the cost as research funding. Chao Dasgab was taken aback, not because he thought Wang Yu greedy. After all, if he wanted money, he wouldn't beat around the bush. He was curious about the massive research project Wang Yu mentioned. What do you want to research? Wang Yu chuckled, I can't say for now. What I can tell you, Elder Chao, is that this research project could allow China to take a shortcut and complete its rejuvenation. Chao Dasgab thought for a moment, then slammed the table. Fine. They'll give you 10 of the cost for the magnetic storm tank, plus the next year's research funds from both the Southern and Central Military Region Research Institutes. Hearing this, Elder Shui, an elder who just smiled without much reaction. But Wang Yu on the other end was a bit startled. He said with a bitter smile, Elder Chao, with words like that, all the pressure is on me. Pressure is ever present. What Wang Yu feared most was betraying the trust of these elderly individuals. Every step Huaxia had taken to reach its current state was fraught with difficulty. If his grand plan fell short of expectations, wouldn't it drag down the two research institutes of the Central and Southern military regions? Upon hearing Wang Yu's words over the phone, the three elders in the conference room all burst into laughter. Chao Dabazi said, Don't put so much pressure on yourself. Our two military regions have undertaken far greater endeavors. This is nothing. Shuelao leaned in and added, Exactly. Huaxia has already reached this point. Even if your plan encounters issues, it merely means we won't advance as swiftly on the right path. Hu Lao was more direct. Stop overthinking. Show me the paper first. I acknowledge you as a genius in scientific research, but in academic study and deduction, this old man ranks first in both military regions. Chao Dabazi and Shui Lao said in unison, You're bragging. I'm the one who's first. Hearing the three big shots clowning around like that, Wang Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Ever since acquiring the future technology system and building that 0514 fighter jet, Wang Yu suddenly felt he had lost his purpose in life. To put it plainly, in a game where you become invincible from the start, most people would grow bored. Wang Yu was one of them. That was why he had unhesitatingly joined the Central Military Regions Research Institute. Patriotism was one reason, but more so, he sought to find a goal for his life. Today, however, Wang Yu suddenly realized that in this game, he was not alone. There were Shui Lao and Hu Lao, who had devoted their lives to the fighter jet cause, Yu Chun, who cherished tanks as if they were his own, and Chao Dabazi, a veteran of half a lifetime of battles, who resolutely threw himself into scientific research when the motherland needed him. In the future, Wang Yu believed more people would join him on this journey. With their unique brushes, they would add even more splendid colors to the fairy tale he had created. Huaxia had never had a hero who walked alone, only a relentless surge of united strength. Rest assured, mentors, Wang Yu will never let you down. From that phone call onward, Wang Yu poured almost all his energy into building the production line for the magnetic storm tank. In 1 week, he had set the production line on track. In 2 more weeks, it would be ready for mass production, just like the 0514 fighter jet. I'm starving. Wang Yu flopped into the off-road vehicle, downed half a bottle of energy drink, and frantically stuffed meat buns into his mouth. Today was the last day for arranging specific tasks. He had been so busy he skipped lunch, finally finalizing the entire construction process. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. The footage from the military competition a few days ago is out. The 0514 fighter jet is definitely the new overlord of the skies. Lin Shaoran had been temporarily reassigned recently. To avoid disrupting Wang Yu's work, section chief Lin assigned him another assistant. This person was Zhao Huanhuan, a former comrade of Lin Shaoran. Due to her youth, she always called Wang Yu brother-in-law. However, Wang Yu always felt this little girl was a bit simple-minded. Wang Yu didn't respond to her flattery, but asked, Where are we headed next? Zhao Huanhuan turned around, raised an eyebrow, and said smugly, Of course I'm taking you to see Sister Shaoran. You have no idea. Sister Shaoran hasn't seen you for a few days, and she's become quite irritable. The soldiers training with her can barely take her beatings anymore. Wang Yu lowered his head and smiled softly. Lin Zioran's personality was like a big silly girl, but she was a true product of the special forces. It was said her best record was single-handedly taking on 10 armed robbers unarmed, a terrifying combat prowess. Thinking this, Wang Yu glanced at Zhao Huanhuan sitting in the driver's seat beside him. This little girl was no ordinary either. Though she looked fair and clean, like she could don a maid outfit, go chew me and squeeze ketchup on your fried rice. She too had come from the special forces and was hailed as Lin Zioran's successor. TSK. A violent maid. The car drove on until it stopped at a workshop in the most secluded corner. Wang Yu faintly heard clanging sounds from inside the workshop and asked curiously, What's this workshop for? I don't think I've seen it before. Zhao Huanhuan explained with a smile, This is the department that makes military daggers. Since there's not much technological content, it's always been an off-branch unit. If it weren't for the individual combat competition at the year-end joint military exercise, they wouldn't be this busy. Hearing this, Wang Yu nodded. Was Lin Xiaoran temporarily assigned here to test military daggers? Getting out of the car, Wang Yu followed Zhao Huan inside, greeting many people along the way. Director Wang's sister Huan. Military daggers as cold weapons lacked much technological content because their development spanned so long that humanity had already tapped all their potential. But in terms of craftsmanship, the demands were no less than cutting-edge technology. Everyone working in this workshop was a master with over a decade of forging experience. After a brief tour, Wang Yu and Zhao Huan headed straight for the training ground at the back. As soon as they reached the entrance, they heard Lin Xiaoran's stern voice. Your strikes must be fast. Look at you. Your hands are as limp as if boneless. Are you attacking the enemy or flirting with them? Everyone get ready. We'll do it again. If it's still like that, no dinner for any of you. Zhao Huan quietly nudged Wang Yu's arm and whispered, see how gentle Sister Xiaoran is with you. Why don't you hurry up and marry her? You two call each other brother all the time. It's all over the central military region that you're not serious. Wang Yu widened his eyes. These people have time to gossip. It'll increase their workload later. After saying this, he let out a helpless sigh. I know Xiaoran. Though she's carefree on the surface, she's very traditional inside. I have to take things slowly with her. What are you a little girl worrying about? Zhao Huan turned away with a proud snort. No good deed goes unpunished. With that, she prepared to lead Wang Yu inside. But just then Wang Yu noticed 2 boxes of brand new military daggers placed in a corner. He walked over, picked one up, and examined it. Zhao Huan explained, these are the newly forged daggers meant for the joint military exercise. Why are they left here? Wang Yu nodded. These are indeed good, very sharp. But he fell into quiet contemplation. Wang Yu's objective was not as Professor Shui and who suggested to found a new sect, but rather to fabricate a specific energy-related technological artifact from the future technology system. The underlying logic driving all of Eagle Sauce's actions was control over rigid resource supply chains, and energy precisely constituted humanity's most fundamental rigid resource. This was nothing short of an existential countermeasure, striking at the very roots of Eagle Sauce's dominance. Only such a decisive blow could shatter its hegemony entirely and enable a sudden, unparalleled leap forward. Yet success demanded fulfillment of 2 stringent conditions. First, capital. Vast, unwavering financial backing capable of sustaining immense human and material resources. Second, technological points. Countless technological points. Within the future technology system, energy-related artifacts commanded exorbitant costs. Wang Yu's current reserves amounted to less than a fraction of what was required. In the end, it all comes down to poverty, Wang Yu murmured wryly. Zhao Huan, standing beside him, blinked in utter bewilderment. After a moment's thoughtful silence, she ventured hesitantly, so, you've already started planning your post-marital life, brother-in-law. Wang Yu. Zhao Huan continued, utterly earnest. Don't worry, Sister Xiaoran isn't materialistic, and you're China's youngest scientist. Money will never be an issue for you. Her gaze sharpened, instantly locking onto him with unnerving intensity. Brother-in-law, if you ever trade Sister Xiaoran for wealth and chase after some heiress, I'll never forgive you. If you dare do such a thing, I swear I'll hold you accountable. Wang Yu. This bizarre narrative belonged unmistakably in a female-oriented web novel. Not only was this girl intellectually unorthodox, she also appeared fond of peculiar web fiction. Sighing inwardly, Wang Yu clarified, stop imagining nonsense. Xiaoran and I are brothers who share the same quilt. We'd never cross that line. I merely intend to upgrade our standard-issue combat knife. But funding for the research remains pending. That's why I'm troubled. Hearing this, Zhao Huan burst into laughter and casually tossed aside the combat knife she'd been holding. Oh, it's like that. Then you're still my wonderful brother-in-law. Wang Yu stared at the now bent blade, a thin sheen of cold sweat forming on his brow. He resolved silently never again would he indulge in idle chatter with this girl. They visited the training ground to see Lin Xiaoran, who was immersed in her duties, and shared lunch before returning. As they departed, Wang Yu took with him a dossier on the new combat knife. Indeed, contemporary military knives had reached extraordinary sophistication, equally effective whether gripped conventionally inverted or even manipulated using only a single finger inserted through the pommel ring. They represented a flawless synthesis of ergonomics, a peerless cold weapon. To advance further demanded unconventional, even radical innovation. Consider, for instance, Eagle Sauce's toxin-injecting dagger, automatically releasing poison upon penetration, or China's recent dagger pistol hybrid capable of firing 2 rounds at range with a single trigger press. Yet such augmentations proved superfluous, and thus none had entered formal service. The core principle of a combat knife remained immutable. It served as the soldier's final decisive line of defense, designed solely to deliver one lethal strike at the critical moment. Brother-in-law, how exactly do you plan to upgrade it? Zhao Huanhuan asked, eyes alight with excitement. I'll consider it carefully, he replied, tersely opening the system interface within his mind. Though not yet publicly unveiled, the Type 0514 fighter jet and magnetic storm tank had already yielded substantial technological points within the research institute. His balance stood at 1500 points, insufficient for energy system fabrication, yet more than ample to upgrade a single combat knife without hesitation. Future technology system initializing. Scanning complete. Military knife dossier detected. Generating upgrade protocol. Compiling material requirements. Approximately 30 seconds elapsed. Insufficient technological points to synthesize materials. Upgrade protocol generated cost. 148,000 points. Proceed with upgrade. At those words, Wang Yu's eyes widened. He'd expected only modest returns, yet a mere combat knife demanded such staggering investment. Is this truly necessary? Could it possibly be unprofitable? As he pondered, he reviewed the system-generated technical specifications, and several entries made him recoil in disbelief. For he discovered that manufacturing this knife required first constructing a miniature artificial sun. HSS. Wang Yu drew a sharp, involuntary breath. What alien-grade technology was this? It bordered on terrifying. Taking a deep, steadying breath, he clapped his palms together resolutely. Let's do it. An artificial sun. Such a knife, once realized, would assuredly yield enormous returns, perhaps even recouping the entire energy system R&D investment in a single stroke. Zhao Huanhuan, witnessing his resolve, brimmed with exhilaration. Though whimsical, she harbored an abiding fascination with scientific endeavor. She had long admired his feat of developing the Type 0514 fighter in 1 month and the magnetic storm tank in 20 days. Now at last she would witness firsthand how China's youngest scientist conducted groundbreaking research, exactly as she'd imagined. When Wang Yu opened his eyes again, even the light within them shimmered with the unmistakable brilliance of pure science. His entire bearing transformed. Zhao Huanhuan, you've mastered your assistant duties. Prepare for overtime, starting now. Zhao Huanhuan snapped to attention, radiant with enthusiasm. Director Wang, rest assured. I am fully prepared to dedicate myself to science. Wang Yu smiled faintly. Her earnest foolishness somehow was endearing. Without further delay, he pulled out his phone and dialed his future father-in-law. Section Chief Lin. Uncle Lin, I require your assistance with a project. Section Chief Lin nearly leapt. Has something gone wrong with the tank production line? No, Wang Yu replied. I need personnel for a new research initiative, and your help coordinating across other military research institutes. Hearing of a new venture, Section Chief Lin grew animated and thumped his chest confidently. Wang Yu, leave it to me. I'll handle everything. How many personnel do you need? I'll mobilize them immediately. Wang Yu calculated swiftly. Uncle Lin, the joint military exercise is scheduled for year-end. I have little time left. We must compensate with sheer manpower. I require no fewer than 3,000 specialized researchers and over 100,000 precision arms technicians. If feasible, I'd also appreciate your support in contacting mechanical engineering universities nationwide. I wish to recruit select students for on-site learning. At least 3,000 scientific professionals, over 100,000 military industrial technicians. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Section Chief Lin was utterly stunned. Was he finally going to take on the atomic bomb project? This scale of scientific research was the largest since the development of the atomic bomb. Especially Wang Yu's final words before hanging up. Uncle Lin, this is my biggest challenge right now. As long as I have enough personnel, the subsequent research will be simple. Section Chief Lin was a man who could shoulder responsibilities, especially since he was helping his future son-in-law. Xiao Wang, rest assured I will complete the task. However, as soon as he put down the phone, Section Chief Lin felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. After hesitating for a moment, he still called Zhao Huanhuan. What's the situation with Director Wang? Why does he suddenly need so many people? What is the new project he's researching? Zhao Huanhuan on the other end of the line was also somewhat surprised. Was developing a new type of military combat knife really something that required such a massive scale? After some thought, she still reported truthfully to Section Chief Lin. Section Chief Lin was bewildered. Could it be that military combat knife was a code name for some cutting-edge technology? After finishing his communication with Section Chief Lin, Wang Yu returned alone to his office and dialed a special number. Unlike the previous development of the magnetic storm tank, this was the phone number for the conventional materials department given to him by Elder Shui. This number had been given to him by General Liu before he left. It was said to belong to a mysterious department, and as long as he needed research materials regardless of their rarity, one phone call could solve everything. The phone rang only twice before it was answered by a woman with a pleasant voice. Hello, Director Wang, I am your dedicated liaison. You can call me Xiao Sun. Wang Yu was a bit nervous. Hello, Xiao Sun. I need some materials. Xiao Sun replied, all right, no problem. Go ahead. Wang Yu took a deep breath and listed the materials he needed one by one. Almost all were rare materials, some of which required diplomatic efforts by China to obtain. There was no helping it, his technology points were only enough to generate the plans, and he had to prepare all the materials himself. However, the department on the other end was indeed a mysterious one. Faced with such an enormous list of materials, Xiao Sun did not hesitate at all. She recorded everything and even repeated the list before ending the call. Director Wang, I have finished recording all the materials you require. Xiao Sun's tone was very professional. However, some of these materials are of a very high grade and require you to submit a research plan first. Only after it is reviewed by General Liu can it be approved. I understand that your time is valuable. As soon as General Liu approves, all materials can be delivered within a week. Truly a mysterious department with remarkable efficiency. Wang Yu said, "All right, I will contact General Liu right away." A week's preparation time was acceptable to Wang Yu. He was confident that he could complete the upgrade of the combat knife before the joint military exercise and reap a substantial harvest of technology points. After hanging up, Wang Yu immediately set to work and finished the research plan in one night. Zhao Huanhuan deliver these files to Section Chief Lin immediately and have him contact General Liu without delay. Roger that. Zhao Huanhuan clutched the files and sprinted out of the office like a bolt of lightning. Everyone in the special manufacturing department was stunned. Zhou Guangyao asked curiously, "Director Wang, what kind of big project have we taken on?" A slight smile curled at the corner of Wang Yi's mouth as he replied, "It's something that will amaze the entire world at the joint military exercise." At the Central Military Region Office, Section Chief Lin immediately began making calls after receiving the documents. He was actually already planning to contact General Liu. 3,000 scientific professionals and over 100,000 military-industrial technicians were not something he could coordinate on his own. However, upon seeing the names on the files, the weight on his heart was lifted. Plasma collision technology, miniature artificial sun. At least Wang Yu wasn't really going to develop a new type of military combat knife. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to report to General Liu. That girl Zhao Huanhuan is so naive. How could developing a new military combat knife possibly require such a massive scientific scale? Just as he finished speaking, the call connected. General Liu, Director Wang has initiated a new research project that requires a lot of materials and personnel. I need to report this to you. At the Northwest China exercise base of vast desert, General Liu was there with Elder Shui and Elder Hu conducting final tests on the 0514 fighter jet and the magnetic storm tank. Wang Yu was right. The external armor of the fighter jet and the tank is extremely sturdy. Even after being hit by a missile, there is no damage at all. Elder Shui was very excited. With these two formidable weapons, China would undoubtedly be the star of the show at the year-end joint military exercise. However, General Liu's attention was not on the data. He was simultaneously looking at the information transmitted to his computer and communicating with Section Chief Lin. I've roughly reviewed the documents, and they seem fine. Using the development of a new military combat knife as a cover while actually researching cutting-edge technology, that kid Wang Yu has quite a talent for working in the Strategic Deception Bureau. He'll sign off on the materials as soon as possible. You coordinate the personnel on your end. This research is very important, involving breakthroughs in world-class scientific levels. You must not mess things up. Section Chief Lin on the other end immediately replied, "Yes, sir. I guarantee the task will be completed." General Liu hung up the phone with satisfaction. An elderly man beside him asked curiously, "Old Liu, what good news did you receive? Did your daughter get pregnant?" General Liu shot him a disdainful glance. Go away, go away. Do you think I'm like you, always thinking about other things during work hours?" The old man burst into laughter. "Just kidding. You've been looking so stressed ever since you arrived at this training ground with a long face all day." Finally, General Liu cracked a smile. "Old Fu, you don't understand. This joint military exercise holds a very special significance for China. Just wait and see. Your jaw will drop. That young man named Wang Yu is no ordinary genius." Old Fu waved his hand dismissively. "I don't care if he's a genius or not, as long as he can get the 0514 fighter jet and that magnetic storm tank into mass production." General Liu smiled casually. "Don't worry about that. If you don't believe me, we can make a bet." Old Fu was taken aback. "What kind of bet?" General Liu gave a provocative grin. "If the fighter jets and tanks can be mass-produced before the joint military exercise, how about you move the missile department to my Central Military Regions Research Institute?" Old Fu laughed, thinking General Liu was too overconfident. "Huh, I'll bet it is. I won't bully you. If you have 10 fighter jets and 5 tanks by the year-end exercise, you win." Upon hearing this, a smile curved at the corner of General Liu's mouth, mirroring Wang Yi's expression. "It's a deal." Wang Yi's newly developed military dagger, officially named the Plasma Dagger, was something Zhao Huanhuan always associated with plasma televisions, often linking it to gutting fish. In truth, the two had little in common. Plasma is a gas heated to extreme temperatures and highly ionized, capable of melting anything it touches, thus cutting through almost any material. This technology was actually invented and applied as early as 1963, yet even today plasma cutting machines remain extraordinarily bulky. Endowing a dagger with such terrifying cutting power seemed nearly impossible. However, Wang Yu was a man with a cheat. The future technology system provided a development plan that began with crafting a miniature artificial sun. By harnessing the extreme heat of the sun to generate massive amounts of plasma, it could then be used for cutting with remarkable efficiency, resembling a lightsaber in hand. To be honest, when those scientific experts first arrived at the central military region and learned what they were to research, they all thought Wang Yu had lost his mind. Was this technology even within human grasp? Yet upon seeing the design for the plasma military dagger, they felt their worldview collapse. How on earth did that guy's mind work actually managing to develop it? The entire design sheet was filled with technologies so baffling, yet even more astonishing was that each was supported by detailed theoretical foundations. Director Wang, why have I never seen these theories before? Asked a puzzled researcher. Wang Yu chuckled casually, because this is my latest research not yet published as a paper. That means once you manufacture it, your names will appear as core researchers in my unpublished paper. A collective gasp filled the room. This was research worthy of the Nobel Prize. Although certain awards had long been manipulated, the Nobel remained authoritative in the field of science. This was a tremendous gift. Sparks ignited in the eyes of every researcher, their excitement akin to wild bulls spotting a red cloth. They felt incredibly fortunate to be chosen to participate in such a scientific project at the Central Military Region. Wang Yu was pleased with their expressions. Only by igniting their enthusiasm could he better manipulate them, making them willingly work overtime for him. Tell General Liu that I've sacrificed too much to meet the year-end joint military exercises. We need more research funding. Wang Yu turned and whispered to Section Chief Lin, who discreetly gave an okay gesture. We're all family, I understand. Zhao Wanhuan's eyes widened beside him. Brother-in-law is amazing. He's already won over the father-in-law without even realizing it. From the day the research materials were delivered to the Central Military Region, a month-long research and development phase began. It was a large-scale scientific project rarely seen in history. 3,000 professional researchers and over 100,000 military technicians worked tirelessly from dawn to dusk, with 996 as the minimum and 007 as their norm. And they were all volunteers. Forget the Nobel Prize for a moment. If they could successfully develop a miniature artificial sun, they would be immortalized in the annals of Chinese scientific history. This was about creating new history. How could it not be exhilarating? During this period, Section Chief Lin was the most exhausted. Wang Yu had designated half of the Central Military Region as the research site. He had to coordinate between various departments within the region while also documenting the research materials consumed by Wang Yu and his team. Most of these were rare materials, all of which had to be reported to senior leadership. In just 1 month, Section Chief Lin lost over 10 pounds and a significant amount of hair. Yet he understood that the professional researchers were even more exhausted. Once entering the development area, he saw them gathered around a massive machine conducting research. The circuits and signal lights were incredibly complex, as if a single glance would overload and smoke the mind. The researchers, each sporting huge panda eyes and unusually irritable tempers, clearly showed signs of prolonged lack of rest. Yet they were quite cordial to him. Every time they saw him, they greeted him warmly, as if he were their benefactor. These people must be mentally exhausted from overwork, Section Chief Lin mused. On the final day of development, at 8 in the evening, 3,000 researchers and 100,000 military technicians gathered before a colossal machine. They nervously checked their stopwatches, breathing rapidly like gamblers at a card table. Wang Yu and Zhao Huanhuan stood at the front, their eyes fixed on the machine's hatch. Beep, beep, beep. The hall was deathly silent save for the machine's prompts. Finally, after a certain beep, the machine ceased operation and the sealed hatch slowly opened. A yellow bead the size of a quail egg was pushed out. The air around the bead distorted and the hall's temperature rapidly rose. Success. Wang Yu's voice was as soft as a silver needle dropping, yet it struck everyone present like a thunderbolt. Seconds later, everyone in the hall shouted at the top of their lungs. We actually built it. We succeeded. Tears welled up in everyone's eyes. They had locked themselves in the research area for a month, barely sleeping, often just grabbing a quick bite. Finally, the research was complete. The world's smallest artificial sun had been developed by them right here in China. Today will be forever recorded in history. We are the best. Chinese scientific research is the best. This feels amazing. Once upon a time, foreign experts claimed China couldn't develop an artificial sun. Now, not only had we developed one, but it was also the smallest in the world. Let them hold their heads high, or one day they'll be pulled down from the world's peak. Chinese scientific research rocks. Section Chief Lin, standing in the far corner, was also moved to tears. Though he knew little about science, he could feel the excitement of those present. Taking several deep breaths, he pulled out his phone. Finally finished. I need to report to General Liu and the others first, then compile a report on material usage and research funds. This is the last day of overtime. With that, Section Chief Lin stretched and turned to leave the research hall. What surprised Section Chief Lin was that his heart, which had just been racing with excitement, turned icy cold as soon as he returned to the office. This was due to the research funding report, which had been printed to nearly his height and was still not finished. How much more? The assistant chuckled helplessly. Section Chief Lin, we've only printed less than half so far. Section Chief Lin. What was going on? He thought to himself as he casually picked up a report filled with research materials he could not comprehend. When he saw the price in the last column, he was shocked to the point that he nearly couldn't catch his breath. So expensive. Section Chief Lin's eyes widened. This is just the price for one of the materials. Seeing his reaction, the assistant smirked. He had already reviewed the entire report while verifying it. How should he put it? Director Wang's research materials would cost a fortune in front of anyone. Section Chief Lin, managing not to faint from surprise, was already quite resilient. About half an hour later, the report was finally fully printed. After organizing the papers, Section Chief Lin saw the final price of the research and gasped, a layer of cold sweat forming on his forehead. How many zeros is that? Just counting the zeros is making my head spin. The cost of this research is too high. Just the material fees are close to 20 billion. How am I supposed to report this? Wang Yu, that sly one, must know that the cost of research is very high, waiting until the last day to declare it. Damn it, he actually spent all the research budget of the central military region and even overspent quite a bit. Section Chief Lin felt a sudden headache. He was very clear that today's development of the small artificial sun was just one part of his research project. There were still many other things to come. Suddenly, Section Chief Lin thought of something and quickly took out his phone, dialing Wang Yu's number. Wang Yu, I need to ask you something right now. What is it, Uncle Lin? Section Chief Lin took a deep breath and said, I've been hearing Zhao Huanhua mention that your research project this time is actually a new type of military dagger. I want to confirm with you that this isn't true, right? It's true. I wrote in the research report that it's a military dagger. Boom. Section Chief Lin felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his whole body going stiff. It turned out that the military dagger was not a euphemism for some cutting-edge technology, but an actual military dagger. It was over. Completely over. This research had already cost 2 billion, and all of this was just to develop a dagger. The most crucial part was that Wang Yu was merely a researcher, and he had submitted the research plan in advance. This meant that the entire responsibility of this matter would fall on Elder Shui, Elder Hu, and even General Liu. My God, this is serious. If things go wrong, the entire central military region will need to be reformed. I might even be dismissed and possibly face a military tribunal. Thinking of this, Section Chief Lin couldn't help but shiver. Wang Yu, how could you be such a burden on your father-in-law? After a long silence, Section Chief Lin still dialed Elder Shui's number. Northwest Exercise Base. Today is the last day for testing the new type of weapon. After Elder Shui and Elder Hu finished their work, they had a couple of drinks. They were feeling very excited. The testing results of the 0514 fighter jet and the magnetic storm tank were perfect, and they believed that during the joint military exercises, it would dazzle the eyes of the world. They were clinking glasses, feeling that today's wine was exceptionally sweet. Just then, a communications officer hurriedly approached the room. Elder Shui, Section Chief Lin from the Central Military Region is on the line. Elder Shui nodded. Bring him into the room. After saying that, he looked at Elder Hu. I guess it's to report on Wang Yu's new research. Today is the last day of his development period. Elder Hu smiled and took a sip of wine. Today is indeed a good day. All are good news. After the call connected, Elder Shui casually said, Section Chief Lin, thank you for your hard work. Wang Yu's new research should have some progress, right? You don't need to report this immediately. Your main task is to oversee the production of the fighter jets and tanks. Section Chief Lin was silent for a moment, but still didn't have the courage to speak directly and started reporting one by one. The production of the fighter jets has already entered the right track, averaging one per day, and the testing work is progressing normally. There aren't many problems on the tank side either. With the military technicians from the southern military region, the production speed is about the same as that of the fighter jets. Elder Shui nodded with satisfaction. Just as he was about to praise Wang Yu for his responsibility at work, he heard Section Chief Lin's next words. Elder Shui, there's something very important I need to report to you, and I might also need to report to General Liu. Section Chief Lin's tone immediately became tense. What's the matter? Is something wrong? Elder Shui also felt something was off. You've seen Director Wang's previous research plan, right? Section Chief Lin asked cautiously. Since it was sent to General Liu, I only glanced at it. It seemed to be a new type of military dagger. Elder Shui became a bit anxious. What's going on? Hurry up and clarify. Section Chief Lin took a deep breath. For this dagger, Director Wang borrowed 3,000 researchers from other military regions and 100,000 military technicians, costing over 20 billion. Hearing this, Elder Shui felt the alcohol hit him, nearly passing out. You guys must be mistaken. Elder Shui suddenly yelled. Over 20 billion, more than 100,000 people, just for a military dagger. Phew. Elder Hu next to him directly sprayed a mouthful of old wine onto the table. What's going on? Wang Yu is trying to dismantle the central military region while I'm not around. Immediately, Elder Hu stood up, turned on the speakerphone, and asked, Section Chief Lin, please clarify. What exactly has Wang Yu been researching this month? The cost is too high. Section Chief Lin sighed. I don't really understand either. After he submitted the research plan to me, I just handed it directly to General Liu. I just remember. There was a document that seemed to say small artificial sun. The researchers and military technicians that were borrowed were quite excited when they succeeded in the development. I don't know how much this can enhance the military dagger. But no matter how much enhancement, it's still just a military dagger. There's no need to spend over 20 billion. However, after he finished speaking, a sudden sound of a crash came from the other end of the phone. It sounded like something had been knocked over. Then Elder Shui and Elder Hu began to excitedly shout, Wang Yu is truly a genius. Incredible. Section Chief Lin's eyes widened. My God, it must be too much stimulation. Elder Shui and Elder Hu have gone mad. Early the next morning, with a hint of alcohol on his breath, Old Shui knocked on General Liu's door. He then boarded a special plane to return to the Central Military District. Also returning were Old Hu and Chao the Scar. Chao the Scar, looking unhappy in his seat, exclaimed, What could be so urgent? You two are as small-minded as a pair of buttholes. The Central Military District and the Southern Military District have merged, yet you still don't consider me one of your own. This morning I called Chief Lin, and he was mumbling about some new military dagger. If I hadn't heard the panic in his voice, I would have cursed him out. Can a broken dagger prompt you two to rush back this early? You must have deliberately kept this from me. Old Shui couldn't help but laugh at this. Wang Yu's research was of great significance, and it had to be kept confidential until accurate data was obtained. After all, spies are everywhere these days. Just like the other day, if the security personnel hadn't yelled on the plane that he was a mole pretending to be insane, some secrets might have ended up in the hands of the Americans. Wang Yu surely understood this, which is why he used the development of a new military dagger as a cover. However, they were already on the plane heading back. He could also explain everything to Chao the Scar. Clearing his throat, Old Shui struck an elegant pose resembling a warm-hearted British butler and pointed at the sky as he said, Chao the Scar, in 1952, the Americans proposed the idea of an artificial sun, and our Huaxia initiated the project in the early 1980s. Although decades of research have passed, it remains a significant topic in the scientific community. At its core, the issue is that such nuclear fusion devices are enormous and cannot be effectively utilized in practice. Chao the Scar frowned slightly. Why are you suddenly talking to me about artificial suns? The term artificial sun is colloquial. The scientific name should be International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor. Long ago, humanity became aware of the energy crisis on Earth, which is why they have devoted immense effort to research. The artificial sun represents a new energy source created by humanity. Old Shui smiled mysteriously and lowered his voice. Wang Yu's research project is precisely the artificial sun, and he has compressed its size to nearly the limit. Upon hearing this, Chao the Scar was taken aback, his eyes nearly popping out. Then he quickly regained his composure. It turned out that Chief Lin wasn't deliberately keeping this from him. He simply had no idea what Wang Yu was researching. Suddenly, Chao the Scar felt much better. At the same time, he was deeply impressed by the young Wang Yu. This kid actually managed to develop an artificial sun. How big is it? Chao the Scar asked, though he had little expectation, feeling more admiration for Wang Yu's scientific skills. After all, Huaxia has always been at the forefront of nuclear fusion technology. A few days ago, the Research Academy announced the latest achievements in artificial sun development, with the news even likening it to something from a sci-fi movie. Even if Wang Yu compressed the artificial sun to its limit, it would still be at least the size of several football fields. To discuss practical applications, it would likely take another decade of research. However, what Chao the Scar didn't expect was that Old Shui did not answer his question directly. Instead, he extended his right hand, forming a circular shape with a gap, using his thumb and index finger, while the other three fingers were raised, resembling an OK sign, but with a slight difference. If Chao the Scar were a meme enthusiast, he would instantly understand that this gesture represented a significant loss of the South Korean market. So big! Chao the Scar exclaimed. The next moment, he shot up from his seat, his head banging against the air conditioning vent at the top of the cabin. Several flight attendants rushed over, thinking something had happened. But Chow the Scar had no time to explain, nor did he feel the pain in his head as he grabbed old Shue's arm and exclaimed in shock, "You're not kidding me, are you?" Old Shue gently waved his hand, signaling the flight attendants to leave, and then nodded seriously. Yes, this morning General Liu spoke with Wang Yu on the phone. If it weren't for the fear of potential mishaps with network transmission, we might have even seen images. It's certain that the artificial sun he is researching is that big, about the size of a quail egg. Upon hearing this, Chow the Scar slowly sank back into his seat, remaining silent for a long time before taking a sharp breath. Hiss! Is this really human technology? Seeing him so shocked, Old who had been silent finally spoke up. Actually, none of this is that remarkable. Chow the Scar looked as if he had seen a ghost, inwardly screaming, "Why does everyone speak like they're out of breaths?" Old who coughed lightly. The technology for shrinking the artificial sun has been researched for over a decade, from theory to blueprints. Moreover, it's not even mere talk, but can only be described as an impractical fantasy. If one wants to compress it to the size of a quail egg without considering the research difficulties, the budget would need to be at least in the hundreds of billions. And that's in US dollars. Old Shue interjected at this point. Old who nodded in agreement. Yet Wang Yu has achieved this from scratch with only 20 billion Huaxia yuan, which even includes salaries for all the researchers. The funds he saved for us could even allow us to research the artificial sun again. Chow the Scar's mind was already in a state of chaos. He clutched his chest in some pain, feeling as if his heart was truly hurting. After a while, he finally calmed down. The first thing he asked the flight attendants was, "How long until we reach the central military district?" "Faster. I can't wait a moment longer." What a joke. An artificial sun the size of a quail egg. Nuclear fusion. With this thing, Huaxia would not just be accelerating past others, it would be soaring at breakneck speed. Originally, Chow the Scar had hoped the plane would fly a bit longer, so he could catch up on some sleep, as he had hardly slept during the past month of testing fighter jets and tanks. But now he wished he could instantly teleport above the central military district and parachute down to see that sun resembling a quail egg. At that moment, the plane was just passing through the clouds. The blinding sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the cabin and making Chow the Scar squint. The sun was so glaring. Yet Chow the Scar forced himself to endure the discomfort and opened his eyes wide, as if to show off like a child in a childish competition. Hey, this little bit of light is nothing compared to our quail egg, which is the most impressive. Since receiving the news that Shui Lao and the others were returning, Director Lin had been waiting at the airport. He wasn't wearing the uniform of the Central Military Region Research Institute today, but rather an entire military outfit. The crease in the middle of his pants was quite obvious, clearly meticulously ironed. Huh. Director Lin exhaled softly, murmuring to himself, "Today might be the last day I wear this outfit. I actually feel a bit reluctant to part with it." After saying this, he became increasingly angry and aggrieved. What wrong did our Lin family do to Wang Yu in our past lives? Why is he targeting our family? Not only did he deceive my daughter, but now he is also messing up research, causing a loss of 2 billion in research funds for the Central Military Region. Such a grave sin. Even if my Lin family were to be skinned alive, it wouldn't be enough to make up for it. The most infuriating part is that my position in the Lin family does not allow me to take action against him beforehand. I must wait for Shui Lao and the others to return and report first. That brat is probably still sleeping soundly. It's infuriating. At this point, Director Lin felt as if he was about to burst a blood vessel. If it were an ordinary person encountering such a situation, they would have long thought about running away, or at least stayed in the dormitory like Wang Yu and had a good sleep. But Director Lin couldn't do that. He had to live up to his military uniform. Finally, the chartered plane arrived. The cabin door opened. Director Lin took a deep breath, adjusted his attire, as if bidding farewell to his comrades, and then walked forward with heavy steps. "Shui Lao? Hu Lao? Chow Lao?" His tone was exceptionally serious. "This matter is my sole responsibility. Wang Yu just joined the Central Military Region and is still young and inexperienced. He also wants to conduct research. As the person responsible for all his affairs, I should bear all the responsibilities." Director Lin understood Wang Yu's research capabilities. He was capable of independently developing combat aircraft and magnetic explosion tanks that surpassed world standards, hailed as a prodigy by numerous bigwigs. Such a person, even if he made a mistake, should remain in a key position to continue shining and contributing. Moreover, he had not made a fundamental error. Thus, while standing at the airport, although he was grumbling verbally, he had already made up his mind inside. He would spare no effort to protect Wang Yu. However, what he didn't anticipate was that Shui Lao and Hu Lao completely ignored him and headed straight for the exit after disembarking from the plane. They kept murmuring, "Let's quickly check the machine. I want to see the specific data of the small artificial sun first. It would be even better if we could demonstrate it on site." Only Chow Dabazi stopped in front of Director Lin, patting him on the shoulder with a somewhat peculiar expression. "Shaolin, don't take this to heart. Your work has been done very well. Keep up the good effort in the future. After saying this, he hurriedly walked towards the exit, calling out softly as he walked, "Wait for me. You two are being so inconsiderate." Director Lin stood alone in the wind, confused, completely unsure of what had just happened. His head was spinning, and after a while he finally spoke to himself. Am I going crazy, or is the world going crazy? The entire central military region had already been reorganized by Wang Yu. To make room for the research center of the artificial sun, many manufacturing departments had been relocated to the southern military region. Upon entering the locked-off area, one could see a temporary research center constructed from several connected factories. Shui Lao was visibly excited, rubbing his hands nervously. "Old, who do you think our central military region will be recorded in the annals of scientific research in Huaxia?" Hu Lao nodded excitedly, "Of course." Chao Dabazi cast a sour glance at them. If he had attended the Huayang City Air Show at that time, perhaps it would be the southern military region that would be recorded in the annals of Huaxia's scientific research. The car stopped, and the three elderly men hurriedly entered the research center. Although the small artificial sun had been successfully developed, many researchers were still busy inside. Quick, verify the previous data. If there are any discrepancies, record them immediately. We need to hurry, or we're about to head back. Let's conduct as many tests as we can while we still can. Who knows when we'll see this machine again. Director Wang's design drawings even mark the errors for each test. It's truly impressive. Now is our time to absorb knowledge, to have the opportunity to assist Director Wang in development. The things we learn will be incredibly useful for us in the next decade. Director Wang's research techniques are truly astonishing. Everyone was busy with their tasks, and each time they picked up a data sheet or a design drawing, they couldn't help but praise Wang Yu. It was as if Wang Yu were a goddess, and they were a bunch of fervent admirers. Yet the reality was indeed so. For researchers, an exceptionally gifted scientist is an idol they can devote their lives to following. At that moment, a researcher suddenly shouted, "Shui Lao, Hu Lao, Chao Lao. You're back." In the next moment, all the researchers stopped working and greeted the three elderly men. Shui Lao and the others didn't bother to greet anyone. They urgently asked, "Has the small artificial sun really been successfully developed?" One of the researchers nodded vigorously. "That's right." Another researcher added, "Three old leaders, you weren't here at the time. Director Wang is incredible." On the first day of starting research, he presented a design drawing that marked all the parameters we could just manufacture according to the steps. In just a month, we truly produced an artificial sun the size of a quail egg, and the tests were extremely successful. Director Wang is amazing. This is my first time participating in such straightforward research work. Shui Lao and Hu Lao didn't react much. They had already witnessed Wang Yu's extraordinary research talent back at the mechanical factory that was on the verge of collapsing. Any machine taken out from that factory could leave one astonished. The scariest part was that these machines were things Wang Yu made in his spare time while developing the 0514 fighter jet. But Chao Dabazi didn't know that. Upon hearing that the small artificial sun was almost entirely developed by Wang Yu alone, he directly clutched his chest and began to feel unwell. After experiencing so many shocks in one day, Chao Dabazi's heart finally couldn't take it anymore. Standing beside him, Hu Lao was quick-witted and immediately handed him a bottle of fast-acting heart-saving pills. He had encountered such situations before at the mechanical factory, so he now always carried medicine on him to prevent those who had just learned about Wang Yu from suffering heart issues. While others expend energy in research, Wang Yu expends his heart. Director Lin has just arrived at the sealed-off area. He finally realized that Wang Yu might not be developing a new type of military dagger, but rather a confidential cutting-edge technology. Otherwise, the esteemed figures in the research community, especially Elder Shui, who invests heavily, would not only care about the new machine developed by Wang Yu, but also investigate the 2 billion research funds. However, as he stepped into the research center, he found the atmosphere inside to be exceptionally tense. Everyone prepare. The 12th small artificial sun is starting production. Understood. An older researcher stood in front of the control panel, operating it with a serious expression, while the others focused intently on the data. The enormous machines in the research center began to operate. After a short while, the hatch in the center opened and a small orb the size of a quail egg, glowing with a faint yellow light, was delivered. Is this already completed? Elder Shui and Elder Hu instinctively exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. They originally thought Wang Yu had only developed a small artificial sun. But unexpectedly, what he developed was a machine for creating small artificial suns. With just a few button presses, a small nuclear fusion reactor, which was previously unattainable for humanity, was thus completed. The time taken was even less than 10 minutes. Chao Dabazi sat in a chair, panting heavily, his eyes filled with astonishment. No wonder it required confidentiality. The birth of this machine signifies that China has taken its first step on the road to nuclear fusion energy. As everyone was checking the data, Chow Dabatsi slowly stood up and left the experimental center. It wasn't that he didn't care, rather he cared too much, so he had to step outside to catch his breath. He had just used a quick-acting heart pill to save his life and couldn't afford to stimulate his heart again. At this moment, a voice sounded, causing Chow Dabatsi to stop in his tracks. "Teacher Chow." Chow Dabatsi turned around and froze for a moment upon recognizing the person, Zhao Zihao. "Aren't you at the Academy of Research? I remember you were just promoted to deputy director earlier this year. Why are you here?" Zhao Zihao habitually scratched his messy hair and spoke in Mandarin with a hint of a Sichuan Chongqing accent. "I was seconded here, but Director Wang is indeed impressive. My transfer application has been approved. I am now an ordinary researcher in the Central Military District." Hearing this, Chow Dabatsi's eyes widened in surprise. Zhao Zihao was his most proud student. Before meeting Wang Yu, Zhao Zihao was the genius researcher in his eyes. He entered university at 13, studied abroad at a prestigious technological university at 16, and was directly admitted to a master's and doctoral program. After returning to the country at 22, he worked under Chow Dabatsi. At 25, he was directly recommended into the Academy of Research, becoming the youngest academician. Such a genius actually gave up the position of deputy director at the Academy of Research after participating in a project with Wang Yu and started from scratch in the Central Military District. Chow Dabatsi felt a bit dizzy. Oh, was this the mutual attraction among geniuses? He originally intended to take a break, but unexpectedly his heart was challenged again. However, just as the two were chatting idly, a middle-aged researcher approached. "Old Chow, I didn't expect to see you here." Chow Dabatsi turned his head to see another familiar face. "Director Gao, you were seconded here too." This person was a technical expert. Several military research institutions had tried to invite him in the past, but he was eventually snatched away by the Academy of Research. Director Gao smiled and waved his hand. "It's no longer considered a secondment. My and Xiao Zhao's transfer applications were approved on the same day. I am now also a researcher in the Central Military District." Chow Dabatsi. Truly, the cycle of fate is remarkable. In recent years, the Academy of Research has been poaching talent from military research institutions with its high welfare. But unexpectedly, Wang Yu's research project has lured people away. "I estimate that old Kong from the Academy is probably furious right now," Chow Dabatsi thought. An hour later, Elder Shui, an elder who walked out of the research center satisfied. "Old Chow, why weren't you inside just now? Wang Yu is truly amazing. He calculated all the data before even producing the artificial sun. You should have seen the testing just now. Oh, it was truly shocking." Elder Shui was still reminiscing. Chow Dabatsi merely pursed his lips and remained silent. "Could my heart handle seeing that live? Are you trying to send me to the hospital?" After a moment, he finally asked, "Where's Wang Yu now?" Director Lin immediately responded, "Director Wang is still in the office. He said he has unfinished work." Elder, who couldn't help but sigh, his talent surpasses other researchers and he works harder than them too. Let's go see him. For such a significant research breakthrough, we leaders should show more concern for him. In the office, there were several design drafts on the table, and Wang Yu and Zhao Huanhuan were engaged in a heated discussion. "Huanhuan, give me some suggestions. You've worked in the Special Operations Department. Among these various military dagger designs, which one do you think is more user-friendly?" Wang Yu pointed at the design drafts on the table. "I prefer the ones with a ring at the end." Zhao Huanhuan picked up a design draft. "But in special forces, many people's preferences differ. I suggest making several different designs." "I feel that you are deliberately making things difficult for me." Wang Yu rubbed his temples. Professionals always offer suggestions that increase the workload. Different designs for military daggers would mean different arrangements for the small artificial suns. How much work would that entail? Zhao Huanhuan widened her eyes. "You asked me after all. And brother-in-law, my feelings for you are as clear as day. How could I make things difficult for you?" Just as she finished speaking, the office door was pushed open and Elder Shui, Elder Hu, Chow Dabatsi, and the pale-faced Director Lin walked in. "Masters, you are back." Wang Yu quickly stood up to welcome them. "How is my new research coming along?" "Don't worry, the mass production of fighter jets and tanks has not been delayed. We will definitely complete the production tasks before the joint military exercises begin." Upon hearing this, Elder Shui nodded with satisfaction. Wang Yu is indeed a reliable young man, and his work is very reassuring. Elder Hu also smiled. "You've worked hard. Your new research has truly opened our eyes." Chow Dabatsi gave Wang Yu a thumbs up. "I now have to admit you are the most impressive scientific genius I have ever seen." The three masters praised Wang Yu and Director Lin echoed them. However, Wang Yu noticed that his complexion was not so good and his gaze towards Zhao Huanhuan was not very friendly. How should I put it? It felt like a family member catching their son-in-law cheating. Time always flows so swiftly. Having just discovered that his son-in-law might be unfaithful, the years and arrived in the blink of an eye. On the private jet, General Liu chatted idly with General Chun, one of the other 5 great generals. If not for the joint military exercise, we'd be home celebrating the Spring Festival, wouldn't we? General Chun shook his head helplessly. In the global arms market, the Eagle's biggest rival is us. It's only natural they try to throw a wrench in our schedule. But they've brought a secret weapon to this exercise. Rumor has it their new tanks and fighter jets were developed a year ago. They've been keeping them under wraps, waiting to stun the world at this very exercise. Hearing this, General Lu couldn't help but laugh. Then their plan is about to backfire. General Chen smiled as well. By the way, the mass production data for the magnetic storm tank is solid, right? Only weapons that have successfully entered mass production can participate in this exercise. Rest assured. With that, General Lu turned to gaze out the window. The weather is splendid today. Oh, what do you mean? The weather today is perfect for a slap in the face. 3 hours later, the private jet landed. They were on a deserted islet in the international waters of the Pacific Ocean. Due to its soil composition, the island was uninhabitable for humans and had thus been converted into a dedicated military exercise island. The joint exercise would feature competitions in 3 categories: fighter jets, tanks, and individual weapons. At the observation deck, representatives from numerous nations had already arrived, ready to witness this grand event in the arms industry. In truth, only a handful of countries were the main players in this exercise. After all, not many nations had the capability to independently manufacture military weapons, and even those that did often lacked a stall in the global arms market, leaving them to merely entertain themselves. After all, no one in their right mind would buy weapons from the likes of India. Most participants attended as clients. In the lounge area within the observation deck, a burly golden-haired old man lounged leisurely on a sofa, smoking a cigar. Beside him sat the representatives of the leg chicken and the Southern Korea. Hey Lou. Seeing someone approach, the golden-haired man grinned. Oh my God, I never expected China's representative to be you. The last time we met must have been over 20 years ago in the States, my dear friend. He then smirked, glancing at the representatives of leg chicken and Southern Korea. Did you know? I gave him his first collection of actress photos. It was a jab, a comment on China's supposed conservatism and lack of liberal spirit. The representatives from leg chicken and Southern Korea immediately flashed contemptuous smiles. After all, their nations thrived on idol culture, boasting not only collections of female stars, but also of male stars. General Lu, however, was utterly unfazed by the golden-haired man's remarks. With a magnanimous laugh, he settled onto the sofa, declining the cigar offered by a nearby attendant, and instead pulling out a pack of Huazi cigarettes. I still remember the day old John gave me that photo collection in the States. Back then, I was strapped for cash. I had to choose between a tech magazine and that actress photo set. I picked the magazine because I wanted to learn more and bring that knowledge back to build up China. I believe many Chinese faced similar choices back then, and they made the same decision I did. That's why China stands here today as a main participant in this joint exercise. At these words, the smile vanished from old John's face. Because what General Lu said was the truth. In the States, countless scholars studied China. Yet they were baffled as to how China had rocketed from a backward third-world nation to the forefront of the world at such an astonishing pace. But old John, a China expert, understood why. Because deep down, most Chinese possess a spirit of sacrificing personal pleasure for their motherland. The representatives from leg chicken and Southern Korea exchanged glances and promptly wiped the smirks off their faces, obediently following their ally's cue. Simultaneously, they subtly edged toward the corner of the sofa. This was a battlefield for the elders, getting too close risked collateral damage. Old John had already regained his composure, puffing on his cigar with a smile. Lu, you seem quite confident today. General Lu took a drag of his cigarette. Of course, anyone called a main player here has reason to be confident. Old John raised his right index finger and wagged it. No, no, no. You know the real main players are just me, you, and the bear. But the bear has been coasting on their predecessor's legacy. I've never taken them seriously. And honestly, I don't think you can beat us, the eagle, in this exercise either. General Lu was utterly unperturbed by the provocation, smiling easily. Then we'll just have to wait and see. Old John was equally relaxed. After leisurely finishing his cigar, he stood up to leave. As he departed, he shrugged and looked at General Lu. Lu, you know we're friends. I mean you no harm. Alas. I hope your confidence lasts till the end. All nations attached great importance to this joint military exercise. But for the eagle, it was merely a free advertisement for themselves. Old John could afford to show concern for General Lu as he left, not out of genuine goodwill, but because he was certain of victory. It was the condescension of a victor. Hearing this, General Chun felt his blood rush to his head, and the steel lighter in his hand was crushed out of shape. It took him a while to calm down before he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it, I really want to slap that old John." Pity was the greatest insult to a competitor. General Lu patted his shoulder. At our age, don't let anger ruin your health. The eagle's arrogance stems from a habit formed by standing at the world's peak for so long. Once you knock them down, that arrogance will instantly turn into fear. With that, General Lu lit another cigarette, leaned close to General Chen's ear, and whispered something. The next moment, General Chen's eyes widened, and he gave General Lu a thumbs up. You're something else. The next day, the joint military exercise officially began. General Lu and General Chen strode onto the observation deck, exuding an imposing aura like generals about to charge into battle. After taking their seats, General Chen suddenly looked up at the sky. The weather is quite fine today, too. My. General Lu was puzzled. Heh. General Chen chuckled softly, his gaze turning sharp. Today's weather is even more perfect for a slap in the face. The joint military exercise of the world has officially begun with the first fighter jet project. It is not as stunning as imagined. Many countries lack the ability to independently develop military weapons, yet they do not want to lose face by abstaining, so they can only brace themselves and participate. Thus, at the beginning, this joint military exercise appeared somewhat like a farce. You could even see many relics from the last century. For example, the country whose name reversed is the derogatory term for South Korea, known for its soccer prowess, has fighter jets that surprisingly require manual closure of the cockpit. Then there are the gentlemen from Yobao who, despite having the ability to develop fighter jets independently, must obtain funding approval from the Eagle Sauce due to their alliance. As a result, their new type of fighter jet is merely a repainted version of the previous generation. It resembles an old witch disguising herself as a young girl, odd from every angle. Amidst this collection of quirky aircraft, surprisingly, the battle planes of the White Elephant stand out. Although they are cobbled together from various nations, the materials used are quite solid and their specifications are impressive. However, during the test flight, they showcased their traditional skills. The fighter jet broke its wings just after taxiing a few meters. This elicited laughter from many representatives of different countries. Finally, after a 3-hour-long appetizer, the real stars of the show were about to take the stage. At this moment, old John suddenly stood up, smiling as he shouted towards a distant Vladimir. I know you like to be first in everything, so this time, let your Bear's fighter jet take the spotlight first. Upon hearing this, Vladimir's expression darkened. He is a burly man. In fact, his name means world ruler. The name of the bear leader also includes Vladimir. However, due to a globally popular American game, many young people from the bear country, when hearing the name Vladimir, do not think of their leader, but rather of a cunning and vicious vampire. Do not underestimate the cultural dissemination power of the entertainment industry, many perceptions have been altered in this manner. This is a disgrace for the bear, but a joke for the Eagle Sauce. Vladimir took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and instructed his assistant beside him. Shortly after, a brand new fighter jet appeared on the runway. Although the Bear's new fighter jet has only improved performance from the previous generation, it is still far superior to the earlier farce. 2 massive exhaust ports erupted with fierce flames, and the fighter jet rolled back and forth in the sky, performing extreme aerial maneuvers. Many representatives from various countries displayed expressions of astonishment. However, in the eyes of leading nations, this fighter jet was still not impressive enough. The Bear is still relying on the legacy of the Big Bear. Next up to present is the Eagle Sauce. Old John stood up, bowing elegantly like a noble gentleman. Vladimir Lu, I hope you are ready to witness our latest fighter jet. The F-35 fighter jet, equipped with the most perfect engine and the latest materials for the fuselage, I can say that this is not just a military weapon, but an exquisite piece of art. It is the new generation of sky dominance in the world. After finishing, Old John slowly raised his hands from both sides like an actor taking the stage. In the next moment, applause erupted. Many representatives stood up to clap, while the chicken and the South Korean representatives were even more enthusiastic. All right, let us quietly enjoy this. With Old John's command, the F-35 fighter jet soared into the clouds like a rock, spreading its wings, soaring up to 90,000 miles. Vocabulary. Vladimir couldn't help but curse. I knew Old John would intentionally make me showcase. After all, only through comparison can the might of the F-35 fighter jet be better showcased. Saying this, he looked at General Lu beside him. Lu, you and I are one in front and one behind, both becoming the backdrop for the Eagle Sauce. Davalishi, don't be angry. The Eagle Sauce enjoys playing these little tricks. And at this point, General Lu laughed. How do you know that Huaxiao will definitely become the backdrop for the Eagle Sauce? Upon hearing this, Vladimir was taken aback. Davalishi, although I don't want to admit it, the new fighter jet from the Eagle Sauce is indeed ahead of the world level. Do you really have that much confidence? General Lu replied, easily, of course. At this moment, Old John, not far away, also turned to look over. Lu, I admire your confidence, but sometimes confidence alone is not enough. General Lu raised an eyebrow. Oh. Then how about we have a competition? Just then, General Chun, who had been silent, spoke up. He sounded like a professional straight man taking on a bizarre tone. Old Lu, don't do that. The theme of this world joint military exercise is friendly exchanges. If they lose during the Eagle Sauce's demonstration, it won't reflect well. General Liu ignored Old John, turning to chat with General Chun. How could that be? Old John is a gentleman. Even if we defeat them, they want mine. General Chun waved his hand. Stop it. An angry gentleman is the most troublesome. Nearby Old John was listening to the back and forth between the two, his face turning red with anger. Then he gritted his teeth and said, Liu, there's no need to act anymore. Don't you just want to compete with our F-35 fighter jet? All right, they'll give you this opportunity, but don't cry when you get defeated. Upon hearing this, General Liu's mouth curved into a slight smile, his eyes fixed intently on Old John. All right, then we have a deal. If you lose, don't cry. The atmosphere of the joint military exercise instantly heightened due to the competition between the Eagle Sauce and Waxia's fighter jets. Meanwhile, a special plane had just landed at the airport. Wang Yu stepped off the plane somewhat helplessly, saying, Uncle Lin, why did you insist on following me? There's really nothing between Zhao Huanhuan and me. Beside him, Zhao Huanhuan scoffed. Brother-in-law, what are you talking about? Zhao Huanhuan wouldn't do such a thing. Director Lin glared at them. Stop messing around. You are very important to Huaxiao now. General Liu personally ordered me to bring people to ensure your safety at all times. The three chatted as they headed towards Waxia's living area. Wang Yu was there for the final adjustments of the new military dagger. After all, it was equipped with a small artificial sun, and it had to be flawless. Moreover, this time participating in the individual combat exercises was Lin Xiaoran. Wang Yu did not want any unforeseen circumstances for his future fiancée. Observation platform. The F-35 fighter jet has landed and is being towed back onto the runway. To its left, there is a fighter jet covered by a black dust cloth. Old John, puffing on a cigar lit by his assistant, arrogantly remarked, Come on, reveal it already. Do you expect your fighter jet to take off with the dust cloth on? General Liu, however, was in no hurry. Let your fighter jet enjoy the reporter's praises a little longer. Soon there won't be another chance. Old John sneered. There's a saying in Huaxiao that I particularly like: one should know one's own limitations. After saying that, he stopped chatting with General Liu and moved closer to the media group to listen to the compliments. This is a true modern fighter jet. Its design is so cool. They just performed a takeoff. According to the data, this F-35 fighter jet can even leave an afterimage in the air when it reaches top speed. Perfect aerodynamics, perfect propulsion engine. I can't imagine any fighter jet from Huaxiao surpassing it. They're just clowns from a circus. Oh, look at them. Next to the F-35, they don't even dare to unveil the dust cloth. Although the reporter's words carried a hint of flattery, they were also stating facts. This F-35 fighter jet is a pinnacle of Eagle Sauce's technology, and even a decade from now, it will still be a product that leads the world. In comparison, the newly showcased fighter jet seemed as foul as a can of herring. It can be said that everyone present, including the representatives from the Bear Country, felt that Huaxiao was destined to lose this time. Vladimir came to General Liu's side, smacking his lips, and said helplessly, Liu, I know you don't like Old John, but you are being a bit too impulsive. You shouldn't confront that F-35 fighter jet heat-in. Perhaps your Huaxiao fighter jet is stronger than ours, but it definitely can't match theirs. They are truly the country that masters the world's cutting-edge technology. General Liu smiled. Devalish, I appreciate your good intentions, but Huaxiao naturally has its own confidence. Upon hearing this, Vladimir sighed. He couldn't shake the feeling that General Liu was putting on a brave face. After all, with current technology, how could there be a fighter jet more advanced than the F-35? However, the next moment, when General Liu ordered the dust cloth covering the Huaxiao fighter jet to be unveiled, Vladimir was left stunned. In that instant, he even forgot to breathe. Sukanobra. The Huaxiao fighter jet was completely different from their previous Jin series. It was a whole new style. The aircraft's body was sharper, like a dagger capable of piercing the heavens. The three massive exhaust ports at the rear seemed ready to unleash flames that could tear through space at any second. It was truly shocking. Huaxiao had actually developed such a powerful fighter jet. No wonder General Liu insisted on facing off against the Eagle Sauce's F-35 heat-in. Meanwhile, the media group also began to fervently discuss the moment the dust cloth was unveiled from the 0514 fighter jet. Wow. I didn't expect Waxia's new fighter jet to be so cool. Oh, it looks like we're in for a good show. It is indeed very cool, but can their engine really support the three exhaust ports at the rear? Perhaps the Huaxiao people have spent all their imagination on the fighter jet's design. Their engine technology has only seen breakthroughs in recent years. I doubt it can take off smoothly. A fighter jet represents a country's cutting-edge aviation technology. I don't believe Huaxiao can be stronger than the United States. Hey, I actually think Huaxiao isn't that bad, but the United States calls itself Eagle Sauce, so of course an eagle should soar freely in the sky. While the shape of the 0514 fighter jet surprised these reporters, no one still believed it could be more powerful than the F-35. Old John thought the same. He waved his hand arrogantly, saying, all right, stop wasting time. Hurry up and end this contest. I can't wait to see the F-35 fighter jet take down this flashy piece of junk. Soon pilots from both sides were ready. The moment the exercise group announced the start, the F-35 fighter jet surged forward, taking off within minutes. The entire process was incredibly smooth. Moreover, this time the Eagle Sauce pilots' maneuvers were extremely intense. Just after takeoff, the speed reached an astonishing 2.8 Mach. On the other hand, the Huaxia fighter jet seemed to be malfunctioning, remaining completely still. Vladimir was dumbfounded. What was happening? Had they lost before it even started? Had the fighter jet broken down? Turning to look at the Huaxia logistics team, he was even more shocked, his mouth agape. Because the Huaxia researchers didn't immediately go for repairs, instead, they stood there chatting idly. While the new fighter jet from Eagle Sauce has improved so much compared to the last generation. I remember the last generation had a slight jolt during takeoff. Now it's incredibly smooth. Did they add chocolate to the engine? I have to say it's faster than my dog. Vladimir, could the Huaxia logistics team have been bribed by the Eagle Sauce? Why were they all starting to slack off? Vladimir quickly reminded General Lulu. Your logistics team has a problem. Did they damage the fighter jet? General Lu, however, remained relaxed. Don't rush, let their fighter jet fly a little longer. Vladimir's eyes widened, feeling that the Huaxia people were insane. Just then old John walked over, his expression clearly suppressing laughter. Hey Lu, did you guys develop a model aircraft? General Lu snickered. What we have here is called humility. Having our fighter jet take off at the same time as yours is a bit unfair. Old John. However, just as he was about to speak, he saw General Lu picking up the intercom, commanding, "It can take off now. Since the Eagle Sauce people look down on us, let them see what speed truly means." Received. The pilot of the 0514 fighter jet confidently responded. He was very excited because he understood that soon a new dominator would appear in the skies of this world. Taking a deep breath, he tightly gripped the control stick and pressed the ignition button. The engine roared to life, adjusting the position of the rear exhaust ports. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of everyone, the new Huaxia fighter jet shot into the sky like a rocket. At that moment, a loud bang echoed from the air. This was the sound of a sonic boom. General Lu looked around, very satisfied with everyone's shocked expressions. Then he patted Vladimir on the shoulder, smiling. "Let me introduce you. This is called a sonic boom takeoff. How about that? Not bad, right? 1 second, 2 seconds." After the fighter jet from Huaxia took off, the observation platform remained in a state of silence. The representatives from various countries were not engaged in much mental activity. What they were actually thinking was profanity. Indeed, profanity. In a state of extreme shock, no matter how cultured a person is, they cannot help but utter a curse. What the F? As the traditional noble John, who had been expelled from the Eagle Sauce due to his ancestors being gentlemen, could not help but let out a national curse. Can a fighter jet really take off like this? Is this truly human technology? You Huaxia people aren't secretly collaborating with aliens, are you? However, those who could represent and participate in this joint military exercise were not ordinary individuals. John quickly calmed down from his shock. But soon his expression darkened again, because he heard the astonished exclamations of his own researchers nearby. "I must be dreaming. Oh God, this fighter jet actually ascended vertically like a rocket, and at such speed. If someone had told me before today that a fighter jet could take off like this, I would have kicked him hard with my leather shoes. What the F? How did Huaxia's scientists achieve this? Their technological level is astonishingly high, so terrifying, so terrifying." John was so furious, he felt like his teeth would shatter. These unambitious fellows are frightened just by a takeoff. Even if their takeoff technology is impressive, in actual combat, our F-35 fighters will not be outmatched. Though he thought this way, John understood that their fighters had already lost. The vertical takeoff like a rocket significantly enhanced the maneuverability of the fighter jet. Not to mention, with such maneuverability, the number of fighter jets that can be carried on an aircraft carrier could double without the need for a runway. John took a deep drag from his cigar. Fortunately, it was not a time of war. The clientele for this joint military exercise would not place as much emphasis on maneuverability, especially since they had no aircraft carriers. As long as the F-35 can win back during the subsequent cruise, Eagle Sauce's share in the global military market will not be snatched away by Huaxia. Damn it, I shouldn't have agreed to face off against Huaxia's fighter jets. Just as he finished speaking, a loud bang echoed from above. Bang! The second sonic boom. This indicated that after reaching altitude, Huaxia's fighter jet once again broke through the sound barrier as it entered cruising mode. Meanwhile, the data observation team also erupted in astonished voices. John hurried over, praying in his heart, while checking the fighter jet's data. But just from a glance, he almost choked and fainted. The F-35's data was exceptionally stable, maintaining a minimum speed of 2.8 Mach after takeoff. Moreover, as the cruising time progressed, the speed gradually increased, now reaching 3. 5 Mach. This was an exceptionally remarkable achievement. John even felt that presenting this data to those arrogant Congress members would garner great praise and ample research funding. However, if Waxia's fighter jets data were placed beside this data, the outcome would be entirely different. The proud Congress members would likely slap themselves in the face and then tear up the already approved research funding documents, tossing them into the toilet. Because compared to Waxia's fighter jet, the F-35 fighter jet was simply relying on a defense debate. Current speed, 30 Mach. You tell me this is a fighter jet? This is a freaking intercontinental missile, right? Damn it. John could no longer contain himself, kicking over the data screen and shouting angrily. This can't be real. How could Huaxiao possibly build such a fighter jet? At this point, he looked at General Liu with a fierce expression. Liu, you must have falsified the data. With a fighter jet flying at this speed, the pilot inside would have long since succumbed to the pressure and perished. You are insulting the world joint military exercise, engaging in such shameless behavior to satisfy your own vanity. I will report to the World Organization and impose sanctions on your fighter jet. After hearing his wild remarks, the representatives from various countries exchanged glances and could not help but chuckle softly. Then a researcher from Eagle Sauce approached John and quietly reminded him, "Sir, all the testing machines for the World Joint Military Exercise were provided by us. Moreover," he scratched his head awkwardly and continued, "according to the data provided by the testing machines, Waxia's fighter jet has a pressure relief system, so even at a speed of 30 Mach, the bodies of the pilots in the cockpit have shown no abnormalities." John, the researcher's words informed everyone. The referee, ball judge, and bystanders, along with the organizers and co-organizers, all the entities involved were our people. But alas, Waxia's fighter jet possesses Shaolin Kung Fu. Even if there were dark maneuvers, they couldn't win. Damn it. John, in a fit of rage, kicked the researcher, then, as if he had lost all his strength, collapsed into his chair. Originally, the World Joint Military Exercise should have been a promotional advertisement exclusively for Eagle Sauce. But now Waxia's fighter jet had directly crushed their latest scientific achievement. Is this not a complete disaster? With such a commotion, the upcoming military orders would surely not meet expectations. Thinking of this, John felt utterly defeated. In Eagle Sauce, the biggest taboo is offending the big shots in the military industry. Although this reduction in orders was not his fault, as a representative attending this World Joint Military Exercise, he had to take responsibility. Damn it, the future seems bleak. But just then a flash of lightning struck John's brain. No. Such an advanced fighter jet must have a high manufacturing cost. It could even be that the cost of producing one jet is equivalent to making 2 or 3 F-35 fighter jets. Not possibly, but definitely. Thinking of this, John suddenly felt reinvigorated. Such a terrifying manufacturing cost absolutely makes mass production impossible. His future shone brightly again. John alternated between crying and laughing, startling the nearby representatives, who quickly stepped back a few paces to avoid any unforeseen accidents. Meanwhile, General Liu watched his manic demeanor. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled. You're going crazy already. This is just the beginning. There will be more moments to drive you insane. Old John had his assistant order him another cigar. It must be said that the people from Eagle Sauce truly have a profound love for cigars. It is said that on the eve of sanctions against the cigar-producing country, the then supreme leader of Eagle Sauce specifically stockpiled a batch of cigars enough to last him a lifetime. There's no denying that the cigar-making technology of Eagle Sauce cannot compare to the handcrafted ones of others. Slowly exhaling a puff of smoke, Old John returned to his previous elegant demeanor. He walked slowly to General Liu's side, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Liu, congratulations on developing such an outstanding fighter jet." General Liu shot him a glance without responding, and the folks from Eagle Sauce chuckled, knowing it couldn't be good. Sure enough, in the next moment, Old John's tone became exaggerated, as if he were speaking for others to hear. "Liu, your Huaxiao must have paid quite a price to produce such a fighter jet, right? Just the manufacturing costs alone must be several times that of my F-35 fighter jet, I presume. With such exorbitant costs, I guess your fighter jet isn't even ready for mass production, is it?" With that, Old John raised both hands and clapped. "Ladies and gentlemen, here Old John must clarify something to everyone. Our Eagle Sauce has increased its fighter jet production capacity this year. Our latest F-35 can manufacture 15 units every month. If the order volume is high, we will even apply to Congress for further capacity increases. Producing 20 units a month is not impossible." Hearing this, the representatives from various countries widened their eyes in shock. The military-industrial sector is unlike others. The manufacturing speed is very slow. Last year, due to certain reasons, the Bear Country delivered only 31 fighter jets to clients in a year, and many of them had already been completed. In contrast, Huaxia delivered 150 fighter jets last year, averaging over 10 units a month. Such results are already terrifying. However, just now Old John claimed that they could produce 20 fighter jets a month, which is simply unimaginable to others. Eagle sauce is the strongest. After Old John finished speaking, he silently yelled in his heart. At the same time, he provocatively glanced at General Liu, thinking, how about it, Liu? Did you think that defeating the F-35 fighter jet in military exercises would enable you to steal our share of the global military-industrial market? Dream on. Today I will make you understand that earning small money is serious business for Eagle sauce. At this moment, Old John had become the center of attention. He was like a master of success, gesturing as if playing an accordion, pouting his lips, and promoting vigorously. The F-35 fighter jet was successfully developed a while ago. It took half a year of testing before it truly entered mass production, and the production line is built with cutting-edge technology. Now our inventory has reached 80 units. And I admit that Huaxia's fighter jet is indeed very powerful, even surpassing the F-35. But Huaxia simply cannot bear the costs of mass-producing it. Military weapons that cannot be mass-produced can only sit there as models for people to admire. Old John felt that his words were perfect. No one understands fighter jets better than I do. However, what he didn't expect was that General Liu actually smiled after hearing him. What is happening? In an instant, a sense of foreboding surged in Old John's heart, and a chill ran down his back, as if someone was scratching his neck with icy nails. In the next moment, he heard General Liu let out a cold laugh. Eagle Sauce's advanced military-industrial production capacity is indeed impressive. You can produce 15 F-35 fighter jets a month. Oh, how many can our fighter jets produce? Saying this, he turned to General Chen and asked deliberately. General Chen scratched his head. I don't know, maybe 1 or 2. You've never mentioned this to me before. General Liu's lips curved into a slight arc, and then imitating Old John, he clapped his hands towards the representatives. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe everyone has noticed that our new fighter jet only has a serial number and no official name. Here I must explain to everyone. This fighter jet was successfully developed only 4 months ago, and the construction of the production line was completed in just 3 months. Upon hearing this, Old John sneered dismissively. Only a month to build the production line. You do know that no matter how great the price paid, mass production is impossible, right? General Liu shook his finger with a smile. My dear friend, do not use your Eagle Sauce way of thinking to ponder over Huaxia's matters. Because if miracles had a color, it must be Huaxia's red. After saying this, General Liu's expression changed, and there seemed to be a hint of killing intent in his gaze towards Old John. Our choice to use this 0514 fighter jet to participate in the World Joint Military Exercise means that it has already entered successful mass production, with a production capacity of at least 30 units per month, and this is just the speed of one production base. This means General Liu returned to his previous smile, but everyone present, especially Old John, felt his formidable aura. This means that as long as Huaxia desires, the 0514 fighter jet can fill this entire sky. Old John, my dear friend, here I must announce that Huaxia has at this moment become the new sovereign of the skies. The last sentence pierced Old John's heart like a sharp knife. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, collapsing into his chair. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Liu, you are deceiving me. You are scamming all the representatives of the nations. You can produce 30 of such fighter jets in a month. Do you think Huaxia is like us, Eagle Sauce, disregarding production costs and relying on the financial chain of the entire world to support us? Old John was truly pushed to desperation, speaking the truth. Indeed. Why does Eagle Sauce have so much cutting-edge technology? Because Eagle Sauce controls global currency. As long as the US dollar is tied to energy, it can continue to have countries around the world support it. I still remember when upgrading the lithography machine, Eagle Sauce gathered semiconductor technology companies from around the world to collaborate on research through currency hegemony. This is something no other country in the world could achieve. Thus today, Old John confidently thought to defeat Huaxia's 0514 fighter jet with production capacity. But unexpectedly, Huaxia's production capacity turned out to be even stronger than his. This was absolutely impossible. General Liu looked at Old John and smiled softly, but his eyes were very cold. I know you won't believe me. However, I have a way. Our 0514 fighter jet flies very fast, and it doesn't take much time to reach here from Huaxia. If you insist that I prove something, then let you feel what the new sovereign of the skies is truly like. The No. 0514 fighter jet in China's arsenal did not actually fly over. After all, they were no longer children. General Liu felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of wasting so much fuel just to show off. Moreover, what right did Old John have to demand that China deploy all its fighter jets of a certain type? as for convincing representatives from other nations that China truly possessed such immense production capacity. In truth, no proof was needed. Since its founding, China had never made empty boasts in diplomacy or international trade. For instance, when Great Bear demanded repayment of wartime aid, China gritted its teeth and settled the debt. Another example, when helping the African brothers build roads, China promised a completion date and always delivered ahead of schedule. Humph. The Pan-Pacific Chicken had long boasted of its artisan spirit, yet when it took on a railway contract from another country, it managed to lay only 100 meters of track in a decade. The trains had already been upgraded, but the rails were still at the doorstep. Throughout history, only China had been a nation that always kept its word. And then there was the issue of imitation. This was not a commendable reputation, and many Chinese citizens used it to disparage their country's industrial products. However, what they did not know was, many nations had risen through imitation, such as the Little Western Eight. Yet once their economies improved, they immediately claimed they had never produced counterfeit goods, insisting all their products were genuine. They believed they had cleansed their image, and indeed few recalled their murky past, viewing them instead as developed nations dealing only in authentic wares. But in the realm of international credit, this remained an indelible stain. China, on the other hand, had never sought to deny the fact that it had started with imitation. When I lacked capability, I was a barefoot upstart growing wild and rough. When I gained strength, I would not regard my struggle as a disgrace. I would only etch it deeply in my heart and swear never to let myself return to those impoverished days. This was China, living with integrity, acting with transparency, earning only the modest profits it rightfully could. Thus, General Liu had no need to prove anything further with his country's solid international credit. If he promised a certain production capacity, that capacity would surely be met. The next event of the World Joint Military Exercise still required preparation, and during this interval General Liu and General Chun were to negotiate business. A piece of the global arms industry pie had to be carved out for the eagle. This military dagger is now flawless. Wang Yu smiled as he put away the adjustment machine. Lin Xiaoran picked up the dagger, twirled it in a stylish arc through the air, then slid it back into the sheath at her waist. The weight is just right, and the grip feels incredibly comfortable. With this dagger, I'm certain it'll take first place in the individual events of the joint exercise. As she spoke, she threw an arm around Wang Yu's neck, pressing her whole body against him. Wang Yu, don't do this to me, sis. Your dad is right here. Wang Yu took deep breaths, his mind going blank. He suddenly felt that Lin Xiaoran was even more clueless than her silly sister, getting affectionate in front of her father while they weren't even married yet. Do you want your dad to kill me? His body stiffened. Taking a deep breath, he whispered, let go. Lin Xiaoran ignored him, glanced down at herself, and hugged even tighter. She replied softly, it's fine. Today I wore something so it won't touch you. Boom. Only Wang Yu could hear her words, but they exploded in his mind like a thunderclap. He cautiously glanced at Section Chief Lin, then swallowed hard, and asked with a slight tremor, so before? You didn't wear anything. Lin Xiaoran answered without hesitation, the first time I forgot, but I paid more attention afterward. As she said this, her face flushed crimson. She smacked Wang Yu's back hard. What are you thinking? I've hugged you in front of others too, and I was fully dressed then. Wang Yu. Would a normal girl explain something like that? Isn't it supposed to be obvious? He confirmed it. This girl Lin Xiaoran was even more naive than Zhao Huanhuan. Wait, no. Wang Yu suddenly froze, then strained to recall. What had it actually felt like when Lin Xiaoran first hugged me? Damn, I forgot. Crap. Ahem. Section Chief Lin's face turned ashen at the sight. It must be that rascal Wang Yu who had corrupted his daughter. Lin Xiaoran immediately let go of Wang Yu and stuck out her tongue playfully. Oh, Dad, what's the big deal? Wang Yu and I are just good brothers. Section Chief Lin. Do you think I believe that? Zhao Huanhua beside them lowered her head, stifling a laugh. Truth be told, although Lin Xiaoran appeared to be a cool and dashing woman, anyone who knew her understood she was actually a bit silly. Take her relationship with Wang Yu, for instance. Though she always kept it hidden, she felt that being in love didn't fit her cool girl image. So she always referred to Wang Yu as her brother, but any sharp-eyed observer could see they were a couple deeply in love. After all, who would constantly throw an arm around their brother's neck and gaze at them with stars in their eyes? My silly sister, in everyone's eyes you've already fallen head over heels. The three chatted for a while before heading toward a certain warehouse. As they drew closer, the sounds emanating from within grew louder. Wang Yu's expression became increasingly excited. For inside that warehouse lay the exhibition product for the special event of the World Joint Military Exercise, the mechanical exoskeleton. China had already deployed such devices in some border troops. However, those were simple products based on mechanical dynamics. Of course, even these simple items had only been successfully developed by China. There was an internet meme about it back then. The mechanical exoskeleton was a research project first proposed by the Eagle, but their real aim was to trick Great Bear into pouring more resources into the arms race. Many mecha-themed entertainment works were also promoted as propaganda at that time, but it was a failed scam. Great Bear completely ignored the Eagle. Only China took it seriously and actually succeeded in developing the mechanical exoskeleton. When the Eagle saw that China had put it into practical use, they were stunned. "Buddy, I was just blowing smoke, and you actually took it seriously." Thus, although the current mechanical exoskeleton still looked crude, China, as the first nation to successfully develop it, held a technology far ahead of the rest of the world. And the model brought to the joint exercise was the latest product from a certain mysterious department. Its mobility far exceeded that of the previous generation. Elder Shui had paid a great price to get the mysterious department's leadership to allow Wang Yu to observe, and he instructed him to learn something. This was the first mission assigned to him by the Central Military Region. This was the true purpose of Wang Yu's visit to the World Joint Military Exercise. His earlier claim about testing the military dagger was merely an excuse to see Lin Xiaoran. The mechanical exoskeleton, also known as the external mechanical skeleton, draws inspiration from humanity's futuristic fantasies, evoking a sense of mechanical ascension. However, when you actually encounter such a thing while marveling at the technology, there will also be a hint of disappointment, as it is quite different from the imagined humanoid Gundam. The heavy battery pack, the bulky steel framework, and the exposed wires constantly shatter your beautiful illusions. Of course, this is an unavoidable reality. It is already impressive that Huaxia can create such a machine that can be donned in just a few seconds and perform tasks in extreme weather using modern technology. It is worth noting that at the exhibition held by Eagle Sauce 2 years ago, their exhibits were all half-finished products requiring connections to power lines to function properly. Even so, their arms company signed contracts worth nearly 10 million with the Army to continue the research and testing of the mechanical exoskeleton. This is the future trend of individual combat. As a leader in mechanical exoskeleton technology, Huaxia must continuously progress to maintain its military status. After observing the tests in the warehouse, Wang Yu couldn't help but nod. The new generation of mechanical exoskeleton has removed the heavy battery pack, and even the framework has been replaced with new materials, making it more comparable to a normal human in size. Truly, the mysterious department is remarkable. Their brain power is genuinely impressive, while I am merely a fortunate individual with enhancements. Director Wang, a man with gold-rimmed glasses appearing quite refined, approached and shook hands with Wang Yu. His name is Wang Xinlin, the head of the mechanical exoskeleton research team. He is quite young, around 30, with a scholarly appearance and attire that does not resemble that of a researcher, but rather that of a senior lawyer mingling in high society. However, he is not as refined as he appears. Years ago, a foreign bionic technology company wanted to pay him a hefty sum to invite him over, offering a green card and the honorary title of president from a prestigious university, all for his acceptance. He simply replied with one sentence, "I do not wish to see a world with my black eyes, only for it to appear blue in yours." Eagle Sauce established a scholarship at Tsinghua University in the imperial capital, using the Boxer indemnity from the Qing dynasty, which has long been regarded by some as a model of knowledge knows no borders. In reality, it is precisely because of this funding that they have reaped numerous top-notch talents from Huaxia over the years. Of course, whether to go abroad or stay in the country is a personal choice, and the state has never obstructed such freedom of choice. However, Wang Xinlin believes that for students in technological fields or those involved in cutting-edge technology, the primary criterion must be patriotism, because they are the people's sword makers. Globalization is not a fairy tale where everyone is good to each other. It is a new balance of a system formed by groups of bandits, each wielding weapons and coercing one another. In simpler terms, it is just a redistribution of the cake. If the talents in technology continue to drain away, then Huaxia's weapons will have to shift from missiles to bronze swords. Thus, when Wang Yu finished listening to Shui Lao's introduction of Wang Xinlin, he felt nothing but admiration for him. It is because of individuals like him that Huaxia has been able to progress step by step to where it is today. Wang Yu excitedly shook Wang Xinlin's hand. "Idol. I finally get to meet you, Idol. Your words about black and blue eyes, even if heard from others, are deafening." Hearing this, Wang Xinlin smiled helplessly. "Stop it, Director Wang Yu. I regret having said it so directly. Eagle Sauce has imposed sanctions on me, preventing my entry into the United States, making it impossible for me to attend my high school classmates' weddings." Wang Yu waved his hand. Eagle Sauce is notoriously stingy. Wang Xinlin nodded in agreement. Indeed, both being young men and both deeply loving Huaxiao, they felt like old friends even after just meeting. After a bit of casual chat, they began discussing professional topics. "The materials used in my new generation of mechanical exoskeleton are the new alloys you developed. They are amazing, directly increasing work efficiency by 4 to 5 times. Haha, I am honored to help you, but with the battery pack removed, won't the battery life become an issue? No. We are benchmarking against Eagle Sauce's new products, which have a 7-hour battery life. With our new equipment, we can achieve 96 hours. Wow. Wang Yu gave Wang Xinlin a thumbs up. However, after the surprise, he sighed slightly and said quietly, so. Right now, the mechanical exoskeleton is still practical, but not combat ready. Wang Xinlin shook his head helplessly. The battery life is simply insufficient. Hearing this, Section Chief Lin, who stood by, curiously asked, why can't it be used in combat? Wang Xinlin smiled and explained, Section Chief Lin, you were in urban combat units before, right? Section Chief Lin nodded. Wang Xinlin continued, urban combat usually involves short engagements, typically ending in a few hours. Moreover, missions in urban areas require highly flexible mobility, which means the mechanical exoskeleton is generally unnecessary. However, field combat is different. If there is indeed a war requiring the mechanical exoskeleton, it won't just be a matter of days. In individual combat, going deep behind enemy lines could take at least 3 to 4 days, or even longer. We can't just stop in the middle of a fight to look for a charging station. Hearing this, Section Chief Lin suddenly understood. He then thought of something and turned to Wang Yu. Xiao Wang, didn't you develop a small artificial sun? Isn't the energy from this nuclear fusion reactor huge? Can it be used in the mechanical exoskeleton? Wang Xinlin shook his head with a smile. If it could be used, I would have done so long ago. The small artificial sun was kept confidential during its development, but once successful, it circulated among Waxia's researchers. Wang Xinlin does not use it because the nuclear fusion reactor is simply uncontrollable. It is like a faulty stove. You can only turn it on or off, but cannot control the flames, and once on, it burns at maximum capacity. Wang Yu mounted it on a dagger, utilizing its immense explosive power to instantaneously melt enemy armor when striking. However, sustaining it as an energy source is not feasible with current technology. However, when this conversation reached Wang Yu's ears, it was different. His eyes lit up as he spoke. Using a nuclear fusion reactor for energy output is actually not a problem, but we need to wait a bit. Wait a bit. Wang Xinlin was taken aback. Wang Yu nodded. We need to wait until General Liu provides us with the recharge, so we can use future technology to control the nuclear fusion reaction. With this thought, Wang Yu licked his lips. General Liu worked hard to impress those representatives and earn us more technology points. The tank project of the World Joint Military Exercise was held on the second day. The rules adopted were based on those from the World Tank Design Competition held in 2014 in the Land of the Bear. The entire course exceeded 20 kilometers, covering shooting in various extreme conditions, as well as navigating obstacles. Unlike traditional competitions, this not only tested the tanks, but also the tank operators from various countries. In the end, the operators needed to hit drones flying at an altitude of 2,000 meters. Old John sat in the restaurant, his face grim as he had breakfast. After the fighter jet project concluded yesterday, the military orders had not even reached half of what was expected. When has the Eagle ever been so pitiful? What frustrated him the most was that the tank project had always been a strong suit of the Bear. It was as if, after being a mere backdrop yesterday, he was to be a backdrop again today. Old John bit into his sandwich angrily. Now we can only wait for the upcoming special projects and the crucial individual combat project. The mechanical exoskeleton has been one of the main research projects of the Eagle in recent years. Although Huaxia started early, the products from both sides are now very close. The orders lost from the fighter jets could be partially compensated here. As for the individual combat project, Old John was very confident. Their individual combat training gear had just been upgraded recently, utilizing the latest materials, making it almost impervious to weapons. As long as they could secure first place in the individual project, the order quantity, while not meeting expectations, wouldn't look too bad. At this age, still worrying about work being in the Eagle's land is exhausting. Old John complained. There was no way around it. The Eagle was in a state of transitional uncertainty. He remembered 2 years ago when 2 nearly 80-year-old men vigorously promoted themselves on stage, and the older one ended up winning. His body was almost losing control of his sphincter, yet he had to continue working. Every time Old John thought about his age being considered rare in Huaxia, and that he still had to strive for another decade, his expression grew increasingly bitter. In contrast, the expressions of General Liu and General Chun, who sat not far from him, were quite different. They ate lightly, yet even a bowl of plain noodles brought them the enjoyment of pork knuckle noodles. It was as if the long-suffering fishmonger had finally become a big shot, and even his posture had turned elegant. My wallet is fat, old Liu. General Chen's face was radiant, grinning widely, even while eating noodles. This is what it means to hold one's head high. Oh, after all our hard work over the years, isn't this the day we were aiming for? General Liu picked up a bunch of noodles to his mouth, then, with a sudden gust, devoured them with delight. By the way, has that young man named Wang Yu arrived? Let's go meet him later. Never mind. What's wrong? General Lu glanced at his old partner, wiped his mouth, and hesitated before saying, I don't know what's wrong, but I felt a chill on my back all afternoon yesterday, and I had nightmares all night. I dreamed that kid Wang Yu kept whispering in my ear about recharging something. That tone was terrifying, just like the character Zhou Boppy from old films. Hearing this, General Chun couldn't help but laugh. Old Lu, you crawled out from a pile of corpses, and you're still afraid of a nightmare. Aren't you getting old, and should be retiring? General Lu spat without good humor. Nonsense, what would I, old Lu, be afraid of? It's just that the dream makes me feel uneasy whenever I think of Wang Yu. Let's go see him after this joint military exercise ends. General Chun shook his head helplessly. All right, then he'll take care of the old comrade who's scared by nightmares. General Lu, get lost. I can still strive for another decade. At the observation platform, old John continued to leisurely puff on his cigar. Today was particularly relaxed because he understood that in terms of tank orders, he could not compete with the bear, and he might not even rank second. Watching the show easily while savoring fine cigars from the cigar country made for a beautiful day. Meanwhile, the representative from the Hans cat, who had been rather quiet yesterday, seemed invigorated today. Standing at the front of the observation platform, gesticulating wildly, while chatting with the bear's representative Vladimir. Hey Big Beard, I'm telling you, the champion of this tank project will definitely be our Hans cat. Vladimir, looking more confident than yesterday, retorted, don't mess around, defeated one. Do you know why the world tank competition is held in our bear's land? As he spoke, he sneered and raised a finger, because our bear's tanks are the #1 in the world. The representative of Hans cat sneered back, after today that may not be the case. The bear and the Hans cat have always had a contentious history stemming from historical reasons, but more importantly, both are heavy industrial powers. Since the era of the Great Bear, heavy industry has always been ahead globally, and even now, relying on past achievements, they are still formidable. As for the Hans cat, they had given up all other industries to focus entirely on heavy industry. Even after being sanctioned post-war, they quickly rose again due to their production capacity. Although both sides may not be at the forefront of cutting-edge technology, they remain very impressive in heavy industries like tanks. Thus, the competition for this piece of cake has always been between them. As the two exchanged barbs, the bear's tank made its appearance, leaving all the representatives present in shock with their eyes wide open. This tank's main cannon was unlike the conventional single-barreled tanks. It actually featured a cluster missile launcher. This style was quintessentially bear. Although its design looked like it was conceived after a bender of vodka, no one who saw this tank would doubt its power. The bear was going all out this time, unveiling their latest secret weapon. Vladimir excitedly licked his lips and pointed into the distance. This is our bear's strongest weapon in the non-nuclear domain. The Hans cat scoffed, sneering. You have no understanding of aesthetics. Our new tank is nothing like that cumbersome piece of iron. The two continued to argue. About 2 hours later, old John, who had been puffing on his cigar on the side, stood up and stretched. Perhaps out of boredom, he approached General Lu, showing interest as he pointed to the two men in front. Lu, do you think will win the tank project, the bear or the Hans cat? General Lu glanced at him. Why not us? Hearing this, old John displayed an exaggerated smile. You guys. You're too greedy, Lu. You weren't satisfied with winning against us in the fighter jets, and now you want to take the tank project champion too. General Lu laughed. Why not? As soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion erupted from afar, accompanied by a massive mushroom cloud that obscured the sky. Old John's expression shifted from relaxed to one of terror. Old George was dumbfounded. Vladimir and the nameless representative of Hans cat were also stunned. This was a tank project, not a mushroom cloud project. Who in the world would dare detonate a mushroom cloud during a joint military exercise? Was this an act of defiance against the entire world? Yet when they saw the tank charging out from that mushroom cloud, their astonishment deepened. They widened their eyes and turned to look at General Lu and General Chun. Had that mushroom cloud been produced by a Chinese tank? Damn it! Old John was the first to roar. Lu, damn it, did you just detonate a mushroom cloud at the joint military exercise? Have you lost your minds? There are representatives from over 20 countries here. Are you declaring war on the entire world? Old John's expression was ferocious. He couldn't care less about whether China was truly about to start a war. What concerned him was that the observation post was far too close to the mushroom cloud's epicenter. Even if they escaped the blast wave, they would be ravaged by intense radiation. Damn it, he might already be on the verge of death. Many representatives shared the same thought. If war broke out, they might not die, but radiation exposure would surely send them to meet their maker. Just then, General Lu smiled, pulled out a testing device from a case, opened it, and waved at the crowd. Everyone, don't be afraid. This isn't a mushroom cloud. It's just the main cannon of our new tank. The cloud formed because of its sheer power. If you don't believe me, you can run a test right now. I'm sure the Eagle's researchers have brought radiation detectors. Hearing this, old John urgently shouted at the researchers. Run the test immediately. And tell me at your fastest speed whether that damned machine detected any radiation. The Eagle's researchers were always quick when their own lives were at stake. In less than 5 minutes they reported Mr. John, no radiation contamination detected at the observation post. Good heavens. We tested the mushroom cloud itself, and there's no radiation contamination either. It really is just a shell fired from a tank's main cannon. Mr. John, they collapsed a 1-kilometer radius by 30 meters, and all targets within 20 kilometers were obliterated by the shockwave. And they fired from 40 kilometers away. Upon hearing this, the representatives from all nations breathed a collective sigh of relief. Then they were deeply awestruck by China's new tank. What kind of tank could possess such terrifying power? The project no longer needed to continue. No one cared whether Hans Katz's artistic tank or Bear's cluster missile tank was superior. When China's tank fired a shell like a mushroom cloud, everything else became meaningless. Are you kidding? A 20-kilometer kill radius. That meant their tank crew hadn't even aimed properly. They simply fired one shot and hit every single target. How could anyone compete with that? Vladimir wiped the cold sweat from his brow and forced a faint smile. Comrade, I didn't expect your tank to be so powerful. Still, although our cluster missile tank isn't as powerful, its range is slightly longer. Our maximum range reaches 50 kilometers. Upon hearing this, Hans Katz's representative also gave a dry laugh. Lu Chun, your tank's power is indeed impressive. I have to admire it. Well, Bear's tank is also quite good. If we ignore its aesthetics, its cluster missile is indeed remarkable. However, Hans Katz's representative took a deep breath and began his pitch. Gentlemen, while tank power is important, modern warfare is no longer like the 1960s and 70s. Heating clashes are rare. Thus, modern tanks should prioritize mobility. Our Hans Katz tank, though only 10 lighter, boasts a 50 improvement in mobility. Our top speed reaches 200 kilometers per hour. If we wanted, we could wage a blitzkrieg using only tanks. Hearing this, Vladimir was displeased. Is blitzkrieg all you Hans Katz think about? He sneered. Our tank's weight prevents sustained travel. But if you're comparing speed, can it rival the design speed of our cluster missiles? Seeing them about to argue again, General Lu stepped forward, raised both hands, and pressed them downward, as if to quiet a crowd before a speech. Gentlemen, we're here for the joint military exercise, not to argue. He first turned to Vladimir. Comrade, I'm very interested in your cluster missile tank. We can discuss cooperation later. Suffering from a fear of insufficient firepower, General Lu found Bear's tank increasingly appealing. Although it wasn't as good as his own, buying one for collection wouldn't be bad. Secondly, comrade, I must tell you, our tank's range and power were reduced for this venue. Our actual range is 60 kilometers, and our real damage radius is 30 kilometers. Upon hearing this, everyone present gasped. This was absurd. A shell with a longer range than a missile. Meanwhile, Hans Katz's representative was the most delighted. He suppressed a laugh and patted Vladimir on the shoulder. It seems only we Hans Katz can compete with China in tanks. But as soon as he spoke, Hans Katz's representative saw General Lu turn to him, wearing the same expression he had when crushing Vladimir. General Lu chuckled and said, Sorry, but your new tank's mobility is nothing special to us. Hans Katz's representative's heart skipped a beat. Impossible. He then asked, Can your tank also reach a top speed of 200 kilometers per hour? General Lu shook his head. Phew. Hans Katz's representative exhaled in relief. It's not 200 kilometers per hour. General Lu cleared his throat. Our new tank weighs 100 tons, but its top speed can reach 350 kilometers per hour. He then cast a disdainful glance. So, stop arguing. It's meaningless. Go. Upon hearing this, Hans Katz's representative's vision darkened, and he nearly fainted. Are you even speaking human language? 350 kilometers per hour. Is this a tank? Slap a pair of wings on it, and it could probably fly. Acquired 3487 technology points. Acquired 2333 technology points. Acquired 866 technology points. Acquired. When Wang Yu woke up this morning, his system log was already filled with a multitude of records of acquired technology points. Moreover, this number kept rising. After the mushroom cloud rose over the small island, it even reached a terrifying peak. In truth, there weren't many representatives from various countries attending the joint world military exercise, including researchers and assistants. It was merely a few thousand people. However, the decision-makers behind them in their respective countries were numerous, except for old John from Eagle Country, who kept his report to save his job. Everyone else, as soon as they saw impressive military weapons, began contacting their bosses. Some eager to claim credit would even say, Boss, rest assured, I'll do my utmost to purchase this weapon. Because of this, Wang Yu's joint world military exercise directly netted him nearly 300,000 technology points. If such demonstration events before various countries could be held a few more times, it probably wouldn't take long for Huaxia to advance into the cosmos. Wang Yu casually cracked a joke, then picked up the phone in the room. "Huan, I have something important to do now, so I'll skip lunch. Inform the service staff not to disturb me for now." Zhao Huan on the other end paused for a moment, then, as if thinking of something, said in a somewhat peculiar tone, "Sis. Brother-in-law, rest assured no one will disturb you." Wang Yu hummed an acknowledgement and hung up. As he sat at the desk organizing the data on the mechanical exoskeleton, his phone suddenly received several WeChat messages from Zhao Huan. Opening them, he found several photos of models with sizzling figures. At the end, she sent a sticker saying, "So thrilling, gotta run after the flex." Wang Yu. What on earth was that little girl, Zhao Huan thinking? She didn't think he was going to do something perverted, did she, by telling everyone not to disturb him? Wang Yu couldn't be bothered to explain himself. He adjusted his mood and activated the future system to operate it. 2 minutes later, a familiar voice sounded in his ear. "Future technology system is starting. Beginning scan. Found mechanical exoskeleton data." At this step in the system, Wang Yu forcefully interrupted and added the new energy technology he had just exchanged with technology points. Rescanning. Found mechanical exoskeleton data. Found new energy technology. Generating RD. Plan generating future materials. Plan generated materials generated. Total cost 100,000 technology points. Confirm plan. Confirmed. Wang Yu let out a long breath. Exchanging for the new energy technology had just cost him 200,000. Thankfully, the joint world military exercise was continuously recharging, or he wouldn't have enough technology points. Emptied the entire balance. This gamble is truly huge. On the day this mechanical exoskeleton is successfully manufactured, Huaxiao will officially master new energy and become the new king of the entire world. Wang Yu clenched his stiff fingers. He could hardly wait to go back. Immediately, he picked up the room's phone to notify Zhao Huan and Section Chief Lin to prepare for departure. At the same time, he contacted Elder Shui via phone to select a large group of people from mechanical engineering universities nationwide specifically to serve the new energy sector. This RD work was of extraordinary significance, and even Wang Yu couldn't help but feel excited. Every second saved in preparation meant Huaxia could enter the new energy era 1 second earlier. Since it was a dedicated aircraft and route preparations were quickly completed, just before boarding, Wang Yu noticed Zhao Huan looking at him with a startled expression. He instinctively explained, "Little girl, what are you always thinking? I didn't do anything strange in the room." Zhao Huan was startled and quickly nodded, I understand. However, what Wang Yu didn't know was that Zhao Huan had already imagined and rated sci-fi movie in her mind. Actually, it wasn't entirely her fault. Before starting work, she had learned about Wang Yu through Lin Xiaoran. Everything else was ordinary, but Lin Xiaoran had specifically reminded her that Wang Yu had a little habit when thinking. He disliked having others around. Lin Xiaoran thought Wang Yu was easily distracted by others. But today, Zhao Huan finally understood the truth. When developing the 0514 fighter jet, Wang Yu was alone in the factory. When developing the magnetic storm tank, Wang Yu was alone in the dormitory thinking. When developing the small artificial sun and the new military dagger, Wang Yu was alone in the office thinking. Now, after being alone in the room, he had confirmed a new research project. Hiss. Zhao Huan covered her mouth, inhaling sharply, trying to steady her emotions. So, brother-in-law uses self-reward to stimulate his brain. No wonder he specifically explained himself to her. This method was indeed somewhat peculiar. If word got out, Wang Yu's reputation would be ruined. Thinking this, Zhao Huan silently resolved herself. She must help brother-in-law keep this secret. At the same time, the next time brother-in-law stimulated his brain, no matter how busy she would help keep watch and absolutely prevent any unexpected incidents. Back on Wang Yu's side, their plane had already taken off. Meanwhile, the joint world military exercise had begun showcasing special projects. It was a medley of unconventional military products. For instance, the Indian white elephant showcased their traditional talent, a motorcycle for 20 riders. For instance, the brown bear showcased a high-speed machine gun that could be carried with both hands. But unfortunately, although many African brothers liked it, their machine gun hadn't been successfully developed yet. The recoil was secondary. The main problem was that they couldn't solve the issue of the barrel overheating during rapid fire, causing the grip to melt. However, there was finally progress on this matter, because they had seen the massive caliber machine gun on Huaxia's tank. It was said that the barrel was made of a new alloy with a high melting point. As long as the gunner could withstand the heat, they could keep firing their machine gun while carrying it. It's just heat after all. A couple of bottles of vodka, and you won't feel the heat anymore. During the special project demonstration, old John finally had a smile on his face. Hey Lou, your mechanical exoskeleton is impressive, but we're not bad either. Looks like this pie will be shared with us, Eagle Country. General Lou smiled magnanimously. It's nothing. With competition, business can last longer. Old John chatted, and laughed for a while, then prepared to leave. But the moment he turned around, his smile vanished. He gave a light snort. When the individual soldier project comes, let's see if you can still smile. The third day. It was the final day of the World Joint Military Exercise. Old John was in an exceptionally good mood. Yesterday, orders for the mechanical exoskeleton had exceeded expectations. While it couldn't fill the enormous gap left by the fighter jets, it was enough to ensure he wouldn't return empty-handed. Thus, during breakfast, he specially added a serving of outrageously priced melons from the land of the rising rooster. As he savored them, he even had the leisure to pull out his tablet and catch up on a drama. At a nearby table, the representative from the land of the rising rooster flashed a victory sign at the representative from South Korea. See, even Mr. John acknowledges that our fruits are the best in the world. The South Korean representative sneered. We're all 1,000-year-old kimchi, why compare sourness? Do you really think your overpriced fruits are expensive because of their quality? I can't be bothered with you. He pointed at the tablet on old John's table. Don't you see what's making Mr. John enjoy his meals so much? Our South Korean dramas are world-renowned. The first Asian film to win an Oscar was ours. Just listen, Mr. John must be watching one of our cultural products. The representative from the land of the rising rooster retorted, our entertainment products are also world-famous. In the 1990s, our directors won Oscars. Mr. John is definitely watching our cultural works. With that, both fell silent and strained their ears. Coincidentally, old John had reached a part of the drama where the audio was particularly loud and imposing. I advise you all to turn your hearts and guts inside out, air them out, wash them, and tidy them up. The rising rooster. South Korea. Despite their busy schedules and lack of attention to entertainment, both were familiar with this. They were intimately acquainted with this drama and its actor. It was unavoidable. The cultural roots of both nations circled back to one word, Huaxia. The land of the rising rooster needed no explanation. They had always used Chinese characters, even adopting ancient Huaxia formats for formal writing. As for South Korea, though they had tried every means to eradicate Huaxia's cultural influence, even to the point of madness. Ironically, when one ascends to the higher echelons and must study South Korean history, the first thing to learn is Chinese characters. Without them, their historical texts are utterly indecipherable. This realization dawned on both representatives. After exchanging a glance, they chose silence. Just then, General Liu and General Chun finished their breakfast and prepared to leave. Why does the dining hall feel so quiet today? Maybe the representatives from the rising rooster in South Korea choked on their food. They're usually the loudest. Makes sense. The individual soldier event of the World Joint Military Exercise commenced promptly at 10 in the morning. It adopted the rules of the International Special Forces competition. Since its inception in the 1990s, this competition had been the premier stage for special forces from around the globe to test their mettle. It sounded formidable, but in essence it meant throwing special forces from various countries into a forest to determine the most elite team. However, due to the smaller venue of the World Joint Military Exercise, each nation sent only one special forces soldier. The goal wasn't victory, but to showcase their latest individual combat gear. Lin Xiaoran was the representative from Huaxia. She had already applied her camouflage paint and was conducting final equipment checks. Just then, Special Forces soldiers from John Bull and the Eagle Nation strolled by, chatting idly. Spotting Lin Xiaoran, they instinctively began to tease. Hey, I can't believe Huaxia sent a lady for the individual event. I hope I don't run into her. I don't know the meaning of going easy. Waltz, maybe that chick knows Huaxia Kung Fu. Oh, forget it. I'd rather leave her to the descendants of the sun. Their country's men have an excess of estrogen. They've got more experience with women. Waltz, it's fantastic meeting you here. With you around, even boring drills become interesting. Though Lin Xiaoran was straightforward, she was no fool and was proficient in many languages. The two had used the most basic English, so she understood every word. At that moment, she was so furious she nearly ground her teeth to dust. If the drill didn't represent her homeland, she would have already planted a whip kick on their faces. Just then, a Special Forces soldier from the Bear Nation approached. It was another woman, Anna, nicknamed Death Dessert. She was a renowned female Special Forces operative from the Bear Nation with a strikingly sweet face. With a long wig, she'd give off a deceptively fragile vibe. But if her appearance fooled you, you'd never know how you died. Lin, don't mind them. These men starved of female company use such antics to attract attention. Anna stuck out her tongue, flashing a sugary smile. Once the drill starts, I'll give them a proper welcome on your behalf. Lin Xiaoran waved her hand with a smile. I appreciate the thought, but I prefer to settle my own scores. Anna sighed helplessly. Lin, when will you learn to act a little fragile, even if it's just a pretense? It would make you so much more charming. Oh, I'm not saying you're not beautiful. I love your fiery demeanor too. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoran's eyes turned icy. Anna, if you dare come near me, I'll cut you in half. Others might not know, but Lin Xiaoran was well aware. This woman blessed with a face that could captivate countless men had no interest in them. During a past mission together, Anna had constantly harassed her, nearly causing the operation to fail. "Oh, Lin, damn it, you must have found a man, haven't you?" Anna exaggerated her expression. "When did it happen? How is he? Is he good at night?" Lin Xiaoran let out a cold laugh. "I'm not as promiscuous as you. Our Wang Yu is incredibly capable." Anna, unfazed by Lin's contempt for her private life, grew bolder. She stepped forward, tousling her short hair and flashing a seductive smile. "Hey Lin, the fact that you have a man you like isn't a bad thing for me. It proves your charm isn't just for my eyes. I'm quite intrigued by that man. Perhaps we could spend some time together, the three of us. Trust me, it would be a wonderful time." But the moment she uttered the last word, a sticky, wet sound rang out. Zzz. The steel support beam of the tent was sliced clean through. Lin Xiaoran held a dagger, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. "If you want to die, feel free to continue." Anna's mouth twitched involuntarily. Her gaze drifted to the side, and she was utterly stunned. The severed beam's cross-section showed signs of having been melted. Suckabliat. The World Joint Military Exercise commenced with the individual soldier events. Special forces from various nations were divided into 8 groups, entering a 10-kilometer radius arena from 8 different directions with the objective of seizing the central target point. Victory was assured only if the target point remained occupied before the designated time elapsed. This trial tested not only the novel individual weaponry of each nation, but also the mettle of the participating commandos. Anna was the third to depart from the southwestern group, a vanguard meant to swiftly advance to the central point for defensive operations. Yet at this moment, she seemed lost, wandering aimlessly within the forested terrain of the arena. A single thought consumed her mind: what weapon had Lin Xiaoran just wielded? Military daggers were classified as cold steel. They could injure an enemy upon penetration or neutralize their combat capability if striking a vital point. For a master of close-quarters combat, there was no essential difference between a dagger costing 50 and one costing 5,000. However, the military dagger Lin Xiaoran had just used defied Anna's understanding. What kind of weapon could instantly melt a steel framework? As Anna stood in a daze, a dark silhouette flashed past from not far away, arriving beside her in the blink of an eye. With a series of metallic clinks, Anna instinctively drew her waist dagger, parrying the attack while creating distance. It was then that she recognized the man before her, the one who had been with the Eagle Country Commando Waltz. A commando from John Bull. Anna licked her lips. Years of living on the edge instantly triggered her combat state. "You really are just like your friend, desperate for the opposite sex." On the final words, Anna's body moved. As she finished speaking, her military dagger was already at the man's throat. Yet despite his frivolous demeanor, the John Bull commando was equally seasoned in battle. He slightly arched his waist to protect his vitals, then sent his right hand upward with a dagger. As Anna dodged, he caught the blade with his left hand and swung it horizontally with force. A sharp whoosh cut the air. Anna kicked him fiercely to create distance again, but a strand of her hair was left behind. Their entire offensive and defensive exchange unfolded in an instant. Such was the nature of commando combat, often concluded in a mere flash. But as both were highly skilled and neither intended a lethal struggle, the only trophy was Anna's strand of hair. "I'm different from Waltz. I'm a gentleman," said the John Bull commando, picking up the golden lock. "Let's get acquainted. I'm Alan. I'll keep this as a memento, beautiful lady from the Bear Country." Anna shed her fierce aura, offering a sweet smile. "All right, Alan. My name is Anna. You can have the hair, but your belt buckle will grace my collection shelf." Hearing this, Alan noticed that a short blade had emerged from the toe of Anna's combat boot, with his belt buckle hooked onto it. What a terrifying woman, he mused. If this were a fight to the death, that blade would have pierced my vitals, wouldn't it? Alan shrugged, slipping his hands into his pockets, as if subtly holding up his pants. "Your vitals hold no collectible value for me. I prefer women," Anna declared victoriously, flicking her toe to send the belt buckle into the air. But as she moved to catch it, she heard a faint beeping sound, and her expression shifted dramatically. A soft bang followed, and wisps of gray smoke rose from the buckle. Anna realized she was out. Recalling the moment she raised her leg, it seemed Alan had deliberately exposed the buckle. He had intentionally lured her into taking the trophy. She hadn't expected this frivolous John Bull, who appeared so weak, to be so cunning. "Suckabliat." Anna stomped her foot in frustration. Alan laughed at her exasperation. "This is our John Bull's latest individual weapon. Quite powerful, but we toned it down for the exercise. It was originally designed for escape after capture. Never thought I'd use it on you." He leaned closer to Anna, lowering his voice to a whisper. "Actually, I'll let you in on a secret. I'm not interested in you. I don't like women." Anna was speechless. She had heard that John Bull was renowned for producing warm-hearted gentlemen. Letting out a sigh, she said, "Well, since we're kindred spirits, I'll give you some advice before I bow out." Alan raised an eyebrow. "Oh." Anna smiled mysteriously. If you see Lin Xiaoran later, stay far away from her. Is she that formidable? Alan asked, puzzled. No. Her method of attack will defy your understanding. Ha, your commandos aren't quite up to par, are they? At the observation post, the John Bull representative laughed arrogantly before the screen. Beside him, Vladimir's face turned pale with anger. Their individual weapon had only just been showcased when his soldier was eliminated. After a long pause, he exhaled a heavy breath and approached General Liu. Liu, it seems our bear country will have to bow out early from this world joint military exercise. But I'm delighted to have signed the new alloy contract with you. Thank you, Liu. General Liu rose to shake his hand. Comrade, there's no need for such formalities between us. Gesturing around, General Liu added, Comrade, look how many stand with the Eagle Country. We're like two travelers entering a cannibal tribe. Only by helping each other can we go further. Vladimir nodded with emotion. By the way, Anna mentioned that your commando's attack method defies understanding. What new weapon is that? General Liu smiled. Just a little toy I made on a whim. Such was the way between nations. He could speak platitudes that moved you to tears, even making you believe he'd sell his house to save you in a crisis. But when it came to core interests, brotherhood was set aside. Take the alloy contract signed with the bear country, for instance. The payment method General Liu and Vladimir agreed upon was China's renminbi and petroleum resources. It appeared as though China was helping the bear country enhance its military might. In truth, China reaped far greater benefits. Vladimir grew curious at General Liu's words. Could a mere individual weapon contain some core Chinese technology? Suddenly, he had no desire to leave. He fetched a small bottle of vodka from an aide and settled beside General Liu drinking. General Liu chuckled softly. Items brought to the World Joint Military Exercise were of course meant for disclosure. However, this time it wasn't a case of too outdated to hide. Rather, even if you saw it, you couldn't replicate it. The military dagger that Anna had always longed for could no longer be considered a cold weapon. Yet even her description of it as beyond comprehension was insufficient to capture the true power of Lin Weiner's weapon. For this was a dagger whose core was a miniature artificial sun. Everyone knew that an artificial sun was a nuclear fusion reactor built by humanity to mimic the sun. But few were aware that nuclear fusion came in many forms, and the sun's fusion was hydrogen fusion. The hydrogen bomb was so named because its nuclear fusion primarily involved tritium, an isotope of hydrogen also known as heavy hydrogen. If one disregarded the sun's inefficient fusion process, it was essentially a fireball where countless hydrogen bombs exploded every second. And the artificial sun was a nuclear fusion reactor that constantly suppressed the efficiency of hydrogen fusion. If the suppression were lifted, allowing hydrogen to fuse at full power, then it would become a hydrogen bomb. This explanation might be too technical. To put it simply, if the core of Wang Yu's newly developed military dagger were allowed to undergo sustained fusion, it would be a miniature hydrogen bomb. That was precisely why the technology required to manufacture it was far more costly than that needed for fighter jets and tanks. To be honest, if Anna had known that Lin Weiner was wielding such a device, she would have been profoundly grateful to Alan for making her withdraw. At the same time, she would have sincerely advised Alan, you should back out too. It's just an exercise, it's not worth risking your life. After learning that Alan was attracted to men, she inexplicably developed a fondness for this handsome John Bull. Otherwise, she wouldn't have specifically warned him to stay away from Lin Weiner. Lin Weiner was the second from the Southeast group to set out, entering the forest 2 hours ago. She sprinted swiftly, and according to the map, she estimated it would take another 10-odd minutes to reach the central target point. As she was about to dash out of the woods, she halted, for she saw an Eagle Special Forces soldier named Waltz. The central target point was a 2 cubic meter cube constructed from steel plates atop, which stood a receiver. Inserting one's identification tag into it signified occupation. At that moment, Waltz was resting on the ground, leaning against the target point. Occupied already. Lin Weiner bit open her water pouch and took a couple of sips. Oh, well, I was looking for trouble with you anyway. She didn't advance rashly. The first person from the Southeast group had already been eliminated by her, so she was safe for now. She found a relatively concealed spot to rest and replenish her energy. After a 20-kilometer sprint, even a Special Forces soldier's stamina was nearly depleted. About half an hour later, Lin Weiner stood up and stretched. Everyone's chosen to hide and rest. There's only half an hour left in the exercise. She had long noticed someone lurking nearby, but paid it no mind, merely tossing out a taunt as she walked toward Waltz. Hey, little lady. I'm surprised you didn't get taken out along the way. Waltz stretched lazily and rose from the ground. I'd hate to fight a beautiful woman like you. Maybe would be better off sitting down for a cup of coffee. Admittedly, he was quite handsome, bearing a resemblance to a young Leonardo DiCaprio. But the sight of his confident smile made Lin Weiner want to kick him in the face. So without a word, she drew the dagger from her waist and charged at him. Whoa, so fiery. I like it. Waltz likewise drew his dagger. Soon the two clashed in combat. With a series of sharp clashes, Waltz proved formidable in close-quarters combat as well. After several rounds of offense and defense, he never let Lin Weiner's dagger touch his own. Your intent is too obvious. Is this a newly developed Chinese military dagger? Waltz pulled back, saying, I really don't believe it's sharp enough to cut through my dagger. Lin Weiner sneered, you can try. As she finished the last word, she advanced again, her dagger slashing swiftly. Waltz parried cautiously. Finally, after 5 minutes of combat, a mistake on Waltz's part allowed Lin Weiner to close in. The dagger was about to stab into his abdomen. Waltz was wearing the Eagle's latest combat suit, soft yet tough on the outside with special materials inside that could even absorb the impact of a bullet. In theory, he had no need to worry about injury and could counterattack directly. But Lin Weiner's previously overly deliberate attack target made him instinctively feel that the training suit couldn't withstand her dagger. Thus, Waltz reflexively blocked with his dagger. A sticky, sizzling sound arose, and Waltz caught a whiff of something burning. Looking down, the sight before him sent a violent shiver through him, and he quickly distanced himself from Lin Weiner. Meanwhile, at the observation post, representatives from various nations were also stunned wide-eyed by that strike. Waltz's dagger was broken. The fracture revealed it hadn't been cut, but melted through. Moreover, on Waltz's combat suit, the edges of the gash left by the dagger were charred. If Lin Weiner hadn't withdrawn in time, Waltz was absolutely certain his belly would have been sliced open. And a wound from that dagger wouldn't be something a simple stitch could fix. The wound would have been instantly cauterized. Is that military dagger the latest individual weapon from China? What is it made of? How can it unleash such intense heat in an instant? Damn it, I just saw Waltz's dagger cut like butter. A military dagger that can slice steel like butter? Hearing the surrounding discussions, old John's face darkened. He hadn't expected China's military dagger to have reached such a formidable level. Taking a puff of his cigar, he glared fiercely at General Liu in the distance. What the fuck? Waltz exclaimed, then tossed away the half of his dagger. You win, you win. With a dagger like that, who could possibly beat you? Lin Weiner ignored him and walked straight to the target point. She was about to insert her identification tag into the receiver when at that moment a flat grenade was thrown from the woods. Whoa, John Bull's latest grenade. You're gonna get blown to bits, little lady. Waltz yelled excitedly, but Lin Weiner just sneered. She used her dagger to cut a circle into the steel plate of the cube, then leaped and crashed through it. The material of this cube is the same as our Eagle's tank armor. You think you can break through? What the fuck? Before Waltz could finish, he witnessed the most terrifying sight of his life. Lin Weiner had indeed crashed through, and on the cube there remained a circle with molten edges. This proved one thing: China's military dagger could easily breach an Eagle tank. This grenade, like the previous belt buckle, had its power reduced. When it fell to the ground, only a few wisps of green smoke rose. Yet everyone understood. Even if it had truly exploded, it could not harm Lin Xiaoran, who was sheltered within the cube. Standing in the distance, Alan swallowed hard. A sure win. The strongest opponent, the Eagle, had been eliminated. He, the opportunist, had hidden for so long, only to swoop in and claim victory at the final moment. But he never expected Lin Xiaoran's dagger to be so ferocious. With a single gentle slash, it tore a massive hole through the cube's steel plate. Who in the hell would believe this? At that moment, he recalled Anna's earlier words to him: her method of attack will defy your understanding. Humph. Not just his understanding, but his very worldview was being challenged. Ancient China was rich with legends. Among the more famous were tales of various powerful cold weapons. Aside from the more unorthodox ones like the blood droplet, most were swords. Alan knew one Chinese ancient sword with a magnificent name: Long Yuan. Legend said the Long Yuan sword could cleave iron like mud and sever a hair blown against its edge. So when Alan saw the terrifying power of the dagger in Lin Xiaoran's hand, a thought suddenly sprang into his mind. Could it be that the one she holds is the Long Yuan? Just then a sticky, wet sound emanated from within the cube. SSSSS. Earlier, to protect herself from the shockwave, Lin Xiaoran had drawn the circle to enter the cube a bit high. To exit, she used the dagger to carve another opening, pushing the steel plate aside with a crisp sound as she stepped out of the cube. Wow. Alan raised his hands. Beautiful lady of the East, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I choose to surrender. You are the true victor of this exercise. Lin Xiaoran let out a cold laugh, ignoring him. She flipped onto the top of the cube and inserted her identification tag into the receiver. Target point: Occupier China. Seeing the words displayed on the screen, Lin Xiaoran finally let out a long sigh of relief. In the World Special Forces competition, since China began participating, when had it not taken the championship? If she had lost, wouldn't she have been laughed to death by those rascals back home? Sitting atop the cube, Lin Xiaoran saw Alan approaching and asked with a smile, "What, feeling a bit sore that you didn't get to fight?" Alan quickly waved his hands. No. I was there during your battle with Waltz. Your skills are formidable, and I deeply admire them. I'm not here to provoke you. I'm just curious about the weapon you used, and wanted to borrow it for a look. He hesitated for a moment, then asked him, "Is this dagger called Long Yuan? Are you people from China actually using an ancient legendary sword in this exercise?" Hearing this, Lin Xiaoran revealed a peculiar smile. "Long Yuan. That's a good name. I'll suggest it to my superiors when I return. This dagger is no legendary sword. It's a newly developed individual weapon from China." As she spoke, she drew the dagger from her waist. "Don't underestimate it thinking it's just somewhat sharp." Somewhat sharp? Walt, Allen, and the special forces from various countries hidden in the forest were all left speechless. If a dagger capable of effortlessly cutting through steel could only be called somewhat sharp, then their daggers were worse than burnt firewood. But when they heard Lin Xiaoran's next words, they were instantly dumbfounded. They also understood why she placed so little value on the dagger's sharpness. This individual event is set in a prototype zone with a 20-kilometer radius. If this were truly a war, when it came down to a life-or-death struggle, then this dagger could level this entire area to the ground. Hiss! Everyone present drew in a sharp breath. All the national representatives on the observation platform were also shocked, their eyes wide with disbelief. What secret did this Chinese dagger hold that its power was so immense? Did it contain a miniature nuclear bomb? A tiny dagger that can raise an entire exercise ground? Is this Chinese special forces soldier exaggerating? It might be true. That dagger doesn't just cut through objects, it melts everything it touches. Damn it, I must secure an order for this individual weapon from China. This power is terrifying. With this thought, the representatives all turned their gazes toward General Liu. Every pair of eyes gleamed with a faint red light, the very picture of greed and desire reaching their peak. Some of the African brothers were even drooling with envy. General Liu smiled helplessly, his gaze sweeping across the room. "I'm sorry, everyone. This dagger is currently a core technology of China, and we have no plans to sell it for now. Using it in this exercise is merely to inform you all." At this, General Liu looked at old John. "To inform you all that from today, China is set to advance toward the world's pinnacle. Please prepare yourselves for this." Upon hearing this, the representatives from countries eager to purchase the Chinese military dagger all showed expressions of disappointment. At the same time, they were deeply shocked by China's current capabilities. As for old John, he was so enraged he could have ground his teeth to dust. Waltz's training uniform had been sliced open by Lin Xiaoran's blade, rendering its display value nearly zero. It even caused many national representatives to express disappointment with the Eagle's latest research. It could be said that the orders for the individual event were already beyond reach. Of course, that wasn't the main issue. What angered old John the most was the heavily provocative tone of General Liu's recent remarks. This was an open declaration of challenge to the Eagle. For those who considered themselves superior, an open challenge was nothing short of an insult. What right did China have to look down on the Eagle? Based on a single dagger? Thinking this, old John let out a cold laugh. "General Liu, your words sound a bit naive, don't you think? I admit China's military technology has advanced rapidly in recent years. The fighter jets, the tanks, and that military dagger are all very impressive. But to claim the pinnacle of the world military technology alone won't suffice." General Liu looked at old John. "This is merely the first step. And besides, who told you this military dagger is merely military technology?" A slight curve formed at the corner of his mouth. "The core technology of this dagger has already been patented worldwide by China. So telling you is fine. Listen carefully. The reason this dagger can melt everything is that inside it there is a miniature artificial sun." At these words, the representatives present were even more stunned. Many clutched their chests, showing pained expressions. Their hearts couldn't take it. The dimensions of this Chinese dagger were not large. An artificial sun that could fit inside it. How incredibly small must it be? At the same time, they understood why this dagger could level the entire exercise ground. Because it was a hydrogen bomb. Wang Yu was on his way to Huayang City Science and Technology University. Accompanying him were Shui Laohu Lao Chao Daba, as well as the driver director Lin and assistant Zhao Huanhuan. When Wang Yu first proposed to start selecting students from various universities, the three masters disagreed. Their reason was still that Wang Yu's qualifications were insufficient. This is not due to the cumbersome teacher system in Huaxia, it is quite complex. Perhaps if Wang Yu were abroad, he wouldn't just be a teacher, with his current achievements being given the position of vice principal would be no problem. In foreign countries, being a teacher is merely a job, but it is not the same in Huaxia. Huaxia has a heritage of thousands of years. In ancient times, ancestors understood the importance of educating people and recognized that those who become teachers must possess a sense of dedication. Firstly, teachers in Huaxia are not part of the service industry. It is not that students pay and teachers exchange knowledge for compensation. You are the party A, and I am the party B serving you. Many training institutions might say this, but in the field of education in Huaxia, this notion is paradoxical. Let me give you an example. Many people feel that if they pay the school, why should they respect the teacher? This mentality exploits students and is a bad habit in Huaxia. However, the four characters respecting teachers and upholding the way actually restrict not the students, but the teachers. Just think about it. If a teacher only goes through the curriculum during class finishes on time without extending and leaves work punctually, never assigning homework to increase their workload, they never consider students' advancement nor care whether students learn well or poorly. What useful knowledge can students learn from such teachers, and how many lives will be wasted because of them? However, there is absolutely no problem with this in terms of teaching rules. You can say I am unprofessional, but I will not be dismissed, as there are always loopholes in the rules and many problems that cannot be solved. But once respecting teachers and upholding the way is added, it becomes different. In layman's terms, these four characters elevate educating people to a high standard and raise the title of teacher to a moral high ground. From this position, teachers would find it difficult to be unprofessional or not dedicated. Thus, the teaching profession in Huaxia requires one to gain experience, as one must elevate their moral standards. Of course, even so, there will still be a lot of mud in the teaching profession. However, more teachers regard teaching and educating as their life's goal. However, when Wang Yu returned to the central military district and presented his research plan, the three masters immediately agreed. To selflessly dedicate such things, could one dare to say his moral standard is not high? This is what a saint would be like, right? After listening to Wang Yu's teaching ideas, the three masters became even more excited. The three argued all night, refining the various details of the teaching plan and determining the name of this special class, the Longmen class, signifying that Huaxia leaped into action, transforming into a magnificent dragon coiling at the pinnacle of the world. Because of this, the three elderly men nearing 70 immediately fell asleep as soon as they got in the car. Wang Yu, wearing headphones, wore a somewhat helpless expression. Xiao Daba's snoring due to nasal injuries sounded like someone was drilling the car door with an electric drill. Exhaling a breath, Wang Yu opened the system. At least immersed in the system space, he could not hear this terrifying snoring. Looking at the string of technology points in the system, he realized that Lin Xiaoran must have achieved victory in the individual project. However, were these technology points a bit too many? In less than 3 minutes, they surged directly by 200,000 technology points. Lin Xiaoran wouldn't have cut something terrifying, would she? Or was all this due to General Liu's efforts? But no matter what, Wang Yu was still very excited at this moment. With these technology points, mentoring students became much simpler. Around the evening, Wang Yu and his group finally arrived at Huayang City Science and Technology University. They were welcomed by the principal Wu Ben. "We thank all the leaders for coming to our school for guidance." Wu Ben enthusiastically came over to shake hands. However, except for Wang Yu, the three masters frowned slightly. Xiao Daba, being straightforward, asked, "Principal Wu just got off the dining table, right?" "Sorry, leaders, I am a bit embarrassed." Wu Ben smiled brightly. "Huh." Xiao Daba snorted coldly and said nothing. The group had a light meal at a restaurant near the school before settling into the teacher's dormitory. As soon as they entered the room, Xiao Daba couldn't hold back. "That principal just reeked of alcohol. He must have had at least a pound. It's a workday tomorrow, and he dares to drink like this. Wang Yu, is this what you call a good principal? I think our teaching profession needs to be reformed." Wang Yu just smiled and said nothing. Half an hour later, Wang Yu looked out the window of the dormitory and saw the lights still on in the principal's office and said, "Three masters, let me take you to see why I call him a good principal." The three masters exchanged glances, unsure of what Wang Yu was up to. The group arrived at the teacher's office building, and Wang Yu pushed open the door to the principal's office while the others stood outside. Perhaps due to the temperature drop, a gust of wind made Principal Wu shiver, and he opened his eyes, looking at the visitors with a drunken smile. "Hey, little Wang Yu, what brings you here to see this old man?" Wang Yu shook his head helplessly, realizing he hadn't even recognized him. "Principal, have you drunk too much again?" Wu Ben smiled and said, "The last time you saw me was a few years ago before you graduated. Time flies and my hair is white now. Getting older, you shouldn't drink so much." Wu Ben slapped the table hard. "With a 5 million investment, why shouldn't I drink? Drinking is worth it, even if I go to the hospital." "Principal, you are still so money-minded." Wang Yu glanced at the door and said deliberately. Wu Ben smiled proudly, "You young kids don't understand a thing. Do you know how many scholarships for impoverished students can be established with 5 million? 2,000. Can those children from poor areas who work hard to study here improve their family's situation? I don't earn much and I have children to support at home, so I can't help many impoverished college students, but it's different for those who get into our school. I can use my position to lighten their burden. Doing this is also a way to repay the country for placing me in this position." He rubbed his hands together, smiling like a villain from an old movie. "And let me tell you something. Today, several leaders visited our school, and they brought a donation of 20 million. With this money, I can update all the equipment in the school, all of it." Inside, Wang Yu smiled with his head down, recalling the shock from a few years ago when he stood here and heard this. Outside, the three masters let out a breath, their expressions carrying a hint of remorse. At this moment, Principal Wu was already slumped on the table, mumbling, "I have 3 brothers, and I am the youngest. I wasn't called Wu Bin when I was young. The reason I changed this name is because my elder brother and second brother sacrificed on the battlefield," my father said. "Hey, my father said the responsibilities of your 2 brothers will fall on you. The responsibilities of the old Wu family will be entrusted to you." This sounds coarse, but my father was uneducated, yet I am educated. I understand that passing down is not just about giving birth to children. Teaching and educating is also a form of passing down. Wu Bin struggled to lift his head and looked at Wang Yu. "Although you've graduated, you are still my student, and you all are my students. You must work hard and contribute to the country, or else those who sacrificed would have sacrificed in vain." In vain. After saying his last words, Wu Bin fell asleep. The 3 masters gently pushed the door open and walked in with Chao Daba carefully taking off his coat and covering Wu Bin. "He is a good principal." Wang Yu smiled and said softly, "Don't worry, old Wu, you won't be disappointed." The time rewinded to a day earlier when Wang Yu had returned to the central military region and finalized the selection of students. On the forums and bulletin boards of various universities, a series of posts discussing modern Chinese military industry and contemporary industry emerged in an organized and disciplined manner. The posts varied widely. Some flaunted knowledge from the outset, others came from curious newcomers, while still others sparked debates between genders or delved into the romantic entanglements of mechanical engineering students. Even on Weibo and across social and search platforms, the trending topics were all about mechanical engineering. Old Shui had truly spared no expense in mobilizing people. Professors from the Communication University of China, psychology experts, and even macroeconomic scholars were all roused from their beds by him. In short, the sole objective was to attract more participants to the discussion, elevating the topic's popularity to an unprecedented level. That evening, teachers from all universities assigned a homework task based on the online mechanical engineering theme. Each student was to post on their school's bulletin board, take a screenshot, and share it in the class group. This was Wang Yu's method for selecting students. He didn't require outstanding academic records. He only needed you to dare to think, dare to speak, and dare to act. Then he could place you in the right position. After all, Wang Yu wasn't just building mechanical exoskeletons this time. He was also creating a new energy source of the future. The vacancies were enormous. He didn't want to repeat the approach used for hydroelectric power, where new disciplines were established and training started from scratch during construction. Instead, he aimed to select a group of students to witness his research process firsthand. Then, like the human computers in a certain sci-fi drama, they would become components of the new energy device, just as the first emperor's words suggested. "I don't need them to be creative, I only need them to unite as a whole under strict discipline." And because of Wang Yu's selection method, in the future, these students with their unbridled imaginations would offer numerous suggestions for his research projects. The future technology system was a vast supermarket where technology points served as currency. Wang Yu currently bought whatever he needed on the spot: fighter jet plans when he needed to develop fighters, tank plans when he saw a tank. The efficiency was far too low. This approach worked when technology points were scarce, but once they increased, he easily became blind to possibilities. One person's imagination was too limited. However, with this group of students, the supermarket would no longer have just Wang Yu as its sole customer. The future technology system could realize its maximum value. Who says only I can have a cheat? Wang Yu stood on the dormitory balcony, feeling the gentle breeze as the sun slowly rose before him, illuminating the earth bit by bit. When a Chinese person has the ability to make their country better, everyone will have a cheat. Just then, squad leader Lin woke up. Bleary-eyed, he looked toward the balcony where the sunlight happened to fall upon Wang Yu. "This bastard. He's looking more and more like a saint, even starting to glow." Lin Xiao, his face etched with exhaustion, walked into the classroom. He greeted a few familiar classmates, then chose a seat at the back and opened his laptop. "Did you go sneaking off to see someone last night? You look like you've got kidney deficiency," joked a male classmate in a white t-shirt sitting down beside him. "Sneaking off to see someone? If I date before my sister does, she'll beat me to death." Lin Xiao waved his hand. "I spent the whole night battling on the bulletin board. If it weren't for the morning class, I'd have passed out long ago." Morning classes were a soul-crushing affair. Even if you were dead, you had to crawl out of your grave to attend. The white t-shirt guy shrugged helplessly. Who knows who's so bored as to post phishing threads on every bulletin board? And we mechanical engineering students actually fall for it. The topic has even hit #1 on the trending list. Lin Xiao nodded non-committally, "But the bastard who posted that thread is infuriating." The white t-shirt guy also nodded. "Yesterday, a post really got under my skin too. That post claimed our country had developed the world's first vertical takeoff fighter jet. How could I tolerate that? Using patriotic sentiment to gain followers is fine, but you can't be that brainless." But after I listed the yak from the bear, the harrier from John Bull, and the latest F-35 from the Eagle. The bastard sent me a picture. That fighter jet shot straight up into the sky like a rocket. Completely idiotic. And the worst part is people actually believed it. Lin Zhao's eyes widened. That thread was your reply. It was very professional. The white t-shirt guy curled his lip. I originally just wanted to argue to Vin a bit. But don't forget we're mechanical engineering students. Even when arguing, we use our expertise to make the opponent submit willingly. And then, the white t-shirt guy rubbed his temples. I ended up analyzing the impossibility of that fighter jet from every angle, fuselage structure, engine placement, pilot safety, and so on. But, while posting and researching, I stumbled upon news that last year at an airshow, a fighter jet actually did take off vertically like a rocket. And it was right here in Huayang City. So, after all that arguing, I even wrote a paper which kept me busy until morning. Hearing this, Lin Zhao's eyes bulged as if he'd seen a ghost. The white t-shirt guy scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. What's wrong? It's about time for graduate school applications. More papers mean more options. Lin Zhao pondered for a few seconds, then gritted his teeth and cursed, old son, you old bastard. White t-shirt guy, come on, is writing a paper that big a deal? Lin Zhao packed up his laptop and stood up. Directly, get lost. I'm going back to the dorm to sleep. If you don't bring me lunch when you come back, I'll kick your damn ass. White t-shirt guy, what the hell? Why did this guy suddenly go crazy? On the other side, as soon as Lin Zhao left the classroom, he pulled a paper from his bag, tore it up, and threw it into the trash. In that thread, the one presenting facts and evidence wasn't just the white t-shirt guy. Lin Zhao had done the same. And while researching, he had also found the fighter jet that took off like a rocket at the Huayang City Airshow. The paper topics were identical, and inevitably the arguments and evidence would be similar. And they were even dorm mates. If he submitted it, things would get messy. Lin Zhao's lungs ached with anger. It felt like he'd just been beaten up by his sister. Lin Zhao, I'm a genius. What's so interesting about fighter jets? If I write a paper, it'll be on artificial suns. He muttered this under his breath, then strode toward the dormitory like a soldier marching to his death. The white t-shirt guy came from some small place in Sichuan, Chongqing. It was said that his village had only 2 college students, including him. If he could secure a graduate school recommendation with that paper, it would be a life-changing event for him. Lin Zhao, aside from having a sister who liked to hit him, came from a much better family background and felt no pressure about graduate school. I'll well consider it a father's love for his son. By the time he entered the dorm, Lin Zhao had already let go of his feelings. However, when he opened the bulletin board to find another paper topic, he found a private message from the school student. Lin Zhao, you have been selected by our school, Huayang University of Science and Technology, to participate in the assessment for the Dragon Gate class, a direct bachelor's master's doctoral program. Please write a summary of no less than 500 words on an industrial product, elaborating on aspects such as upgrade directions and suggestions for improvement. Also, please report to Multimedia Classroom No. 1 in the Mechanical Engineering Building at 10 a.m. on date to take the assessment. Lin Zhao was dumbfounded. A Dragon Gate class that went straight from bachelor's to doctorate. The date was tomorrow. Assessment at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Oh my god. After the shock came sheer joy. Lin Zhao laughed hysterically. Ha ha. I've made it big. Silly son, you take your time with that paper. I'm taking off now. Central Military Region. Zhou Guangyao was leading the entire special manufacturing department in receiving materials. They had been busy since yesterday after Wang Yu and the 3 master craftsmen left, barely getting any rest. Just then Yu Qin arrived with a large group of people. I've brought everyone available from the tank division and other departments to help. Zhou Guangyao, hands on his hips, took a breath. Hurry, hurry. Everyone from the special department come over and hand over the work. I'm exhausted. My custom suit is already coming apart at the seams from all this rushing. Yu Qin chuckled. What exactly is Wang Yu researching? How did he end up stirring up such a massive project? Zhou Guangyao took a sip of water. Who knows? This isn't just research materials. Construction supplies will arrive tomorrow. Old Shui has already approved the documents. 1 month to build a simple large-scale laboratory. Whoa, quite the spectacle. Yu Qin exclaimed in awe. But Zhou Guangyao waved his hand dismissively. This is nothing yet. Have you heard? The General Research Institute is sending nearly 3,000 people, and several thousand more researchers from other military regions are coming too. That's a research team of nearly 10,000. Moreover, there are a huge number of military technicians. It's said to be even larger in scale than the last military dagger project. Yu Qin couldn't help but gasp sharply. Hiss. Is this kid Wang Yu insane? Even with all that research funding, he can't squander it like this. The last development of the new military dagger was already outrageous enough, and now this is even bigger. And those 3 master craftsmen are so cooperative. Did Wang Yu cast some kind of illusion on them? Hearing this, Zhou Guangyao felt an instant surge of superiority. The secret behind all this across the entire central military region was known only to the 3 master craftsmen and Zhou Guangyao. Not even the special manufacturing department had a clue. You don't know, do you? The last military dagger project was just a cover. Our director is researching a miniature artificial sun, a nuclear fusion reactor, get it? Our director Wang hasn't wasted any research funds. He's truly remarkable. With that thought, Zhou Guangyao lifted his head proudly and led the rest of the special department off to rest. Meanwhile, the selection for the Dragon Gate class was about to begin. Principal Wu walked toward the mechanical building with a conflicted expression. Earlier, he had been too drunk to notice, but the next day, he realized that Wang Yu was actually one of the leaders sent to select students at the school. He had even lectured Wang Yu in his office about working hard. Yet it turned out the man was already a leader and had even donated $2 million in research funds to the school. At that thought, Principal Wu's face flushed with embarrassment. Drinking really messes things up. At least he had held his liquor well enough not to spill the story behind his own name. Otherwise, where would he put his old face? Coincidentally, he ran into a couple of students walking toward the mechanical teaching building. They greeted him, but he barely acknowledged them, just waving a hand and moving on. Hey, that old bastard is getting cocky again, just because he's a principal, eh? Zhang Feng, don't talk nonsense. Be careful he hears you. We still have to participate in the Dragon Gate class selection later. Don't get disqualified because of this. The pair were a couple, the boy named Zhang Feng and the girl named Wei Wei. Zhang Feng waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, I'm definitely getting into the Dragon Gate class. That recent 500,000 donation to our school, my dad and a few machinery factories made it. At the dinner party the day before yesterday, that old bastard downed 3 glasses of baijiu in a row to thank my dad, his face red as a clown in a circus. He only puts on airs here. Once he's out of this school, it's all about the money in your pocket. He may be the principal, but he still has to drink with my dad. Wei Wei's eyes lit up at that. Wow, your dad is amazing. Zhang Feng grinned like a lovesick fool, taking her hand. That's our dad. Don't worry, we'll both get into the Dragon Gate class. You're so wonderful, Zhang Feng. Wei Wei planted a kiss on him. Soon the two arrived at the mechanical teaching building. Outside classroom no. One on a long line had already formed, all students waiting for the Dragon Gate class selection. From a distance, Zhang Feng spotted Lin Xiao and the white t-shirt guy at the very front. Hey, that big fool still likes hanging out with the poor. If you two get into the Dragon Gate class, he'll write my surname backward. As if hearing him, Lin Xiao and the white t-shirt turned around and both flipped him off. They were in the same class, but their relationship was far from good. Zhang Feng strutted around like he owned the place, acting as if no one in Huayan University of Science and Technology had as much money as his family. Lin Xiao couldn't stand such arrogant posers. As for the white t-shirt guy, though he had no money, he had pride and refused to become one of Zhang Feng's lackeys like the other students. Just as Zhang Feng was rolling up his sleeves to start trouble, the classroom door opened and Principal Wu stepped out. The Dragon Gate class selection begins now. Enter one by one, starting from the front. Maintain discipline outside the door. Anyone causing trouble will be disqualified immediately. Zhang Feng slunk back into the line, thinking to himself, you two are finished. You dared to flip me off. After the exam, I'll break every finger on both your hands. Lin Xiao wasn't afraid of him. He patted the white t-shirt guy on the shoulder. Don't worry, that Zhang Feng is just a moron. He'll go in for the interview first. Don't be nervous. If we get into the Dragon Gate class, it's a straight path to a master's and doctorate. We'll take off. The white shirt nodded firmly. In his heart, this exam, like the college entrance exam, could change his life. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and pushed open the door to the classroom. However, the moment he saw the examiners before him, he couldn't help but shout in shock. Holy crap! The white t-shirt outside jumped in fright. What's going on? Do you have to yell before the exam starts? Is this even a proper exam? In truth, Lin Xiao couldn't hold back his shout because he realized that among the examiners sitting before him was his own father. And not just his father, there was also his sister's best friend and his sister's close buddy. What's happening? Has my family taken over the entire machinery manufacturing chain in China? Section Chief Lin frowned immediately upon seeing his son. What are you yelling for? Mind your attitude. Yes, sir. Lin Xiao snapped to attention out of sheer fright. Wang Yu, sitting in the middle, looked over curiously. Lin Xiaoran sometimes posted selfies or photos with Wang Yu on her social media, but Wang Yu had never met her brother. He asked quietly, you know him? Section Chief Lin nodded helplessly. My son Zioran's brother. Oh, so he's my brother-in-law. Wang Yu gave a slight nod and then looked at Lin Xiao. Relax, no need to be so tense. Though you're Section Chief Lin's son, the Dragon Gate class isn't an ordinary class. Whether you're selected depends entirely on your exam results. Yes, teacher. Wang Yu nodded. Then, let the exam begin. 10 minutes later, Lin Xiao walked out with a confused expression. Bai Tixu was just about to ask him if he passed the assessment when he was called back into the classroom. Meanwhile, the other students began to whisper to each other, asking, Classmate, was the assessment for the Longmin class difficult? It must be hard, just look at his face, he seems like he has been through a lot. Oh no, I should have prepared more. What if I can't pass? This is a direct path from undergraduate to doctoral studies, such a great opportunity. Classmate, what was the content of the assessment? Can you tell us a bit? Jiang Feng approached a bit shyly while Dai and Wei Wei listened quietly, hoping to glean some useful information. Lin Xiao rubbed his temples. The chief examiner had not stated that the content of the assessment was confidential. It seemed that each person's assessment questions were different, so even if he revealed the content, it shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, what mattered most was that Lin Xiao's desire to share had been completely ignited by the previous assessment questions. This assessment was the most difficult, yet it was the strangest. After pondering for a few seconds, he slowly began. Before participating in the assessment, we all had to submit a summary of no less than 500 words regarding our upgrades or shortcomings, right? Everyone nodded. I wrote a summary of my upgrades, and the first question from the examiner was to ask me to state another upgrade direction within 3 minutes aside from what I summarized. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Think of another upgrade direction in 3 minutes. Isn't that setting people up for failure? At this moment, someone asked, are they the same type of industrial product? Lin Xiao rolled his eyes at the person. Isn't that a rhetorical question? Within 3 minutes, state another upgrade direction for an industrial product that is the same as the one in the summary. Baitixu was dumbfounded upon hearing this. 3 minutes isn't even enough time to think, right? And besides, I didn't write a summary, I submitted my thesis. If it were a casual summary, it would be easier to forcibly find another upgrade direction. But a thesis is different. It contains various arguments and evidence, making it comprehensive and rigorous. It's as if I wrote down all the scenarios I could think of. How can I possibly state another upgrade direction? Baitix's mind was blank, but this assessment was too important for him. A university student emerging from a poor village wouldn't let any opportunity to climb up slip by. He took a deep breath and slapped himself. The pain alleviated his tension. Then he gritted his teeth and, like narrating a sci-fi movie, forcibly concocted an upgrade direction. To be honest, Baitixu didn't even know what he was saying at that moment. However, after he finished, he surprisingly noticed the young chief examiner in the middle nodding slightly. Baitixu, am I that impressive? Even a forced concoction can impress the chief examiner. In truth, this first question is not testing the students' professionalism, but rather their ability to adapt and adjust on the spot. Imagine this. After studying Mao Zedong thought all night, you find yourself facing a calculus exam the next day. Moreover, you realize you only have 3 minutes to complete the exam, and if you fail, you will be expelled. Under such immense pressure, one can only reveal their true ability to adapt. In other words, students in the Longmen class must have a strong heart. When facing problems, it's unrealistic to expect no emotional fluctuation, but you must quickly adjust your state after collapsing. This exam question was not conceived by Wang Yu, who is an engineer and wouldn't think of such tricks. It was devised by a psychology professor who was dragged out of bed by old Shui. There is a personal vendetta involved to some extent. However, the effect is excellent, or at least it allows Wang Yu to accurately identify the students he wants. The second question is relatively simple. Lin Xiao continued, rubbing his temples again. Actually, it's not that simple. Everyone was puzzled. What are you trying to pull here? We're assessing the Longmen class, not a Taoist class. Lin Xiao smiled at everyone, saying, the second question is actually a commitment. The chief examiner needs you to promise that within 6 months you must meet the standards for IELTS and TOEFL. No need for exams, but you must be able to use them practically without issues. Upon hearing this, many students gasped. This question is easy to answer. To pass the assessment, you don't even need to speak, just nod your head. But if you promise and then fail to meet the requirements, you might lose your qualifications in 6 months. There's no way around it. Many mechanical materials are in English. You can't rely on a translator for work every day. Moreover, machine-translated content often contains errors. In the field of mechanics, errors are absolutely unacceptable. Wang Yu had experienced this hardship before. It's fine when upgrading fighter jets and tanks, but when it comes to materials about artificial suns, they're almost all in English. If it weren't for Zhou Guangyao, he might not even understand the materials, let alone upgrade future systems. Although with development as China stands on top of the world, many countries will likely include Chinese characters and language in their foundational education. However, this will take a long time. Wang Yu doesn't want to wait and can't afford to wait. Therefore, teaching these young students to master English quickly is the simplest method. The third and fourth assessments are relatively simple. Lin Xiao continued, the third assessment requires you to articulate your career plan. The fourth is some basic knowledge about mechanics. They asked me, can Wahaha's purified water be used as ultra-pure water for manufacturing chips? Everyone. This is indeed quite basic, but it's not knowledge from textbooks. First, no matter how clean Wahaha's purified water is, it's still drinkable. Its standards may have reached experimental levels suitable for laboratory use or cooling certain precision instruments, but it doesn't meet the standards for cleaning chips. The water required for chips is called ultra-pure water. It is industrial-grade water. Drinking it directly can cause cells to absorb too much water, potentially leading to death. Ultra-pure water is essential for the semiconductor and nuclear power industries. In China, there is only one manufacturing company, and it's still in the experimental stage. When discussing this issue, many students outside the multimedia classroom fell silent. They understood. The fourth question was not intended to test them, but to make them realize. China's technology has reached a point where it must break free from foreign shackles. The students of the Longmen class are the force that will shatter these constraints. There is actually a fifth question in this assessment. However, due to regulations, Lin Xiao did not disclose it. The question for the fifth problem is, if 20 years from now the situation becomes so dire that war is unavoidable, would you be willing to go to the battlefield? Bai Tixu was momentarily taken aback by this question, barely hearing it clearly, and instinctively replied, yes. I come from a poverty-stricken area. Although our village had only 2 college students last year, nearly everyone completed their compulsory education. Chief Examiner, do you know why? Bai Tixu smiled as he spoke. Because of the government's poverty alleviation nutrition program. You shouldn't underestimate the nutrition meal of 5 yuan per person per day. It gave us the motivation to continue our studies. You could say that I am able to stand here today and participate in the Longmen class assessment because of the country. So, if the country needs me to go to the battlefield, no matter when or where, I will choose to do so without hesitation. Shui Lao smiled and nodded, marking Bai Tixu's name with a tick on the list. Congratulations, you have passed the assessment. Upon hearing this, Bai Tixu, who had just ignited his passion, instantly became tense and flustered. I passed. Wang Yu nodded. You have 1 day to pack your bags. Gather at the school gate at 8 tomorrow morning. Bai Tixu asked, go, where? Wang Yu revealed a mysterious smile, to the Central Military Region Research Institute. Bai Tixu thought, my goodness, I haven't even graduated yet, and am being sent directly to the Military Research Institute. I'm flying. Bai Tixu dazedly walked out of the classroom, his expression mirroring that of Lin Xiao. The students outside took notice. Oh no, another one has gone dumb. Is the power of this assessment really that great? Classmate, what happened in there? Why does everyone come out looking so dazed? A student couldn't help but ask. At that moment, Bai Tixu was still in a state of confusion. He blankly stated, I am flying. The other students were left speechless. This response sounded so strange. Next, please come in for the assessment. The student in third place immediately entered the classroom. Less than 10 minutes later, when he came out, his expression was just as dazed as Lin Xiao and Bai Tixu. What happened? Other classmates inquired again. I'm flying, I'm really taking off. The students were left speechless. This flying couldn't possibly be a test question, could it? Thus, when the fourth student entered the classroom, without thinking, he struck a flying pose. Fly, come on, I'm ready to fly. Wang Yu. The 3 teachers, Lin Kezhong and Zhao Huanhuan. Because Lin Xiao had leaked the questions, the students who entered later answered the first 4 questions quite smoothly. Of course, Wang Yu and the others didn't care about their answers to these 4 questions. However, when it came to the 5th question, the students' answers began to diverge, and more of them were eliminated. Some students fell into deep thought when facing this question. 20 years from now, I'll be 40, and since I'm in mechanical engineering and tend to be introverted, if I work hard, I might end up overworked and becoming a couch potato. If the war has reached a point where even someone like me must go to the battlefield, then it must be a matter of life and death. So do I have a choice? I must pick up a gun, step onto the front lines, protect my family, and defend my country. Some students like Bai Tixu and Lin Xiao chose yes, without much consideration. Let's go. The folks from Dongbai have never been afraid of challenges. You just do it. What kind of question is this? When did I become the best in Tianjin? It will be when I step onto the battlefield. My great-grandfather Ma Daji nicknamed Snake, but you can check it out. If I dare to say, I want go, my great-grandfather could jump up from his ancestral grave. Of course, while Wang Yu and Shui Lao repeatedly emphasized that this question would not affect the assessment results, some students provided different answers. For instance, Jiang Feng asked, firstly, is this war just or unjust? If it's unjust, then I don't think I would go to the battlefield because that would be an irrational act. Wang Yu coughed lightly, adding a new premise to the question. What if the situation has escalated to a crisis point where justice no longer matters? Jiang Feng took a deep breath and answered resolutely. Then I will uphold the justice in my heart. I will use all my means to make everyone hear my voice and accept the justice in my heart. Blind patriotism is not acceptable. Shui Lao nodded, marking Jiang Feng's name with an X on the list. I'm sorry, the Longmen class is not suitable for you. Jiang Feng. For him, a direct path from bachelor to master's to doctorate is merely gilding the lily. After all, my family is wealthy. If I can't join your class, will I not be able to survive? With a cold snort, Jiang Feng left the classroom. After the door closed, Lin Kezhong let out a faint sigh. Remember, during times of war there was a man named Wang who did just that. Perhaps if he had truly died in prison after saying drawing a knife to make a point and not failing the youth, China would have gained another hero and lost a traitor. Time passed quickly and all the students completed the assessment. While waiting for the final list to be announced, those students who were eliminated became increasingly agitated. Damn it. Why are these people who passed even less capable than I am? Why was I eliminated? When Wang Yu came out holding the list, Jiang Feng finally couldn't hold back. Did you not say that the last question wouldn't affect the assessment results? Why is it that all those selected are people who chose to go to the battlefield? You are deceiving us. This assessment is fundamentally unfair. Wang Yu shook his head with a smile. Unfair. The last question, just like the first, assesses your truest inner reactions. Did you think I was asking whether you would go to the battlefield, eh? No. I was asking whether you love your country. Jiang Feng's expression turned grim. I said I'm not unpatriotic. But you can't force me to go to the battlefield. Is this the education of China? Is there no freedom at all? Upon hearing this, Wang Yu smiled. Freedom? Are you referring to the Western elites exporting their ideals, hoping for the elites of other countries to abandon patriotism and turn to self-centered? Freedom. When they attend classes every day, they must pledge loyalty. Listen to my main point, it's every day. Do you think they would think like you, eh? This statement left Jiang Feng speechless, yet he still mustered the courage to shout. But why should I go to the battlefield? Why must you force me to say I will go? Why, oi? Wang Yu sneered. Because you are the mechanical engineering students of a technological university. Jiang Feng and the other eliminated students were left speechless. Wang Yu looked at the crowd and slightly nodded. It seems you are not narrow-minded. You understand the words of Wang Xinling. Being at Huaxia University of Science and Technology means you will become the creators of this nation's weapons. Will the world hold a knife to our throats, or will it put away the knife and smile at us? When we are bullied, do we pick up a knife to resist, or do we submit with handcuffs? Do we stand tall with our heads held high, or do we kneel on the ground? These responsibilities rest on your shoulders. Therefore, Wang Yu looked at everyone seriously. Thus, students of mechanical engineering must love their country, must love their country, must love their country. Otherwise, you will not be qualified to be the creators of weapons for this nation. At this point, Wang Yu let out a long breath. When you chose this major, you were already on the battlefield. The moment you chose this major, you were already on the battlefield. Wang Yu's words struck like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, echoing in the hearts of every student present. It was true that humanities courses for mechanical engineering majors were lackluster. Who would have thought that Master Lu's saying, "Hear the thunder in silence," could only be met with a silent exclamation of "Holy crap." Regardless, Wang Yu's speech outside the multimedia classroom was enough to awaken them. By the time they gathered the next day, they were all brimming with fervor, as if injected with adrenaline, as if their destination was not the Central Military Regions Research Institute, but the actual front lines of a battlefield. However, upon arriving at the Eastern Military Regions Research Institute, they discovered that their first lesson was still being taught by that same young man. Why him? I looked up the information earlier. The directors here are Elder Shui and Elder Hu. I thought we'd be their students. Elder Shui and Elder Hu are also the chief examiners. Maybe they're busy today and had this young teacher substitute for them. But who is this guy? I couldn't find any information on him. All I know is that he graduated from Huayan University of Science and Technology. I had my parents ask around, but even they couldn't find anything. Besides Elder Shui and Elder Hu, the only other chief examiner I found was that middle-aged man named Lin, who seems to be a security section chief for the Central Military Region. Wang Yu's information was classified, so of course these students couldn't find it. The same went for Zhao Huanhuan. Although her achievements weren't as high as Wang Yu's, the confidentiality requirements of the special forces were also extremely strict. Thus, to these students, the two of them seemed like connections within the Central Military Region. So young, what could they possibly teach us? Yet when they entered the classroom and saw the topic on the blackboard, they were immediately captivated. The relationship between mechanical manufacturing and media studies. Well, now that's intriguing. Modern young people have immense confidence in China's national strength. There's even an internet meme, "Startled from a sickbed, I realized the colonizers are us." It could be said that when it came to national development, young Chinese were bursting with self-confidence. However, in terms of public opinion and external propaganda, the image of China in their minds seemed somewhat weak. It was as if they were a wooden dummy for practice, only capable of passively counterattacking when an enemy struck. But shouldn't these be topics for media studies universities to research? What did they have to do with mechanical engineering majors? Wang Yu stood at the podium, noticing that all the students were drawn to the topic on the blackboard, and nodded with satisfaction. Clearing his throat twice, he began to speak slowly. Perhaps some of you are puzzled as to why mechanical manufacturing is linked to the war of public opinion. Here, I must mention one person. Gene Sharp. Even in the Western world, this man was infamous. As long as the students present hadn't slept through their history classes, they all knew of him. Gene Sharp, the father of the color revolutions. Teacher, this man should be considered a master of media studies. Does he also dabble in mechanical manufacturing? A student asked. Wang Yu smiled and shook his head, not directly answering the question, but continuing, how was the technological manufacturing of the Big Bear back in the day? All the students replied, very strong. Yes, very strong. Otherwise, the current bear wouldn't still be standing at the forefront of the world just by living off its past glories. Wang Yu's expression turned serious, but the Big Bear was still defeated. Do you know why? Many students shook their heads. Only Lin Xiao timidly raised his hand and said, is it because of media studies? Wang Yu nodded. This media studies master Sharp devised 7 steps and 198 detailed rules. It allowed the eagle to topple the bear without expending a single soldier, using only words to ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Although they had learned some of this in history class, hearing it now still sent a chill through the students. A single thought emerged in everyone's mind: this bastard is truly insidious. But then Wang Yu smiled. So technological manufacturing and mechanical manufacturing are crucial, but they must be coordinated with domestic media studies. Otherwise, you'll have only swords in your hands without shields to protect against the enemy's weapons. But having shields alone won't do either. Take John Bull, for example. He had shields, but was tricked by the eagle into dropping his sword, leaving him with no choice but to become a vassal. At this point, Lin Xiao raised his hand again. Teacher, according to your reasoning, now that our industry has reached the forefront of the world, should we pause our progress and wait for domestic media studies to catch up before developing together? Wang Yu shook his head again, smiling as he asked, do you think our country's media professionals are weak? Isn't it weak? When I see certain hot topic news, I have to temporarily delete Weibo and Douyin. Isn't that weak? Wang Yu let out a breath and began to explain earnestly. From 2000 to 2013, our mainstream media entered a period of dormancy due to the impact of the internet. Think back to when you were in elementary school. Weren't the only people reading news and print newspapers the elderly and those unfamiliar with the internet? All the students nodded. Wang Yu smiled. But what about now? Whether it's on public accounts or Weibo, when an event breaks, isn't the first thing that comes to mind to wait for an official statement? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Exactly. They had even developed a habit. No matter how fierce the online debates got, they couldn't be bothered to look, because only official news was the most accurate. Perhaps not everyone, but this proportion had grown to the vast majority. This is the current strength of China's media professionals. Although it may still seem weak, they have achieved something no other country in the world has: reviving a dormant mainstream media. So the strength of China's media studies is already formidable. What we need to do is to develop mechanical manufacturing with all our might without handing weapons to the enemy. Only when we exert our strength together and stand on the same front line can China truly ascend to the pinnacle of the world. In truth, when he first obtained the future technology system, he had considered expanding his factory and collaborating with the nation to jointly develop new military-industrial products. This way, his technology points income could at least double. But he quickly dismissed this idea. The reason was simple: public opinion. China, unlike Western nations, does not control the world's media. If Wang Yu appeared in the public eye as a businessman, everything about him would become a sharp blade aimed at China. Founder of China's top tech company turns out to be a deadbeat once hounded by creditors for debt. Founder of China's top tech company allegedly used the military to kidnap creditors. Is the founder of China's top tech company's spouse the daughter of a military region section chief? Did he really develop all that advanced technology? International image collapses. How China's top tech company really grew. These headlines would flood the internet when Western media attacked Wang Yu, and they would be far more explosive than these examples. Within 3 days, there would surely be people holding banners outside Wang Yu's company, even wreaths, and the small candles placed for the creditors would pile up into a mountain. Thus, even with the future technology system, Wang Yu would have no choice but to halt his research. Moreover, it would nullify the efforts of generations of Chinese media professionals. However, when Elder Shui, an elder who first arrived at the factory, Wang Yu finally found a new path. That was the integration of technological manufacturing and media studies. Lin Xiao sat below, gazing at Wang Yu at the podium, feeling a sudden sense of dizziness. It was as if this man, who might be his brother-in-law, was truly shining. Section Chief Lin, who had been observing the situation from outside, heard Wang Yu's words and saw the adoring expressions on the students' faces. He couldn't help but lower his head and chuckle. Huh, that kid's done it again. Ha ha ha. He really is on his way to becoming a saint. In 3 days, the selection for the National Longmen class will conclude. Over 100,000 mechanical engineering students from various universities have gathered in the Central Military District's Research Institute. Moreover, this is not the final number. Every year, a new batch of students will be selected to join the Longmen class, where they will live and study. The first lesson for these students is about the relationship between mechanical manufacturing and media studies, taught by Wang Yu. Of course, only students from Huayang University's Longmen class attend the live lecture, while others watch the video. The sense of superiority instantly surged. Teacher Wang is our senior at Huayang University. This class made all the students look at this young man with newfound respect. Teacher Wang is amazing. This phrase has become the most frequently heard among the students during this time. However, they did not expect that in the following days it would be deeply etched in their hearts. On the morning of the fourth day, the Longmen class students were taken to tour the production facility of the fighter jet No. 0514. They were informed that this fighter jet was developed by Wang Yu. In the afternoon, they visited the production facility of the magnetic storm tank. Similarly, they were told that this tank was also developed by Wang Yu. On the third day, while touring the production facility of a new type of dagger, a few students couldn't help but ask, "This can't also be developed by Teacher Wang, right?" Upon receiving an affirmative answer, all the Longmen class students were astonished. Goodness, is Teacher Wang really human? And what about this fighter jet, this tank, and this dagger? Is this really human technology? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought these things were mere models from a sci-fi movie. This fighter jet is truly impressive, even more so than what I bragged about on the forums before. I heard the exterior shell of the aircraft uses a new type of alloy which can only be blown away by a mushroom bomb, but cannot damage the internal structure. It can even roll a few times and take off again. Isn't this tank impressive? The main cannon could probably fit me inside. The most remarkable is still the new type of dagger. This thing can cut through anything, and its cross-section is in a molten state, making it impossible to repair. My goodness, our Teacher Wang can't be an alien, can he yet? They were even more shocked when they visited the combat training room and chatted with the soldiers inside. Teacher Wang is actually a combat expert, a special forces soldier who participated in the World Joint Military Exercises and won in individual events. Can't even beat him. Teacher Wang is either an alien or a superhero, at the very least a mechanical mutant. When they officially began their studies and walked into the newly built research center of the Central Military District, they saw several renowned academicians. And the admiration in the expressions of these academicians towards Wang Yu made the Longmen class students feel somewhat overwhelmed. Isn't it quite normal for renowned academicians to admire Teacher Wang? Their fragile worldview completely shattered. In their hearts, Wang Yu had even directly become a god figure. Meanwhile, Wang Yu himself occasionally found himself in a state of ecstatic joy during this time. This led Zhao Huanhuan to wonder if he had some mental issues. After all, seeing a massive influx of technological points every day would make anyone unable to help but smile. Wang Yu stood at the forefront of the experimental center. Everyone, after so many busy days, we have constructed this research center and gathered so many people, all for our new research project. As he spoke, Wang Yu pressed a button on the controller in his hand, and the big screen displayed 5 words: mechanical exoskeleton. As everyone knows, mechanical exoskeletons are the future trend of individual combat. However, due to issues with power storage, we can only apply it practically, but not reach combat readiness. This is a global challenge, and our research project this time is to break through this difficulty. After speaking, Wang Yu pressed the controller again. This time, the words that appeared on the big screen not only shocked the Longmen class students, but also made many researchers present gasp in amazement. Controllable nuclear fusion energy, refusion engine. Refusion is a type of nuclear fusion. To explain it in simpler terms, this thing generates energy by burning rocks, and on Earth, what is most abundant is rocks. The researchers present were left in a state of blankness. Wasn't it about the mechanical exoskeleton? Why was there suddenly a refusion engine? Is controllable nuclear fusion energy really something that can be developed with modern technology? And the Longmen class students? They had already experienced too many moments of blankness in the past few days, so looking at it now didn't seem too different. They were still in a daze. Only Lin Xiao was slightly better off, as Wang Yu was his suspected brother-in-law. But upon seeing the refusion engine, he couldn't help but slap himself. Is this really not a sci-fi movie? Earth doesn't need to wander yet, and how did this thing start its project development? All right, everyone. Wang Yu clapped his hands, reminding everyone to quickly adjust their emotions. I am someone who values efficiency, and I don't have time for you to waste in shock. When constructing the research center, I had already submitted my research plan to the 3 masters and obtained approval. 2 months. In 2 months, I need you to manufacture this refusion engine according to the design drawings. After that, within 3 months, we need to install it on the mechanical exoskeleton and successfully debug it. Do you have the confidence to do this? The researchers replied. At this moment, the Longmen class students were extremely grateful that they were only here to learn and did not have to truly participate in the development work. Are you kidding? To tackle controllable nuclear fusion energy, which has not been mastered for decades, in just a few months, and to install it on a mechanical exoskeleton while successfully debugging it. Filming a sci-fi movie wouldn't take less than 2 months, right? No wonder these researchers have sparse hair. With such high-intensity work, not to mention hair, even all the hair on my body might lessen. However, these researchers had already gone through the small artificial sun development project. They had witnessed miracles, so they quickly adjusted their state. Each one seemed energized as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Director Wang is amazing. This time I will definitely keep up with Director Wang's work pace. Charge, isn't it just a refusion engine? We can definitely manufacture it in 2 months. As long as we have Director Wang's design drawings, it's just a matter of working extra hours. Hearing this, the Longmin class students who were signing the confidentiality agreement were all taken aback. It seems Teacher Wang is even more impressive than we imagined. Morning. Personnel from Yu Chen's tank department stood at the Central Military Region airport waiting. The special plane slowly landed, and Generals Liu and Chun emerged from the cabin. As soon as he set foot on the ground, General Chen eagerly inquired, "Where's Wang Yu, that genius? I want to meet him." Yu Chen first saluted, then replied, "Director Wang is at the newly constructed Research and Development Center, leading most of the research staff from the Central Military Region Research Institute on a new project." General Chun was taken aback. New project? He then looked at General Liu with some confusion. General Liu chuckled. Young people just can't sit still. I heard he returned immediately after chatting with Wang Xinlin during the World Joint Military Exercise. He must have gained some inspiration. Old Chen, you're lucky to witness a miracle. Hearing this, General Chen opened his mouth, staring at General Liu in disbelief. Is this young man, named Wang Yu, really that impressive? From old Liu's words, it seemed even he held Wang Yu in high regard. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Old Liu has witnessed too many geniuses since the explosive era of China's industry and should have become unfazed by now. How could mentioning Wang Yu evoke a sense of shock reminiscent of when he returned from the Eagle Sauce family? It felt as if a door to a new world had been opened, revealing a glimpse of the future world. However, at that moment, Yu Chun could no longer hold back. He mustered his courage and spoke up. Actually, the things Director Wang has been developing lately don't seem very cost-effective. My. General Chun was somewhat surprised. Both of you generals have been busy with the World Joint Military Exercise recently, so you probably aren't aware of what research Wang Yu has been conducting, right? Yu Chun clenched his fists tightly. After developing the magnetic storm tank, Wang Yu spent a month creating a military dagger. That doesn't mean much, as our research department often conducts various experimental developments. But he not only wasted a month of time, but also borrowed thousands of research personnel and nearly 100,000 military technicians. The total expenditure reached 200 billion, nearly exhausting the research funding of the Central Military Region Research Institute. This time the scale is even larger than before, but the project being researched is something we have already put into practical use. The mechanical exoskeleton device. This statement somewhat betrayed a friend. However, Yu Chun felt he had to speak out. Wang Yu's actions were severely hindering the development of the Central Military Region Research Institute. This time he recruited 100,000 Longmin class students, and he also borrowed research personnel from other military regions, and even the research headquarters, with research funding being limitless. This is no longer just a matter for the Central Military Region. If things go wrong, it could drag down the entire China. Yu Chen did not know what kind of illusion Wang Yu had cast upon the three masters, allowing him to act so recklessly. Reporting to higher authorities, he perhaps was not deserving of being a soldier. But if he did not report it, he felt he was not worthy of being a Chinese citizen. After finishing this statement, Yu Chun let out a long breath, feeling as if he had expended all his strength. Hey, Grandpa, I've said it to you, I've reported it. You can rest now. Oh, please don't bother me with dreams today. However, to his surprise, Generals Liu and Chen showed no anger upon hearing his report. Instead, they looked quite pleased. Yu Chun, what's going on? Has Wang Yu's illusion reached such a level? Generals Liu and Chen, wake up. At that moment, another special plane landed. The cabin door opened and Lin Xiaoran stepped out carrying a black leather case, her hair swaying in the breeze, looking very dashing. Generals Liu and Chen. Lin Xiaoran quickly stepped forward to salute. Soldier Lin Xiaoran has completed the dagger escort mission. Let's go see Wang Yu. It's been a few days, you must be missing him, right? Lin Xiaoran scratched her head somewhat shyly. Not really, we're just good brothers. Yu Chun, why do I feel so unnecessary right now? Is the world going crazy, or am I the one who's going mad? General Chen, seeing him in such a state of mental confusion, sighed softly and asked, Yu Chun, what level is your technician assessment? Yu Chun immediately replied, advanced technician. Would you be willing to be transferred from the tank department? Yu Chun. General Chun patted his shoulder. We are going to the new research center now. If you are willing to be transferred from the tank department, then come with us to take a look." After saying this, the two generals and Lin Xiaoran left. Yu Chen stood silently for a few seconds, then suddenly felt as if he had been struck by lightning. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. He finally understood why Wang Yu was acting so recklessly and why the three masters plus the two generals could agree. It wasn't that he had any illusions, nor was the world changing, but rather, what he was developing was far from simple as it appeared. Damn it. I need to see what exactly he has been researching. Yu Chen couldn't help but roar. He turned and returned to his tank department team, exhaled deeply, his eyes unusually resolute. "Everyone, I am going to be transferred." The members of the tank department were all stunned. "Huh? Director, where are you transferring to?" Yu Chen chuckled without answering. "Anyway, it's still in the central military region. It's just a transfer to another department. You don't need to show such expressions." He then became serious. "Everyone, I truly regard you all as brothers, so my kidneys will be entrusted to you." Upon hearing this, all the members of the tank department stood at attention and shouted in unison, "Rest assured, Director. Your kidneys are our kidneys. The tank department will never have any issues affecting production." Yu Chen nodded vigorously. "Then I am leaving." At that moment, the two generals and Lin Xiaoran were waiting outside the airport. Upon seeing Yu Chen come out, they all smiled. Lin Xiaoran was also very happy and patted Yu Chen's shoulder vigorously. "That's great, old Yu, we are working together again." Yu Chen first saluted the two generals, then looked at Lin Xiaoran and scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. "Am I really that outstanding?" Lin Xiaoran shook her head. "Not particularly outstanding, mainly your silly appearance always makes Wang Yu seem very clever by comparison." "Yu Chen, am I some kind of Yuan Fong?" After pondering for a few seconds, he looked at the two generals, Generals Liu and Chen. "Now can you tell me what Wang Yu is researching?" General Liu smiled and nodded. "Wang Yu has added a small artificial sun to this dagger." Yu Chen gasped in shock, his gaze fixed on the black leather case in Lin Xiaoran's hands, almost popping his eyes out. He actually managed to create something like this. The two generals, along with Lin Xiaoran and Yu Chen, arrived at the newly constructed RD center. After a brief tour, they headed straight for Wang Yu's office. General Liu. Wang Yu had only met General Liu before, so his first instinct was to greet him. As they chatted, he realized that the other middle-aged man in civilian clothes was also a general. The presence of the two generals was so imposing that Wang Yu felt the temperature in his office drop a few degrees. However, Wang Yu quickly regained his composure. After all, this wasn't his first time in such a situation. The last time he met General Liu and Scarface Chow, he was directing Lin Xiaoran and Yu Chen to take them down. Today, Lin Xiaoran and Yu Chen were also present, but Scarface Chow had been replaced by another general. Nothing to be nervous about. Wang Yu poured water for everyone and joked, "Generals, did China make a name for itself in this joint world military exercise?" General Liu nodded with a smile. "Not just made a name, old John from the Eagle Nation was so furious his face twisted. The defeat in the fighter jet project had slashed the Eagle Nation's military orders by more than half. They had hoped to compensate with individual weapons. But unexpectedly, in the individual combat event, Lin Xiaoran wielded a military dagger unstoppable as a god or Buddha. The Eagle Nation's latest combat uniform proved utterly useless. This joint world military exercise failed to achieve even half of its projected orders. Upon returning home, the Eagle Nation and its military-industrial complex would likely descend into a chaotic blame game. Thinking of old John's expression as he boarded the plane, General Liu couldn't help but laugh. It was incredibly satisfying. General Qin also grinned happily. From the very first fighter jet project, China has been crushing the competition. In the final individual combat event, Lin Xiaoran used your new military dagger to carve a massive hole in the target cube. You know the cube's material is the same as the Eagle Nation's tank armor. This means the dagger can easily slice through their tanks. Moreover, when old Liu revealed that the dagger's core energy source was a miniature artificial sun, everyone present was stunned. Because it signifies that China has mastered the ability to control hydrogen fusion. Hearing this, Wang Yu humbly shook his head. This dagger isn't capable of that level, it can't control hydrogen fusion. He began to explain. Nuclear fusion is uncontrollable because each change is a multiplication process incredibly fast, releasing terrifying energy instantly. I simply added many moderators to the dagger to slow down its fusion efficiency. But I still can't control its fusion process, so I added a carbon rod as a blocking device to halt fusion immediately when it reaches a critical point. That explanation was a bit technical. Nuclear fusion is like a fan spinning faster and faster, and the carbon rod's role is to jam between the blades when the fan is about to blow the roof off, stopping its rotation. The old Bear Nation's nuclear power plant used this method, but some idiot pressed the wrong button during a malfunction, withdrawing the carbon rod, meant to stop fusion, leading to a massive disaster. Wang Yu utilized this method to allow the miniature artificial sun's energy to power the military dagger without risk. Hearing this explanation, General Liu felt somewhat embarrassed. It seemed his bragging at the joint world military exercise had gone too far. Seeing his expression, Wang Yu revealed a mysterious smile. Generals don't worry about misunderstandings from other countries' representatives. Oh, General Liu's eyes lit up. Wang Yu opened a file on his desk and handed it to Lin Xiaoran and Yu Chun. Apology, Sharon, old you, what I'm about to say is crucial, so you must sign a confidentiality agreement. Understood, brother. Lin Xiaoran happily took the pen and signed her name. Meanwhile, Yu Chun was still calming his inner shock. Damn, another one. What on earth is going on in Wang Yu's head? When he first arrived at the Central Military Region, he was a director like me. But in the blink of an eye, he's become a core figure, casually handing out confidentiality agreements. Truly, comparison is odious. Starting from the same line, there are always geniuses who, like prodigies, take a drainage curve and leave you choking on their dust. Yu Chen smiled, helplessly accepted reality, and signed the confidentiality agreement. Wang Yu retrieved the documents and looked at everyone, because China will soon have controllable nuclear fusion technology. With that, he pulled out another dossier filled with design drawings and parameter data. This is my latest RD project, the heavy fusion engine, a product of extending hydrogen fusion backward, essentially generating energy by burning stones. At the same time, Wang Yu took out yet another dossier. I also want to integrate it with mechanical exoskeletons, bringing our exoskeletons to true combat standards. Hearing this, the two generals and Yu Chun gasped in shock. What kind of genius was Wang Yu to initiate both a controllable nuclear fusion project and a mechanical exoskeleton upgrade simultaneously? After a moment of contemplation, General Liu exhaled deeply and said solemnly, Wang Yu, if you encounter any difficulties in your research, contact me anytime. Wang Yu immediately nodded. General Liu, I actually do need your help with something. I requested personnel transfers from the General Research Institute, and they agreed, but no one has arrived. We've been working overtime for days, and the few old professors who already had little hair are now balder. Lin Xiaoran couldn't help but laugh. General Liu sighed helplessly. The intense mental work of researchers indeed made hair survival difficult. All right, I understand. He'll handle it. General Chun remarked with admiration. If you weren't a scientific genius, I'd definitely transfer you to the office for strategy. First the dagger, now the mechanical exoskeleton. You always manage to work on cutting-edge technology while doing the job of strategic deception. Wang Yu lowered his head with a smile, silently replying in his heart, because when I decided to become a national researcher, I had already set my future path. The two generals chatted briefly before leaving, dragging Yu Chen away despite his desire to ask more questions. Only Lin Xiaoran remained in the office with Wang Yu, deepening their indescribable brotherly bond. After joining a brand new research project, Yu Chen's days have become exceptionally fulfilling. Now the first thing he does every day upon waking is not to wash up, but to check the day's work tasks, and then carve out time for his own studies amidst the busy workload. Indeed, learning. As someone who became a senior technician 2 years ago, after a few days of shadowing Wang Yu, he unexpectedly discovered that there were many things he didn't understand at work. Every day at the research center, Yu Chun felt like a Teletubby, only able to hold a cup of water and drink his baby milkshake with a naive expression. In order to no longer lag behind, he could only find extra time to study after completing his work. Looking at himself in the mirror, Yu Chun encouraged himself. Although I've lost quite a bit of hair, I am getting stronger. After a week into the research, the researchers borrowed from the Academy of Sciences finally arrived. The team leader was a middle-aged man named Fu Wei, a prominent figure in the field of nuclear fusion research in the country. In fact, Fu Wei was ecstatic upon learning that he was being transferred to the Central Military District for the study of controlled nuclear fusion, eager to pack his bags and set off immediately. However, upon hearing that the new project leader promised to complete the research within 2 months, he suddenly lost interest and felt a deep sense of disappointment. Nuclear fusion. Scientists worldwide have spent decades without finding a way to control it. Yet this person claims he will complete the research in 2 months. This is simply impossible. This guy is just deceiving research funds. He is nothing but a fraud who can only talk big. No. This is an insult to researchers. I must expose him. With this mindset, Fu Wei brought his elite research team to the Central Military District. Old Fu, I really think what you're doing is not right, a middle-aged man with a full head of black hair said helplessly. Then what better method do you have? Fu Wei shot him a cold glance. I haven't thought of anything yet, he replied, raising his hands. See, that's why my method is the best, to expose that fraud in person and save the technology of Huaxia. As he spoke, he shot a frustrated glare at the other man. I really hate it when others wear hats. We've worked together for over a decade, can't you remember? The middle-aged man chuckled foolishly. I think it's great standing in front of you bald guys, makes me feel special. The nuclear fusion division of the Academy of Sciences, like the Central Military District, isn't run by just one person. The middle-aged man named Dong, he plays a role similar to that of Shui Lao, understanding technology, but more knowledgeable about human relations, responsible for coordinating work among various parties. These two have been partners since they first arrived at the Academy, and the outside world refers to them as the mindless and the unhappy. However, unlike Shui Lao and Hu Lao, in the nuclear fusion division of the Academy, the leading position is held by the technologically savvy Fu Wei. The private jet slowly came to a stop. Today, Zhao Zihao and Gao Chong came to pick him up from the airport. They were previously from the Academy, only transferred to the Central Military District after the development of the small artificial sun, and were quite familiar with both Fu Wei and Dong He. The cabin door opened. The first to step out was Fu Wei, followed by Dong He and a group of researchers. I didn't expect it to be you two picking us up. How is it? The research funding from the Central Military District is quite tempting, isn't it? Fu Wei showed no courtesy to these two. Although he knew that a small artificial sun had been developed here not long ago, due to confidentiality measures, he was unaware of the details and the timeline. Thus, he believed that these two researchers from the Academy were transferred to the Central Military District because they found the research funding appealing. Gao Chong held a slightly higher position, so he spoke first. Director Fu, Director Dong, it's been a while. After speaking, he looked at Fu Wei with some confusion. Director Fu, I feel like I didn't quite understand what you said. Fu Wei continued to sneer. I've heard of that young man named Wang Yu. Previously, he was in charge of the small artificial sun project, right? I admit that he did contribute to this project, but this thing cannot be created by him alone. Some people are always blinded by honor and can do despicable things for a bit of benefit. As he spoke, he moved forward 2 months to develop a controllable nuclear fusion machine. You should all understand his only purpose in doing this is to deceive research funds. You actually did not stop him, but colluded with him. I really misjudged you too. Now Gao Chong and Zhao Zihao finally reacted. No wonder Director Fu came in with such sarcasm. It was because of this. Zhao Zihao smiled. Director Fu, you misunderstood. Oh, Director Wang is not like that. You don't know when he was developing the small artificial sun. However, Fu Wei didn't give him a chance to explain. He interrupted midway. Enough with the nonsense. Take me to see the so-called Wang Yu. Today I must expose his misdeeds. You don't understand. You two were researchers at the Academy earlier, don't you understand? Fu Wei was almost furious, nearly writing "I am unhappy" on his face. After getting in the car, Dong He along with Gao Chong and Zhao Zihao sat in the back, patiently advising. Knowing one's mistakes and being able to correct them is greatly beneficial. You are both talented researchers. Gao Chong was about to be promoted to director at the Academy, and Zihao, you are the youngest director there, right? Both of you have great prospects ahead. Is it really worth it to waste your future over a bit of research funding? Zhao Zihao scratched his head and said nothing. He had the least experience, but because of his young age he was fearless and belonged to the type that would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He was still angry from Fu Wei's earlier remarks and didn't explain further. Internally, he silently mocked. Old Baldy, when we arrive at the research center you will know what it means to be slapped in the face. Gao Chong had a gentler personality, but Fu Wei's earlier demeanor was quite infuriating. So he quietly explained to Dong He in the back seat, Director Dong, actually Director Wang, is not as Director Fu described. Oh. Dong He frowned slightly, thinking Gao Chong was still defending. However, after hearing Gao Chong's words, he was shocked into silence. You're not lying to me, eh? Gao Chong shook his head. Director Dong, you know me. Ooh, I don't like to lie. Dong He gasped, developing a small artificial sun in 1 month, the design data parameters all provided by him, and you were just conducting experiments. This is utterly absurd, utterly absurd. Wang Yu suffered from insomnia last night. Perhaps it was because they hadn't seen each other for days, or perhaps there were too many things to share about the joint world military exercises. Yesterday, Lin Xiaoran and Wang Yu chatted all the way from the office to the research dormitory. After taking a shower in the room, she lay down on Wang Yu's large bed, shifting slightly to the left while patting the right side, and asked with her naive gaze, Boss, you won't steal my blanket tonight, will you? Of course, there was no way he would steal the blanket, because the two of them slept under separate blankets. However, as Wang Yu lay in bed, even through 2 layers of blankets, he could almost feel the warmth radiating from Lin Xiaoran's body beside him, and also a faint trace of the familiar shower gel scent from Lin Xiaoran. A certain singer who loved playing games once sang a song titled Back-to-Back Embrace. Wang Yu couldn't imagine the posture described in the song, but tonight he truly experienced what it meant to sleep back-to-back. To be honest, in modern society, it's nothing unusual for a couple to sleep together. Moreover, this was the research dormitory of the Central Military Region, with Old Yu next door and Section Chief Lin downstairs. It was practically no different from sleeping in a communal bunk. But then again, the soundproofing in this room was excellent. Even if something happened, others probably wouldn't hear a thing. Hiss. Huh. Wang Yu felt that his expression must have been utterly perverse as he greedily inhaled the fragrance named Lin Xiaoran. Yet nothing was destined to happen between them tonight. Despite Lin Xiaoran's seemingly carefree demeanor, she was actually a very traditional girl. Even when dating, she would disguise it as brotherhood, let alone do anything improper before marriage. Sleeping in Wang Yu's dormitory was already an act of extreme rebellion. Wang Yu respected her wishes. That was what a normal relationship should be. But men, due to differences in physical structure, they have two brains both resembling walnuts. When the lower walnut gained the upper hand, the upper walnut instantly lost control of the body, commonly known as being overwhelmed. To prevent himself from turning into a beast devoid of reason, Wang Yu had to struggle fiercely against his own instincts, leaving him almost sleepless throughout the night. Of course, also sleepless was Zhao Huanhuan, who lived in the room next door. She had watched Lin Xiaoran and Wang Yu enter the same room. What could happen when a sister and brother-in-law slept together at night? Although she heard nothing in Zhao Huanhuan's mind, another spectacular commercial blockbuster unfolded tonight. In the office, Wang Yu and Zhao Huanhuan yawned almost simultaneously. Lin Xiaoran had rested well yesterday, sleeping soundly until dawn. She had even gone to the combat training room for a workout and was now full of energy. Why didn't you two get a good rest? Wang Yu scratched his hair, feeling a bit guilty. I heard the researchers from the main institute arrived today, so I spent all night thinking about the work arrangements. Zhao Huanhuan also felt a bit guilty and stuck out her tongue. I was watching a movie last night. Wang Yu noticed that Zhao Huanhuan stole a glance at him while speaking, as if to say, brother-in-law last night, hee. Pretty thrilling, huh? Wang Yu, having been a moral paragon all night, he never expected to be misunderstood. Just then the office door was knocked, and Zhao Zihao strode in quickly. Director Wang, the people from the main institute have arrived. As he spoke, he cautiously hinted with his eyes that the main institute's delegation had ill intentions. Wang Yu sneered coldly, said nothing, grabbed some documents, and left the office. Looking for trouble, are they? Perfect. I've been stifling a belly full of pent-up frustration all night with nowhere to vent. Since you're walking right into the line of fire, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Arriving at the RD Center Hall, Gao Chong was standing in front of the main institute's researchers, introducing the facilities within the center. Seeing someone approaching, he was about to make introductions when Wang Yu waved his hand and walked straight over. Greetings to all researchers from the main institute. Wang Yu's face was expressionless. If I recall correctly, you should have been standing here a week ago. I won't pursue the reason for your delay now. Since you're here, let's not waste time and start working immediately. With that, he had Zhao Zihao distribute the documents. These are the recent work schedules. If there are any objections. Sorry, I don't accept any objections. If you're dissatisfied, swallow it. If anyone delays the RD progress, they'll bear full responsibility. These words were somewhat overly aggressive. After all, the main institute's researchers were only seconded and not under the command of the Central Military Region. In the past, even when work was disharmonious, both sides maintained civility. Never had anyone been so confrontational right from the start like Wang Yu. Yet all the researchers in the RD Center couldn't help but give Wang Yu a thumbs up. The main institute's researchers had gone too far. Due to the shortage of manpower over the past week, their workload had been immense, almost forcing each person to do the work of two, breeding deep resentment. Upon hearing these words, Fu Wei trembled with rage. Fine. Playing the victim first, are we? Fu Wei snorted coldly. You can fool the leadership, but not me. I've studied nuclear fusion for nearly 2 decades, and I have all the parameters memorized by heart. Nuclear fusion doesn't require so much data because the hardest part is its uncontrollability. This is an unsolvable problem for current human technology. It's not as simple as using carbon rods to block hydrogen fusion reactions. You're putting on such a grand show just to scam research funding. Wang Yu, why don't you take a look at the documents I just gave you first? Fu Wei, I told you your documents are useless. Wang Yu sighed helplessly, but they contain the controllable fusion formula, and your job is simply to conduct experiments based on this formula to get results as quickly as possible. Nonsense. Who proposes a formula first, and then experiments to verify it? Do you take me for a fool? With that, Fu Wei turned to Dong. Old Dong, call the general and report that the Central Military Region is defrauding research funds. But before he could finish, he froze. Because he saw that the researchers he had brought, including his old partner Dong, he were sitting on the floor scribbling calculations furiously with pens. What are you doing? Dong, he snapped out of it and quickly waved at Fu Wei, his expression as silly as a fool. Come on, join us in calculating. This formula is really different. Hearing this, Fu Wei was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Has the brainless one finally lost his mind? He instinctively turned his gaze to the documents in his hand. And that one look lasted 2 hours. Fu Wei maintained the posture of holding documents. It wasn't until the evening when Dong he brought dinner that he awoke from Wang Yu's formula. This set of formulas truly is different. He didn't eat, but instead found a chair to sit down, taking a pen to start calculating on a piece of draft paper. The nuclear fusion we are currently studying can be referred to as hydrogen fusion, which involves hydrogen fusing into helium and producing enormous energy. Helium fusion can still fuse to generate silicon. The controllable nuclear fusion technology developed by Wang Yu is a direct nuclear fusion reaction from silicon known in our academic circles as refusion. We have always studied fusion starting from scratch, but Wang Yu unexpectedly broke free from conventional thinking, directly using stones to produce silicon and then conducting fusion reactions. Had it not been for this formula, we might have needed another decade to reach this point. This was Fu Wei's most shocking realization upon seeing the formula. Science is often like this. A simple shift in thinking can turn the possible into the impossible. Just like Newton, who was struck by an apple and conceived the law of universal gravitation. Just like Hero, who boiled water and discovered the power of steam. All of this stems from a simple shift in thinking, yet that shift is often the most difficult. Wang Yu's set of calculations spanning several pages has turned the impossible into the possible. Where's that kid? Halfway through the calculations, Fu Wei suddenly stopped and turned to look at his old partner beside him. What's wrong? Dong, he asked. I need to apologize to him. My arrogance not only delayed the research progress, but also caused trouble at the Central Military District. Fu Wei rubbed his temples helplessly. I should change my temperament. In the past I was lucky, but this time I got slapped in the face. Dong, he chuckled. It's fine. A director. Wang didn't take it to heart. He said long ago that an apology isn't necessary. We are all researchers, and it's normal to get anxious during discussions. However, the research here cannot be delayed just because we arrived late, so now our institute's researchers must catch up. Fu Wei exhaled. Then let's work overtime so the researchers at the Central Military District can see that we are not just a bunch of nitpickers. Dong, he nodded seriously. We can't let others look down on us. From that night on, the researchers at the institute, under the leadership of Fu Wei and Dong, he began a 3-week period of overtime work. During this time, the researchers rarely had a good night's sleep or a proper meal. Usually whoever was hungry would just grab a bite in the cafeteria, and whoever was tired would take a nap in a nearby room. Because of this, the researchers at the Central Military District started to compete as well, adopting a 007 work schedule. Zhao Zihao was so exhausted that he began cursing. Damn it. Before the researchers from the institute arrived, I was already this tired, and now with the institute people here, I'm still this damn tired. Aren't those guys from the institute just wasting their time? Gao Chong looked at his greasy parting hair and long beard, unable to hold back his laughter. Hey, I must say you really do have a bit of Captain Jia's vibe. Zhao Zihao rolled his eyes at him. Screw Captain, I'm part of the damn fried dough twist class. After spouting a curse that would take a while to untangle, Zhao Zihao tossed away his cigarette and returned to the research center to continue working. Finally, with the unyielding efforts of the researchers, the nuclear fusion calculations were completed a week ahead of schedule. The moment Fu Wei's hand lifted off the keyboard, the researchers in the entire research center were brought to tears. Many of these researchers were women, and during this time, quite a few hadn't even had their periods. Moreover, many male researchers, due to prolonged sitting, had developed hemorrhoids and borrowed sanitary pads from their female colleagues. They had all put in tremendous effort for the scientific cause, and today they finally had results. Although we haven't actually manufactured this refusion engine, yet we have made significant breakthroughs in nuclear fusion control. Our aircraft carrier's route is relatively short and does not use nuclear power for propulsion, but now even if our navigation is not as globally extensive as Eagle Sauce, we can still carry nuclear energy equipment. Because our equipment costs have been reduced to a negligible level. Dong, he was extremely excited at this moment, while also feeling admiration for Wang Yu's spirit of dedication. Such a scientific achievement that could win the highest honors in the technological world, one that could allow him and generations to live in luxury, was actually donated to the country without asking for a penny. No wonder the 3 masters from the Central Military District said a few days ago that Wang Yu was destined to become a sage. Such noble character truly deserves the respect of every cutting-edge researcher. During this time, Wang Yu was actually not idle. He utilized the future technology system to build another refusion guiding device in a factory. Initially, he intended to conduct fusion reactions directly using a small artificial sun and then experiment, but that was somewhat troublesome, and the technology points he had recently acquired were substantial. The previous 100,000 Longmen class students and the recent researchers from the institute had contributed significantly to his technology point income. One could say that Wang Yu had now escaped poverty and achieved freedom with technology points. No wonder those who win the lottery spend their winnings in an instant. Suddenly having money, I also started to waste it. Wang Yu pouted. After a brief burst of splurging, he returned to his usual frugal state. No way. I have to earn back the technology points I spent. Saying this, Wang Yu went directly to the research center, gathering the researchers who had just taken a short break along with all the students from the Longman class. You all have worked hard. Wang Yu stood at the front and said, I heard that the calculations were completed yesterday morning. The workload of 3 weeks has been reduced to 2 weeks. You truly are the most outstanding researchers. Hearing this, Zhao Zihao, who had already learned about Wang Yu, spoke up. Director Wang, stop flattering us. We listened to your advice before and ended up working 2 extra weeks. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, before Wang Yu started his persuasion, aside from his signature smile, there was also a segment of rainbow praise that resembled a spellcasting gesture. Wang Yu waved his hand. The upcoming work does not require overtime, but it must continue as usual. While you were working overtime, I built a refusion guiding device so we can begin the experiments. 1 month later, Central Military District. Director Wang, the entire power system of the Central Military District has been shut down and the cables have all been connected. The backup power supply is ready too. Zhao Zihao stood in the research center reporting to Wang Yu. As he spoke, a voice came in before Yu Chen arrived, revealing him to be drenched in sweat, clearly extremely anxious. Wang Yu chuckled as he handed him a glass of water. Why do you look like someone who just had their toilet paper snatched away? I didn't see you this nervous back in the tank department. Yu Chen. Is it the same? The tank, no matter how advanced, is still a tank, but what they are about to test is a groundbreaking experiment. After exhaling, Yu Chen asked with a trembling voice, Old Wang, tell me honestly, what is the success rate of this test? Wang Yu waved his hand. Don't call me Old Wang, I live next door to you. With a smile, he added, don't take it too heavily, I'm afraid you'll faint suddenly. The estimated success rate for the experiment is quite high. Conservatively, it should be around 90%. So there's still a 10% chance of failure. Yu Chen felt even more anxious. The tank was like his kidney, and this new fusion engine was equivalent to his heart. If this thing is really developed, everyone involved in this research will be recorded in the annals of history. Wang Yu led a group of researchers and military technicians, expending tremendous effort to finally develop the fusion engine, signaling that starting today, China will enter the era of nuclear fusion energy. This is progress for the people of China and progress for humanity. All the names of the researchers will be inscribed on the commemorative monument. During the 2 months of work, Yu Chen had heard those researchers discuss this many times. It was a great honor, but also a tremendous responsibility. At this moment, they had reached the final testing phase. If successful, from today, China would be the country stepping into a new era on this planet. First world, second world, third world. After the success of this experiment, the entire world will be divided into 2. One is China, and the other is the oil energy world beyond China. The setting sun resembled blood. The light gradually disappeared from the earth, and the streetlights in the city were lit. If observed from a satellite cloud map, the Central Military District, which should have been brightly lit, was completely dark today. It seemed shrouded in a thick veil, blending in with the surrounding vegetation. At this moment, Wang Yu was standing in the square where an operation platform had been set up, surrounded by numerous researchers, military technicians, and all the students from Longman class. Taking a deep breath, he said, Everyone, after 2 months of intense work, thank you for your hard work. Now let's allow the Central Military District to enter the era of fusion. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone tensed up. The surroundings became eerily quiet, as if only the slightly trembling sound of breathing could be heard. Tap, tap. Footsteps rose and fell on the ground as if the dust had become sticky, drawing gray lines in the air. Wang Yu, who had previously felt nothing, was also affected by the atmosphere becoming tense. He slowly raised his hand and pressed the button on the control panel. Fusion engine practical test. Start. The button sank with no sound, or perhaps any sound was drowned out by the heavy breathing around. This epoch-making test seemed so ordinary at this moment. It was as if an opening ceremony held by some local tycoon was far more grand than this. The large screen beside them lit up with blue light, displaying characters that everyone could clearly see. Fusion engine starting up. Initiating silicon element fusion. After the 2 lines of text disappeared, a loud roar of machinery echoed from afar. This was the signal for nuclear fusion to commence. A layer of sweat appeared on everyone's forehead, and the tense air became sticky, causing a slight feeling of suffocation. Hiss. Like the sound of a bus brake being applied, a loud hissing noise erupted. At that moment, the 3rd line of text finally appeared on the large screen. Controlling silicon element fusion. Tick. A drop of sweat slid down Shui Lao's cheek and fell to the ground. As it splashed up some dust, the 4th line of text appeared on the large screen. Silicon element fusion control successful, energy conversion progress 1. It succeeded. Chao Dabatsi gasped as if a drowning person finally got rescued. While gasping, he managed to shout out. Wang Yu, standing at the control panel, shook his head. Not yet. The fusion engine must reach 100% on its first startup to be considered successful. Chow Debatsi. Hu Lao softly said, "Wait a bit longer, it's almost there, almost there." Even though he was trying to comfort them, he was tugging at his hair, looking as if he might faint. Energy conversion progress 3. Energy conversion progress 5. Energy conversion progress 12. As time passed and the progress on the large screen increased, everyone became increasingly tense. It was akin to someone holding in their urine. Although one might be anxious, they could still hold it for a long time. But once you step into the restroom, you instantly feel like your bladder is about to explode at any moment. Energy conversion progress 90. Energy conversion progress 95. Huff, huff, huff. It's almost done, it's almost complete. China is about to enter the era of nuclear fusion energy. Finally, the last line of text appeared on the large screen. Energy conversion progress 100. Fusion engine begins normal operation. In the next second, all the lights in the central military district lit up instantly, as if a beam of light shot up into the sky, tearing through the heavens. The square erupted with hysterical cheers. Aunt. Damn. I thought I was going to suffocate. We did it. We truly did it. China has entered a new energy era. We will be the most unique country in the world. Fu Wei and Dong He were in tears. The researchers from the Central Military District and the Academy embraced each other. Some students from Longmen class even kissed in celebration. Lin Xiaoran cheered as she rushed to the control panel, hugging Wang Yu and giving him a playful slap. Zhao Huanhuan took off her jacket and waved it frantically. Yu Qin clutched his heart, tears streaming down his face as if he had just regained something. Hu Lao pulled off the last strand of hair from his head, while Chow Debatsi's legs went weak, and he sat down on the ground, dropping the emergency, heart-saving pills he was holding. Everyone's anxious hearts finally landed. At this moment, Wang Xinlin, who had been observing the experiment from the corner, looked at his watch. Only 5 minutes have passed. Why does it feel like a year has just gone by? Finally, we did it. The revelry continued into the night. Until the next day's meeting, smiles still adorned everyone's faces. It is truly regrettable that I could not come to witness this grand event in person. General Liu's video projection appeared on the big screen. Due to Eagle Sauce's setbacks in the World Joint Military Exercise, there had been frequent small maneuvers recently, and General Liu had been holding meetings in the capital. Thank you for your hard work, General. Although Wang Yu was engaged in scientific research, he understood that those involved in strategy like himself were also engaged in high-intensity mental labor. Even sitting in the office, the physical consumption was considerable. From the video, it was evident that in just a few months, General Liu had lost quite a bit of weight. General Liu waved his hand. We old folks can only play some tricks against Eagle Sauce. The future still relies on you to elevate Huaxiao to the peak of the world. This was not just a formality, but General Liu's sincere words. Not only were Wang Yu's groundbreaking military technologies remarkable, but other researchers, such as Wang Xinlin, Fu Wei, and Dong He, were equally significant. Even now, there were 3 masters who resembled mascots. It was the efforts of these individuals that gave them the confidence to make strategic moves. After the compliments, the main content of the meeting began: whether this fusion reactor could be mass-produced and when it could reach practical levels. This was not only a concern for General Liu, but also for the leaders above. The issue of energy was paramount for every country. Countries with vast energy reserves can control the world economy. Camels living in the desert, when they make their entrance, seem to have their background music changed to "I have money," each one shining in gold, as if they would adorn themselves with gold. When Huaxia first began trading with them, they were indeed shocked by their lavishness. And the bear also emerged from the quagmire, relying on energy exports. I remember before winter, their energy export channels encountered issues, prompting countries in Europe and America to scramble to purchase Huaxia's electric blankets. Although this year was a warm winter and the electric blankets were hardly used, this illustrates how terrifying an energy crisis can be for humanity. If Huaxia could utilize nuclear fusion energy, it could earn oil money using cheap resources. Then, Huaxia would become the richest country in the world. At this moment, Fu Wei, who had been silent, stood up with some excitement. General Liu, actually, when I was researching the fusion reactor, I was already investigating mass production efforts. As he spoke, he took out a map from his document bag. This is our Huaxiao map, which includes 23 provinces, 4 municipalities, 5 autonomous regions, and 2 special administrative regions. Among these, there are 333 prefecture-level regions, 2844 county-level regions, and over 400 townships. Considering some special plans for sparsely populated areas, it is estimated that constructing 120 large fusion reactors would suffice to supply energy for the entire Huaxia. At this moment, General Liu interjected. In addition to supplying energy to urban and town areas, military strongholds must also have separate machines to ensure retaliation capability when necessary. Fu Wei nodded. General Liu, would it be sufficient to increase the budget by 20 fusion reactors? 17 will suffice. General Liu replied. Fu Wei exhaled. Rough calculations suggest we would need about 137 fusion reactors. Given the current manufacturing efficiency, we can produce 12 to 15 a year. As he spoke, he made a solemn promise. General Liu, I am applying to take full responsibility for this project. Within 10 years, I will ensure that all of Huaxia steps into the era of nuclear fusion energy. 10 years. Regardless of whether the subject is a person or a country, it is an incredibly long time. 10 years ago, Huaxia said, everyone come take a look at me. I am not as bad as the rumors suggest. 10 years later, Huaxia declared, screw you, if you don't want to look, then don't. Keep talking nonsense and I'll deal with you. The disparity of the transformation and the speed of the eruption is beyond imagination. Of course, in these 10 years, not only have we changed, but the bear has also risen from the quagmire. The John Bull has been toyed with, and the lighthouse of Eagle Sauce has become increasingly odd. So when General Liu heard that Fu Wei needed 10 years to officially bring Huaxia into the nuclear fusion energy era, he felt somewhat disappointed. However, this was already very good. Even if Huaxia is not the only nuclear fusion energy country in the world a decade from now, it could still be the first to propose such a plan. But just then Wang Yu suddenly tapped the table, pulling everyone present out of their future fantasies. Director Fu, 10 years. Seems a bit too long. My. Fu Wei paused for a moment. I have already calculated this using the highest work efficiency. The time cannot be compressed further. Wang Yu smiled and waved his hand. I remember when I first joined the Central Military Region Research Institute, I said I wanted to bring in a batch of new military industrial talents. Back then, Elder Shui and Elder Hu, including Elder Chao, who transferred to the Central Military Region later, all thought I wanted to establish my own school. But that is not the case. This batch of 100,000 Longmen class students was specifically selected for the construction of the fusion reactor. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. It turned out that Wang Yu had already begun researching new energy devices from that time. No wonder he immediately produced research plans and fusion formulas. However, Fu Wei still did not accept Wang Yu's words. The fusion reactor is cutting-edge technology, though only a small portion of the Longmen class students are graduate students. Most are undergraduates and associate degree holders. None are PhD. How could they possibly build this? Wang Yu remained confidently smiling, then took out a thick document from the folder beside him. While you were busy conducting experiments, I also held some classes and completed the design drawings for the production line. Once the production line is completed, these Longmen class students will only need to perform the simplest tasks to assemble the fusion reactors. 10 years is too long. In 2 years, Huaxia will enter the era of nuclear fusion energy. Fu Wei, are you even human? Every time during experiments, Wang Yu was present, working almost the same hours as the researchers. How could he secretly put in overtime? This is truly an era of intense competition. Those who are more gifted than you are working even harder. Most importantly, Wang Yu is still so young. Once he accomplishes this great feat, he could probably be compared with the esteemed figures like Qian Lao and Yu Lao in the field of scientific research. Moreover, he is the youngest scientific achievement figure in Huaxia. The construction of the production line for the fusion reactor was entrusted entirely to Fu Wei and Dong He. They immediately began their research upon receiving the design blueprints. At the same time, the Dragon Gate class transitioned from theory to practice. Fu Wei believed that even the simplest tasks, being part of the production of a nuclear fusion energy device, required prior training. Therefore, under my leadership, the 100,000 students of the Dragon Gate class also participated in the construction of the production line. By learning while building, they would deepen their understanding of the fusion reactor once the production line was completed. As for Wang Yu, he was taken away by Wang Xinlin right after the meeting that day. What a joke! Wang Xinlin had already been at the Central Military District for a week. Upon learning that Wang Yu had truly developed and successfully tested the nuclear fusion energy, he was so excited he felt like he could fly. The market for mechanical exoskeletons was no longer dominated solely by China. Several military families in the Eagle Nation had begun their research, and with the world's technological resources at their disposal, their breakthroughs came swiftly. Take it slow, brother. Wang Yu was practically dragged into the factory by Wang Xinlin. If it weren't for Lin Xiaoran knowing him, he might have already received a righteous punch. We can't wait. Wang Xinlin was in a state of excitement. After taking several deep breaths, he pulled out his phone and handed it to Wang Yu. During the last World Joint Military Exercise, the Eagle Nation showcased the mechanical exoskeleton for my company, and at that time their endurance was still significantly lower than ours. But now look at this. This is a new product jointly researched by Ike and another military company, which not only has greatly improved endurance, but also significant breakthroughs in usage and power. Hearing this, Wang Yu immediately became serious. He took the phone, opened the first video on the screen. In the video, an Eagle Nation soldier was wearing an armor suit similar to Iron Man, using the intense flames emitted from his hands and feet to fly gracefully through the air. This could no longer be called a mechanical exoskeleton, it was already a personal flying device. It was incredibly agile, and even with insufficient altitude, it could evade enemy attacks, with its formidable maneuverability. How is the armor's impact resistance? Wang Yu asked, frowning. Wang Xinlin shook his head, saying, "It's still unclear for now, but I heard that during the individual combat project of the World Joint Military Exercise, their combat suits already demonstrated strong impact resistance. It's just that our new type daggers were so powerful that they couldn't fully showcase their true strength." Although the Eagle Nation soldier in the video was still connected to a thick power cable, both he and Wang Xinlin understood that this was not an issue. Even if adding energy storage made the armor heavy, it paled in comparison to such strong maneuverability. Damn it, I didn't expect them to be so fast. They will likely begin real combat tests in 6 months. Wang Yu pondered for a moment before dialing General Liu's number on his phone. Wang Yu, what happened? General Liu's voice was very steady on the other end. Wang Yu took a deep breath and asked, "General Liu, I want to know if the Eagle Nation has military exercises scheduled in 6 months. My. General Liu was taken aback for a moment. Ordinarily, such information shouldn't be easily disclosed. After a moment of thought, he finally spoke. There are reports that they will hold exercises in the Pacific Sea in 6 months, but it's still uncertain if they will approach us. What's wrong? Does this affect your research? Wang Yu exhaled, saying, "Just now Wang Xinlin sent me a video of the Eagle Nation testing their new mechanical exoskeleton. I anticipate they will conduct final tests in 6 months. It's very likely that this exercise will serve that purpose." The other end of the call suddenly fell silent. About half a minute later, General Liu finally spoke again. Understood. This information is very helpful for our strategic planning. By the way, since you know they will conduct final tests, then I guess you wouldn't be indifferent, right? Wang Yu chuckled. "You really understand me, General Liu." "With your assurance, General Liu." Wang Yu suddenly became serious as he firmly stated, "In 6 months, when the Eagle Nation conducts exercises in the Pacific Sea, our latest mechanical exoskeleton will also be successfully developed. At that time, we can compare notes. Which is stronger, their Iron Man or our divine machine refinement?" Hearing this, General Liu laughed heartily. "Good. As long as you succeed in your development in 6 months, when the Eagle Nation exercises in the Pacific Sea, we will also conduct exercises there." After hanging up the phone, Wang Yu let out a long breath. He never expected to set such a flag for himself one day. "However, I have a system. I'm not afraid of your Iron Man." Meanwhile, standing beside Wang Xinlin. Although he was equally exhilarated while listening to Wang Yu talk on the phone with General Liu, he had to return to reality and eat one bite at a time. Thus, he hesitantly asked, "Wang Yu, although you have successfully developed the fusion reactor to utilize stones to produce vast amounts of energy, but do you really have a way to shrink it down to fit into a mechanical exoskeleton?" Wang Yu did not answer directly, but instead looked at him and asked a question. "Brother Wang Xinlin, do you know what color a miracle is?" Wang Xinlin, "I'm discussing technology with you. How did we get to literature?" After pondering for a moment, he replied, "I don't want to know what color a miracle is. I just want to know if you are confident in shrinking the fusion reactor." Wang Yu's lips curved into a slight smile, saying, "Brother, just wait. You will find out what color a miracle is." 3 months later. During this time, the research team was extremely busy, with everyone hardly having time to take care of their appearances. Even Dong, he the wig enthusiast, had stopped wearing wigs. Meanwhile, the students of the Dragon Gate class were all covered in dirt. The once pristine young girls looked like they could scrape off 2 pounds of mud from their faces. However, their efforts were not in vain. The construction of the large fusion reactor production line was completed. "I need to quickly inform Director Wang of this news." Fu Wei wiped the sweat off his forehead, feeling extremely happy. Dong, he nodded, saying, "Hurry up. He has been in the Special Manufacturing Department's factory, seemingly researching some mechanical exoskeleton." Fu Wei was taken aback. Wang Xinlin's project. What's so good about researching that? Isn't the fusion reactor more cutting edge? Saying this, he hurriedly left. When he arrived at the Special Manufacturing Department's factory, he saw Wang Xinlin smoking. "Is Director Wang inside?" Wang Xinlin. "Is Director Wang inside?" Wang Xinlin. Fu Wei suddenly got angry, wondering what's going on. "You took our Director Wang away and didn't even acknowledge me when I came to report my work achievements. Are researchers on mechanical exoskeletons that proud?" However, Wang Xinlin just stared blankly at him, lips moving as he struggled to say, "Dean Fu, do you know what color a miracle is?" Fu Wei, "What do you mean?" Wang Xinlin ignored him and continued somewhat frantically, "I didn't know at first. But just now, Wang Yu demonstrated it to me with action. Miracles are red, they are the red of China." As soon as he finished speaking, a red shadow broke through the factory's roof and shot up into the sky. Fu Wei was completely dumbfounded. What on earth did I just see? What just shot up into the sky? He then looked at Wang Xinlin and asked, what is that thing? Wang Xinlin grinned. Haven't you all been aware of what Wang Yu and I have been researching lately? It's the latest mechanical exoskeleton. Fu Wei's eyes widened. This is a bit absurd, isn't it? Although he had watched videos of Eagle Sauce testing mechanical exoskeletons and knew that those could fly around like mechanical armor. But that red shadow just now seemed to surpass the realm of mechanical armor. It looked to be 2 to 3 meters tall, resembling a behemoth. Is it mechanical armor or a Gundam robot? Seeing Fu Wei so shocked, Wang Xinlin's mood improved considerably. He pointed to the factory building and said, there should be another one inside. You can take a closer look and see why I refer to it as a miracle. Upon hearing this, Fu Wei immediately pushed open the factory door and walked in. He saw Wang Yu and Lin Xiaoran discussing something in the middle. Further inside, a large battle armor 2 to 3 meters tall stood quietly. The armor was not designed to be humanoid, rather it resembled robust armor. The head was tightly fitted against the shoulders with some exposed pipes at every joint. Rather than resembling a Gundam, it looked more like a Zaku. Is this the miracle? After observing for a while, a wave of disappointment surged in Fu Wei's heart. As a scientist in his 40s, he was no stranger to anime featuring mechanical armor. Fu Wei had watched such anime during his student days, which filled him with fantasies about the future world and inspired him to become a scientist. However, the Zaku design that once amazed people now felt somewhat outdated. It seemed to carry a strong sense of poverty. Can those pipes really be exposed? Wouldn't that make them easy targets for enemies? At that moment, Wang Yu also noticed Fu Wei's figure, and he stopped the discussion, walking over. Director Fu, what brings you here? Is there something going on with the large fusion reactor? Fu Wei quickly responded. Director Wang, the production line for the large fusion reactor has been completed. We can start mass production at any time. Wang Yu nodded, saying, all right, I'll contact General Liu shortly. He will arrange for the funding and materials. After the report, Fu Wei pointed inside the factory and asked, is this the latest mechanical exoskeleton? Wang Yu smiled slightly. This is the initial model, as it is entirely made from alloy 0514. Well, that's the new type of alloy we mentioned before, so it can only be made like this. Fu Wei nodded somewhat hesitantly. Although the design isn't that flexible, you can't just leave the pipes exposed. There was something he held back. Can this really be called a miracle by Wang Xinlin? Wang Yu smiled, slightly understanding that Fu Wei had been deceived by the spectacle. He then explained with a smile, Director Fu, I just mentioned that this armor is entirely made from alloy 0514. And who said it isn't flexible? Saying this, Wang Yu looked at Lin Xiaoran beside him. Xiaoran, get on the machine and show Director Fu. Zhao Huanhuan is probably off somewhere flying around. Lin Xiaoran shrugged her shoulders. All right, but you have to promise to come home with me tomorrow. My mom has asked about you several times. Lin Xiaoran's mother. A woman who could be described as a very traditional Chinese matriarch. Not that she was frail, but rather she held a commanding presence at home. Even Section Chief Lin, who managed all security matters in the central military region and commanded numerous troops, turned into a meek lamb the moment he returned home, completely under her thumb. During his last break at home, when Chief Lin heard that his daughter was in a relationship and secretly dared not admit it, he immediately slammed the table. Our daughter is already this old. You need to be more vigilant as a father. Don't let some scumbag toy with her feelings. Thus, bringing her boyfriend home to meet her mother became a mission assigned to Lin Xiaoran. Lately, the central military region had been intensely busy developing the fusion engine and mechanical exoskeleton, and Lin Xiaoran understood she couldn't disturb Wang Yu during this time. But now that the project had succeeded, this matter naturally had to be prioritized. However, while Lin Xiaoran had always been afraid of her mother, Wang Yu saw no issue with it. Because this Annie's personality was almost identical to that of his own mother when she was younger. Wang Yu's mother was also born into a military family, the youngest daughter, and had been spoiled into a veritable female bandit. Now that she's older, she remains a dominatrix at home. For instance, last time Scarface visited Wang Yu's home, Wang Yu's father tried to reason with him and nearly got beaten. The shout, "Come at me," was actually from Wang Yu's mother. The "no" was from Wang Yu himself. Although she was stunned by the sudden gunshot, she instinctively ran over to embrace her husband. This shows it clearly. Old Wang, even though he had fought in wars when Young was at home, the little darling sheltered in his wife's arms. So, for Wang Yu, meeting Lin Xiaoran's mother only brought the normal nervousness of a junior meeting an elder. No problem, I'll take leave tomorrow. It's been almost a year since I came to the central military region, and I haven't had a single day off. Wang Yu said, turning his gaze to Fu Wei. Dean Fu, bring the 3 master craftsmen along. Let's have a meeting right here in the workshop. I have to go meet the parents tomorrow. Fu Wei was silent. He had been in the central military region for a while, but had focused entirely on work, unaware of Wang Yu and Lin Xiaoran's relationship. Hearing this now, he was instantly confused. weren't they? Brothers. How did it suddenly come to meeting the parents? Young people sure know how to have fun. 15 minutes later, the three master craftsmen, Yu Chen, Fu Wei Dong, he, and some research personnel had gathered in the special department's workshop. Holy crap! Is this the mechanical exoskeleton you developed? Zhao Ziheo's eyes widened. Isn't this a bit too cool, eh? Will there be merchandise for this later? Yu Chen also swallowed hard. What man especially between 20 and 40 wouldn't love a mechanical battlesuit? The three master craftsmen, however, were astounded by the capabilities of Wang Yu and Wang Xinlin. Although the previous 0514 fighter jet, the magnetic storm tank, and the new military dagger all seemed straight out of a sci-fi film. But this thing was the true protagonist of a sci-fi movie. Wang Yu stood at the front and cleared his throat twice. This battle suit is benchmarked against the latest mechanical exoskeleton from the Eagle Nation. This model is named Red Dragon. It's considered a heavy battle suit. We'll develop slightly smaller ones later, and I've pre-named that model Azure Dragon. Just then Zhao Huanhuan, who had recently returned, raised her hand. Since we have the Azure Dragon, will there be a white tiger? Wang Yu was speechless. He'd have to advise her later to stop reading those strange novels. What was going on in that girl's head? Ignoring Zhao Huanhuan, Wang Yu shot her a glare and continued, but it won't be cumbersome. For delicate tasks it can operate just as well. As he spoke, Lin Xiaoran, clad in the Red Dragon suit, raised her hand, and from the massive palm of the Azure Dragon, a very slender mechanical arm extended. The crowd nodded in approval. This design ensured combat power while also accommodating fine repair work. Its capabilities were indeed comprehensive. The energy for this type of battle suit comes from a small fusion engine in the head. Lin Xiaoran coordinated with Wang Yu's explanation by opening the head of her suit, revealing a basketball-sized stone emitting a faint red glow that floated up. This is the firestone that powers the fusion engine. One can supply the suit with energy for 10 days. Wang Yu couldn't help but smile as he spoke. The Eagle Nation's latest suit still needs to be connected to cables during testing. Even if they later equip a battery pack, their power can't last 10 days. Of course, if war breaks out and personnel need to pilot the Red Dragon for missions behind enemy lines, we can carry spare firestones. Each suit can store up to 3 firestones, meaning a month's worth of energy. Hearing this, the three master craftsmen rubbed their hands in excitement. They were all veteran researchers, well aware of this suit's significance to the nation. In truth, any weapon besides its use in war serves one purpose: military deterrence. Fighters, tanks, individual weapons, even mushroom-class missiles. All are meant to deter others. Even if I don't use them, having them forces you to sit down and reason with me. That's why after the Eagle Nation fooled John Bull and the Rooster, they became mere vassals. If the launch of mushroom-class weapons must be approved by the Eagle Nation, what deterrence is left? And after pledging not to be the first to use mushroom-class weapons, such a mechanical battle suit becomes the greatest military deterrent. Is it difficult to operate? Scarface, Chow asked first. Wang Yu shook his head. Not at all, it's basically foolproof. With a little familiarization, almost anyone can operate it perfectly. Zhao Huanhuan nodded beside him. After just 5 minutes of familiarization, I could control the Red Dragon suit for special flight maneuvers. Hearing this, Wang Xinlin, who had been silent, suddenly brightened, as if struck by an idea. He stepped forward and spoke. Wang Yu, let me discuss something with you. This suit still needs testing. I have a rather special candidate in mind to try it out. If he can operate it successfully, then surely anyone else can master it. Wang Yu was taken aback. A friend of yours? Wang Xinlin shook his head. An elder of mine currently paralyzed at home. Wang Guoxing, male, 90 years old. He was Wang Xinlin's grandfather, a veteran of the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea during a battle at Hill 537. 7. He was shot in the right shoulder by an American soldier from about 200 meters away. Yes, 200 meters. The enemy hadn't charged. The two trenches were merely 200 meters apart. After returning home wounded, he actively responded to the nation's call. Taking his newlywed wife, he embarked on the path to support the frontiers, spending his entire life rooted in the northwestern wilderness. Because he was originally from Huayang, he returned to his hometown in his old age. When Wang Yu heard that the person Wang Xinlin recommended was such a figure, he immediately decided to postpone visiting his mother-in-law the next day. However, to avoid excessive awkwardness, when they met a few days later, Lin Xiaoran returned home first. Going back with her was Lin Xiao, who served as a diversionary target. This was Section Chief Lin's idea. After all, Wang Yu, the little white pig who once coveted his own cabbage, had now transformed into a little golden pig of substance. He needed to be well protected from any harm his mother-in-law might inflict. 2 days later, Old Master Wang Guoxing arrived at the Central Military Region on a special plane. Greeting him were not only the three master craftsmen, but also General Liu, who had made a special trip from the capital. The cabin door opened, and Wang Xinlin pushed a wheelchair down the plane steps. Old Master Wang looked spirited. Although advanced in age and paralyzed in recent years due to health reasons, he still tried his best to straighten his back when he saw so many people in military uniforms welcoming him. Salute to Comrade Wang Guoxing, a veteran. At General Liu's command, everyone present saluted Old Master Wang almost in unison. Tears of emotion welled up in Old Master Wang's eyes. Slightly trembling, he returned the salute. It was then that Wang Yu stepped forward. He first greeted Old Master Wang, then looked at Wang Xinlin. Old brother, was the journey smooth? Wang Xinlin gave a wry smile. When I got home and said I wanted to bring my grandfather to the central military region, my dad almost beat me to death. Luckily, my grandfather dotes on me. He grabbed his cane and went to teach his son a lesson. In truth, Wang Xinlin had already regretted his decision the day he proposed having Old Master Wang test the Red Dragon armor. After all, his grandfather was so old, if anything went wrong, he would live in guilt forever. But he simply couldn't bear to give up this opportunity. He remembered how, when he was a child, this old man, holding a disabled soldier certificate in one hand, would carry him on his shoulders and stroll through the park with light steps. But as time passed, he grew up while his grandfather could only sit in a wheelchair with a urine bag. Faced with a chance to let his grandfather stand again, Wang Xinlin truly didn't want to give up. When Wang Xinlin brought up the matter at home and faced opposition from the whole family, Old Master Wang simply turned his wheelchair slowly, came before them, smiled, and his eyes glistened with tears of excitement. He said softly, "I didn't expect the country still has use for these old bones." Indeed, Old Master Wang wasn't highly educated. His highest qualification was attending a junior high honor school after returning home wounded. He didn't have many impassioned words or phrases. He could only use the simplest words to express his feelings. The country still has use for these old bones. How wonderful. Everyone arrived at the Special Department's factory building. Wang Yu began introducing the Red Dragon armor again. The operation of this armor is very simple. It's entirely made of 0514 alloy. It's equipped with micromissiles, nuclear fusion combat knives, electromagnetic interference devices, and a series of conventional weapons. Its anti-interference capability can reach up to 95. To ensure the safety of the operator, the armor is also equipped with various basic medications. If a soldier is injured during combat, the armor system will automatically administer basic treatment, ensuring the driver's combat capability and life safety. Hearing this, Old Master Wang gently beckoned to Wang Yu. "Little lad, so you're saying that even if I wanted to die, I couldn't die inside this iron contraption, right?" The question was very direct. Wang Yu scratched his head and said solemnly, "Old Master Wang, I guarantee you won't have any safety issues." "Hep." Old Master Wang laughed. "You little lad, why are you making guarantees to me? Since when is battle without injury or death? Even if I die here today, it's contributing to the country. It has nothing to do with you. Don't be so quick to shoulder the burden of a life. It's too heavy." Because they had been waiting for Old Master Wang in the previous days, no tests had been conducted. Now they had arrived at the testing ground. Begin preparations for the test. Wang Yu was the general director of this operation. Watching him busily moving about up front, Master Shui and Master Hu felt a sense of daze. They remembered that just a year ago he had first walked into the central military region. Today, he was already capable of taking on major responsibilities. "Do you think we should retire?" Master Shui couldn't help but sigh. Master Hu waved his hand with a smile, pointing at Old Master Wang, who was curiously staring at the screen in the distance. "This old comrade hasn't brought it up yet, and you're already thinking of going home to hold your granddaughter." At this moment, Chao the Scar walked over and said with a smile, "Wait a bit longer. Wang Yu, this kid has ability, but his seniority is still too shallow. Let's not step down until he truly becomes the core of Wuxia's scientific research." Master Shui lowered his head and chuckled. "Then, let's shield him for a few more years." Thinking back to those years when the country needed to develop the latest main battle tank, the one-armed chief engineer had similarly shielded his apprentice and guided him forward. This was a legacy unique to Wuxia. At that moment, Wang Yu had finished the preparations. Now we begin testing the Red Dragon armor. First up is the defense capability. Everyone looked up. A Red Dragon armor unit had been placed in the center of the testing ground. Of course, it wasn't occupied by a driver, but by a silicone dummy. Wang Yu picked up the walkie-talkie and said, Yuchin, do you copy?" Yuchin copies. "Magnetic storm tank, prepare. Fire." The moment the words fell, a deafening roar came from the distance. Bang, 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 bang. A 150mm anti-aircraft machine gun unleashed a burst of fire at the Red Dragon armor. However, the bullets were deflected the moment they hit the armor. Not even a dent, let alone a scratch, was left behind. "What kind of cannon is that?" Old Master Wang asked curiously. "That's not a cannon, it's an anti-aircraft machine gun. It's a weapon on tanks used for suppressive fire and precision shooting." Wang Yu explained with a smile. "Old Master Wang, the world was developing so fast. Cannons weren't even called cannons anymore. They were starting to be called machine guns. A total of 200 bullets struck the armor of the Qi Long in an instant. However, these bullets merely produced sounds and left no trace on it. The observation point was far from the center of the testing ground. Yet everyone present seemed to feel a powerful wind. This was the formidable aura emanating from the Qi Long battle armor. It felt as though even the flowers, grasses, and trees in the world were bowing down to it. The current battle armor is under attack. Self-check program has been initiated. Damage to the battle armor is 0, and it can be operated normally. Looking at the data displayed on the large screen, old Wang couldn't help but widen his eyes. Bullets the size of cannonballs fired in rapid succession at this battle armor inflicted no damage whatsoever. This battle armor is simply incredible. If only this thing had existed back in the day, even with just one unit. My comrades wouldn't have had to sacrifice themselves, right? He couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. The battle at Hill 537. 7 was the most devastating battle in the entire Korean battlefield. Every time old Wang recalled it, he felt a deep sense of guilt. He was injured as soon as he entered the battlefield, so he was able to be successfully sent to the rear, but when the battle truly began, the entire hill turned into a hell on earth. Let alone being injured, some soldiers couldn't even return to their homeland after sacrificing themselves. Old Wang Yu approached at that moment and spoke softly. Now our country has grown powerful and technology is developing rapidly. This Qi Long battle armor uses alloy No. 0514, which has already been equipped on fighter jets and tanks. Our soldiers will no longer sacrifice themselves easily. Old Wang couldn't help but nod. Good. Fu Wei and Dong, he knew that the Central Military District had developed a new type of alloy, but they hadn't expected it to be this powerful. Seeing this scene was also very shocking. How on earth was this alloy created? Its impact resistance is simply extraordinary. Fu Wei couldn't help but exhale deeply. A machine gun with such immense power couldn't inflict any damage on it. This is too terrifying. Next to him, Yu Qin proudly raised his head. Director Fu, you might not know this. Our alloy No. 0514 has extremely strong impact resistance. The 3 master craftsmen had previously conducted tests in the northwest desert where the shockwave from a mushroom bomb could lift a fighter jet, yet it couldn't harm the jet in the slightest. In fact, after the mushroom bomb exploded and the radiation was cleared, that fighter jet could still take off normally. Hearing this, Fu Wei and Dong, he couldn't help but gasp in amazement. This thing can't be developed by Wang Yu, right? Of course. Yu Qin's sense of superiority was soaring. I used to think Director Wang was a genius in nuclear fusion, but I didn't expect him to have such deep knowledge of alloys. Dong, he couldn't help but exclaim. And that's not all. Yu Qin seemed to have opened a floodgate, eagerly introducing several researchers from the headquarters. Meanwhile, Wang Yu was oblivious to this side of the conversation, continuing to test the Qi Long battle armor. Now we begin the next test. Electromagnetic interference capability. With Wang Yu's command, military personnel from the missile department of the Central Military District brought several small missile launchers into the testing area. This is a lock-on tracking missile very suitable for testing electromagnetic interference. First, Wang Yu used an external controller to lift the Qi Long battle armor into the air. At the moment of activating the automatic cruise mode, he instructed the missile department to prepare for launch. 3, 2, launch. The instant the launch button was pressed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 10 missiles instantly ascended, heading straight for the Qi Long battle armor. But just then, the large screen immediately displayed 2 lines of prompts. Missile attack detected. Activating electromagnetic interference. The next second, those missiles that were supposed to pursue the enemy closely suddenly lost their targets and exploded midair. Bang, bang, bang. Old Wang couldn't help but applaud, exclaiming, incredible, simply amazing. Is this the stealth mode that the Eagle Sauce has been boasting about all along? Wang Yu explained with a smile. The stealth mode can shield radar detection, and our technology is slightly more advanced than theirs. It uses electromagnetic interference to disrupt the internal signals of the missiles, causing them to explode prematurely. As he spoke, Wang Yu looked at everyone. The defense capability of the Qi Long battle armor can be concluded here. As for alloy No. 0514, you all know that even if these missiles did hit it, they wouldn't cause any damage. The true purpose of electromagnetic interference is to disrupt the enemy's normal military deployment. No sooner had he finished speaking than the Qi Long battle armor, which was cruising in the sky, flew back to the observation point. Wang Yu looked at old Wang. Old man, the next test will depend on you. Old Wang took a deep breath, feeling both excited and nervous, and replied in a slightly trembling voice, I guarantee. I will complete the task. Wang Xinli nodded at Wang Yu, pushing old Wang closer to the Qi Long battle armor. Buzz. The hatch of the Qi Long battle armor opened, and a set of stairs extended automatically. Old Wang, there's no need to be nervous. Oh, just think of it as exercising at home. Wang Yu said with a smile. Old Wang nodded, and with Wang Xinlin's help he sat inside the Qi-Long battle armor. Buzz. The hatch closed. The screen before old Wang lit up, showing not only external visuals, but also various prompts. Connecting bodily functions, please attempt to move both arms. Seeing this, old Wang was taken aback. His right arm had been injured with a bullet passing through the shoulder blade, leaving a bullet hole on the front before exiting from the north. Thus, since his youth, his right arm had not been very agile. It can't be. Failing the task right from the start. Taking a deep breath, old Wang cautiously attempted to lift both arms. However, what he did not expect was that his right arm actually lifted up. No, it wasn't his right arm lifting, it was because he was connected to the armor that he mistakenly believed this armor was his own body. So amazing, truly amazing, old Wang exclaimed, and without waiting for another prompt on the screen, he began to move his legs. The sensation was just like that of his right arm. His legs had long since lost sensation, but sitting in this machine it felt as though they had recovered. At that moment, a prompt appeared on the screen again. All functions connected. Takeoff is possible. Takeoff. Just with this thought, old Wang felt a powerful thrust in his hands and feet. By the time he realized it, he was still in the sky. Old Master Wang, let's proceed to the next test. Please perform aerial rolls and, if possible, execute a few high-difficulty maneuvers to test the flexibility of the battle armor. Wang Yes' voice came from the machine beside him. Old Master Wang replied, all right. Perhaps it was due to the recovery of his physical sensations, but his voice now sounded strong and resonant. Taking a deep breath, old Master Wang began to control the Qiyun battle armor. Whooshed! A series of fluid backflips unfolded before everyone. Then the Qiyun battle armor shot straight into the sky, shutting off the thrusters at its peak and igniting flames just before landing, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Wow! Old Master Wang is impressive. This set of maneuvers could qualify for a fighter jet aerobatic competition. Xiao Daoba couldn't help but exclaim. The Qiyun battle armor is truly remarkable. Even an elderly person can perform such movements with ease. Those young warriors with a bit of training could unleash tremendous power. Shuai Lao and Hu Lao were equally excited. General Liu clenched his fists tightly, overwhelmed with emotion. He could already envision the scene of the 0514 fighter jet soaring alongside the Qiyun battle armor in the sky. Previously, he had felt a sense of crisis regarding the newly developed mechanical exoskeleton by the Eagle Nation. This was still the lingering effect of the fear of insufficient firepower. However, seeing the Qiyun battle armor perform such extreme operations at the hands of old Master Wang, he felt considerably reassured. Heh, the Iron Man of the Eagle Nation. Bah, the Qiyun battle armor is far superior. At this moment, Wang Yu picked up the intercom and said, Old Master Wang, you did exceptionally well. Let's move on to the next item, weapon testing. Next targets will be set up in the testing area. Old Master Wang, you just need to select a weapon based on the armor's prompts, aim, and shoot. The excited voice of Old Master Wang came through the intercom. Received. I will complete the task. About 5 seconds later, the first target area activated. This was a moving target with 10 armed criminals rapidly shifting along a track. Old Master Wang took a deep breath and raised his right hand. Ding, 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 ding. The first joints of his 5 fingers opened, revealing 5 machine guns. Begin. Shooting. No sooner had he finished speaking than a sound rang out, and the 5 machine guns each fired 2 rounds accurately, hitting the center of each target's forehead. Immediately afterward, the second target area appeared. These were solid pillars originally set as targets for artillery testing. This time, Old Master Wang chose the weapon, a military dagger known as the Artificial Sun. The Qiyun battle armor was a large suit and was not designed for close combat, so this military dagger was still a medium-range weapon. Suddenly, the wrist of the Qiyun battle armor opened, and 2 fan-like blades sprang forth. After swiftly slicing through all target pillars, they were retracted by an unseen force. How is this operated? Fu Wei couldn't help but ask at this moment. Old brother Wang Xinlin used nanofiber technology when researching mechanical exoskeletons. Back then it was used to connect each joint, but I have connected them to the weapons. Wang Yu explained with a smile, this nanofiber is deadly even when not connected to a weapon. When stretched, it can even slice through a moving cargo ship. Upon hearing this, General Liu nodded. Previously, when he was in the strategic department of the imperial capital, he had heard of a physicist who developed such a thing. Some imaginative person proposed a tactic named the Guzheng Plan. It involved placing these nanofibers in waterways and rapidly stretching them to perform cutting attacks when enemies appeared. However, due to the high rate of collateral damage, it was dismissed by the strategic department. Little did he expect that Wang Yu would use it as a means to connect weapons, transforming the Artificial Sun military dagger into a medium-range weapon. Not bad indeed, quite good, he couldn't help but praise. Wang Yu smiled. The testing isn't over yet, General Liu. At this moment, the third target appeared. It was a trench about 300 meters long with the targets resembling enemy infantry, all hiding inside. Shui Lao and Hu Lao exchanged glances and asked, "Are we going to use artillery to blow up the trench?" Wang Yu shook his head. "No, I call this attack method the trench destroyer." No sooner had he spoken than Old Master Wang piloted the Qiyun battle armor down to the ground. Still raising his right hand, this time his arm opened. Bang! A crisp firing sound echoed as a device about 20 centimeters long shot into the trench. In the next moment, the entire trench suddenly ignited in blazing flames. Even with artillery attacks, unless it's the main cannon of a magnetic storm tank, there would still be enemy soldiers surviving in the trench. However, this attack from the Qiyun battle armor can instantly eliminate all hidden enemies. Wang Yu said with a smile. This method of attack was actually inspired by a news segment he had seen a while ago. Without much thought, he contacted the department that developed this flame device, borrowing all the stock to equip the Qiyun battle armor. With Wang Yu's current status, any department had to cooperate as long as he needed. After all, he had 3 esteemed researchers and a general backing him. Perhaps the other party didn't expect this either. Just because he appeared on a news segment, they never imagined their little invention would be snatched away in an instant. Just then the last target appeared. These were mountain peaks originally set up as missile targets. Old Master Wang controlled the Qiyun battle armor to ascend once more, his body making no movements, simply hovering in the air. This is the Qiyun battle armor's strongest attack method, everyone. Please enjoy. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire front shell of the Qiyun battle armor opened, revealing dozens of small missiles. With a command launch, dozens of missiles shot forth, tracing beautiful white trails across the sky. Bang, 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 bang. Each mountain peak was blown apart, and all targets were destroyed simultaneously. At that moment, the Qiyun battle armor suddenly spun around, and a laser shot from the open head window, reducing all the splintered rocks to dust. Hyper-frequency missile rain. Refusion energy cannon. Wang Yu clenched his fists tightly. This is the method that guarantees the Qiyun's invincibility. Everyone's breathing became noticeably heavier. General Liu was like an excited beast, gritting his teeth, blushing and panting heavily. Originally, he thought he was the one suffering from fear of insufficient firepower. Little did he know Wang Yu was even more so. With such an attack capability, the Qiyun battle armor was simply a battlefield meat grinder. At this moment, Old Master Wang had returned to the observation point. The recent test of the battle armor had genuinely excited him, as his body felt as if it had returned to those days in the army, full of vitality and strength. At this time, General Liu and the 3 master craftsmen approached the battle armor, curiously observing its internal structure. You can observe the external situation just by a screen, and it also displays the information of the battle armor. "How did you accomplish this?" Hu Lao asked, somewhat puzzled. Wang Yu walked over with a smile. "When I was developing this battle armor, I created a little gadget that perfectly solved the screen issue." As he spoke, he connected with Zhou Guanyao, who was stationed in the special manufacturing department. The 3 master craftsmen and General Liu were immediately stunned, their eyes wide open. "This thing can't be a vapor deposition machine, can it?" Wang Yu nodded. "The existing technology cannot meet the requirements of the Qilong battle armor. Rather than upgrading the original machine, it is better to develop a new one. This thing is quite useful. In the future, we can also sell the technology to private enterprises for profit, killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Hearing this, the 3 master craftsmen and General Liu looked somewhat bewildered. Such a thing, comparable to a lithography machine, was developed so casually. Yes, comparable to a lithography machine. When manufacturing the display panel, there is a very important process, which is to first evaporate the metal materials at high temperatures and then cool them to condense on the display panel. This technology must be completed by a vapor deposition machine. Why is it that when you go to repair a phone, there are original screens and domestic screens? The difference lies in this process. The requirements for vapor deposition in display panels can be said to be very precise. Even the slightest flaw will immediately reflect on the user experience. The quality of a vapor deposition machine can directly affect the final product. This is why domestic screens often exhibit various strange issues during use. If the Taki company, known for its foot basin chicken, had not been acquired back, then its current status would be akin to that of ASML, the leader in the chip industry. The reason why most Apple phones are detected with Samsung screens is that Samsung invested in Taki and supported them to continue their research during their most difficult times. The vapor deposition machine was developed in 1993, but during the millennium its quality could not be guaranteed and the yield rate was very low. However, in 2007, they solved the yield rate problem and provided all the newly developed machines to Samsung. Since then, the display panel field has been monopolized by the small West 8. It wasn't until 2017 that a certain company from Huaxia got a machine. Although coding machines have not been completely restricted, 95% of the market share has been monopolized by the technology companies of the small West 8, preventing domestic display technology from upgrading effectively. In other words, the current situation is restricted, but not completely blocked. Did you think that after the small West 8 did something disgusting to Huaxiao, they only shut down a supermarket and limited the development of artists over here? The perspective was too narrow. Before 2017, domestic screens were still resistive screens, but what about after 2017? Huaxiao has never been the one to suffer losses. If you make things difficult for me here, then I will get something bigger from elsewhere. Back then, many people were very angry, feeling that we were being soft. Little did they know that a few years later, the small West 8 not only couldn't stop the express delivery, but also lost the ability to restrict us in the display panel market. Otherwise, if both lithography machines and vapor deposition machines were restricted, it would be truly painful. The smartphone industry would face an instant demise. This is true foresight. This is true cunning and wisdom. It is something those Westerners with pirate backgrounds and those extraterrestrials who have lost their ability to understand their own history will never learn. And now even this technology has been broken through by Wang Yu. In the future, the small West 8 may not even be able to hold onto the last bit of the display panel market. Everyone present was shocked when Wang Yu developed the new vapor deposition machine. Suddenly, Fu Wei cautiously asked Director Wang, "Can I ask you a question? Can we mass-produce the Qilong battle armor now?" Hearing this, General Liu was the first to react from his daze, rushing to Wang Yu's front in a single bound, his face turning bright red. There was nothing he could do. Not long ago, he had been watching the Eagle Sauce test Iron Man, enviously wishing to snatch one straight from the screen. And now we have our own battle armor that is countless times more powerful than theirs. Of course, he wanted to slap Eagle Sauce in the face as soon as possible. Wang Yu understood General Liu's thoughts. Without beating around the bush, he directly stated, "I have already designed the production line blueprint for the Qilong battle armor. With our construction speed, it can all be completed in about 2 months." As he said this, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Wang Yu's mouth. "However, General Liu, you know, this thing belongs to high-precision technology and requires cooperation from various departments. For example, the method used to attack the trench just now is a new weapon developed by other military districts. According to my calculations, the mass production speed of the Qilong can reach 1 unit per month, but if the mass production speed of their new weapon slows down, our yield will also be dragged down." Seeing Wang Yu's expression, General Liu understood what he wanted to do. He then said, "Are you suggesting I transfer the production line for this new weapon to the Central Military District?" Wang Yu chuckled and scratched his head. "Isn't it more convenient? We have researchers from the General Institute here who can help them design and improve work efficiency." Old Shui, who was nearby, suddenly brightened at this suggestion. More production lines mean more funding. Moreover, it could enhance the status of the Central Military District's Research Institute among the many military districts. Who knows, in 2 years, even the General Institute might have to take orders from the Central Military District. Then Old Shui spoke up. "Our Central Military District has built several production lines in the past year and has gained experience. If this new weapon for trenches is produced here, the efficiency will definitely not be low." At this point, he subtly gave Wang Yu a thumbs up. "Well done, Wang Yu." Wang Yu also secretly returned a glance. "The Central Military District is my home. We should give our family some benefits." General Liu looked at the 2 cunning foxes, one old and one young, and shook his head helplessly. "You guys, suddenly transferring someone over will definitely cause some objections." Wang Yu smiled and responded, "General Liu, look at these researchers from the General Institute. Which one came without objections? When Dean Fu first came, he even said I was a fraud. But now if you ask him, he doesn't even want to go back to the General Institute. Fu Wei, why are you talking about me? Haven't I already apologized to you? Moreover, the production line for the fusion reactor has just been established. Asking me to return to the General Institute now would be equivalent to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs." General Liu looked down and chuckled, seeing Fu Wei's expression. It was clear that Wang Yu had him under control. He exhaled slightly. "All right then. I will communicate about this matter." Wang Yu finally embarked on his vacation once more. He planned to return home first, as he had been away for many days without rest. Although they spoke often over the phone, his longing for his parents only grew stronger. No matter how devoted a workaholic one might be, home for the Chinese is a harbor where one can dock and rest. No matter how high one flies, one must eventually land at an airport to replenish supplies, mustn't they? Wang Yu's step faltered as he boarded the plane. Did he have an airport nearby? It seemed he did not. Lin Xiaoran and Zhao Huanhuan, regardless of their skills, were women that a man could not fully grasp with one hand. In fact, 2 things had happened just as he was preparing for his vacation. The first was, the test of the Eagle's Iron Man had been moved forward. Originally, Wang Yu had predicted they would test it half a year later, by which time the production line for the Red Dragon armor would be complete, allowing him to happily spar with them for a while. But perhaps they foresaw the humiliation that awaited them, for the Iron Man test was brought forward by several months. What infuriated him even more was that, seemingly to avenge their defeat in the joint military exercise, they had anchored their aircraft carrier at the very edge of Waxia's territorial waters. Upon hearing this, General Liu was so enraged he nearly ground his teeth to dust and immediately flew back to the capital for a meeting. The second matter was that the central military region had received another task: to perform maintenance on the returning Huashiano, one aircraft carrier, and replace all its exterior materials with 0514 alloy. It was a monumental undertaking. However, neither of these matters concerned Wang Yu. His primary task now was to take his vacation and at the same time go meet his future mother-in-law. In the capital's meeting room, 5 generals had gathered, presided over by a higher-ranking leader, making 6 in total. Regarding this provocation by the Eagle, what proposals do you have? The senior leader spoke first. The first to answer was the general seated to his left. The thumb and little finger of his left hand had been blown off by an enemy grenade. His surname was Song, and those familiar with him called him Old Eight Song. Old Eight Song tapped the table lightly with the 3 remaining fingers of his left hand and said, "I suggest we use the pretext of an exercise to send warships for medium to long-range observation. After all, they are only on the border of Waxia's waters and have not sailed in, so we cannot directly expel them." Upon hearing this, the general sitting next to him grinned. Judging by his appearance, this general had a very gentle temperament and was particularly fond of smiling. His name was Yu Shao. However, when you learned that in one battle he had annihilated over 180 enemies while smiling, you would find a bone-chilling coldness hidden within his grin. Old Eight Song frowned slightly. "Yuhaha, what are you laughing at?" General Yu Shao, still smiling, replied, "These days are too comfortable. Even Old Eight Song, who once tore off his own fingers without batting an eye, has become gentle." He pointed at General Liu as he spoke. "Didn't old Liu just slap the Eagle across the face during the joint military exercise? If we cower now, they'll think our prostate is acting up. Hard one moment, soft the next." Hearing this, Old Eight Song slammed the table hard. General Yu Shao, not to be outdone, slammed the table even louder than Old Eight Song. Seeing that they were about to come to blows, a general seated across from them stood up to intervene. "You two are no longer young. Why are your tempers still so explosive? You start bickering the moment you meet." The one who spoke wore a naval uniform. He was the general who had just assigned the aircraft carrier maintenance task to the central military region. His surname was Zhu. The general next to General Zhu also spoke up. "Enough, enough. You two argue every time you meet, yet you still sit together." The senior leader waved his hand to quiet them, then looked at General Liu. "Old Liu, what are your thoughts?" General Liu, who had been deep in thought, finally raised his head. Letting out a breath, he said, "Recently, I'm sure the leaders and my colleagues have heard about the affairs of the Central Military Regions Research Institute. A genius researcher named Wang Yu has emerged in our Huaxia. Every project that thwarted the Eagle during the joint military exercise was developed by him. Moreover, just recently, he has developed a battle armor named the Red Dragon in response to the Eagle's Iron Man. I believe we should adopt a new approach to dealing with the Eagle's provocations." The senior leader habitually lit a cigarette, took a puff, and asked, "Tell me your thoughts." General Liu nodded and took a document from his file. This was material he had begun preparing at the strategy department, which he had revised after seeing the Red Dragon armor at the central military region. After he outlined his proposed method, the assembled generals and the senior leader fell into contemplation. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew considerably heavier. After a long silence, the senior leader spoke. "The approach is somewhat radical, but we can give it a try. After all, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth." This final statement set the tone for today's meeting and all future discussions on handling the Eagle's provocations. That is, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Do not fear mistakes. Some things are like crossing a river by feeling the stones. You forge a path through trial. Many do not know that in 1978, this phrase was the title of a commentator's article in a newspaper. Its significance was immense, representing the guiding principle of our nation's development over recent decades. That is, truth comes from practice. This is how we have operated since the beginning of reform and opening up. At that time, the nation needed to develop and the people needed a better life, so we had to learn from the development experiences of developed countries. But copying them outright would not do. We had to integrate our own national conditions and culture, otherwise we would become a vassal of other nations or even lose the qualification to climb to the summit. Thus, on the path of Waxia's development, we could only cross the river by feeling the stones. But who would bear the responsibility? If the stone was felt wrong and cut the hand, or the water was too murky to gauge the depth, someone had to take responsibility. Hence this phrase emerged: practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Do not fear mistakes, act first, and correct them if they are wrong. Handle special matters in special ways. These principles, which almost every Huaxiao family teaches their children, are actually our nation's most important spirit. It is a spirit unique in the world. Looking back a few years, the entire world faced problems, and no one knew how to handle them. At that time, Huaxiao was also uncertain. But cities of millions pressed the pause button, and the entire nation pressed the pause button. No one knew if this would succeed, nor when the disaster would pass. Yet Huaxiao, relying on the spirit of truth, comes from practice, forged ahead, and protected double-digit percentages more lives than the eagle. It must be known that Huaxia's population ratio is several times larger than that of the eagle. Many say that foreign countries cannot learn from Huaxia's infrastructure speed, or that they do not prioritize such matters. But in truth, foreign countries lack people willing to bear the responsibility. And today in that meeting room, in the face of the eagle's Iron Man provocation, General Liu was the one who bore that responsibility. General Liu completed the meeting in the imperial capital and then set off with General Zhu, who was in charge of military operations in the maritime region. Meanwhile, two events occurred within the central military district. The first event, Zhao Huanhuan was dismissed and no longer served as Wang Yu's assistant. Upon returning to her original unit, her transfer papers were issued immediately. In less than a day, she completed her transition from soldier to civilian. However, she did not accept the organization's assignment and instead chose to open a fishery company. The second event, the nearly 90-year-old Wang Guoxing was hired by Huanhuan Fisheries, becoming the oldest fisherman in the industry. These two matters were handled very discreetly and swiftly, with almost no one noticing. This eagle sauce just can't stay quiet for a day. If they want to test the new battle armor, they can do so, but why do they have to come to our doorstep to show off? General Liu murmured as he sat on the private plane. General Zhu, sitting next to him, patted his shoulder and said, "Isn't this normal? Eagle sauce is like a middle-aged person with hormonal imbalances experiencing two midlife crises every 4 years, once during the presidential election and once during the midterm elections. Did you not see that old guy in his 70s who was defeated by an 80-year-old giving speeches again? This test of the new battle armor is just a show, just like the speeches." General Liu let out a long sigh. This plan was somewhat risky, and the pressure on him was immense, which is why he couldn't help but complain. But upon reflection, he thought the elections are Eagle Sauce's own business. Why should we have to cooperate with them? If we don't cooperate, they still come here to flaunt their power. I hope that after this we can effectively deter them. Even if it's just circling around the gate of Huaxiao, they must think twice. General Zhu nodded slightly. Old Liu, your plan is quite good. When dealing with gentlemen, we can exhibit the demeanor of a great nation, but when dealing with scoundrels, we should use methods that disgust them. General Liu smiled. It was still too early to say whether this plan was good or not. Everything had to be judged by the results. After taking a sip of tea, he spoke. I have been thinking about the plan, but I still don't know who Eagle Sauce sent this time. Do I know them? General Zhu, a bit excited, replied, Of course you know them. They are one of your old acquaintances. Upon hearing this, General Liu was taken aback. It can't be old John, can it? Isn't he in charge of military technology? General Zhu laughed. I received some gossip news on my end. I heard that after he returned from the World Joint Military Exercise, he was jointly impeached by the military-industrial families, claiming that he let things slide during the exercise due to his relationship with you, which led to a sharp decline in military orders. General Liu was astonished. Did they just speak too forcefully and end up blowing their brains out? The World Joint Military Exercise was broadcast live. General Zhu waved his hand. Those military-industrial families are just looking for an excuse. Their goal is to pressure Eagle Sauce's office, hoping to make them compensate for the losses this time. But Eagle Sauce's office isn't foolish, as such a huge hole can't just be filled at will. Moreover, the root cause of the sharp decline in military orders this time is because their fighter jets and individual weapons lost to us in competition. As a result, Eagle Sauce's office and the military-industrial families ended up kicking the ball back and forth, leaving old John in a terrible situation. Old John is clever. He knew that staying home would lead to big trouble, so he applied for a transfer to the Navy and became the person in charge of testing the new battle armor. Hearing this, General Liu finally couldn't help but laugh. Old John is really unlucky. He just jumped out of one pit and is about to fall into another. I hope he can retire peacefully this time. General Zhu also nodded with a smile. A peaceful retirement or a transfer to an idle position should be his best outcome. In the peaceful sea, old John was sitting in an office facing the deck, drinking coffee with a toothpick, poking a cigar in his right hand, looking very gloomy. Since returning from the last World Joint Military Exercise, he had not only been criticized by people in the office, but also by those military-industrial families. They criticized him from one side to the other. In the end, old John couldn't take it anymore and actively applied for a transfer to the Navy Department, which allowed him to escape to some leisure. However, life in the Eagle Sauce Navy is not something just anyone can endure. Spending years on the ship with almost no rest time among various military branches, it is almost like being raised by a stepmother. A news report can actually reflect the suffering of the Eagle Sauce Navy. It is said that an old guy accidentally broke an important part on the ship, and this kind of injury can't be treated by the ship's doctor. By the time he got to the hospital for an examination after getting ashore, the broken part had already healed. Unfortunately, it healed wrong, and the hospital's doctors could only break it again to restore it. The greatest pain in life this guy experienced, twice worse than a eunuch. Damn the office. Damn the military-industrial families. Damn. Damn. Old John took the last puff of his cigar, and thinking about the long time he would have to stay on the ship couldn't help but curse. Exhaling a breath, he suddenly laughed. Old Lou, weren't you very proud during the World Joint Military Exercise? You must have heard about the new mechanical exoskeleton we developed, just like the damn Iron Man. What about the new fighter jets? What about the new tanks? The world is developing rapidly, and soon it will be the era of battle armor. We Eagle Sauce are once again at the forefront of the world. As he spoke, Old John seemed to see General Liu's frustrated expression upon seeing him testing the Iron Man, which made him feel much more relaxed. But not long after, his expression turned gloomy again as he picked up the intercom and shouted, "I said bring me a bottle of cola. Are you deaf? Damn it, I should make you all stand on the deck, and then I'll kick you all into the sea." The person on the other end of the intercom could only reply briefly and hurriedly run to bring Old John some cola. In fact, the naval members were also quite helpless about Old John's arrival. Since boarding the ship, he seemed to have swallowed gunpowder, constantly exploding with anger and occasionally bursting into silly laughter as if he had gone mad. Why did they send such a guy to our ship, eh? All right, which captain has been sane after staying on the ship for too long? This one is just a bit crazy earlier than the others. I heard this captain made a mistake and came here to escape responsibility. He kicked out several mistresses because of this incident. Hiss. No wonder he's laughing one moment and crying the next. Enough talking, I need to hurry and bring him some cola. Be careful, madmen are usually perverts. When old Master Wang received this task that was not quite in order, he was utterly bewildered. Lying in bed that night, staring at the ceiling, his thoughts churned endlessly. Unconsciously, he seemed to see his old comrades in arms. The squad leader still loved to wiggle his eyebrows, and the deputy squad leader, nicknamed Brainwave, still had his coat pockets bulging. "Hey kid, hurry up and wash your feet, or you won't be able to stand tomorrow. Gushing, I've warmed some steamed buns for you." Hearing these two familiar voices, Wang Gushing trembled with excitement. Yes, it was them. Back then he was only 17, and the squad leader was just over 20. Though only a few years older, he always called him kid. And there was deputy squad leader Brainwave. During the Korean War, the weather was so cold that the buns froze solid. Only he would warm buns for the soldiers on rotating patrol. Not with fire, but by placing the buns inside his clothes using his body heat. Squad leader, deputy squad leader. Wang Gushing couldn't help but call out, "Hey kid, I can't believe you've become an old man." Gushing is old, his teeth are almost gone, but this time I not only have soft buns, but also some meatkins looted from the Eagles. Hearing this, Wang Gushing could no longer distinguish reality from illusion. He sat up abruptly, staring at their figures, and said tremblingly, "Squad leader, deputy squad leader. Don't mind my age, I can still carry out missions now. Although my family worries about my health at home, my word is law. If I say I can go, then I must go. Squad leader, deputy squad leader. Our country is powerful now. Last time I watched the military parade, the planes and artillery were truly amazing. And the military rations. Deputy squad leader, you don't have to stuff buns into your clothes anymore. Now the rations are self-heating. Just leave them for 5 minutes, and they're ready. It's incredible. Squad leader, deputy squad leader, I miss you so much." In a daze, old Master Wang Gushing seemed to see them nodding at him, but he couldn't hear their words. He could only vaguely read their lips. They were saying, "Well done, Gushing. Help us punch the Eagles one more time." The next morning, old Master Wang Gushing didn't call for his grandson's help. He slowly got out of bed on his own and sat in his wheelchair. He went to the mirror, took a hair clipper, and carefully shaved his head. "Old wife, I feel a bit embarrassed bringing you along to the central military region this time. But I can't take you this time." A grown man bringing his wife on a mission would make those new recruits laugh. "Don't worry. My body is still strong. I promise to see our country's development for you, and I won't break my word. Besides, that red dragon armor developed by Wang Yu is really impressive. Sitting in it makes me feel 30 years younger." With that, old Master Wang put down the clippers. The reflection in the mirror was not an old man, but a young soldier about to head to the battlefield decades ago. The wheelchair turned, and old Master Wang left the room. As the door closed, a gentle breeze stirred the curtains, and a ray of sunlight fell on the table. The woman in the photograph seemed to smile even more beautifully. The Pacific Ocean. This was international waters, usually devoid of ship traffic. However, during this period, the sea surface was far from calm. Armor Group, begin testing. Machine Gun Group, don't stop either. Conduct live-fire drills. Be careful not to point your muzzles towards China and don't fire where you shouldn't. Fighter Group, you can proceed with routine flight training, but be careful not to engage in conflict with Chinese fighters. Everyone remember our purpose this time is testing and drills. If anyone provokes China due to improper operation, be prepared to face a court-martial. Old John was particularly familiar with this kind of deterrent military activity. As long as they didn't cross the line, they could do whatever they wanted, successfully provoking without taking responsibility. Chinese waters. At this moment, General Liu and General Zhu had arrived on the aircraft carrier. Through binoculars, they observed the Eagle's drill deployment. They really haven't learned a thing. After all these years, are their people still so easy to fool? General Liu couldn't help but scoff. General Zhu chuckled softly. Not everyone is fooled. With technology so advanced, now anyone can speak their mind online. This kind of theatrical provocation is becoming less effective. They just haven't found a new method yet. Indeed, whenever they needed to canvass for votes, the Eagles seemed to only have a few tricks up their sleeves. It couldn't be helped. After all, their entire nation's history was only a little over 200 years. Many things had to be thought up on the spot. For this reason, they only changed their approach when they had made so many mistakes that it was impossible to continue. China, on the other hand, possessed a cultural heritage of 5,000 years. Our ancestors had summarized everything for us. When we encounter a problem, we just need to look through the history books. This was no exaggeration. The phrase "it is lonely at the top," which almost every Chinese person knows, took the West over a century of study and even the establishment of an entire academic discipline to understand. However, General Liu and General Zhu did not underestimate the Eagles because of this. This time they had dispatched an entire carrier strike group to monitor Old John. Old Liu. At that moment, General Zhu, who was holding the binoculars, suddenly exclaimed, "Old Liu, look. Old John and his team are testing their newly developed mechanical exoskeleton. Damn, the cables on their backs are gone this time. They're flying around like Iron Men." Hearing this, General Liu was not as agitated as before. Instead, he chuckled calmly. Their backs are much bulkier than in the videos, which means they're still electrically powered. They look good, but their energy reserves can't possibly meet combat requirements. General Zhu put down the binoculars, a hint of doubt in his eyes. He knew about the successful development of the heavy fusion engine, but he didn't know that Wang Yu had compressed it to the size of a basketball and installed it in the Red Dragon armor. You keep boasting about your central military region's new armor. Is it really better than the Eagles? Hearing this, General Liu couldn't help but puff out his chest like a grandfather showing off his grandson. Absolutely. As soon as he finished speaking, two loud bangs echoed from the distance. Boom, boom. The next second, Zhao Wanhuan's voice came through the communicator. Reporting to General Liu, all personnel of Huanhuan Fisheries have boarded the second aircraft carrier. Zhao Wanhuan, Old Wang, thank you for your hard work. Although General Liu and General Zhu had already arrived on the deck facing the two battle armors, they still needed to communicate via the communicator. Zhao Wanhuan and Old Wang first paid their respects to the two generals. Then Zhao Wanhuan asked General Liu, "Do we really not have a specific mission?" General Liu smiled and shook his head, saying, "You are not part of the military right now, and you are not under anyone's command. You are merely inventors who have come here to fish. You unexpectedly landed on Eagle Sauce's aircraft carrier and had an unexpected conflict with them. Fortunately, both sides were quite restrained and no significant damage was caused. Through friendly communication between the two countries, this matter has been properly handled, and Huanhuan Fisheries has been penalized with the revocation of its business license due to illegal fishing, along with the confiscation of fishing tools. This is the entire handling process. Eagle Sauce came to annoy us, and we should also annoy them back. As long as you don't do anything too outrageous, we won't stop any actions you take." Hearing this, Zhao Huanhuan became excited. After so many years in the army, she had never executed such a free and thrilling mission. She quickly bowed to the two generals again and replied, "I guarantee the mission will be completed." General Liu nodded, saying, "Don't worry about safety. Old John and the others wouldn't dare to attack you. Of course, even if they did attack, the Qilong battle armor could defend perfectly." Communication completed. Zhao Huanhuan and Old Wang took off again, heading towards the formation of Eagle Sauce's aircraft carrier. General Zhu, who had been silent all this time, finally reacted, astonished and gesturing wildly. After much effort, he managed to ask, "Is this the mechanical exoskeleton recently developed by the Central Military Region? Is it a counterpart to the new Iron Man developed by Eagle Sauce? Are you telling me this is Iron Man? This thing must be 2 or 3 stories high, right? Did your Central Military Region's researchers fall asleep during the movie and mistake Iron Man for Hulkbuster? With this thing, let alone Eagle Sauce, even aliens probably couldn't research it." General Liu smiled slightly, saying, "I never said that what the Central Military Region developed is the same as what Eagle Sauce developed. They may be counterparts, but what we present must be better than theirs. General Zhu exhaled, saying this seems a bit too powerful. What drives this thing? Ordinary electricity can't power such a big guy. General Liu tapped his head, saying the head of the Qilong battle armor is a small-scale nuclear fusion engine. Each battle armor can carry 3 firestones with a maximum endurance of up to a month, already meeting combat standards. General Zhu was once again astonished, his eyes widening as he asked, wasn't this thing just developed? How did it get compressed to such a small size so quickly? It wouldn't be developed by that guy named Wang Yu, would it? After receiving General Liu's affirmation, he couldn't help but exclaim, this young man is truly. Before he could finish, General Zhu, curious, asked, what is the attack method of this Qilong battle armor? It must be equipped with some particularly powerful weapon, right? I remember when Wang Yu developed the magnetic storm tank, it truly shocked all of us old guys. General Liu smiled and replied, let's not mention other conventional weapons. As I just told you, the head of the Qilong battle armor is a small-scale nuclear fusion engine. Its most powerful weapon is the nuclear fusion energy cannon. I saw it during testing you. It can instantly pulverize huge boulders. The only downside is that it consumes a lot of energy. After firing once, the energy from one firestone will be depleted. That's still impressive. General Zhu sighed and expressed what he had not finished saying earlier, this young man is truly. Luckily he is from Huaxia? General Liu nodded in agreement. Since Wang Yu appeared, Huaxia's technology has almost seen explosive breakthroughs. Not to mention, just look at the 0514 alloy he developed first. This material has already been practically applied in various fields, and now the Aviation Launch Department is conducting final tests. If successful, even the rocket shell could be upgraded. Moreover, the small artificial sun and the nuclear fusion engine he developed are tangible products that can propel Huaxia into a new era. If he hadn't appeared in Huaxia, General Liu couldn't even imagine the current global situation. This thought left both generals in silence. After returning to the office, General Zhu finally spoke, asking what about his treatment. General Liu waved his hand, saying, don't worry about this, you shouldn't even ask about such matters. You're not one of those online trolls. General Zhu chuckled softly, saying that's true. Yes. If looking solely at salary, researchers indeed don't earn much. But when considering the overall benefits, it's a different story. First of all, housing issues are resolved not in the research institute's dormitories, but with genuine relocation subsidies and very high provident funds. One researcher bought a house of over 100 square meters for his parents. Although it was also purchased with a loan, after deducting the provident fund, the monthly mortgage only requires a few hundred yuan. Secondly, while working there is a cafeteria for meals, and during vacations there are paid meal allowances. I remember one year when pork prices soared, researchers received a pork subsidy. Some calculated that given the pork price at that time, the monthly subsidy could even buy a pig. Lastly, there's no need to worry about medical issues. The unit has doctors, and there's no need to spend money for minor ailments. Even if there's a real health problem requiring hospitalization, almost everything is reimbursed. Researchers' salaries aren't high because the country has already solved the vast majority of issues for you. As for core researchers like Wang Yu, that's even less to mention. This time he returned home not to the Jiuxiang Garden community, but to a high-end villa neighborhood. Coincidentally, next door to his house is Lin Zioren's grandfather's home. Thus, when he opened the door preparing to surprise his parents, he was met with a shocking scene. Director Lin and his parents were actually drinking at the dining table. Director Lin was slumped over the table, while only his mother and his future mother-in-law were competing in a drinking game. And Lin Xiaoran, like a little maid, held a wine bottle standing behind the two, pouring drinks for whoever lost. Hey, Wang Yu, you're back. Wang Yu's mother suddenly shouted. Lin Zioren's mother, also tipsy, turned to look and exclaimed, sister, is this your son? Our Xiaoran will be entrusted to you from now on. On the Eagle Nation's aircraft carrier, the walkie-talkie beside old John suddenly crackled to life. Mr. John, 2 fighter jets are approaching from the direction of China. No, not fighter jets, damn it, they're transformers. Old John let out a long burp from his cola and irritably picked up the walkie-talkie. In broad daylight, are you dreaming? Transformers have appeared. Has China already made contact with Cybertron? Damn it, if you bother me with this nonsense again, I'll throw you overboard, tie you up, and lock you in the lowest deck. The lowest deck wasn't just for storage, it also served as a small brig. No, Mr. John, you can see for yourself. Those 2 damn transformers are hovering right above us. The communicator on the other end was frantic, his tone as if he'd seen a ghost. Helpless old John dragged himself out of bed, sipping his cola as he looked out the window. How could there be transformers? If China had built such things, why didn't they use them in the joint military exercises? He stopped mid-sentence, frozen stiff by the window. Cola dripped unconsciously from the corner of his mouth, landing on his sock-clad foot, soaking it completely before he snapped back to reality. What the fuck? What the hell is this? Damn it, when did China build something like this? Have they really acquired alien technology? Then old John barked into the walkie-talkie, "Damn it, why did you wait until they were hovering above us to report? Did all the radar operators eat something bad today?" The voice on the other end replied helplessly, "Mr. John, our radar didn't detect them at all. The exterior material of these transformers seems to block radar signals. Even at this close range, our radar shows nothing. They're undetectable." Hearing this, old John couldn't help but gasp. Damn it, was he seeing ghosts? He'd heard of the Western Grim Reaper and the Eastern Wandering Spirits, but never a ghost that looked like a transformer. Mechanical ascension. Old John slapped his head hard to stop the wild thoughts. What do these two things want flying right in front of us? After grumbling, he continued into the walkie-talkie, "Try to establish contact with these transformers and figure out their intentions. Suspend all drill activities and cancel all armor tests." Rubbing his temples, old John sighed. Originally coming to the edge of Chinese waters was just to show off their newly developed battle armor. After returning, they could not only launch a massive publicity campaign, but also overshadow the news of the Eagle Nation's failure in the joint military exercises, boosting the current leader's public approval. Old John had already thought of the headline Iron Man debuts in Splendor the Leader to usher the Eagle Nation into the age of superheroes. But now all of that was ruined by these two colossal armors. China didn't even need to use its own media. Just snap a couple of photos and hand them to the Eagle Nation's press. No need to verify the truth. Just stir the Eagle Nation's public back into the debate about their military failure, and the leader's camp would be in chaos. Damn it, 2 mission failures. If luck doesn't turn, I'll probably end up in prison, right? Old John's head was spinning. Though the failures weren't his fault, someone had to take the blame. And he was the perfect scapegoat. Last time they brought up my connection with Lu, this time they'll probably pin espionage on me. Many online praised the Eagle Nation's legal system as perfect and scientific. But in reality, it was the Eagle Nation's pocket law. What did that mean? Simply put, if I say you're guilty, you're guilty. You forgot to zip up your pants. Sorry, that action threatens Eagle Nation security, violating such and such law. Then they'd lock you up and fine you a pile of money. No, I have to save myself. Glimpsing his future prison life, old John spoke into the walkie-talkie. "If you can't contact those transformers, then contact the Chinese carrier. 5 minutes. I'm giving you 5 minutes. If I can't get a conversation by then, you'll all swim back." With that, old John took a few deep breaths and began to wait anxiously. On the Chinese carrier, General Liu and General Zhu were also waiting nervously in their office. The success of this unconventional operation hinged on whether old John would contact them. Fortunately, no surprises occurred. The communicator rang on time. "Sir, the Eagle Nation carrier is requesting a call." Hearing the report, General Liu let out a long sigh of relief. "It's done. Old Zhu, it's your turn now." General Zhu rubbed his hands excitedly. "Leave it to me." As soon as the line connected, old John's voice came through. "Ahem, I'm John, head of the Eagle Nation's Carrier Group F. May I ask the name of the Chinese Carrier Group commander?" General Zhu sneered. "I'm the supreme commander of the No. 2 carrier. What business does Mr. John have with us?" Hearing this, old John nearly exploded. "What business? You send 2 transformers flying over my head and ask what business?" After several deep breaths, he forced a calm tone. "I wonder if there's been a misunderstanding between us. We're conducting exercises in international waters of the Pacific Ocean, and 2 unidentified flying objects have intruded. I think you owe me a reasonable explanation." Perhaps due to years of sitting atop the world, even in panic, he maintained a condescending demeanor in negotiations. It was like when the Eagle Nation sought China's help before sending people who looked down their noses, as if begging from you was doing you a favor. General Zhu wasn't about to indulge him. With a cold laugh, he said, "I don't know about any unidentified flying objects. We sent no one there. If you were more polite, I might have someone investigate. But your tone sounds like an order. Sorry, you're not qualified to command a Chinese soldier." With that, General Zhu hung up the communicator, not giving old John a chance to respond. Old John sat in his office, utterly dumbfounded. The person in charge of the opposing Chinese aircraft carrier had actually hung up on him. Motherfucker. Are they looking for a war? How dare he hang up on me? How dare he? Old John roared in fury for a few moments, but his voice grew quieter with each word. Upon reflection, did China truly dare to go to war with them? Many Chinese people didn't understand the Eagle Nation, often projecting their own circumstances onto Eagle Nation officials, thinking that behind them stood the entirety of the Eagle Nation, which wasn't entirely accurate. The factional strife within the Eagle Nation had reached a point of near irreconcilable hostility. At a recent meeting, internal squabbling broke out within the Elephant Party, while Donkey Party lawmakers brought popcorn and children to watch the spectacle, epitomizing the phrase, "kicking someone when they're down." Old John could almost predict it. If he clashed with China, the happiest ones wouldn't be others, but those Elephant Party congressmen. His own Donkey Party wouldn't help him either. Their first move would be to pacify domestic public sentiment, while simultaneously pinning a black hat on his head. As for the military, don't be ridiculous. The current 5-star general had never fought a single day in battle and was nothing more than a puppet utterly incapable of saving him. If at this moment the Chinese side proposed a deal offering the donkey party a little sweetener, it was entirely possible that the old man in the Eagle Nation's office would directly gift him to China. Damn it. Damn it. Old John felt like an ant on a hot pot lid. Stay still and get scalded, or crawl out and fall into the boiling soup to drown. The Crimson Dragon battle armor. Though it hovered in the air, its camera had already captured Old John's image through the window. Old Master Wang couldn't help but sneer coldly. This is the first time I've seen an Eagle Nation person make such an expression. Beside him, Zhao Huanhuan asked curiously, Grandpa Wang back, when you routed the 17 gang halls, what were the Eagle Nation soldiers like? Old Master Wang exhaled. What could they be like? For them, it was a job. For us, it was a fight for our lives. This? Zhao Huanhuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Old Master Wang, don't understand. Zhao Huanhuan, I can grasp some of it. Old Master Wang chuckled. You're in the special forces, you've carried out dangerous missions before, right? Zhao Huanhuan nodded, and the Crimson Dragon battle armor she piloted nodded along with her. Old Master Wang continued, when you go on dangerous missions, the driving force in your heart is a kind of conviction, loyalty to the people and loyalty to the motherland. Back in our time, our education level wasn't high. Sometimes when they talked about national principles, we couldn't quite grasp it. What sustained us back then was a kind of fear. Fear? Zhao Huanhuan was puzzled. Old Master Wang sighed. At my age, I experienced the terror of war firsthand as a child. Not long after I was born, the invaders came to our village to ransack it. My sister held me propped up by a thick branch and hid beneath the outhouse. It was pitch black, and from time to time rustling sounds would come from above and below our feet. But my sister had grown accustomed to such days. If it weren't for liberation, if we hadn't driven back the enemy, the epitome of her life and mine would have been the darkness of hiding in that outhouse. Not fear, just numbness. And after seeing the light, knowing how comfortable life could be for people, that memory became a terror. None of us wanted our children to go through such things again, so we charged into battle. So our families wouldn't have to hide in outhouses anymore. What did it matter if we died? Saying this, Old Master Wang pointed down at the Eagle Nation sailors below. Back then they saw fighting as just a job with room and board so naturally they couldn't beat us. Men who had nothing to lose. Hearing these words, the weight of that war in Zhao Huanhuan's heart grew even heavier. Why had we so far behind back then still managed to crush the combined forces of 17 nations? Because they didn't want you to live well. They wanted to send you back to those days of hiding in outhouses. And now the Eagle Nation's relentless pressure and unyielding technological blockade. Wasn't it still because they didn't want you to live well? At this thought, Zhao Huanhuan ground her teeth in anger. Grandpa Wang, let's just land. We'll take them out right now. Old Master Wang waved his hand with a smile. Don't be impulsive. General Liu and the others strategized day and night. We can't let our actions undo their efforts. As he spoke, the corners of Old Master Wang's mouth curled up, revealing a smile that, though not quite identical, was remarkably similar to Wang Yi's scheming grin. Taking them out is a bit much, but I know a way to vent our anger even better. Zhao Huanhuan's eyes lit up. Grandpa Wang, Huanhuan Fisheries is under your command now. What should we do? Old Master Wang smiled, a hint of slyness in his tone. Isn't the Central Military Region overhauling the aircraft carrier? I heard they're replacing the outer hull material with 0514 alloy. Let's take a piece of the Eagle Nation's carrier deck back and have them test it too. See which one has higher strength. Zhao Huanhuan was stunned. When had Old Master Wang become so mischievous? She didn't know that since piloting the Crimson Dragon, not only did his body feel younger, but his mind had also grown sharper. After all, back in the war, Chinese soldiers with low education relied on their sharp wits to devise tactics. The methods they used back then were so wild that even sensationalized dramas wouldn't dare to depict them. Whooshed! The propulsion nozzles of the two Crimson Dragon battle armors suddenly shifted direction, and they landed directly on the Eagle Nation's carrier. Old John was utterly shocked, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Have they lost their minds? Quickly contact the Chinese carrier again. I need to speak with them. Are they really trying to start a war? After speaking, Old John saw his own soldiers raising their guns at the two battle armors. He immediately issued another order. Are you all insane? What good is pointing your guns at these two things? Fuck. Put down your weapons. Don't escalate this conflict further, you useless lot. Upon hearing the order, the Eagle Nation soldiers lowered their guns one by one. Meanwhile, squad leaders commanded their men to stay as far away from the two armors as possible to avoid unnecessary casualties. Stay away from those damn things. Damn it. Did China really build these? I'm filing for retirement as soon as I get back. Are you kidding me? With things like this around, how can the higher-ups send us on such provocative missions? God above. The communicator connected again. This time, old John no longer spoke with condescension. His tone was almost pleading. Hey, hello, you must be General Zhu, right? I'm also a very close friend of your colleague General Liu, and I believe we can become good friends too. So perhaps our conversation doesn't have to be so formal. Could we be a bit more cordial, yes? Hearing this, General Zhu let out a cold, mocking laugh. When fighter jet 81192 was lost, they expressed their regrets. During the 1998 embassy bombing, they expressed their regrets. When boarding inspections occurred, they still expressed their regrets. After so many years of dialogue with the Eagle Nation, all they ever did was express regrets, or were on the verge of doing so. Never before had he heard such a pleading tone. General Zhu exhaled, setting aside other thoughts in his mind, and spoke with a steady composure. I apologize, Mr. John. The signal was a bit poor just now. We have been trying to reach you as well. Fortunately, we can speak again now. Old John was grinding his teeth on the other end, but he dared not curse, for two colossal war machines still stood upon his aircraft carrier. Well, thank God we get a second chance to chat. Old John squeezed out a forced agreement through gritted teeth, then spoke again. General Zhu, I don't like beating around the bush. I am formally asking you now, is Huaxiao preparing to declare war on us, the Eagle Nation? This was a question designed to be blame-free. If Huaxiao admitted to this provocation, then regardless of the damage inflicted upon this carrier, old John would face no punishment upon his return. With media embellishment, he could even become a great hero of the Eagle Nation. If Huaxiao denied it, then the matter could be swiftly resolved, allowing him to return home safely and complete his mission. General Liu, standing nearby, felt as if his old friend's calculating abacus beads were practically bouncing off his own face. However, what old John did not expect was General Zhu did not respond to that question. Instead, he countered with his own, Mr. John, I have no idea what you are talking about. Your aircraft carrier is navigating the international waters of the Pacific Ocean, while our Huaxia carrier group is in Waxia's territorial waters. We are so far apart. I haven't caused you any trouble, have I? Old John was dumbfounded. These two colossal transformers are standing right before me, and you say you haven't caused any trouble. Do you even hear the words coming out of your mouth? But the curse FCK was right on his lips, yet old John dared not utter it. He could only compose himself again and speak into the microphone. All right, General Zhu. There are two transformer-like war machines standing on our carrier right now. These must be from Huaxia, correct? I believe there might be some misunderstanding between us. Of course, if you persist with such provocative actions, the Eagle Nation is not to be trifled with. I will have to report this to the office immediately. Upon hearing this, General Zhu feigned great surprise and quickly replied, my apologies, Mr. John. I have never heard anything about these transformers. Please hold on a moment, and I will investigate this matter for you. 5 minutes. I will call you back in 5 minutes. After hanging up, old John let out a long, relieved sigh. Picking up the walkie-talkie, he addressed his soldiers. Everyone, no need to worry. I have communicated with the Huaxia side. These two transformers will be called back soon. This is just a petty trick from Huaxia to disrupt our normal operations. I have already resolved it perfectly. The Eagle Nation soldiers below erupted in cheers. Mr. John is truly formidable. I heard Mr. John used to handle military contracts in various countries. His network is incredibly powerful. We are so fortunate to be on this mission with Mr. John. Hurry up and get these two behemoths out of here. Damn it, they are terrifying. 5 minutes later, General Zhu called back saying, hello, Mr. John. I have completed my investigation. Those two transformers you mentioned are not actually assets of the Huaxia Navy. They are fishing tools belonging to a fishery company. Due to an operational error, they ended up boarding your carrier. I have now ordered them to return immediately. Please do not harm our fishermen. Upon hearing this, old John was so furious he nearly spat blood. Fishing tools? Does your Huaxia use transformers for fishing? This explanation was an outright insult, treating neither him nor the Eagle Nation with any respect. But just then a thunderous boom echoed through the air. Boom. Old John instinctively looked out the window, and what he saw nearly made him jump out of his skin. Damn it. General Zhu, what are you trying to do? These two transformers are starting to damage our carrier. They are smashing our fighter jet runway with their fists. General Zhu and General Liu were also stunned. What was happening? Hadn't they told Zhao Huanhuan to exercise restraint? Why was she destroying their carrier? Fortunately, old John spoke again from the other end. General Zhu, after smashing up our fighter runway, these two transformers took off carrying a piece of our runway in their hands. This is theft. This is robbery. I will definitely file a complaint against Huaxia for this. Hearing this, General Zhu and General Liu breathed a collective sigh of relief. Zhao Huanhuan had not forgotten the mission's bottom line. As for old John's threat to sue them, let him sue. The Eagle Nation's freedom of navigation operations were always a pretense to deploy reconnaissance submersibles in other nations' waters. For over a decade, had it not been for the relentless efforts of Huaxia fishermen who followed behind and scooped up those devices in their nets, the topography of Huaxia's waters would have been thoroughly mapped by now. They had threatened to sue back then, and nothing ever came of it. Smashing 2 pieces of your carrier's runway this time will also lead to nothing. However, old John wasn't actually that furious. It was just a bit of damaged runway. They had to undergo maintenance after every voyage anyway, and this minor loss could easily be concealed. This time he would still complete his mission perfectly. But the next moment, the Crimson Dragon war machine flying midair suddenly halted. The head of one of them opened, aimed directly at the sea surface, and fired a blinding beam of light. Boom! The seawater was blasted dozens of meters into the air, crashing down like solid stone slabs onto the Eagle Nation's carrier. A cascading deluge of water drenched every Eagle Nation soldier in an instant. At the same time, they discovered that all the electronic equipment on their carrier had fallen into a state of chaos. Even the nuclear power plant had shut down. This was extremely dangerous. The small island nation had a major disaster precisely because a tsunami caused a power outage, preventing the normal cooling of their nuclear reactor. Fortunately, after just 1 second, everything returned to normal. Aside from scaring old John into a cold sweat, no danger had occurred. And the 2 transformers flew away. Phew. Damn it, they're finally gone. Old John felt as if he had cheated death, slumping weakly into his chair. Wang Yu and Lin Xiaoran only returned to the Central Military District at the end of the month, having spent over half a month at home. This time, not only did they meet their parents, but they also encountered some peculiar relatives, essentially solidifying their relationship. However, Lin Xiaoran and Wang Yu still referred to each other as brothers. According to them, calling each other husband and wife felt a bit greasy, while partner lacked the warmth of brother. If all else fails during the wedding, they could play the hero song and henceforth join forces to venture across the 9 provinces. However, they were soon reprimanded by their mothers. It was not until they boarded the private plane to the Central Military District that they finally escaped their mother's clutches. Just after getting off the plane, Wang Yu heard about Zhao Huanhuan and old Wang's recent uproar regarding the Eagle Sauce aircraft carrier. That's impressive. Huanhuan Fisheries, responsible for the Eagle Sauce aircraft carrier, must be furious enough to grind her teeth. Wang Yu couldn't help but laugh, especially upon hearing that Zhao Huanhuan had left with a powerful fusion energy cannon drenching all the soldiers on the Eagle Sauce aircraft carrier. No wonder he suddenly experienced a surge in technology points. It was all thanks to Zhao Huanhuan and old Wang. At this moment, General Liu was also at the Central Military District, and upon seeing Wang Yu return, he immediately convened a meeting. He happily announced this special handling method was very successful. Not only did it stop the Eagle Sauce from showcasing in our maritime borders, but we also used the Red Dragon battle armor to instill a certain level of deterrence. At the same time, it also helped the Foreign Affairs Department reduce the pressure of dealing with Eagle Sauce. I have reported this operation to the leadership. It will serve as a classic case for all departments to study. Hearing this, a smile crept onto Wang Yu's lips. This action plan had indeed earned him a considerable amount of technology points. For some reason, after General Liu unconsciously caught sight of his expression, a chill ran down his back. The memory of his dream about recharging during the World Joint Military Exercise involuntarily surfaced in his mind, making him shiver. Looking again, it was afternoon, and the sunlight was bathing Wang Yu in warmth while a gentle breeze played with his hair. Perhaps he was overthinking. Wang Yu, being such a sunny young man, how could he possibly be the greedy ghost from his dream, forcing himself to recharge? After the summary meeting, the Central Military District returned to its previous working state. Fu Weidong, he and old Yu continued to work on the large fusion engine. The students from the Longmen class had arrived at the Central Military District looking clean and tidy, but now they all seemed to have darkened a shade. It seemed they were not studying mechanical engineering, but rather civil engineering. Other military technicians and researchers were busy at the port of the Central Military District, needing to complete repairs on aircraft carrier No. 1 within the stipulated time, while also replacing its external materials. Wang Yu also ran over to join the excitement. This was an aircraft carrier. Whether in history books or anime, aircraft carriers had left a profound impact on Wang Yu. The National Development and Reform Commission, the Military Industrial Commission, 9 defense industrial departments, 600 related professions, and 8,000 supporting manufacturers. In short, I need a great country to accomplish it. Markov, in the adorable form of a bear, expressed such a poignant statement. This made the aircraft carrier weigh heavier in Wang Yu's heart. Moreover, the strategic significance of an aircraft carrier to a nation is incredibly important. One could say that having an aircraft carrier versus not having one portrays a vastly different image for a country on the international stage, because it signifies that you will be labeled with 2 new tags, oceanic and offensive. An aircraft carrier is not a defensive warship, but a mobile fortress that provides continuous support to fighter jets and naval fleets. The battlefield is not just in your home waters, but also in the high seas, seizing naval and air superiority. To put it simply, without an aircraft carrier, your naval vessels cannot venture out at all. When Wang Yu arrived at the port, he saw a group of people already waiting for him. Standing at the front was an elderly man of similar age to General Liu, dressed in a naval uniform, standing tall, with sharp eyes. Wang Yu, right. Before Wang Yu could approach, General Zhu walked over enthusiastically. I've heard old Liu mention you. Seeing you today, it's clear that heroes emerge from youth. Wang Yu quickly saluted. Although he was not a soldier, as a member of the research institute at the Central Military District, he was already part of the organization. General Zhu returned the salute and smiled. My surname is Zhu, and I work in the same office as old Liu. When the Red Dragon caused chaos on the Eagle Sauce aircraft carrier, I happened to be a witness. I must say you are truly a genius in research. I've heard from old Liu that you've developed quite a few new things, haven't you? The No. 0514 fighter jet, magnetic storm tank, small artificial sun, as well as the fusion engine and the previous Red Dragon battle armor. That's truly impressive. Wang Yu felt a bit bashful from the praise. He could only scratch his head and reply, oh, it's nothing really, it's thanks to the help of a few big shots. General Zhu laughed heartily. Don't be modest. On my aircraft carrier, I'm planning to equip your No. 0514 fighter jet, which can take off from a stationary position and hover in the air. This kind of maneuverability is crucial for carrier-based aircraft. Wang Yu smiled back. The No. 0514 fighter jet is currently undergoing a change in its energy system, so you may need to wait a little longer on your end. The development of the fusion engine has significantly improved the energy of various military products, greatly reducing operational costs, as one piece of spirit stone can now replace 2 tanks of fuel. General Zhu looked at Wang Yu with even greater admiration. By the way, did you come here to test the alloy strength? Wang Yu shook his head. The testing for the alloy has long been completed. I actually came today to learn about the aircraft carrier. After all, this is different from other military products and is rarely seen. So I wanted to come and learn. General Zhu immediately agreed. He'll send someone to give you a tour. Who knows, you might even upgrade some of that equipment. Hearing this, Wang Yu lowered his head and smiled. He did want to upgrade, but not this aircraft carrier. If possible, he wanted to develop one himself. After several rounds of surging technology points, his total had approached 900,000. This made Wang Yu feel like a coal mine tycoon carrying a fortune in a supermarket, with others thinking he was just there to buy something. In reality, he was thinking of buying the supermarket. The future technology system is starting. Scanning initiated. Discovered aircraft carrier 001. Generating upgrade plan, generating upgrade materials. The tour guide, mid-explanation, noticed Wang Yu had suddenly stopped in his tracks. Perplexed, he walked back. Director Wang, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Wang Yu lowered his head in contemplation, ignoring him. This was a flaw of the future technology system. Whenever he used the system, his consciousness would enter the system space, rendering him oblivious to the outside world. That was why he had always locked himself in his office before using it previously. But this time, he had been too excited upon seeing so many technology points and forgotten this detail. This alarmed the tour guide. No kidding. Wang Yu was now the most vital scientific researcher in China. Even the director of the main academy's branch had to address him respectfully as Director Wang. If anything happened to him under his watch, the responsibility would be unbearable. Immediately, the guide reported to General Zhu and contacted medical personnel, who airlifted Wang Yu to the hospital via helicopter. Normally, Wang Yu would wake up as soon as the system produced a plan. But this time a minor hitch occurred. It wasn't a system bug. He had run out of technology points. Indeed, over 900,000 technology points were insufficient to develop a new aircraft carrier. Wang Yu was stunned. He had thought energy technology was the most expensive, but aircraft carriers were even costlier. In truth, his thinking was flawed. Energy was crucial, but given humanity's explosive technological growth, developing a fusion engine wasn't overly difficult. Aircraft carriers, however, were a different matter. They were the pinnacle of human technology. The 001 carrier, for instance, had been constructed starting in 1991. Although China had upgraded its internal systems after taking over, the overall framework remained from 1991. This meant, with current human technology, aircraft carriers had little room for improvement, and further upgrades were unnecessary. Thus, when Wang Yu used the future technology system to generate an upgrade plan, the required technology points exceeded those for developing the fusion engine. Staring at the price tag of over 1 million technology points, Wang Yu felt helpless. Yet he refused to give up and resolved to make the utmost effort. He first canceled the upgrade materials, which reduced the required points significantly, but still left 1 million needed. TSK. Just as Wang Yu felt at a loss, he suddenly realized the upgraded carrier's power system could be replaced with the fusion engine. Now you should drop below 1 million. Wang Yu immediately adjusted the upgrade plan. Sure enough, With the fusion engine substituted, the carrier's price plummeted to 8.0 technology points. System: never underestimate a factory owner. Cutting costs is as simple as eating and sleeping for us. Old John finally returned to shore. But he didn't go home first, he headed to the office. At the door, he took several deep breaths before daring to push it open and enter. "Oh, my dear Mr. John, you finally returned." Contrary to his expectations, there were no high-ranking officials, no vexatious military-industrial families, and even the Grand Commander was absent. Only two middle-aged men, one black and one white, sat on the guest sofa. Old John didn't relax. His experience told him the more unusual the scene, the graver the matter. He took a deep breath and sat opposite them. "It seems you two have been waiting for me. Shall I report my work first, or heed your instructions?" The white middle-aged man chuckled lightly. "Hear your report. Is it about your failed armor tests causing losses to the military families, or the failed exercise in the Pacific?" Though the Red Dragon's rampage against the Eagle carrier wasn't publicized, diplomats had exchanged words many times. China insisted it was a fisherman's tool, while the Eagle claimed it was intentional. Neither side wanted escalation, but neither would concede, so this seemingly grave incident devolved into a farcical war of words. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Jack, and this is my colleague Bob. We're here today to inform you that your work is over. Though you haven't broken the law, and I personally believe you're not a Chinese spy, someone must take responsibility. So, regrettably, Mr. John, you will spend the rest of your life in prison." Hearing this, Old John broke into a cold sweat, barely controlling his trembling body as he said, "Where's the Grand Commander? I demand to see him." Jack shrugged. "Sorry, you can't. The Grand Commander handed over all follow-up matters regarding this incident to me an hour ago, along with all affairs concerning China." Old John narrowed his eyes. "Who exactly are you?" Jack sneered arrogantly. "The National Endowment for Democracy. Perhaps you're more familiar with its acronym, NED." Hearing those three letters, Old John felt all strength drained from him, as if receiving a final verdict, slumping limply against the sofa. He knew his power was no match for theirs. Ned, speaking of this organization, one must mention a man Wang Yu had once taught about to the Longman class, Gene Sharp. This organization was founded by him, an entity combining capital, espionage, and even armed forces. As infamous as Gene Sharp, this organization was behind 95% of global conflicts. In essence, they were the darkest stain on the Eagle's coat. As guards escorted Old John out, he turned back to look at Jack and Bob at the door. "At least tell me, how do you plan to deal with China?" Hearing this, Jack and Bob both laughed contemptuously. "I never said I was going to deal with China." "Then you?" Jack shrugged. "We're only targeting one person, the developer of those advanced military products." "Wang Yu? Wang Yu? Who is that?" Old John was somewhat puzzled. It was not an attempt to stall for time. His imprisonment was already a foregone conclusion. He was merely perplexed. How could a contest of military technology be linked to the study of communication? And what did this suddenly appearing Chinese man have to do with any of it? Jack shrugged. Those who plotted conspiracies were always delighted to explain their schemes to others, as it gave them a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Wang Yu, born on March 10, 1998. After graduating from university, he inherited his grandfather's factory, but it was poorly managed and finally shut down last year. Old John. He grew even more bewildered. So did this person have any connection to this matter at all? Jack let out a contemptuous laugh. "See, you high-ranking officials and senators, without us you'd just be fools." After Wang Yu's factory closed, his identity information was wiped clean, untraceable through any channel. In other words, he has been protected by the Chinese side. So why would such an ordinary man be under protection? His voice turned cold. At the air show in Huayang City, Sioux Province, a fighter jet model suddenly took off. Although the Chinese side tried desperately to suppress this news, we still managed to find photos and images of that model taking off. Its design was nearly identical to China's 0514 fighter jet, and that model was refurbished in Wang Yu's factory. Now you know why he's protected, because he's the creator of the 0514 fighter jet. Upon hearing this, Old John was utterly stunned. The 0514 fighter jet had actually been developed in a factory on the verge of bankruptcy. "So, you intend to assassinate this man?" Old John blurted out instinctively. Yet this remark only provoked another round of hearty laughter from Jack and Bob. Jack stood up, walked over, and patted Old John on the shoulder. "After you're sent to prison, I'll have someone give you a tablet. For this operation, I'm inviting you as the head spectator. It's hard for us at NED to kill one person, but we can kill a multitude." Jack's arrogance was not without reason. Their NED had rarely failed. The B&M in 84. The HD in 90. The Ha Country in 05. The MD in 07. The frenzy of Ermao, the frenzy of Velvet, the chaos within Maoxiong, the dismantling of South LM. Their victory certificates could paper an entire wall. However, That old bastard Sharp and his infamous NED had not been without failure. He had failed several times in China. The first time was when the Eagle Nation was harvesting global capital, and China became the only country in the world not to be reaped by selling off state-owned non-performing asset packages. The second time was when he and the capital tycoons attacked the Greater Bay Area stock market, and China mobilized the entire nation to withstand the assault. Mind you, before this assault, he and the capital tycoons had conducted a test on John Bull, nearly turning John Bull into steak. Yet it still failed. This could be said to be the eternal pain of that old bastard Sharp. So when Jack and Bob took on this mission, it wasn't just to save face for the Eagle Nation's Grand Commander, they also wanted to avenge their master. After dismissing old John, Jack began his operation. He first went to the military-industrial families. Mr. Allen, I need your assistance with a few matters. I assure you that your military orders will return to previous levels within a year. Several military-industrial families in the Eagle Nation were now in a panic. Anyone who could handle the order issue would be welcomed, even if it meant launching a small war. Moreover, they had cooperated with NED many times before. Without any hesitation, they agreed to Jack's request and even gifted him a box of premium-aged cigars. After finalizing the deal with the military-industrial families, Jack sent Bob to contact other members of the NED organization, issuing the order for this operation in Asia. Subsequently, Jack contacted several media outlets with offices in China, as well as some cooperative media. Finally, he enlisted the help of many senators to gather a group of communication experts and scientific researchers. Wang Yu was a researcher, he needed the support of professionals. Thus, the demonic claw reaching for Wang Yu was fully assembled. Since China wanted to ascend to the world's peak, then let them taste the Eagle Nation's counterattack. A month later, Jack and Bob boarded a plane to China. Logically, such individuals would not expose themselves to danger, but this time was different. There were too many people he needed to contact and coordinate. Moreover, after Sharp's death, NED had failed many times, falling into disfavor even within the Eagle Nation. So he needed to supervise the front lines himself. To fire this resounding shot. That was why he had contacted so many people. After all, NED was built for dirty work, essentially playing underhanded tricks. They not only had to defeat their opponents, but also ensure their own safety. For this trip to China, Jack set up 3 layers of protection for himself. The first layer was the media he contacted. The attack on Wang Yu would be entirely online, all frontline troops were the media, with no connection to Jack himself. The second layer, all commands were issued through the Eagle Nation's offices. This directly linked his personal safety to diplomatic affairs. The third layer was the military-industrial families. If public opinion spiraled out of control, it would be attributed to the families fighting for orders, having nothing to do with Jack. It could be said that on the hilt of this blade, aimed at Wang Yu's heart, anyone's fingerprints could be found, except Jack's. However, just as Jack stepped off the plane, he received a call from the Eagle Nation's office. Mr. Jack, the preparations you made before the operation have the office worried. You are here to help the Eagle Nation solve problems, not create them. The Eagle Nation's military technology has now reached a terrifying level. If you push them too far, you alone will bear the responsibility. Jack shrugged, said nothing, and hung up the phone. Beside him, Bob cautiously warned, Jack, you should be more polite to the office. Huh? Jack sneered, how much did our master do for the Eagle Nation? Yet they never spoke a single word for him. They're nothing but a bunch of politicians who only care about profits. Don't worry, as long as we win this time, they'll speak to me politely, without me changing my attitude. With that, Jack walked out of the airport. Standing outside, he felt the warm sun and pleasant breeze. He smiled, protected by their country. The Chinese think they are far from war. But they don't know. Modern warfare is everywhere. Bob's expression was one of deep inner turmoil throughout the journey. He trusted Jack implicitly and firmly believed that as Sharp's foremost disciple, Jack was more than capable of completing this mission. However, after overhearing that phone call from the Eagle Country office, a seed of doubt was planted in his mind. A nagging sense of foreboding clung to him. Finally, upon arriving at the hotel, he couldn't help but ask, Jack, back when I was taking lessons from Master Sharp, I was your shadow. I never questioned anything you did. But this time, aren't we being too reckless? Even the office is afraid. Jack waved his hand dismissively with a smile, lighting a cigar for Bob, and then one for himself. Don't worry, those politicians are cowards. Bob sighed. All right, so how do you plan to deal with Wang Yu? Taking a long drag from his cigar, Jack's lips curled into a chilling smile. Simple. We'll use our specialty, public opinion. We'll destroy him completely. Bob looked puzzled. Jack, perhaps China anticipated our move. They've been on guard from the very beginning. Look, Wang Yu's records are gone. Even his factory has shut down. If he were cooperating with the state under his company's name, we could easily use public opinion to make him suffer, even label him a traitorous merchant. But now he's vanished into thin air. How do we proceed? Jack remained unruffled. He walked over and patted Bob on the shoulder. No wonder you never earn the master's recognition. Your methods are too childish, just trivial skirmishes. Turn Wang Yu into a traitorous merchant. Even if they hadn't blocked that path, I wouldn't resort to such a tactic. Do you think China's media professionals are still as backward as they were a decade ago? My strategy this time isn't just aimed at Wang Yu. If all goes well, it'll seize control of China's entire public opinion sphere and set their civil society back by 20 years. Bob gasped sharply. No wonder those people in the Eagle Country office were terrified. Jack was going for the jugular. What if he pushed China too far and they retaliated with a missile? Jack, reading his thoughts, chuckled. Relax, what you're worried about won't happen. Because once I set things in motion, China's enemy won't be us. It will be their own people. Bob was dumbfounded. Even his master Sharp wasn't this formidable, was he? Jack exhaled a plume of smoke. Our master was born in the wrong era. His theories could unleash immense power back then, but now amplified by the internet, that power is boundless. So, what he couldn't achieve, I can. The next day, an article appeared titled, "He is a patriotic scientist, a teacher and professor who educates, but he is also a deadbeat who refuses to repay his debts." Immediately, this article swept across all of China's social media platforms, and videos based on the same script appeared on major video sites. In an instant, the phrase, "Who is he?" shot to the top of the trending list. Led by a swarm of new accounts and accounts with constantly changing IP addresses, a name emerged into the public: Wang Yu. At this point, the Yindi organization began to flex its muscles. Using every means at their disposal, they found all relevant reports, messages, Weibo posts, and forum threads, then left comments on each one to keep the momentum going. They didn't directly vilify Wang Yu as a deadbeat, nor did they harp on his identity as a scientist. Instead, they targeted his role as a teacher, and rather than simply boycotting him, they led discussions in the comment sections using various sock puppet accounts. These actions didn't directly harm Wang Yu, but they triggered a second trending topic: can a deadbeat, a person of questionable character, truly educate and nurture the next generation? With the emergence of this trending topic, the game's protagonists were no longer the Yindi organization, but every Chinese citizen with a phone and internet access. A deadbeat as a teacher. Schools have always taught us to respect our teachers and value their teachings, and now our teacher turns out to be a deadbeat. Screw that. Just then, Jack's third strike began. A third trending topic suddenly appeared on social media. Think about it. Who is really poisoning the next generation? The moment this topic emerged, almost all social media platforms exploded and crashed. By now, the target of the attack was no longer Wang Yu, but the entire teacher profession. Everything was magnified. The slightest flaw became a devastating bomb, exploding endlessly across campuses and society. And all the blame pointed to one person: Wang Yu. Now, not only parents and ordinary people hated him, but even many teachers began to resent him. Even the righteous netizens who had always fought against evil forces online began to harbor resentment towards Wang Yu. This guy is so trashy, isn't he just handing weapons to foreign forces? 3 days. It had only been 3 days since Jack got off the plane. The name Wang Yu was already being vilified by everyone online. Many with the same name were forced to change their usernames. Sitting in the hotel room, Bob stared at his tablet and marveled. Jack, no wonder you're the master's top disciple. Typical online battles involve exposing the target's dirty laundry, making everyone detest them, turning them into public enemy number one. But not Jack. He didn't attack Wang Yu directly. Instead, he used everyone's discussions to make everyone, including the righteous netizens who usually fight against cyber armies, begin to hate him. Equally astonished was old John, sitting in his prison cell. This guy is too formidable. He understood China. Teacher. In China, it's a sacred profession, one that concerns the healthy growth of the next generation. Old John even suspected that by the time Jack boarded his flight home, Wang Yu would either be driven to suicide by public opinion or killed by someone driven mad by it. Meanwhile, Jack stood by the window, savoring a glass of victory wine while admiring the dazzling nightscape. He turned gracefully to his lackey Bob and said with a smile, "An individual human is intelligent, but a crowd of humans is stupid. At the start, I fabricated many falsehoods to slander Wang Yu and the teachers. But now, look at the internet. I believe 90% of the posts are fabricated lies. This isn't a rational discussion. It's a carnival without boundaries. Our master used this theory to defeat many nations. I'm using it to defeat just one man. It's too easy. There's no challenge at all." Wang Yu had previously fallen unconscious due to entering the system and was sent to the hospital. However, he woke up halfway there. To ensure his body was truly fine, Elder Shui of the Central Military Region ordered him to rest and recuperate in the hospital for a period of time. Everyone thought he was simply overworked. Indeed, ever since joining the Central Military Region, Wang Yu had been like a constantly turning gear. No sooner had he completed the production line for the 0514 fighter jet than he began developing the magnetic storm tank. After establishing that production line, he moved on to research the small artificial sun and a new type of military dagger. After returning from the joint world military exercise, he took no rest, immediately throwing himself into the research of the heavy fusion engine and the Red Dragon battle armor. Incidentally, he also found time to develop a coding machine with precision surpassing global standards. Everyone could see Wang Yu's hard work. Thus, when he suddenly collapsed while visiting an aircraft carrier, everyone felt that this workaholic had finally reached his limit. While expressing their respect, they couldn't help worrying about his health. Fortunately, after a series of examinations at the hospital, nothing was seriously wrong with Wang Yu. Counting the leave, I've been resting for 2.5 months. Let me out of the hospital quickly, or I'll get bed sores from all this sleeping. Wang Yu, now dressed, said jokingly to Section Chief Lin. However, Section Chief Lin's face showed no trace of a smile. He stared at Wang Yu for a long time as if wanting to say something, but hesitating. Finally, he sighed and asked, "You haven't checked your phone these past 2 days, have you?" "I've been reading books. I've recently developed quite an interest in communication studies," Wang Yu replied casually. His technology points were converted from the shock value of onlookers. After the embarrassing incident with the aircraft carrier proposal, he resolved to study communication studies, striving to shock more people with each future research endeavor. Hearing Wang Yu's answer, Section Chief Lin let out a long sigh of relief. "It's best you haven't seen it. Don't look now. Your leave is indeed over, but you can't start work yet. You need to come with me to a meeting." Wang Yu was startled. "What's wrong? Why so serious?" Section Chief Lin paused for a moment. "Something's happened." Throughout the journey, Wang Yu tried to ask what the matter was, but Lin never gave a direct answer. Instead, he looked at Wang Yu with a gaze that seemed to pity a child who had suffered outside. This made Wang Yu feel that the matter must be quite troublesome. First, to his surprise, they did not return to the central military region, but took a special flight directly to the imperial capital. Second, after disembarking, Lin Xiaoran and Zhao Huanhuan came to pick them up. The journey was still marked by silence and pitying looks. Wang Yu was going mad. "What's going on? Do I have some incurable disease?" 20 minutes later, the vehicle turned into a large compound. After passing through layers of security checks, Wang Yu finally arrived at the door of a meeting room above, which were 4 large characters: strategic center. A sharp intake of breath. Was it appropriate to enter such a core place, so unprepared? However, upon pushing the door open, Wang Yu was even more astonished. Contrary to his imagination, the place was as chaotic as a vegetable market. On the left side of the long conference table, 3 or 4 middle-aged men were arguing over documents, while on the right, an elderly woman was scolding 2 young people. In a corner was a separate smoking room. Through the glass door, one could see it was so hazy with smoke that people were barely visible inside. And at that moment, as soon as Wang Yu appeared behind the meeting room door, everyone inside fell silent and simultaneously turned their gazes toward him. Their looks were as if they were seeing some kind of monster. Finally, General Lu, seated at the head, rose and walked toward the door. "Wang Yu, how is your recovery?" Wang Yu immediately saluted. "Reporting, General. Wang Yu, researcher of the Central Military Region, has fully recovered." Then he let out 2 slightly awkward laughs. "General Lu, what's going on?" General Lu exhaled. "Don't be afraid. The situation hasn't reached an uncontrollable point yet." With that, he gestured to the side. "Show him the big data from the past 2 days. Xiaozhang, you're a communication studies expert. Explain it to him." Hearing this, Wang Yu was taken aback. "Communication studies? I've only just read 2 professional books, and now something's happened." Soon, a scholarly-looking middle-aged man carrying a stack of documents pulled Wang Yu to an empty seat at the conference table. It was at this moment that the strategic center returned to its previous noisy state, and Wang Yu's mood relaxed considerably. This middle-aged man, surnamed Zhang, was named Zhang Huayang, the head of China's Big Data Research Center. China's communication studies had a late start and once suffered severe blows from the Eagle Nation, causing mainstream media to lose their voice for a long time. However, through the efforts of their team, they had still managed to establish a robust defense mechanism amidst the thorns. Of course, it was merely passive defense. After all, what they had learned was the Western system. No matter how much they researched, they were still operating within someone else's framework. As Wang Yu listened to Zhang Huayang's explanation and flipped through the documents, he finally understood what had happened recently. The attacking party was cautious, but we found some clues. This time it's the disciples of Gene Sharp, the NED organization. Wang Yu nodded. It is indeed their standard procedure, using the methods of overthrowing a country to target a single individual. Those old bastards really think highly of me. Hearing Wang Yu's words, Zhang Huayang was somewhat surprised. You've studied communication studies. Wang Yu smiled and scratched his head. I just skimmed a few professional books while recuperating at the hospital. It's hardly research. Zhang Huayang nodded appreciatively. Wang Yu was a scientific genius who had made many contributions to the nation, yet he showed no arrogance and could still find time to learn new knowledge during his leisure. If he were allowed to fully develop, China would gain a formidable force as valiant as a crack troop. No wonder the Eagle Nation had sent the NED to deal with him. Thinking this, Zhang Huayang smiled and patted Wang Yu on the shoulder. Don't be afraid. Our country never lets a comrade face the enemy's fire alone. With that, he began introducing the people in the meeting room. On the left, the 4 arguing gentlemen are all senior professors from the China University of Communication. On the right is the director of the National Macroeconomic Regulation and Control Office. And what about those in the smoking room? Wang Yu was curious about who was smoking so much. Hearing this, a slight smirk crossed Zhang Huayang's lips. Inside there are 2. One is a professor specializing in criminal psychology, and the other is a peer of yours, the CEO of a certain research and manufacturing company. As he said this, Zhang Huayang's eyes turned cold. If they show us their fangs, don't blame us for striking back with lethal force. Jack remained by the window, savoring his red wine. Only last time it was night, while now it was dawn. The reason for his leisure was his understanding that it would still take China a long time to reverse this public opinion war. This era bore a significant difference from that of his mentor Sharp. That difference was the prevalence of smartphones. China's smartphone adoption was arguably the highest in the world, with even octogenarians having learned to scan codes for payment. While this greatly reduced social security risks, it also made it easier for the dark forces of communication studies to control every individual. During Gene Sharp's lifetime bans or accelerated smear campaigns could still swiftly curb the fermentation of public opinion. But now, when everyone has access to the internet and can engage in discussions using tactics to control a trending event that has already taken shape would impact the national psyche. It was no wonder Jack was the foremost disciple of that old bastard Sharp. His methods were insidious to the core. In his second move, he had already linked the name Wang Yu with teacher. Banning the topic of Wang Yu would accelerate public resentment towards teachers. Smearing Wang Yu to an absurd degree would also hasten that resentment. A dead end from both sides. If you chose to save Wang Yu, the teacher system would instantly shatter, and the education system would collapse in an instant. Thus, Jack had ample time for leisure, quietly watching China's communication studies team sink into the abyss of a quagmire. However, he was not content to merely watch this drama unfold. He intended to deliver a fatal blow to China. Do not forget, he had come to China in person not just to deal with Wang Yu, but to avenge his mentor against China. Strategic Center. Many experts were still engaged in heated debate. They had prepared a secret weapon, but the priority was resolving the domestic public opinion. Their goal was not a mutual destruction with the Eagle Nation. Their primary task was to protect the Chinese people and ensure the next generation's education remained unaffected. Just then, Wang Yu, who had been silently reviewing data, stood up. Esteemed teachers, esteemed professors. Wang Yu rose and tapped the conference table. Once the room quieted, he said with a grave expression, "Actually, the solution to this public opinion storm is quite simple, isn't it? I'm sure everyone here has already thought of this method. That is, to completely sever my connection with the teaching profession and then let the matter cool down. Yes, this was the method with the least social impact. Expel the morally bankrupt deadbeat Wang Yu from the teaching ranks, then impose strict penalties and rectify the teacher corps. This process would not only reduce the heat of the incident, but also serve to weed out some unethical teachers, a multitude of benefits. It was a tremendous gain. However, doing so would utterly destroy Wang Yu's personal reputation. Hearing this, General Liu, seated at the head, also stood up, walked over to Wang Yu, and forcefully pressed him back into his chair. China has not yet resorted to sacrificing comrades for the sake of gain. Zhang Huayang also smiled. Leave the professional matters to us professionals. Rest assured, Xiao Wang, the nation is not fighting alone. The 4 communication studies professors who had been arguing vehemently also laughed. If we had to resort to such a method that wounds the enemy 1,000 while costing us 800, we wouldn't be arguing here. The elderly lady in charge of macroeconomic regulation smiled kindly. Xiao Wang, you young people are the future of our China. If sacrifices must be made, let it be us old fogies. At that moment, the professor of criminal psychology and the president of a tech construction company emerged from the smoking room. You're Wang Yu, right? The criminal psychology professor gave a sinister chuckle. Don't be in such a rush to sacrifice yourself. Our secret weapon still needs you to put on a grand show. The tech company president nodded. I am the sharp blade of this operation, but you are the one who wields it. In that moment, Wang Yu suddenly understood. So the future technology system was merely his personal golden finger, not China's. These think tanks, these comrades willing to risk their all for China, they were the true golden finger that kept China standing firm and ever ascending. Zhang Huayang patted his shoulder with a smile. We're holding back now because we're waiting for the enemy to exhaust their tactics. Rest assured, the victory in this war will belong to China. Letting out a breath, Wang Yu finally felt his heart settle back into place. All right, comrade. We'll fight side by side. Jack stood by the window. This time he wasn't drinking wine, but had lit a cigar. He was beginning to admire the professionalism of China's communication studies team. To remain so calm under such public opinion pressure without making rash mistakes. No wonder Teacher Sharp had failed here. But even if they could stay calm, what of it? Gene Sharp's theories combined with the information dissemination speed of modern universal smartphone usage. Once a target was set, it was like a mushroom cloud. A single touch and the radiation would be fatal. However, the audience for this grand show was too small. Those cowards in the Eagle Nation's office didn't dare to appreciate his performance. Otherwise, he would have launched an even more ferocious offensive. But perhaps Jack's resentment moved the god dwelling above the western clouds. 2 days later, an office from the Eagle Nation actually sent a delegation to visit China. After contacting them through the liaison office, Jack learned their purpose was military consultations with China. Simply put, seeing all the technology China had developed, they were envious and came to beg. But whether they came to rob or beg, Jack knew his moment to shine had arrived. He would coordinate with the consultations to wage a communication war and apply maximum pressure on China. If everything went as planned, their NED organizations standing in the Eagle Nation would return to what it was during Gene Sharp's lifetime. Or perhaps even reach a new peak. Charge forward. Jack was trembling with excitement. Oh, Jack sighed. If only Teacher Sharp were still alive. Then he could witness with his own eyes his disciple elevating him to a position worthy of admiration. Beside him, Bob also sighed softly. Jack Teacher's spirit in heaven must be very gratified. However, what they didn't know was that at that very moment the group at the Strategic Center was also raring to go, ready to launch their counterattack. On the 18th of April, a tourism festival was held in a small city in Jiangnan. As it was already a tourist-oriented city, the festival caused a surge in visitors, leaving the streets packed with a sea of people. With such a massive flow of people, the street vendors launched their annual offensive, pushing their carts or carrying balloons onto the streets. Of course, to maintain urban order and keep the streets clear, the city management staff also began working overtime. Yang Shenhua, an elderly woman who often sold fried skewers on the street with her husband, returned home from the night market in the early hours. She suddenly suffered a stroke and was rushed to the hospital by her family, but died from intracranial hemorrhage. Overwhelmed by grief, Yang Chenyua's husband suffered a sudden heart attack and collapsed in the hospital corridor. After 2 hours of resuscitation, he too passed away, following his wife. The couple's children rushed back to their hometown in the early hours of the next day. After discussing the situation with the hospital, they raised several questions. First, although the elderly couple were over 70, they were both in excellent health, running their stall year-round, and rarely even catching a cold. What exactly caused old Mrs. Yang to suffer a stroke that day? Second, old Mrs. Yang's husband had always had a strong heart with no history of heart disease. Even during his last checkup, he showed no signs of premature beats. Why did he suddenly have a heart attack? What exactly did this elderly couple experience that day? Third, old Mrs. Yang's husband suffered a heart attack in the hospital corridor. The golden window for saving a heart attack patient is 120 minutes. Why, if he collapsed in the hospital, could he not be saved? Fourth, why did both of them have minor bruises? And on old Mrs. Yang's husband's face, there was even a mark shaped like a hand, clearly from being slapped. Based on the above, the couple's children chose to call the police the next morning. Officers from the local precinct arrived at the scene promptly and sent personnel to both the couple's residence and the night market to investigate. On the night of the incident, old Mrs. Yang had a verbal altercation with a city management officer at the night market, followed by a quarrel with her husband, during which both became physically involved. The injury on the husband's face was inflicted by old Mrs. Yang, and the minor bruises on both of them came from the same altercation. After the husband suffered a sudden heart attack, the hospital immediately began resuscitation efforts. However, due to the extreme speed of the acute heart attack, the elderly man had already gone into ventricular fibrillation by the time he reached the emergency room, and ultimately resuscitation was unsuccessful. The couple's children did not accept the police's explanation. They continued to believe that the tragedy was the fault of the city management and the hospital. Thus, the following afternoon, they caused a disturbance at the hospital and police station, unfurling a long banner. The incident quickly spread across the internet. Due to widespread prejudice against city management staff and sympathy for the elderly couple who worked late into the night, almost all public opinion leaned toward the deceased couple's children. Jack keenly sensed this incident, which had not yet made it to the trending topics. To him, this news was like a blessing from the goddess of fortune, a magnificent stage built by God. Without any hesitation, the NED organization mobilized in full force once again. Following their usual procedures, the NED organization's manipulation spread the news like a virus to every phone, drawing the attention of every Chinese citizen to this matter. This was a topic with immense social reach, far easier to exploit than the previous smear campaign against Wang Yu. During his operation, Jack also discovered an unexpected surprise. Wang Yu, who had been well protected by the Chinese side, finally had news emerge, and it was negative news. Late at night, Wang Yu drove alone to a barbecue restaurant, helped a woman into his car, and as he returned to the vehicle, a middle-aged man chased after them. The three got into a conflict on the street, and Wang Yu threw a punch at the man. It was a minor incident. The cause was that Wang Yu's female friend had been forcibly dragged by the restaurant owner to socialize and drink. When Wang Yu brought his friend away, he clashed with the owner. Although he was the one who threw the punch, a settlement was reached with the injured party, and after the victim withdrew the complaint, the matter was resolved. But how could Jack let this go so easily? He immediately ordered the NED organization to combine both incidents. Previously, they had equated Wang Yu with teacher, and this time, they equated Wang Yu with city management and police. Ultimately, these two incidents became directly linked to the words darkness, cover-up, inaction, and public trust. Within 24 hours under Jack's orchestration, both incidents simultaneously topped the trending charts. Weibo, Baidu, Douyin, Bilibili, all social and video platforms nearly crashed that day. At this point, it was impossible to stop Jack and the NED through comment moderation. These two incidents had become hot topics discussed by the entire Chinese populace. Damn, that was fast. Zhang Huayang sat in the meeting room, grinding his teeth in frustration. We media professionals once fought against Gene Sharp, and now we fight against his disciples. Even though we know their tactics, we can never defend against them. This was not due to the incompetence of Chinese media professionals. Rather, the defense against information warfare had become increasingly difficult with technological advancement. When only television and newspapers existed, comment moderation sufficed to fend off all attacks. When only computers existed, a simple firewall was enough. But now, with everyone owning a smartphone, receiving information anytime and anywhere, and with so many online trolls, defense had become truly difficult. Wang Yu nodded in agreement. He was scrolling through short videos. Almost every 2 swipes, a video produced by the NED organization would appear. Moreover, their method was forced implantation. For instance, the video would show a craftsman making an artwork while the audio narrated the stories of old Mrs. Yang and Wang Yu. Or the video would feature a long-legged beauty walking ahead while the audio discussed the elderly couple and Wang Yu. Jack and the NED organization knew what people liked to watch and how to forcefully implant information, aided by the online trolls in the comments section. Wang Yu had become a pariah, hated by everyone. Meanwhile, old Mrs. Yang and her husband were portrayed as victims oppressed by city management and denied treatment by a heartless hospital. The most ironic part was that no one cared about the couple's children or the middle-aged man who took a punch from Wang Yu. They were like tools discarded into the trash bin by Jack and the NED organization. My heavens, how utterly dark this is. I dare not even dwell on it. I've called every available reporting hotline. Each time the line is busy. Not once have I gotten through. Is there truly no one willing to seek justice for Grandma Yang's family and for those assaulted by Wang Yu? So have I, and met the same dead end. Speechless, choked with silence, trembling with fury, my heart freezing cold. One side wields power and influence, the other is a patriotic scientist. What chance do we stand against them? Who truly cares about ordinary people like us? Wang Yu's head spun as he scrolled through these online comments. It was as if the netizens had been reduced to monkeys, manipulated, deceived, and yet utterly compliant. I've long known communication studies hold immense importance. When founding the Longmen class, I envisioned integrating scientific research and manufacturing with communication theory. Yet I never imagined its power would be this overwhelming. Wang Yu lit a cigarette in weary resignation, only for Lin Shaoran beside him to snatch it away and stub it out in the ashtray. Smoking harms your health. Wang Yu shook his head with a bitter smile. His recent stress had mounted unbearably. Just then Zhang Huayang approached and clapped him firmly on the shoulder. Don't burden yourself. Our counteroffensive has already begun. And you're the most vital link. Wang Yu sighed deeply. To be honest, I haven't seen a trace of our counteroffensive yet. Earlier when you instructed me to strike that RD company CEO, yes, I understood your intent to engineer a narrative reversal reshaping public perception of me. But how will Grandma Yang's case be resolved? I've heard the 2 officers dispatched from Zhangyang City's police force have endured days of relentless online vilification. Zhang Huayang's lips curved into a faint smile, but his eyes turned unervingly cold, utterly unlike his earlier self. This entire affair was in fact a trap we laid for the disciples and successors of Gene Sharp. Wang Yu froze. What do you mean? The incident involving Grandma Yang was genuine. The moment our big data analysis flagged this news story, we knew the NED would seize it as a catalyst for orchestrated chaos. So, we immediately alerted Zhangyang City Hospital's jurisdictional police station, secretly replacing the originally dispatched officers with 2 others. At first, the case attracted no attention, no photographs, no videos. No one knew the officers' identities. Even Grandma Yang's own children failed to notice that the personnel liaising with them had quietly been swapped. Wang Yu grew even more bewildered. What purpose does this serve? Zhang Huayang smiled enigmatically. You'll see, soon enough. By the way, how is your end progressing? Wang Yu understood Zhang Huayang would not disclose the full plan, and as a non-specialist he need not know its intricacies. He sighed softly and replied, Rest assured, the Vice Presidents Fu and Dong along with the entire Central Military Region Research Institute have worked without pause. Completion is expected next week. Then next week, we eliminate Jack himself. China's communications team made no attempt to quell the public outcry. For doing so would pit two sides against each other. The strategic center aimed to confront Gene Sharp's ideological heirs, not the Chinese populace. Should antagonism crystallize, the NED would reap the rewards unopposed. Thus Zhang Huayang and the communications professors locked in heated debate within that conference room never contemplated calming the storm. They executed only two precise actions. First, to identify two officers whose backgrounds possessed distinctive strategic value. Second, to assign one of them exclusively to liaise with Grandma Yang's children. The case had in official terms been closed. Grandma Yang's children were dismissed as unreasonable agitators. In truth, their liaison was less with the family and more with the vast sea of netizens watching closely. This young woman is undeniably beautiful, yet her deeds leave such a bitter aftertaste. It's been days now. Grandma Yang and her husband cannot rest in peace. This is sheer dereliction of duty. Once they blamed temporary staff, now they don't even feign pretense. They outright label the family as troublemakers. Fog has settled. Blue skies and white clouds vanish from sight. Today it's Grandma Yang's family. Tomorrow, it may be ours. Today that middle-aged man was beaten. Tomorrow, it could be us. Under such a virulent information climate, anyone stepping into the spotlight faced relentless, unending assault. The female officer seconded to the case had already wept silently several times, finally confronting firsthand the brutal reality of cyber violence. Yet she persisted, for she knew her superiors had assigned her this mission for a reason. Just then her phone rang. Xiaoyan, been hard work these past 2 days. A middle-aged man's voice came through, gruff yet deliberately softened with gentle inflection. Zhang Yan couldn't help but laugh. Uncle Zhao, you truly can't pull off gentleness. But I'm fine. After all, I'm carrying out my duty. Once this assignment concludes, the propaganda department will launch a special initiative. Would you like to observe and learn? You're already stationed within the department after all. Zhang Yan blinked in surprise. Uncle Zhao, you're not. Rest easy, I pulled no strings. This is an official commendation. Your deployment to Jianyang City has earned you this opportunity. Uncle Zhao hastened to clarify over the line. Zhang Yan paused, then murmured softly, Thank you, Uncle Zhao. After hanging up, she stood alone in the corridor gazing upward at the clear sunlit sky and whispered almost inaudibly, Thank you too, Dad. 2 nights later, on CCTV's renowned legal affairs program, the host first provided a comprehensive overview of recent events in Jianyang City, then announced a major revelation. Beijing had taken the matter with utmost seriousness and would immediately dispatch an inspection team to conduct a full investigation in Jianyang City. Upon release, the announcement triggered instantaneous action across all official accounts and independent media platforms. Almost simultaneously, every smartphone user grasped the truth. Higher authorities had initiated an official inquiry across all social media platforms. It's begun. Jianyang City officials are surely facing disciplinary action. Disciplinary action. Even if they replace the current cadre, will anything truly change? We await the official report. It will surely restore justice and honor to Grandma Yang's family. I've lost faith in such pronouncements. If urban management officers didn't assault anyone, why not release the surveillance footage from that night? Didn't authorities just release the footage? What good is it? Do urban regulators not know where cameras are installed? Do they strike under surveillance? And what of those 2 responding officers? Had they acted with due diligence, would this scandal have exploded to such magnitude? The inspection team should investigate them first. In communication studies, there is a term known as the spiral of silence. It generally means that upon encountering information, even if one holds a differing opinion, they choose not to engage in arguments or debates. In plain language, it is called the silent majority. For Jack and the NED organization, it is best if the silent majority remains silent, for in doing so, public opinion stays firmly within their grasp. Even if fabricated facts are outrageously absurd, no one steps forward to refute them, or if someone does, their voice is quickly drowned in the vast sea of noise. What Zhang Huayang and his team sought to do was to awaken the silent. Finally, on the night Wang Yu announced the completion of the Central Military Region's scientific research mission, the legal affairs program struck directly. When public opinion peaked with the internet flooded by scathing insults, satire, and attacks targeting the 2 officers from Jianyang City, The long-restrained Chinese communication studies team unleashed their masterstroke. An article quietly appeared online, the Jianyang City Case, a crusade for justice or a carnival of the forgetful. It offered no lengthy analysis, only a single theme: the people demand truth, society needs justice, but it also requires rationality. However, after elaborating on this viewpoint, the article included two sets of images. The first two pictures showed a young man in a hospital. The first photo captured a young officer with his left shoulder bandaged, flashing a peace sign at the camera. It was his first injury since joining the force. A mentally disturbed patient had attempted to storm a school with a knife. He was patrolling nearby and used his body to shield the blade from the students. This time his left shoulder was stabbed. The doctor said that if the wound had been a centimeter deeper, he would never be able to lift his arm again. Someone asked him, "Were you scared?" He smiled and replied, "Serving the people." The second photo showed the same young officer, but now his entire upper body was wrapped in bandages. It was his second injury since joining the force. A criminal had detonated explosives strapped to his body. To protect the surrounding civilians, the officer leaped into a river with the perpetrator. He suffered 23 fractures across his body, a ruptured spleen, and stomach necrosis of a third of his intestines, and half of his upper body was burned by the blast. It was an injury severe enough to force him into a desk job. Most of the explosive shrapnel remains lodged in his body, impossible to remove. Yet after discharge, he insisted on transferring and chose to remain a community police officer. Serving the people, he said, "This still looks pretty cool. From now on, when I go through security, I can flash my medals of honor." No one could laugh, for we knew the agony those embedded shards of shrapnel would cause him for the rest of his life. But that day he still smiled and flashed a peace sign at the camera, because he knew that in that explosion he had saved 2 hostages. His name is Zhao Hao. He once earned a personal first-class merit and was seen by criminals as a Zhao Zilong, who could charge through enemy lines 7 times. Now he has chosen to be an ordinary community officer, continuing to serve the people. The third photo showed Zhao Hao saluting, medals pinned to his chest. The second set of images also consisted of several photos, but these contained no portraits, only a series of work IDs. The first ID was handwritten, exuding a sense of antiquity. Most details were faded, but the officer number and name were starkly clear: 313 Zhang Xiong. The second ID was printed, featuring a middle-aged man in an old-style green police uniform. The officer number and name read 0313 Zhang Jiamen. The third ID had no photo. The space where it should have been was a silhouette. The officer number and name 00313 Zhang Yi. And the fourth was not an ID, but a photo of a young female officer. She was the one who had secretly wiped away tears after being berated, little swallow Zhang Yan. In the photo, she stood tall, saluting the national flag, her officer number gleaming in the sunlight: 000313. The article continued, reviving an officer number is a sacred act, yet it is something we are most reluctant to witness. We apologize, but for Comrade Zhang Yan, whether at work or in daily life, almost everyone cannot help but show her extra care. Her superiors have issued a strict order forbidding her from continuing as a frontline criminal investigator in dangerous missions. Because we cannot bear the thought of a hero's granddaughter, a hero's daughter, and a hero's sister facing danger again, even if it is unfair to others. We may demand justice and seek accountability, but that is no reason to attack them. In the spirit of serving the people, if we cannot even trust them, then what can we trust? Zhao Hao was vilified. Zhang Yan also secretly wiped away her tears. We passively chose to forget, forgetting everything they have done, forgetting the heroes who still live. Perhaps we should feel ashamed, but not for seeking the truth, rather for the harm our past irrationality has inflicted upon them. Rationality. Yes, the entire article with its many photos and words conveyed only one concept: rationality. Society needs justice, and the people demand accountability. But we must not forget the heroes of the past or the kindness within our hearts. Once published, this article was reposted and pinned by major media outlets, headlines, and social platforms alike. Simultaneously, across China's major media universities, media companies that had previously slandered and aided the NED organization were exposed within the industry. Standing on the podium, Zhang Huayang roared like a beast, unleashed his voice almost savage. "You are Chinese media professionals. You are the ears and the voice of the nation. If any of you graduate and join those companies, you will be expelled from this university." The concentrated barrage of information coupled with the industry upheaval struck like an iron fist, jolting almost everyone awake. Many who had been fervently posting online were stunned. They realized they had been attacking for days, spewing the most venomous words. The photo of Zhao Hao flashing a peace sign, the image of Zhang Yan saluting, paired with such a moving article, anyone with a shred of conscience would be compelled to think rationally and reflect. And those villains under the blow of this righteous fist had no choice but to fall silent. The majority who had remained silent were already pushed to their breaking point. This article was the final drop that breached the dam, unleashing a flood. On social platforms, the official account of Jianyang City and Zhang Yan's account, which had been handling external communications, were flooded with apologies. The internet turns over faster than one flips a page. Beneath the previous post, there were insults and sarcasm. Beneath the next, all was apology. In this battle of public opinion, China once again trampled Sharp's corpse underfoot. Jack was utterly stunned. What on earth was happening? How had the Chinese public suddenly awakened? As if their conception and governor vessels had been unlocked. He had believed victory was within reach. No matter how the Jianyang City case was handled, it had already become synonymous with corruption and darkness. Though insufficient to dismantle China's judicial system, it should at least have tainted the discourse of official media. Yet now, beneath every report on the Jianyang City case, comments read, "Think rationally, don't let malicious actors set the narrative, protect the investigating officers." What the hell is going on? Jack was nearly unraveling. In truth, even his own mentor Gene Sharp had succeeded across numerous nations, yet failed uniquely in China, because they fundamentally misunderstood the Chinese people. We may at times be led astray in domains beyond our expertise. We are inevitably manipulated. But that does not make us fools. Our police officers are soldiers. Their title always bears the prefix peoples. They are the most beloved among us. We may for a moment be blinded, but the instant a single voice awakens us, no one will ever doubt them. Xiao Yanzi, I owe you an apology. Sorry. Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan. We stand firm. Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan. We support you. This young woman. I recognized her character just by her face. She could never be a villain. For insights into physiognomy, please message me privately. You've gone too far. You're the one who owes the apology. Go Xiao Yan. Who invited that fortune-telling fraud? He must be backed by sinister forces. Shameless. Watching the comment section revert to its usual light-hearted absurdity, Jack's face twisted with fury. He downed 2 glasses of red wine and lit a cigar, striving to steady his composure. It's fine, everything's fine. He murmured to himself, these distractions mean nothing. As long as Wang Yu is destroyed by public opinion, the mission is won. Standing at the eye of the storm and still daring to fight, that victory belongs to me. Indeed, Jack and Bob had come to China solely to tarnish Wang Yu's reputation, ensuring he would abandon his scientific research entirely. Using the Jianyang City case as a tool of sabotage was merely an act of vengeance for their mentor Sharp. Though it had failed, it bore little consequence for the overarching objective. Yet what he hadn't anticipated was this: the very next morning, every social and video platform across the nation announced the same thing. A nationwide power outage, lasting 30 minutes, would occur tonight from 1130 p.m. to midnight. This notice was highly unusual, because every critical government department would switch to backup generators during the outage. Jack, ever perceptive, immediately noted the alert, but could not fathom why China would orchestrate such an operation. Was it routine grid maintenance? That hardly justified a nationwide blackout for half an hour. Yet as Jack pondered, another headline shattered his calm: is he the attacker or the rescuer? A sharp intake of breath escaped him upon reading the title. The video was straightforward. It explained why Wang Yu had appeared at the barbecue stall late at night and why he'd clashed with others. It featured interviews with stall staff, eyewitnesses, and crucially surveillance footage. A woman wearing a mask stood before the camera, visibly agitated. I called him. I needed him to save me. I never expected. The barbecue stall owner said that young man simply entered, helped a young woman outside, and left. A second stall employee added they didn't seem like a couple. The young man deliberately avoided physical contact with her. If she'd been his wife, he'd have carried her out in his arms. An eyewitness remarked that fellow who helped her was admirable. The man who chased out afterward spoke so vilely it's no wonder he got punched. Another eyewitness declared bullying a young woman. If it were me, I'd have punched him too. With these testimonies and the irrefutable footage, the full truth emerged. That night, Wang Yu's female friend had been harassed by her company's supervisor, who under the pretense of entertaining clients had tried to force her to drink. Wang Yu had rushed there to rescue her. A confrontation ensued with the supervisor, leading directly to the altercation. Within moments of the video's release, Wang Yu transformed from a reviled pariah into a chivalrous hero. He's quite admirable. So he fought only to rescue a friend. We misdirected our anger entirely. It should have been aimed at that supervisor. Sisters, what are we waiting for? Let's take down any company that plies its female employees with alcohol. I suspect Wang Yu has been under surveillance by hostile forces lately. Exactly. He must have developed something extraordinary, hence the attacks. The eagle. It's definitely the eagle. Reading these comments, Jack could no longer sit still. With a thunderous crash, he kicked over the table and roared, "Damn it. This was your scheme all along. Damn you." Only now did he grasp the truth. Throughout this entire mission in China, he had never held the upper hand, only endured relentless, humiliating defeat. After venting his rage, he prepared to contact Bob and book the earliest flight home. But the moment he opened his hotel room door, he found a group of police officers standing outside, led by Wang Yu himself, the very target of his campaign. Jack narrowed his eyes. He knew he wouldn't leave this room, but he felt no fear. A successful information war would be triumph or failure, disgrace. The eagle safeguarding its international image would surely extract him. Exhaling slowly, Jack turned back inside, poured himself a glass of wine, and smirked. "I didn't expect you to arrive so soon." Wang Yu replied calmly, "We've known you were here all along. Just thought it wiser to confront you after securing victory." A blow straight to the heart. Jack nearly choked with fury, then realized his accomplice was missing. "Where's Bob? If anything happens to him, I'll never forgive you." "Rest assured, he's safe." Wang Yu exhaled. "Whether you remain safe, however, is another matter." Jack's gaze hardened. "You dare not kill me." Wang Yu smiled faintly, then spread his hands. "Before midnight, the eagle may intervene to bury the scandal." "After midnight? That's uncertain." Jack blinked. "What do you mean?" Wang Yu settled onto the sofa and switched on the television with the remote. "You'll see shortly. What follows is the main event." It was 11:30 at night. The entire power system was shut down, and from a satellite view, all of Huaxia had turned into a pitch-black expanse with only essential facilities that had backup power flickering sporadically. The five-star hotel where Jack resided also had a backup power source. However, to conserve electricity, only one spotlight was lit in the room. Jack puffed on his cigar, quietly observing Wang Yu, whose face was shrouded in darkness. "What tricks are you up to?" Wang Yu smiled without replying, his gaze fixed on his watch, his expression slightly tense. It was hard not to be nervous. At such a crucial moment, he couldn't be on site to command, leaving him feeling somewhat uneasy. Fortunately, Fu Wei and Dong He were both professionals in nuclear fusion research, and they personally led the Longmin class and numerous researchers in constructing the fusion engine. Thus, the likelihood of an accident was minimal. The room was filled only with the heavy sound of Wang Yu's breathing. Jack had no idea what was happening, but he had a premonition that Huaxia was certainly undertaking some astonishing actions at that moment. It couldn't possibly be a sudden strike against Eagle Sauce, could it? It seemed unlikely. Even though Huaxia's military technology had advanced several levels recently, Eagle Sauce was no mere clay figure that could be attacked at will. Yet this quiet wait was truly torturous. Most importantly, no matter what questions Jack posed, Wang Yu only smiled and remained silent, adding an eerie layer to the room's heavy atmosphere. They waited in silence. Jack swore that this was the longest half hour of his life. At that moment, everyone in Huaxia shared the same sentiment. The nationwide blackout lasted 30 minutes. What on earth was happening? Finally, as the hour hand moved the last bit and the minute hand shifted the final fraction, the second hand ticked its last. As Huaxia entered the new day, at midnight, all the lights that had just been plunged into darkness due to the power outage lit up. At that moment, the television that Wang Yu had just turned on also came to life, broadcasting the central station. Today was destined to be recorded in history, because the central station's news was actually aired at midnight. Moreover, this was a mandatory news broadcast. Anyone who turned on their television or scrolled through their phones would receive a notification and be automatically switched to the broadcast. Unlike the previous rotating hosts, this time the television featured the two most senior anchors from the central station. "Good evening, dear viewers." "Good evening, dear viewers." Although the two anchors were excited, their years of experience allowed them to maintain composure in front of the audience. One of the anchors took a deep breath, his face tense and serious, and began to speak. "We have an important news bulletin. I believe all viewers have just experienced a very special nationwide blackout. This blackout was not due to a problem with the power system, but rather Huaxia has taken a step towards the future, leading the world." Remarkably, the anchor cleared his throat during the live broadcast. He then announced clearly and steadily, "Huaxia's scientists have developed a controllable nuclear fusion device named the fusion engine. And at this moment, the power supply for all of Huaxia comes from this machine. Huaxia will no longer rely on expensive oil energy, but will use cheap stone energy. Starting today, Huaxia will lead the world into a brand new era." With these words, all viewers watching the live broadcast were stunned. They even momentarily failed to comprehend the anchor's words. After a moment of silence, one person, unsure who it was, blurted out a curse. "What the heck?" Although no one heard it, that exclamation seemed to be contagious, and in an instant countless "what the heck" echoed throughout Huaxia. It wasn't a lack of manners. They were simply too shocked, their brains crashing, instinctively uttering the two most familiar words. Soon after, everyone began to cheer. It was akin to when Apple first launched the nuclear program or when they successfully bid for the Olympics. At that moment, all the people of Huaxia celebrated with all their might. "Awesome! Huaxia is amazing. Fusion. This is a product derived from hydrogen fusion. It's incredible, truly incredible. This is what we call groundbreaking." Eagle Sauce has been obsessing over oil energy. Every day their brains turn to mush, while we can just smile and play the fusion card. The upstairs is a card shark doge. It's so amazing, to be honest. I didn't understand the news just now, but hearing the excitement from upstairs, it must be something incredible. Of course it's amazing. Didn't you hear? The fusion engine runs on stone, what is most abundant on Earth. Stone. Almost instantly, all social media and video platforms crashed. The employees at those companies were overwhelmed. They had been working overtime to maintain backup power for the first half hour, and then to expand the bandwidth for the latter half, likely losing sleep that night. At that moment, the anchor announced another significant event. Due to a surge of accounts with unknown IPs appearing online recently, as per higher directives, a cleanup operation will commence from this early morning. At this point, the anchor paused. Viewers may have noticed an article circulating recently that narrated the story of two police officers. Today, the anchor wants to inform everyone of something. The researchers who developed the fusion engine are none other than Wang Yu, who has recently been at the center of public discourse. I hope all viewers will uphold justice while also remaining rational, thinking calmly, and waiting for the official announcement to avoid being misled by unscrupulous individuals. Upon hearing this, all viewers were stunned. It turned out that Wang Yu, whom they had been attacking, had not been hiding away, but had been tirelessly working for Waxia's new era. He had stepped up for his friend, yet he had no time to explain himself against the attacks directed at him. Hiss! Many who had scolded Wang Yu online a few days ago suddenly felt a sense of embarrassment. At the same time, they realized abruptly, I finally understand. No wonder there were so many slandering articles about Wang Yu online. It must be external forces trying to prevent him from continuing his research. Damn. I hope the country investigates thoroughly and brings those bastards to justice. They've already dealt with them. From the Communication University, our school has already enacted an industry ban prohibiting all graduates from working at certain companies, or else they will be expelled from the campus network. Tell me which companies. If I see them in the future, I'll surely spit in their faces. I'll pee yellow and give them a shower. Watching the trending topics and comments online, Jack finally exhaled while sitting on the sofa. This time he was truly, utterly defeated. Jack exhaled, appearing utterly unperturbed. He snipped the burning tip off his cigar, placed it back in the case, and shrugged. All right, now can you tell me why you're here? If it's to watch TV, you've already seen it all. Jack was emboldened by his impunity. No matter what, the eagle wouldn't stand idly by and watch him be dealt with by China. Even if you know I attacked you, even if you know I orchestrated the Jiangmen City incident, so what? In the end, you'd still have to let me return to the eagle, wouldn't you? That was Jack's ultimate confidence. Wang Yu smiled without responding, instead bringing up sharp. Honestly, I deeply admire your mentor. Do you know why I selected a batch for the Dragon Gate class? Not just to build this fusion engine, but also to prevent China from following the old path of the Big Bear. If we blindly develop technology, it would leave an opening for people like you. Jack shrugged indifferently. Though his mission to China had failed, he had gleaned many details. If given another chance, he was certain he would do even better than before, because he now understood the Chinese people. Yet for now, he still needed to feign weakness. Jack let out a faint sigh. If you're here to gloat, you've succeeded. This failure has brought disgrace upon the Yendi organization. They won't assign us any important tasks after this. Hearing this, Wang Yu sneered. Don't be ridiculous, Jack. Since I know you're here, and I know you're Sharp's top disciple, do you still think you can go back? The only difference is whether you die here or back in the Eagle. At this, Jack finally sensed a hint of danger. He slammed the table twice in agitation. Damn it. You wouldn't dare? Our Eagle won't allow this to happen. He straightened up. Are you trying to spark an even bigger storm of public opinion? Trust me, you don't have the power to control such a trend. Not even all the communications professors in China could manage that. Controlling such a vast current of opinion is something only God can achieve. Wang Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. Then you'll see soon enough. I am the God before you. Jack laughed coldly. Who do you think you are? I admit all my operations in China have failed, but you can't find any evidence against me. I can still return to the Eagle safely. That's the strength of our Eagle. Wang Yu stared at Jack for a long moment, then lit a cigarette and sat on the sofa smoking. Do you know why we didn't retaliate when you attacked me, but when you targeted the Jiangyang judicial system, we dismantled all your plans within 2 days? Jack narrowed his eyes. This was something he had never understood. He asked instinctively why. Wang Yu smiled without answering and pressed on. Do you know why I set aside such important work to come here and make you watch the news, eh? Jack. He was even more clueless about this. But a primal sense of foreboding gripped him. He asked nervously, damn it, what trick are you pulling? Wang Yu smiled. Because tonight I'm not just putting on a show for you, but for others as well. This is a stage for you, and it's the same for me and for China. What? What do you mean? Jack felt like his mind was overheating. Wang Yu kept smiling, but his eyes slowly turned cold. The audience below this stage is all the same. I've made it this clear, and you still don't understand. Just then Jack felt his muscles tense, and a chill seemed to brush the back of his neck. His voice cracked as he roared, the Eagle's delegation. Wang Yu nodded slightly. Correct. His voice was soft, but to Jack's ears it was like a thunderbolt. He had sensed earlier that the delegation's visit to China had ulterior motives, but back then his mind was consumed with avenging Sharp, and he hadn't given it much thought. But now he realized. Yes. Why had the Eagle delegation come to China at this very moment? Their purpose. It was the fusion engine. Energy is one of the most critical issues for any nation, and China has now solved it. Guess what? If we used this to negotiate with the Eagle, do you think they would hand you over to us? Yes. The word sprang into Jack's mind without a moment's hesitation. He gasped for breath, slumping onto the sofa, as if his power had been cut off. After a long silence, he asked in a hoarse voice, So, I've been abandoned, haven't I? Wang Yu shrugged, mimicking his gesture. China never abandons its comrades. But the Eagle, you should know them best, shouldn't you? Perhaps. All strength drained from Jack as he collapsed against the sofa. Can I know what my fate will be? Will I be judged by Chinese law, or locked away in a secret cell? Wang Yu sneered. Stop dreaming. There's only one outcome for you dying here. On that night of nationwide celebration, the sound of police sirens rang out with striking clarity. In the penthouse suite of a five-star hotel in the capital, a tragedy quietly unfolded. A communications professor from the Eagle had taken his own life by poisoning in the dead of night. When Wang Yu walked out of the hotel and returned to the strategy center, the sky was just beginning to lighten. The moment he pushed open the meeting room door, a large hand grabbed him by the collar. Scar Chow looked as if he wanted to devour him alive, roaring, Was everything you said just now true? Are we really going to trade the fusion engine to the Eagle for that bastard Jack's life? Wang Yu had a communicator in his pocket. The entire conversation in the hotel had been audible in the meeting room. The three master craftsmen, worried about Wang Yu's recent state, had also come to the strategy center. When they heard in the meeting room that he planned to exchange the fusion engine for Jack, they were utterly stunned. Why not just kill him outright? Wasn't the cost too high? Would the Eagle dare to start a conflict with us over a single life? Wang Yu chuckled softly and patted Scar Chow's hand that was gripping him. How could that be? I was lying to him. Those who play dirty tricks already have filthy hearts. A little scare, and they'll jump to the worst conclusion. Besides, he isn't dead. Scar Chow, Master Shui, Master Hu. The three of them were collectively dumbfounded. After one trip outside, how had their IQs suddenly seemed insufficient? The three masters were stunned. Wasn't it said that they were to trade the fusion reactor and Eagle sauce for Jack's life? How come Jack is still alive? Isn't that a greater loss? Wang Yu chuckled, then sat down and poured himself a glass of water. Honestly, he felt a bit nervous doing such underhanded things for the first time. After finishing his drink, he smiled and said, The Eagle sauce delegation actually has nothing to do with the fusion reactor. Recently, there have been some issues at Eagle Sauce's home, and they originally wanted to come and discuss cooperation with us. General Liu merely extended an invitation, and they came over. Old Shui was taken aback. So you mean you didn't even talk to Eagle Sauce, and just went ahead and killed the person? Chow the Scar was also shocked. Wow, you all have such guts. Aren't you afraid Eagle Sauce will come after us for this? Old Hu scratched what little hair he had left. This is a big problem. If things go wrong, it could lead to conflict. Have you all prepared for this in advance? Wang Yu waved his hand. War isn't something that can be initiated lightly. Our current task is to steadily earn small profits. If a war breaks out between the two superpowers, Blue Star won't be able to handle it. The three masters were even more confused. How can you be sure that Eagle Sauce won't dare to take action? At this moment, Zhang Huayang walked over with a smile. Don't be afraid. Whether Eagle Sauce dares to act depends on how much information we can extract from Jack. Hiss. The three masters widened their eyes. Yes, Jack is the one who ruled Yindi after Gene Sharp's death. What does Yindi do if not help Eagle Sauce act in the shadows? They were involved in all sorts of unspeakable activities. As long as they could extract all this information from Jack, revealing his connections and intelligence networks in various countries, then Eagle Sauce wouldn't dare to take action against China. Otherwise, his allies and partners might turn against him at any moment. This plan was conceived by Zhang Huayang, truly a clever old fox. Wang Yu chuckled. The more information we extract from Jack, the less likely Eagle Sauce will dare to get angry. They might even be too afraid to ask for a meal and just buy a plane ticket back. Exactly. Zhang Huayang nodded with a smile. He didn't care at all about Wang Yu's old fox comment. It was the highest praise for a media person. At this moment, the old lady responsible for macroeconomic regulation also entered the conference room. Oh, you're back. She elegantly sat in a chair and sipped tea. The Eagle Sauce delegation has been settled, and they plan to leave tomorrow. After a whole day of meetings with them, my old back is about to stiffen. Zhang Huayang immediately asked, how did it go? The old lady chuckled proudly. After all this effort, of course, it was successful. We just established a preliminary plan with them. How to proceed next still depends on us. Hearing this, Wang Yu clapped his hands vigorously. When the old lady takes charge, it's worth two. The three masters were once again bewildered. How did macroeconomic regulation come into play here? Wang Yu smiled and began to explain. To provoke Jack, there must be a reason, which is to help his teacher Gene Sharp regain his position in Eagle Sauce. So how to do that? Naturally, they would put on a grand show in front of the Eagle Sauce delegation. And to make Jack lose his will to resist and cooperate in a staged suicide act, a reason is also needed. That is, he, or rather the Yindi organization, has been abandoned by Eagle Sauce. How to do this? Naturally, they still need to rely on the Eagle Sauce delegation. In other words, the success of this plan depends on this Eagle Sauce delegation. The reason Eagle Sauce rushed over when called is that they need to harvest the global economy to stabilize their internal issues. And China, as a huge economic entity, is a target they cannot harvest. China controls a quarter of the industrial and financial assets in the country. As long as it is a large-scale industrial and financial company, there will be state shares involved, which are state-owned assets. Such operations can significantly enhance China's asset regulation capability. In other words, in this grand chess game of the world, only China and Eagle Sauce are qualified to be the players, while the other smaller entities can only be chess pieces. Just like in 1998, when Eagle Sauce harvested the entire Asia experienced a financial crisis. Nearly all the world's funds rushed into Eagle Sauce. But China held firm, using the method of throwing out trillions of state-owned bad asset packages. This not only solved the problem of excessive production in state-owned factories domestically, but also safeguarded China's own financial resources, preventing the destruction of the hard-won basic living conditions by Eagle Sauce. Moreover, they took advantage of this impact from Eagle Sauce to open the doors and implement reforms and openness. It can be said that what was originally a one-sided win for Eagle Sauce turned into a win-win for both China and Eagle Sauce. Of course, at that time, China was still too weak, so winning just meant breaking even. But now it's different. Facing Eagle Sauce's repeated threats, China can stand tall and defend with a shield. If Eagle Sauce wants to resolve its internal issues, it must negotiate with China, or in other words, ask for help. It is because of this that General Liu could summon them, and Eagle Sauce hurriedly sent a delegation over. But inviting the gods is easier than sending them off. The Eagle Sauce delegation is a bunch of vampires coming to China prepared to suck blood. That is why the old lady responsible for macroeconomic regulation was invited to the strategic center a few days ago. The task is singular: to engage in Tai Chi with Eagle Sauce. In other words, the entire plan targeting Jack is actually a performance. China did not invest anything and managed to gain this top strategic master from Eagle Sauce and an important strategic organization for free. The three masters were immediately shocked, their eyes wide open after hearing this explanation. They never imagined that a strategic operation could achieve such great success without a single soldier being deployed. This is the significance of establishing the strategic center. Zhang Huayang exhaled. In the past, we always thought that only war could bring others down, but after the incident with the big bear, we realized that words can also do it. Saying this, he patted Wang Yu on the shoulder. You've said so much, crediting the success to me and the old lady, but you are the #1 hero of this plan. The old lady nodded. Yes, if it weren't for your development of the fusion reactor, how could the country have additional energy funds? Zhang Huayang nodded. Being able to deceive Jack is also because of this. Wang Yu felt a bit embarrassed by their praise, scratching his head as he said, I'm just a researcher. At this moment, General Liu walked in smiling. But for China, you are much more than just a researcher. As soon as General Liu arrived, everyone in the conference room rose to their feet. Wang Yu felt a bit embarrassed by the praise, but immediately inquired, how is General Liu? General Liu chuckled. He confessed everything before we even reached the destination. That coward who plays dirty tricks fears death above all. To save his own skin, he spilled all of Eagle Country's deepest secrets. Hearing this, Wang Yu couldn't help but lower his head with a smile. Thank goodness he's afraid of death. The clock turned back 2 hours. Stop dreaming. Your only fate is to die here. Wang Yu's tone was icy, his gaze as if regarding a corpse. Jack, however, was completely unhinged. He pounded the table, furiously roaring. You wouldn't dare kill me. If I die, Eagle Country will never let you go. You can't bear the responsibility of starting a war with a superpower. Eagle Country knows my importance. They want just watch me die. I need to contact the delegation. I need to contact the office. At this point, he was nearly out of control. Wang Yu, you've been deceiving me all along, haven't you? Such crucial energy technology. There's no way China would trade it with Eagle Country. You're just trying to scare me like a clown. Wang Yu let out a relaxed chuckle. Exactly. I'm just trying to scare you. Jack was speechless. He felt he was losing his mind. His brain had short-circuited. He could no longer tell which of Wang Yu's words were true and which were false. Wang Yu leisurely took a drag of his cigarette, smacked his lips, and then said with a smile, but does it really matter whether I'm scaring you or not? Jack's eyes bulged. Motherfucker, what the hell are you saying? Wang Yu shrugged. It makes no difference, Mr. Jack. Motherfucker, FCK. Jack continued to shout. What the FCK are you talking about? Wang Yu stubbed out his cigarette, his eyes turning cold. Mr. Jack, death has already robbed you of your ability to think. Think about it carefully. What difference does it make if I trade with Eagle Country first, and then kill you, or kill you first, and then trade with Eagle Country? China already holds the bargaining chip to trade freely with Eagle Country. As for you, you have nothing. Just a mouth that can't stop screaming. It was only at this moment that Jack truly lost all will and ability to resist. He understood that everything Wang Yu said was true. He had resigned himself to fate. His destiny was now firmly in the grasp of this young man barely in his 20s with no possibility of escape. Stepping out of the room, Wang Yu turned to glance at the crestfallen Jack, who was now cooperating with the officers. He couldn't help but sigh. Those who play with propaganda and psychology are truly filthy. Without paying any price, he had used nothing but a buy now pay later tactic to turn Jack and the Yindi organization into traitors. The Eagle Country delegation, believing they had secured an opportunity for further negotiations with China, boarded their return flight with smiles. Bob went back with them. That night was surreal. Since Jack was handling everything, he only had to observe, so he idly chatted up a girl online. That day happened to be his date with her. But what he didn't expect was that the date was a honey trap set specifically for him. Not only was he swindled out of his money, but he was also taken in by the police. It was only after contacting the office that he was bailed out. It was a trivial matter. But when Bob returned to the hotel, he found the floor cordoned off. Upon inquiring, he learned that his friend, the boss he had grown up with, had committed suicide. Damn it. This must be some Chinese conspiracy. They must have killed Jack. That very night, he stormed the office, causing a scene. However, he was met with only 2 cold sentences. Get the hell back. If it weren't for your disgraceful mistake, we wouldn't have lost Jack. Bob was consumed by guilt, believing he had failed to protect his partner. So when he returned to Eagle Country, he brought a Chinese man with him. Sitting on the private jet, Bob took a sip of his drink and said coldly, I've seen the news. Because of Wang Yu, you can't make it in China anymore, can you? The Chinese man sighed and nodded. Yeah, he was the one who hit me, yet I'm the one who has to leave. Bob sneered. He'll fund you. He'll use all the resources of the Yindi organization to turn you into a scientific master, just like Wang Yu. And then, his expression suddenly twisted. Then I need you to kill Wang Yu. The Chinese man's eyes also turned icy. Rest assured, I came here for one reason, to take revenge on Wang Yu. With that, they clinked glasses and downed their liquor. Of course, if Wang Yu had been there, this Chinese man would have secretly clinked glasses with him too, because he was the CEO of the research company from the strategic center meeting. And so the matter was largely concluded. Not only had China not lost a genius scientist, but it had also planted a mole deep within Eagle Country. It was a resounding victory. Meanwhile, in the Eagle Country office, they had finally learned that China had developed a controllable nuclear fusion device. What the FCK? How is this possible? A fusion engine. A fusion engine. It feels like something out of a sci-fi movie. Could China be bluffing? How could that be? Do you think China is like our Eagle Country, lying to its own people? Damn it. What the hell are those scientists doing? Year after year we approve so much funding, and what do they have to show for it? Nothing. Damn it. I heard this fusion engine burns rocks to generate energy. That's way cheaper than our petroleum. The white-haired man sitting in the center clenched his fists tightly. He desperately wanted to disbelieve it, but the truth was undeniable. China had entered a new era. Damn it. FCK. He couldn't help but curse. Not only has China entered a new era, but we've also lost Jack and his entire intelligence network. We must do something. We can't just watch China rise above us. If we lose the hegemony of the dollar and the status of the world's #1 power, Eagle Country will truly plunge into the abyss. Just then a middle-aged man stood up. Maybe it's not true, but we can prepare in advance. We'll know for sure within 6 months based on energy imports. Let's use these 6 months to get ready. If it's all true, then it's up to us to end this world. The white-haired man pondered for a moment after hearing this. Let old John out of prison. Put him in charge of this. The subtext was clear, let him be the scapegoat. Jack took charge of the matter with Yindi, while General Liu handled the affairs on his side. Wang Yu, with his half-baked knowledge in communication studies, finally returned to his primary role at the Central Military District. Of course, once the incident was resolved, the higher-ups were going to award him a medal. Moreover, it wasn't just one. After all, he was the one who developed the fusion reactor, leading China into the new energy era. Now the Chinese could proudly declare themselves as the people with the lowest electricity costs in the world. However, Wang Yu declined the honor. He had never been interested in fame or fortune, being content with life was enough for him. Moreover, this honor wasn't live-streamed, and he couldn't earn technology points from it. It would be better to start the aircraft carrier project early and shock the world with cutting-edge technology. Upon returning to the Central Military District, Wang Yu visited the dock to inspect the maintenance work on the aircraft carrier. He also announced the establishment of a new research team. Not only did he call upon the personnel from the research institute, but he also brought over Fu Wei and Dong, who were previously responsible for the research on the fusion reactor. Director Wang, this is an aircraft carrier, not just anything else. I know you have a great talent for research, but can you really handle something outside your field? Fu Wei voiced his concerns again, always so straightforward. Wang Yu's response was equally direct as he handed him a research proposal for a new type of aircraft carrier. China had once considered converting old aircraft carriers into nuclear-powered ones, but due to various reasons the plan was never implemented. Thus Fu Wei had studied some aircraft carrier-related knowledge before. However, when he saw the research proposal, he felt as if his worldview had been shattered once again. This. He opened his mouth attempting to say something, but his trembling lips offered no chance. Wang Yu smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "So how about we work together to complete this lovely project?" Fu Wei swallowed hard, somewhat foolishly repeating two words, lovely. The one also shocked was General Zhu, who was in charge of the Navy. He had initially disagreed with Wang Yu's research on aircraft carriers. What a joke. Wang Yu had fainted the last time he visited an aircraft carrier. The immense computational load surely exceeded his physical capacity. If anything were to happen during the research, old Zhu would be blamed as a traitor to China. However, after seeing the research proposal, all his worries were cast aside. If such a thing were truly developed, China would really achieve freedom over the oceans and skies. My God, I can't wait to see how the eagle sauce reacts to the finished product. It will probably leave everyone dumbfounded. Hearing this, Wang Yu couldn't help but laugh. All of this depends on General Zhu's assistance. He then turned serious, saying, I need many professionals, a great many. At the same time, I also need to summon all the researchers who have previously participated in aircraft carrier studies. General Liu won't be able to help much in this aspect, and he won't be back from the strategic center anytime soon. So, General Zhu, I'm counting on you for everything. General Zhu took a deep breath and replied seriously, don't worry, for this research proposal, I would risk my life, but it's worth it. The three old masters who returned with him were left dumbfounded. What was going on? What on earth did Wang Yu's research proposal contain that made General Zhu say such things? However, each specialized in their field. Even if they looked at it, they wouldn't understand it. The once helpless cub they needed to protect had now grown hard scales and could soar through the skies. Of course, no matter how strong a dragon, maybe it still needs to return home seeking help. Wang Yu's qualifications were sufficient now, but his connections were still lacking. Thus he approached the three old masters with a smile, scratching his head. I still need your help with something, three masters. Old Shui, Old Hu, and Old Chow exchanged glances, a smile appearing on their faces. It turned out they were not just mascots. Go ahead, what do you need us three old bones to do? Wang Yu took out another research proposal from his bag. He exhaled, his expression somewhat reluctant. It was clear he was still struggling with it. However, Old Chow gave him a slap on the back of his neck, saying, What are you thinking, silly boy? Wang Yu bowed his head and pondered for a moment before speaking. It was Old Shui and Old Hu who brought me into the Central Military District Research Institute, and it was you, Old Chow, who gave up your position and power to come and help me. I can say that I am the disciple of the three masters. The workload of this research proposal is immense. Now that you haven't seen it, yet you still have a choice. If you really go ahead with it, you might not get any rest for a long time to come. Upon hearing this, Old Chow rubbed his hands together and chuckled twice, saying, This kid's starting to play the emotional card. Old Shui waved his hand, saying, What emotional card? This little guy is just getting tired of us old folks. Old Hu nodded. Hey, just starting to get a bit of skill, and the wings are already hard. Wang Yu grew anxious upon hearing this. No, I have always respected you three masters. Old Shui laughed and patted his shoulders, saying, Isn't that enough? All three of us have spent our lives in research. If we can assist you young people in doing something at our old age, it will be worth all the effort we've put in. Old Hu stylishly fixed his hair, saying, Even as old bones, being able to contribute to the country is certainly glorious. Old Chow chuckled twice, saying, Hey, what are you two pretending to be big shots for? I came from the combat troops. My connections are broader than yours. Wang Yu must be valuing my abilities. Wang Yu. He didn't know what to say. The words and actions of these three masters had left him speechless. In the end, it was Old Chow who forcibly snatched the research proposal from his hands. The three masters, upon seeing it, widened their eyes in shock. They had never heard that Wang Yu was researching such things. Mushroom egg interference and anti-interference device. This was something Wang Yu had thought of while in a hotel room with Jack a few days ago. Indeed, when contending with superpowers, no one can afford to take the initiative to provoke. The reason is simple: both sides hold mushroom eggs. Thus, after a nationwide celebration, Wang Yu exchanged all the technology points he had acquired for these two items. What is the efficacy of this thing? Old Chow squinted his eyes. Wang Yu exhaled. If the calculations are correct, there should only be China's mushroom egg left usable in this world. Upon hearing this, the three masters exchanged smiles. then throwing our lives into the desert is worth it. These two devices, although merely small components within the mushroom egg, require precise testing for their intricacy and various data. The three master craftsmen are approaching their 70s, and having kept them in the desert for such a long time, even with improved conditions, now it poses a challenge to their lives. In truth, Wang Yu could lead the research and development himself or seek others for assistance. However, firstly, according to Jack's instructions, if this operation fails, coupled with Waxia's development of a nuclear fusion engine, the Eagle side will certainly take action within half a year to a year at most. Thus, Wang Yu must fully devote himself to the research project of the new aircraft carrier to prepare for any potential future events. Secondly, to be honest, he does not want to hand over research that could lead to instant success to anyone else. Everyone has their own selfishness. These three master craftsmen have witnessed his journey from being the director of the airborne department in the Central Military District to where he is today. If given the choice, he would certainly wish for these three master craftsmen to achieve even greater heights before their retirement, as they are all of retirement age. The reason they are still retained in the Central Military District Research Institute is not just to serve as mascots. They also hope to contribute a bit more to Huaxia with their remaining lives. By entrusting this research project to them, Wang Yu feels more at ease and can repay the care that these three master craftsmen have shown him. Naturally, the three master craftsmen were filled with enthusiasm, and the next day, they took a special plane to the mushroom egg research base in the desert. Old Hu couldn't help but wipe the corners of his eyes, drawing disdainful looks from Old Shui and Chaodaba beside him. Chaodaba couldn't resist teasing, "What's with you? Your tear ducts are as old as your hair." Old Hu shot him a fierce glare and set him just emotional. "I never expected that in my old age I would still be trusted so much and entrusted with such an important task." Old Shui chuckled. "Indeed, it seems that young Wang still values us old bones." Hearing this, Chaodaba became unhappy. "You cultured folks just love to be pretentious." Old Shui and Old Hu simultaneously shot him a glare. "Aren't you a cultured person?" Chaodaba coldly sneered. "Even if I'm a cultured person, I'm the kind of cultured person like Xian Qiji." In the Southern Song dynasty, there was a cultured man named Xian Qiji. While others believed scholars should serve in the court, he was determined to go to war, leading others to think he had gone mad from reading. Yet when he captured enemy generals with just 50 men against 50,000, everyone was left in shock. Chaodaba always considered himself a modern version of Xian Qiji, capable of both fighting and scholarly research. He sat in his chair, took a sip of the special liquor he brought, and sneered. "In ancient times, generals carried coffins northward. Today, I Chaodaba head to the desert before my 70th year. Hey, we're all heroes. Oh, I'm a hero too." Old Shui and Old Hu exchanged disdainful glances. "You're only a bit more frightening because of that scar on your face." "Exactly. We've barely set off, and you're already talking about coffins. I think we might as well bury you directly in the desert." The three of them exchanged banter before bursting into laughter. They all understood in their hearts that this research task might be the final flicker of their candlelight. Not only must they succeed, but they must do it splendidly. In the office of the Central Military District Port Fu Weidong, Wang Yu and several senior research personnel specializing in aircraft carriers were engaged in a heated discussion. "Damn it, this is supposed to be an aircraft carrier. Are you telling me this is an aircraft carrier?" A researcher slammed his hand on the table and shouted. Fu Wei was equally unyielding, standing on his chair and yelling, "Why can't this be an aircraft carrier? Isn't an aircraft carrier just a heavy mobile supply station? This thing has all the facilities of a heavy mobile supply station along with more advanced defense measures." The researcher continued to shout, "What about the escort fleet? An aircraft carrier isn't just an aircraft carrier. It is composed of a fleet of warships that form an aircraft carrier battle group." Fu Wei slammed the materials onto the table. "Are you blind? Isn't it all right here?" It proved to be true. Often when researchers argue, it is not that people cannot understand, and more often than not it resembles children in a kindergarten squabbling. Standing at the door, Commander Zhu rubbed his temples. He felt he should not be here and that a kindergarten teacher should be called in to maintain order. Besides, Wang Yu, the youngest among them, was over 50 years old, all of them elderly. He feared that if they continued to argue, it might escalate to the point of injury. At that moment, Commander Zhu received a phone call and then walked over to Wang Yu with some difficulty. "The publicity department just called. During the evaluation of the medals, didn't they ask you for some manuscripts? They now want to display some of them for future exhibitions. Which parts do you think are unnecessary?" Although Wang Yu declined the award ceremony, the medals were still issued to him. This is not only Waxia's acknowledgement of his research achievements, but also a thank you for his contributions to the country. Hearing this, Wang Yu smiled and said, "Those are just my drafts. Let them use them as they wish." Commander Zhu nodded. "All right, if you don't need them, I'll have them collected. These items, by the time they are exhibited, it will probably be 100 years or even longer." The publicity department has an exhibition hall that is not open to the public, which contains items that cannot currently be exhibited. Huaxiao boasts a 5,000-year history. Even when resolving modern problems, references to ancient tales are often utilized. This is a form of cultural inheritance. Wang Yu smiled and nodded. To be honest, leaving a mark in the nation's cultural history is something many people cannot achieve. In the future, when those students visit the museum and marvel at their drafts, hey, just thinking about it brings a hint of excitement. Commander Zhu then exhaled and said with a smile, not long ago the Eagle side wanted to demand the technology for the nuclear fusion engine from us. They even said that science should have no borders. When they have it, and we don't, science suddenly has borders. When they lack it while we possess it, science knows no borders. This truly is. At this moment Wang Yu interjected, this truly is the Schrodinger's border. After saying this, the two exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with disdain for the Eagle side. Half a year. The three masters have settled in the desert for half a year. Due to the confidentiality measures regarding the mushroom egg they are developing, they have hardly taken any time off to return home during this period. Old Hu's hair has almost completely fallen out. Xiao Daba's face has become even more terrifying due to the wind and sand. Old Shui, this delicate old man who applies moisturizer every day now, also has a sunburned face and has grown lazy about shaving his beard, looking older than just a year or two. At today's meeting, Old Shui solemnly announced, "We have been researching this project for half a year, and today we finally reached the time for the experiment. For today's experimental task, I have only one requirement: ensure safety." Indeed, for the mushroom egg experiment, the word safety is more important than anything else. If the experiment fails, it's not a problem, as research can continue, but if lives are lost, then everything is truly lost. After stating the most crucial matter, Old Shui began to assign tasks. First team, you are responsible for monitoring all data related to the mushroom egg. Second team, you are responsible for the launch of the mushroom egg, and every process must be identical to a real launch. Third team, you are responsible for monitoring the target location and coordinate with the first team to record all data. Fourth team of the Qi Long. After half a year, the production line of the Qi Long has also been completed. Although the mass production of this cutting-edge technology is very slow, a small number of battle armors have already been put into actual use. For this experiment, the three masters have managed to secure a few through their connections. Members of the Qi Long team, your task is the most arduous and the most dangerous. You need to reach near the target point, and after the missile hits the target, go collect various data as quickly as possible. This includes the interfered data and the secondary anti-interference data. Due to interference at the target point, all mechanical devices are unable to function normally, so you can only manually record the data. Rest assured, the Qi Long battle armor has undergone comprehensive testing and has achieved radiation resistance, so unless there is an accident, you are safe. Of course, you must also be cautious while executing the task. After he finished speaking, everyone present answered in unison, "We guarantee to complete the task." Watching these researchers and military technicians immerse themselves in their work, Old Hu couldn't help but feel nervous. This is truly a significant scientific breakthrough. I never expected that we would have the fortune to participate in it. Thinking back to when the country was developing the mushroom egg, we were still young lads, but today we are the heads here. Xiao Daba chuckled and waved his hand. "Isn't this thanks to that kid Wang Yu? We have already studied his predictive data report. According to the data, today's experiment shouldn't have any issues, so relax and don't be nervous. Your hair is almost gone from stress." Old Hu let out a breath. "Let's hope so. This kind of dangerous scientific experiment is most fearful of unexpected events." After saying this, he looked at Old Shui. "Have you been in touch with Wang Yu? Why has this kid gone missing recently?" Old Shui shook his head with some helplessness. "I haven't contacted him. With us old bones here, there's no need for that kid to tire himself out like this." Old Hu and Xiao Daba were taken aback. "What's going on? Has something happened to him?" Old Shui hesitated for a moment and said, "General Liu told me that Wang Yu fainted again a few days ago. He was sent to the hospital in the imperial capital for a full checkup, but no illness was found. He was just in a coma and only woke up yesterday. He can only rest more." At this point, Old Shui clenched his fist and slammed it on the table. How could a young person suffer from such a strange illness? Hearing this, Old Hu and Xiao Daba exchanged glances, both seeing concern in each other's eyes. "Once this research project is completed, let's go visit him," Xiao Daba said lightly. Old Hu nodded yes. "But right now we must fully devote ourselves to the work." Old Shui let out a breath. "Let's hope everything is fine." The testing site was very desolate, consisting only of sand and uninhabited area. A few years ago, there were many exploration teams that came here to shoot wilderness survival scenes, but after an incident with casualties, it was sealed off and became a military restricted zone. Chief Engineer Shui, the interference device has been fully set up. The Qi Long team has arrived at the designated area. All preparations are complete. Please give the next instructions. Old Shui nodded. Start the experiment. Experiment starting. Mushroom egg launch countdown 5 minutes. At this moment, a countdown appeared on the display devices in front of the three masters. Mushroom egg launch 050, mushroom egg launch 0459. As the countdown continued to decrease, the expressions of the three masters became more resolute. This experiment is actually quite simple with only two possible outcomes. One is that the mushroom egg is successfully interfered with, and then the anti-interference device is activated, leading to a successful explosion. The second is that the experiment fails. They undoubtedly hope for success, not only to honor the half-year spent in this desert, but also to present a gift to Wang Yu, who is recuperating in the hospital. Countdown 20 seconds. Countdown 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, launch. As the countdown ended, Old Shui pressed the red button on the device. A roar erupted as the missile carrying the mushroom egg was launched towards the designated target. The scene was spectacular, but no one had the thought to admire it, as they were all busy with their work. Data recording begins. Currently, the data for the mushroom egg is all normal. The three masters closely watched the monitor, fearing even the slightest error. As the missile reached its peak, it began to sprint towards the target point. The speed was extremely fast. Missile impact detected. Mushroom egg interference device activated. Interference device activated successfully. Energy wave released successfully. Just as 3 lines of text appeared on the left monitor, the data for the mushroom egg on the right monitor began to get chaotic. Report. Mushroom egg signal lost. Report. Target point signal lost. Upon hearing this, Old Shui quickly grabbed the communication device. Qilong, prepare to collect data. Received. At this moment, everyone became tense. The success of this experiment will soon be revealed. The experiment was a success. The three masters sent all the footage of the experiment to the imperial capital. When General Lu saw the missile suddenly lose control in midair, its engine turned off, and it fell onto the target point. Moreover, when the missile equipped with the mushroom egg warhead merely created a pit in the sand, he was utterly astonished. The mushroom egg along with the missile has been successfully interfered with. The voice of Old Shui came through the video. Soon the second missile was successfully launched. This time the mushroom egg warhead was equipped with anti-jamming devices. The entire process from launch to impact on the target was extremely smooth, with no signs of interference at all, just like a regular mushroom egg test. My goodness, this is incredible. Just 2 small devices can have such a significant effect. Indeed, this research is remarkably groundbreaking. All the generals watching the video couldn't help but express their admiration. As long as these 2 gadgets are in place, the Huaxia Dragon Nation no longer has to worry about the Eagle Sauce flipping the table during negotiations. In recent years, the situation within the Eagle Sauce household has become increasingly complicated, and their relationship with Huaxia resembles that of the former Great Bear and them. Whenever there is something that needs negotiation, they apply extreme pressure. Either they deploy military bases around you or missile defense systems. Although these things seem insignificant against countries of similar status, they serve to annoy you, making you aware that they can flip the table at any moment. In the past, when facing these issues during negotiations, the diplomatic and strategic departments could only do their utmost to mediate, striving to protect their own interests in the matters to be discussed. But now, sorry, this table is occupied by Huaxia. You can't flip it. If you want to talk, feel free. Even if you explode, the mushroom egg in your hand won't detonate. Send this experimental data to Wang Yu. He has asked about it several times in the hospital, and seeing this information will allow him to rest easy. General Lu said somewhat helplessly. Next to him, General Zhu sighed. After waking up from this latest coma, Wang Yu seems unusually anxious about everything. Even in the hospital, he is constantly communicating with the aircraft carrier research team. Upon hearing this, Song Laoba and Yu Shao were both puzzled. Haven't you told him about the situation with Eagle Sauce? General Lu exhaled. I've informed him, but it seems he is anxious about something else. Previously, there were reports that Eagle Sauce was preparing to initiate a military operation in 6 months, aiming to halt Huaxia's progress into the new energy era. But that is old news. Eagle Sauce is like that. Each generation of leaders has different policies. Although the previous old white-haired leader decided to engage in a death struggle with Huaxia, the newly appointed old white-haired leader, upon taking office, immediately canceled this action. They haven't made enough money yet, they haven't enjoyed their fortunes long enough, and you're asking them to risk their lives against Huaxia. How is that possible? Therefore, the originally tense atmosphere transformed into a relatively gentle conservative policy. This aligns well with the thoughts of the military-industrial families in Eagle Sauce, as they do not wish to ignite a war that might backfire on themselves. Maintaining a state of mutual licking popsicles is the best approach. And Huaxia also does not wish to engage in any significant conflict with the world's #1 superpower. After all, the country is still in a developmental stage, just entering the new energy era, and has made considerable progress in poverty alleviation. it is not the right time for any major military activities. Under this mutual restraint, Huaxia and Eagle Sauce maintained a relatively balanced state. Perhaps the younger generation sees further. Yu Xiao spoke up at this moment. When I first engaged with the strategic center's tasks, I was also very anxious, always feeling that time was insufficient. Old Lu, when you have time, go talk to him. General Lu nodded. Yes, I need to have a chat with him. However, after seeing this successful experimental data, he should be able to relax a bit and recover. Recover? Wang Yu could not afford to rest, it was impossible. At this moment, he was sitting on the sofa in a single patient room communicating with the aircraft carrier research department. No, isn't this kind of thing difficult? You should have completed all the tests before loading. Are you telling me it's still not ready, eh? Fu Wei, are you even professional? If not, then switch it out and let Dong He take charge. I'm giving you 2 days, just 2 days, and don't make excuses. Damn it. Yu Chun, do you believe I will discharge myself right now and come back to give you a punch? During the four-way call, 2 of the calls were filled with foul language. After hanging up, Wang Yu threw his phone onto the table, leaning back into the sofa with a sigh. After resting for a short while, he suddenly stood up. Zhao Huanhuan, where are you? Discharge me now. Lin Xiaoran was in charge of training the Red Dragon battle armor team, so recently the only assistant near Wang Yu was Zhao Huanhuan. Upon hearing his voice, Zhao Huanhuan ran into the ward. Brother-in-law, my dear brother-in-law. Her expression was somewhat pleading. Can't you just rest for a few days? This is your second coma. Wang Yu waved his hand irritably. I'm not sick. I need to work right now. I'll have time to rest once I'm dead. Zhao Huanhuan hurriedly waved her hand near her mouth. What are you saying? That's so unlucky. Brother-in-law, if you say you're not sick, then tell me, why did you faint? Wang Yu. He truly found it difficult to explain this matter. Seeing him unable to speak, Zhao Huanhuan poured him a glass of water. Just listen to the doctor. Observe for a few more days in the hospital. General Lu has given strict orders not to allow you to discharge. Last time you were too eager to discharge and didn't rest properly, and look, it wasn't long before you fainted again. Hearing this, Wang Yu calmed down. 5 days. No more than 5 days. Zhao Huanhuan nodded. All right, brother-in-law, you listen well and rest properly. I'll secretly find you 2 prettier nurses, not telling Sister Xiaoran. Get lost. Wang Yu glared at her. Zhao Huanhuan stuck out her tongue and left the ward with a smile. When Wang Yu was alone, he sighed helplessly and muttered to himself, knowing about that kind of matter, how could I possibly rest easy? Saying this, he tapped his index finger on his temple. At this moment, 2 countdowns appeared in the center of the system panel. 720 days, 9 years, and 355 days. This rough countdown had nothing to do with rigorous technology. But as Wang Yu contemplated them, an immense fear arose in his heart. It felt as if 2 death warrants were constantly reminding him that the end of life was approaching. It was not his life. Rather, it was the life of humanity.